Chapter 1. Transmigration into the world of biohazard. Preface. Initially, I intended to dive directly into the content of the first chapter. However, upon reflection, I decided to pen the preface of this book. This work exists within a fictional universe, inspired by the realm of gaming. Any resemblance to existing works is purely coincidental. Additionally, I am a patriot, unwavering in my original aspirations and steadfast in my mission. As a novice author, I acknowledge the imperfections in my writing, and I humbly ask for the understanding of more experienced readers. It is only through the act of writing that one realizes the mental toll it exacts, not to mention the time it consumes. To be candid, I embarked on this endeavor with little knowledge. As a newcomer, I aspire not to produce filler content. I have a primary profession and am not motivated by profit. The content of this book has long been a dream of mine to express, a manifestation of my childhood fantasies while gaming in internet cafes, particularly the desire to command the Blackwatch forces from prototype against Umbrella's agents that, of course, unlike the games and films, this narrative relies heavily on my imagination, although it will align more closely with the gaming experience. Therefore, regardless of the challenges ahead, I am committed to completing this tale, albeit with a slower update pace, that I also hope this book fulfills the aspirations of others who share similar dreams. Main content. In the parallel world of Biohazard, on March 21st, 2025, in the springtime of Jiqing, the chilling cries of the undead echoed through the desolate streets. Xiao Feng, bearing dark circles under his eyes, wedged himself tightly into the narrow space between an overturned garbage truck and the adjacent wall, striving to diminish his presence as much as possible. The acrid stench of decaying corpses mingled with the odor of refuse, continuously assaulting his nostrils and churning his stomach. Yet he dared not utter a sound, peering through the narrow crack before him, catching glimpses of a zombie dragging a severed leg not far away. Once, it had been a human being. From the tattered suit it wore, one could faintly discern that it might have once been a respectable office worker. Now, it was merely a grotesque shell of rotting flesh. Its pallid skin clung to its bones, its murky eyes devoid of life, with half of its cheek having rotted away to reveal a ghastly, white jawbone. This marked the third day since his arrival in this world. 3 days prior, he had been a recluse, seated at his computer. Suddenly, upon awakening, he discovered everything had changed. He had been transported to an unfamiliar realm, devoid of memories of a past life or lingering desires. Gazing through a shattered window, he beheld skyscrapers with broken glass, while plumes of smoke wafted in the distance. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles and dried, dark red stains, remnants of a once thriving metropolis, now reduced to the whispers of rustling commercial signage. In this world, the only sound was the haunting wails of the undead. He was oblivious to his whereabouts, unaware of the calamity that had transpired, and most importantly, he could not fathom how he had ended up here. He had cried and laughed. Fortunately, Xiao Feng had managed to maintain his composure. During these 3 days, he had refrained from sleeping too deeply, fearing that if he inadvertently dozed off, the zombies might discover him, for he could not guarantee he would not snore. Thus, he scurried like a mouse, fortunate enough to scavenge a full bottle of water and a few packets of biscuits from the backpack of a corpse that had been devoured down to its upper half. The zombie seemed to have lost its aim, gradually crawling away towards the other end of the street, its figure fading from Xiao Feng's view. He remained in place for over 10 minutes, waiting until he was certain he could no longer hear the zombie's cries before cautiously extricating himself from his hiding spot. His muscles ached from the tension, and cold sweat had thoroughly soaked his thin clothing. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath, greedily inhaling the stale, even foul air. He needed to leave this place. The nearby food and water had been thoroughly scavenged, and remaining here would only lead to death. He had to find a safer, more resource-rich location. No, before that, I must find a weapon. Continuing like this is not a viable option. He pondered. A sudden sharp pain surged through him, akin to an electric shock racing through his mind. Ugh! Xiao Feng groaned in pain, clutching his head as he crouched down. Before his eyes, a chaotic array of blue and white data materialized, ultimately coalescing into clear characters that hovered before his retinas. Detecting that the host's mental fluctuations have reached a critical threshold, all conditions for initiating the protocol are met. The Blackwatch commander system is activating. System activation successful. Commander Xiao Feng, welcome to the world of Biohazard. A monotonous, emotionless electronic voice resonated within his mind. Who is speaking? Xiao Feng exclaimed in terror, scanning his surroundings, but none responded to his inquiries. Greetings, Commander Xiao Feng. Congratulations on becoming the supreme commander of this system, which encompasses the elite forces and structures of Blackwatch. This system will transpose in-game units into reality. The soldiers summoned are exceptionally skilled special forces, and like in the game, you are their highest authority. They will obey you unconditionally and trust you. Scanning the current environment. Scan complete. Current location. Jiqing, northeast Longhua, a city now fallen. Allow me to be brief. This world has succumbed to an unknown viral outbreak, leading to the collapse of civilization, with over 90% of humanity transformed into zombies. You need to assemble your own army to fend off the enemies. The Blackwatch operational base is prepared. Please proceed immediately. Coordinates have been dispatched. Guide task has been issued. Task objective. Proceed immediately to the initial shelter marked on the system map to acquire startup resources. Task rewards. Initial combat units, initial building modules, initial vehicles. Friendly reminder. Survival is the top priority, Commander. Please utilize your intellect and charisma to bravely endure. The voice faded from his mind. A translucent radar map materialized in the lower right corner of his vision, with a green dot pulsating at the center, representing himself. In the northeastern section of the map, a conspicuous yellow pentagram icon emitted a soft glow, adjacent to which was the word objective. Is this my golden finger? As a modern youth steeped in online literature, Xiao Feng instantly comprehended the situation before him. He had transmigrated and, moreover, acquired a system that sounded exceedingly grandiose. After experiencing the initial shock and confusion, an indescribable euphoria surged within him. He was saved. Blackwatch Commander System. Xiao Feng murmured the name, his eyes sparkling with excitement. To him, the term Blackwatch was quite familiar. He understood perfectly what it represented. An elite special forces unit renowned for its cold efficiency and advanced technology, as depicted in the game prototype. Incredible. Blackwatch is the elite of the elite, especially adept at dealing with zombies. Put it plainly, if Hank from the Biohazard game is formidable, then a Blackwatch soldier is equivalent to an elite Hank. He believed it. Such a powerful system was now at his disposal, and disbelief was not an option. Through its explanation, he grasped the current circumstances, zombie apocalypse. Truth be told, rather than fear, he felt a pang of sympathy for the zombies, even beginning to pity them. Yet if this system could indeed allow him to command such power, Indeed, Xiao Feng was feeling quite elevated. Shaking his head, he dared not dwell further on such thoughts, forcibly suppressing his excitement and striving to remain calm. The system had made it abundantly clear. Survival was paramount. He was still that unarmed, ordinary individual. Any lapse in caution could render him a meal for the undead lurking in the streets. Taking a deep breath, he once again directed his gaze towards the small map in his vision. The target location was approximately 5 kilometers away, requiring him to traverse 3 city blocks that on the map, scattered crimson dots roamed about. Undoubtedly, the zombies. Xiao Feng clenched his fists, now the bearer of a time traveler's identification. The terror and despair accumulated over the past 3 days were supplanted by a singular, resolute objective. Initial sanctuary, initial combat unit, initial vehicle, I am coming. Xiao Feng cautiously peered out, confirming the street was safe before bravely taking the first step towards the glimmering pentagram on the map. Chapter 2. We're the Blackwatch. We're the last line of defense that this moment. Xiao Feng was sprinting swiftly alongside the wall. Taking the main road? That would be akin to courting death. The system map was his only vision and the sole hope for survival. This sensation was surreal, akin to immersing oneself in a horror game with an unparalleled level of realism. Yet it was still the damn tutorial phase. Every so often, he had to check the flickering red dots on the minimap to evade them in advance or create distractions by throwing stones or other debris to divert the wandering. Zombies. What a pity. The system didn't provide a friendly reminder on whether to press E or F as he ran. He humorously lamented in his mind he had narrowly brushed past those sluggish zombies more than once. Each encounter sent his heart racing with a palpable sense of imminent danger. Wong. Suddenly, just as he was about to cross an abandoned parking lot, a roar distinctly different from that of a zombie echoed from the side. Damn. Without a moment's thought, Xiao Feng instinctively dove behind a nearby shipping container. In that instant, a dark shadow streaked past his previous position, crashing heavily against the distant wall with a muffled thud. It was a dog or rather, it had once been a dog. Its size surpassed that of an ordinary Doberman, its flesh grotesquely decayed, revealing dark red muscle tissue beneath. Its eyes glowed with a sickly red light, locking onto the container where Xiao Feng had sought refuge. Threat detected. Unit name: Zombie Dog. Threat level: low to armed units, extremely high to unarmed personnel. Characteristics: high mobility, pack hunting, acute sense of smell. Weakness analysis: low torso defense, head is the critical weakness, recorded in the compendium. But at this moment, Xiao Feng felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head. Damn, a zombie dog. This creature was an entirely different concept from the sluggish corpses. Its speed, agility, and explosive power were overwhelming. For Xiao Feng, who was currently unarmed and lacked even a makeshift weapon, it was an absolute threat. Curse it, I was too careless earlier and forgot to find a weapon. Xiao Feng mentally berated himself. Wong. The zombie dog sprang into action, its sharp claws scraping against the concrete, producing a grating sound. Ikati emitted a low growl filled with menace but did not immediately pounce. This beast was circling in place, its red eyes scrutinizing its prey. What to do? Xiao Feng's mind raced in a frenzy. Run? That was certainly out of the question. Fight? That would be akin to offering oneself as a sacrifice. Calm down, calm down. Think of a solution. There must be a way. His only advantage lay in the wisdom of humanity and his ability to utilize the environment to his benefit. Xiao Feng's gaze quickly scanned the surroundings. Aside from the massive container where he concealed himself, the parking lot was littered with various discarded items and several long-abandoned vehicles. Aha! His eyes locked onto a nearby small car. That's it. Xiao Feng held his breath. Quietly picking up a half-broken brick from the ground, he took a deep breath. Suddenly, he leaned out from behind the container, mustering all his strength to hurl the brick at the small car with all his might. Clang! A sharp, piercing sound reverberated through the desolate parking lot. Indeed, the zombie dog's attention was instantly captured. It whipped around, its crimson eyes fixated on the source of the noise. Now's the time. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Xiao Feng darted out from the opposite side of the container. He unleashed his utmost speed, bolting toward a nearby, overturned delivery truck. Wong, Wong, Wong. The zombie dog reacted with astonishing speed. It let out an enraged howl, its limbs bursting forth with formidable power as it pursued him relentlessly. Xiao Feng could even sense the foul, rancid wind behind him. He dared not look back. He squeezed every last ounce of potential from his body. In a moment of near capture, he leaped into the air in a most awkward manner. Crashed, he dove through the shattered window of the truck. Bang! Almost simultaneously, the zombie dog's massive head collided forcefully with the solid truck body. The entire vehicle shook violently. Woo! The zombie dog yelped in pain, but immediately after, it launched into an even more frenzied assault. It clawed at the truck door with its sharp nails. Scrape, scrape. The sound was unbearable. Yet, fortunately, it could not breach the entrance just yet. Xiao Feng lay on the dust-covered floor of the truck, his chest heaving heavily. The recent series of actions had nearly drained him of energy, but Xiao Feng knew this dilapidated truck would not offer him protection for long. The commotion created by the zombie dog would soon attract all the wandering zombies nearby. At that point, he would be trapped, with no escape. He had to devise a plan. Struggling to rise, his gaze darted frantically within the dark confines of the truck. It seemed to be filled with construction materials, several buckets of completely solidified paint, and a heap of items covered with thick tarpaulin. Xiao Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. He yanked the tarpaulin aside to reveal a bundle of rebar. Heaven has not forsaken me. A surge of elation washed over him. He clutched a heavy piece of rebar tightly, an unprecedented sense of security flooding his being. With a weapon in hand, the world was his to command. Without a moment's hesitation, he positioned the rough end firmly against the innermost wall of the truck. The sharp, pointed end was aimed steadily at the door, which was being mercilessly battered by the zombie dog. Xiao Feng lowered his body and regulated his breathing, preparing himself for the perfect moment. He waited for a decisive opportunity to strike. Bang! Finally, the door could no longer withstand the relentless onslaught of the zombie dog. With a loud crash, it buckled inward. A grotesque dog head forced its way through the gaping hole. It opened its blood-soaked mouth, dripping with foul saliva, and roared at Xiao Feng inside the truck. At that moment, a fierce glint ignited in Xiao Feng's eyes. Summoning all his strength, he thrust the rebar violently towards the zombie dog, which had already intruded halfway. Die! Thud! The sound of the weapon piercing flesh resonated with a dull thud. The zombie dog had no time to react, as the sharp rebar impaled it through its gaping maw, instantly penetrating its entire skull. A small segment of the rebar, stained with brain matter and blood, protruded violently from the back of its head. Ugh, ugh. The zombie dog emitted a chilling wail. Its ferocious momentum abruptly ceased, its limbs flailing futilely in the air, that a copious amount of blood mingled with a foul, grayish-white liquid cascaded down the steel rebar. Dripping onto Xiao Feng's body, he clutched the rebar tightly with his hands. At last, the zombie dog lay motionless. Its eyes, once glowing red, rapidly dimmed. Threat neutralized. Zombie dog. Information acquired. 10 points. The system's notification arrived belatedly. Only then did Xiao Feng release his grip, collapsing into the vehicle like a mere puddle of mud. He gazed at the gruesome corpse before him. A wave of intense nausea surged from his stomach. Ugh. After resting in the vehicle for a full 10 minutes, Xiao Feng laboriously crawled out. He then oriented himself, gripping the rebar that had saved his life, and continued towards the glittering pentagram on the map. After nearly an hour of stealth, the yellow pentagram on the system map was finally within reach. It was a concealed underground facility masquerading as an abandoned subway entrance, with a heavy alloy blast door partially ajar. Xiao Feng tightened his hold on the rebar and cautiously stepped inside. The passage was shrouded in darkness, but as he ventured further, 2 rows of emergency lights flickered to life. The dim yellow light illuminated a staircase leading downwards. There were no zombies here. Upon reaching the end of the passage and pushing open a slightly ajar heavy iron door, he was greeted by a vast underground space, resembling an abandoned military command center. Rows of extinguished servers lined the area, and a massive tactical map in the center was covered in a thick layer of dust. Arrived at the initial shelter. Distributing mission rewards. 2 Badger-class armored personnel carriers are stationed at the surface entrance. Summoning initial combat units. As the system's notification echoed, ripples began to form on the vacant ground before Xiao Feng. Suddenly, 16 towering humanoid silhouettes, along with 5 slightly smaller figures, materialized out of thin air, coalescing at a visible speed. The scene was steeped in a sense of science fiction, reminiscent of the Protoss warp-in from StarCraft. In the next moment, 21 soldiers clad in black combat gear, wearing full coverage tactical helmets, and wielding weapons, stood silently before him. Each exuded an aura of chilling lethality. There were 2 teams of armed combat soldiers, and a third team appeared to be technicians dressed in different gear, yet every individual stood with an unwavering posture, like javelins. When we hunt, we kill. No one is safe. Nothing is sacred. We are Heisei Shouwang. We're the last line of defense. We will burn ourselves to protect this final boundary. This is the last line that must be held. They recited their oath in unison, their voices filled with a sense of honor. After the oath, a soldier who was evidently the captain stepped forward. He rendered a perfectly executed military salute to Xiao Feng. From beneath the helmet came a steady voice. All units ready, awaiting your command. Xiao Feng gazed in astonishment at this elite force that had seemingly descended from the heavens, feeling their unwavering will and immense pressure. He then glanced down at the bloodied rebar in his hand, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. 3 days had passed. Did you know how I endured these 3 days? His nerves, stretched to their limits, finally relaxed at this moment, while an irresistible wave of drowsiness washed over his mind like a tide. Xiao Feng casually discarded the rebar. Clang! The steel bar fell to the ground, echoing crisply in the empty chamber. He then issued his first command as the commander to the soldiers before him. Stay in this room. Maintain vigilance. I need to get some sleep. Yes, Commander. After receiving the affirmative response, Xiao Feng could no longer hold on. His eyelids grew heavy, and he collapsed. Just before his consciousness sank into darkness, he felt strong, steady arms catch him. He was safe. Chapter 3. The Fallen Campus. This chapter contains minor plot points regarding the Heisei Shouwang soldiers, hence the note. This sleep was the most restful Xiao Feng had experienced since arriving in this post-apocalyptic world. When he opened his eyes on a makeshift military cot, it was already the following morning. The underground shelter was dim, illuminated solely by emergency lights. 16 Heisei Shouwang soldiers were stationed in various corners, while 5 engineers busied themselves in the shadows, adjusting their equipment. Everything appeared orderly. This sense of security derived from absolute military might was unmatched by any previous hideout. Commander, you are awake. The nearest soldier, the captain, promptly approached a report, offering military ration bars and a bottle of purified warm water. All is normal during the alert period. No threats detected nearby. Excellent. Xiao Feng nodded repeatedly, sitting up from the bed to accept the food and water swallowing them eagerly. He felt his fatigue dissipate, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and relaxation. The system had already marked the next mission. Xiao Feng accessed the system map. The yellow pentagram representing the base still flickered in the northeast direction. He rubbed his face to hasten his return to focus. He then issued a new command. We must reach there as soon as possible. Pack your gear and prepare to depart. Yes, Commander. The efficiency of the unit was astonishing. Within a minute, all personnel had assembled, ready for departure. Exiting the underground shelter and returning to the surface, Xiao Feng's confidence was now incomparable to the previous day. With such an elite force by his side, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Plan the route to the base. Xiao Feng commanded the system. Route planning in progress. Planning complete. On the system map, a green dotted line meandered through the urban ruins, skillfully avoiding large areas marked in red that indicated dense zombie populations. In the middle of this route, a large building complex was highlighted in blue, accompanied by a flashing question mark. Xiao Feng examined the map. The location was conveniently along their path to the base. What is this? Scanning reveals it to be Jiqing University. It is advised that the commander prioritize the main mission, but reconnaissance is also possible. This area may harbor numerous survivors or resources. That sounds promising. If we can rescue them, they could provide substantial support as laborers or logistical personnel for the initial construction of the base. Let's go investigate this university. Yes, Commander. 2 Black Badger-class armored personnel carriers traversed the designated route. Xiao Feng sat in the passenger seat of one APC, sharing the perspectives of all units through the holographic tactical screen before him. The vehicle's composite armor effectively shielded him from the outside's putrid stench, while the advanced targeting system marked the wandering zombies on the streets with clear, red outlines. The 12.7mm remote-controlled heavy machine gun atop the vehicle accurately dispatched any zombies obstructing their path, splattering dark crimson blood in the air. A newfound sense of control momentarily captivated Xiao Feng. He felt like a player, effortlessly directing his army with a mere touch. Approximately 20 minutes later, the time-worn gates of Jiqing University appeared in view. Flanking the entrance, 2 stone lions stood sentinel, while the massive stone tablet on the right bore the 4 characters of Jiqing University. The makeshift barricade at the main entrance, constructed from abandoned vehicles and furniture, had been shattered, with dried, dark red blood staining the ground, a testament to the fierce battles that had once raged here. The APC gradually entered the campus, the expansive roadway deserted, save for the wind stirring up litter on the ground, producing a rustling sound. Everything appeared excessively tranquil. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow. Unusual occurrences often herald something sinister. He commanded the convoy to halt in the square before the teaching building. All squads, take note. Disembark and maintain vigilance. This place feels amiss. Received. The troops entered the building in a tactical formation. An overwhelming stench of decay permeated the air, more potent than that of the outside world. The walls of the teaching building were marred with dried black bloodstains, and horrifying claw marks were conspicuously visible. While searching a classroom, a soldier discovered a diary, accompanied by a blood-stained drag mark nearby. Commander, please take a look. Utilizing the holographic tactical screen, Xiao Feng observed that it recounted the grim fate of over 400 students and faculty members, ultimately leading to the demise of all. Fragments of a student's diary, February 20th, 2025, sunny yet gray. We are still alive, for now, that on the 3rd day, following the interruption of broadcasts, Professor Li and over a dozen adults fortified the school gates, transforming the university into a makeshift sanctuary. The teachers accounted for a total of 412 individuals, mostly students. The library became our command center, food supplies were adequate, and morale remained relatively stable. The outside world had descended into madness. The infected roamed the streets like soulless husks. Many had dispersed amidst the chaos. May they survive. A rescue signal was dispatched and received, a rare glimmer of hope. As long as we remained here, we should await salvation. There was still hope. However, several students who ventured to the infirmary for medical supplies yesterday had not returned. This morning, someone claimed to have seen them by the infirmary transformed into those creatures. February 28th, 2025, overcast. A crisis has emerged. 2 days ago, several deranged infected individuals clawed at students, and today, they too succumbed. They were quarantined in dormitory building number 3, but no one anticipated their newfound strength. They broke down the door and bit 2 adults. Panic spread like a contagion. We sacrificed 5 lives to finally seal that dormitory, We could hear their relentless pounding at the door, again and again, a sound that resonated like a hammer, striking each person's heart. From 412, now only 389 remain. The nights have grown excessively long. March 2nd, 2025, overcast. Rescue has yet to arrive. The sound from the dormitory have ceased. About 3 days ago, the continuous howling began to wane. An eerie silence enveloped the entire building, far more unsettling than the previous clamor. Last night, Zhang Chong, a student council officer on guard duty, bravely peered through the library window on the third floor with binoculars to observe the opposite side. Upon his return, his face was ashen, trembling uncontrollably, muttering about monsters, skin peeling away. I casually took the binoculars and beheld it. A being that was once human, entirely crimson, devoid of skin, resembling a muscle specimen stripped of its outer layer, contorted in a grotesque pose against the dormitory. Ceiling, IT had no eyes. Its brain lay exposed. This was no zombie. This was something far more terrifying. He claimed to have seen a shadow flit by, but it was too dark to discern clearly. Yet there were no living souls left. March 10th, 2025, overcast. They have emerged. The barricades were torn apart by an incomprehensible force from within. They did not walk out, they crawled out. Too swiftly, faster than I could comprehend. Claws scraped across the concrete floor, producing a chilling sound. A shadow darted from the corner of the wall. I barely registered its movement before a classmate's body was pierced in an instant. It was a long tongue, shot forth from the monster's mouth. Then gunfire erupted, but with each shot, 2 or 3 monsters sprang forth from unexpected positions. They were upon us. They could hear us. They were hunting us. We scattered, the library's defenses collapsing in an instant. I hid behind a bookshelf, witnessing a monster hanging from the ceiling, effortlessly tearing open a jock's chest with its claws. We were doomed. March 15th, 2025. I am still alive. I am concealed within the innermost iron cabinet of the library's archives. Outside, gunfire and screams have ceased, replaced only by dragging sounds and the faint scratching of claws. I dare not breathe too loudly. The pungent scent of blood saturates the air. I cannot bring myself to write. The sound of the pen on paper echoes like thunder in this place. They have heard it. The sound of claws has stopped at. The entire entry illustrates a gradual decline from neatness to a scrawl, culminating in a long tick mark. Upon reaching this point, Xiao Feng exhaled deeply. The events that followed were self-evident. From the description above, it is evident that this is a liquor, a creation of Umbrella, but Umbrella, this is bad. Commander, there is movement within the adjacent library. The heavy glass doors lay shattered, and several blood-red characters marked the walls. Danger, run. The black-clad soldiers of the Watchers stepped cautiously over the shards of glass. At that moment, a soldier at the forefront abruptly halted, abruptly raising his gaze to the ceiling. Drip. A viscous liquid dripped from the shadows above, splattering onto the soldier's helmet. In the next instant, a blood-red figure lunged down from the ceiling without warning. The creature, devoid of skin, its bright red muscular tissue fully exposed, bore a monstrous appearance. Its brain grotesquely visible due to cranial mutation. Its limbs ended in knife-like claws, gripping the ceiling, while a long tongue shot forth like a spear towards the soldier. Threat detected. Liquor. Threat level. Moderate to conventional armed units. Lethal to unarmed personnel. Characteristics. High mobility, capable of climbing, acute hearing, explosive ambush. Weakness analysis. Complete loss of vision. The exposed brain is its core vulnerability, recorded in the compendium. Thud. The soldier reacted swiftly, executing a tactical roll to evade the liquor's attack. Open fire, Xiao Feng commanded. In an instant, the entire squad exhibited remarkable tactical proficiency. Multiple M4A1 assault rifles fired simultaneously, their intersecting fire patterns precisely covering the liquor's trajectory. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck the liquor, causing splatters of blood, yet it merely emitted a high-pitched shriek, utilizing its extraordinary agility to maneuver rapidly between walls and ceilings, making it difficult to lock onto. Suppress it. Aim for the head. A grenadier decisively launched a stun grenade from his launcher. The sharp ringing in the ears erupted instantaneously, and the liquor, heavily reliant on its hearing, fell into temporary disarray, flailing wildly with its claws. This was our chance. 2 snipers had already locked onto the target, pulling the triggers. The armor-piercing rounds from the high-precision sniper rifles traced 2 deadly arcs through the air, accurately striking the liquor's exposed brain. Splat. The licker's brain exploded in an instant, its body collapsing heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before lying still. Threat eliminated. Licker. Intelligence gained. 100 points. Simultaneously, from the surrounding darkness, blood-red figures swiftly emerged from shadows. The gunfire startled the entire campus. Dozens of lickers surged forth from all directions, their collective howls creating a cacophony that filled the campus. Damn it, Xiao Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Commander, the enemy numbers continued to increase. Even at this moment, the captain's voice remained composed. Withdraw immediately and converge towards the APC, Xiao Feng decisively commanded. Faced with such a multitude of elite BOWS, a direct confrontation would only lead to certain demise. The troops quickly provided covering fire as they retreated outside the library. The machine gunners unleashed a torrent of bullets, temporarily halting the advance of the lickers, yet a few exceptionally swift individuals managed to breach the line of fire. One soldier, unable to react in time, was ensnared by a licker's long tongue, swiftly dragged away. Realizing the futility of survival, he detonated his grenade before more lickers could pounce. Another soldier was overwhelmed by a licker, torn apart in an instant by its razor-sharp claws, blood splattering everywhere. The cruel reality struck Xiao Feng like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the flicker of arrogance that had just ignited within him. He realized that even with the elite forces of Haisa Showang, it was prudent to remain discreet in this apocalyptic world until their strength was fully realized. Tat 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 tat. Outside, the waiting armored vehicles, equipped with twin 12.7mm heavy machine guns, provided cover as they emerged, their concentrated fire obliterating the entrance of the teaching building and reducing several pursuing lickers to mere fragments. Move, accelerate away from here. The two Badger APCs roared to life, swiftly pivoting and racing out of the campus before being encircled by the lickers. Through the rearview mirror, Xiao Feng observed more lickers crawling out from the windows and breaches of the teaching and dormitory buildings, converging in the square, emitting a chorus of unwilling screeches. Ultimately, after the sacrifice of two soldiers, Xiao Feng led the remaining troops out of the campus, escaping in disarray. As he glanced back at the campus, his fists were clenched tightly. This world was far more perilous than he had imagined. It seems there is still much to learn. It is never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. Let this serve as a lesson. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the trace of levity and arrogance had vanished, replaced by the calm and gravity of maturity. On the highest floor of the teaching building, two transparent figures stood quietly by the rooftop edge, clad in deep black USS optical camouflage combat suits. One of the figures, slightly more robust, was the leader of the Umbrella Corporation's Alpha Team, codenamed Night Eagle. Boss, which unit is below? Their tactical coordination and individual prowess are commendable, and their equipment is top-notch. Should we investigate? It could be valuable. A voice crackled through the earpiece. The speaker, codenamed Crow, awaited a response. Night Eagle remained silent, focusing his gaze on the Badger APC that was providing heavy fire cover, raising a high-tech tactical binocular to magnify the figure of Xiao Feng. Within the vehicle, the commander has been located, seated in the APC's passenger seat. All commands are transmitted via encrypted communication, undetectable. However, judging by the unit's execution efficiency, the command is mediocre. The soldiers are the strong point. Indeed, they should have deployed some flashbangs during the retreat for a safer exit, but alas, he is a novice. They observe the unfolding battle from the rooftop, occasionally offering commentary. Their true interest lay in this unexpectedly emerging unit. AS Xiao Feng issued the retreat order, and the two APCs hastily exited the campus. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Night Eagle's mouth beneath his mask. It is time for us to collect our findings, complete the mission, and disregard the rest. The sample's viability is diminishing. Prepare for action, he commanded. Understood, Captain. Once the convoy of Haisa Showang disappeared completely from the street, Night Eagle and Crow leapt from the rooftop, their grappling gear emitting a faint mechanical sound as they descended silently to the square in front of the library. They paid no heed to the mangled remains of the lickers shredded by the heavy machine guns, heading straight for the most intact licker, whose head had been blown off by a sniper. Crow knelt, retrieving a silver briefcase from his tactical backpack. Upon opening it, a sampling device with a drill protruded, precisely piercing the licker's shattered brain and extracting a vial of red biological sample. High-quality, mutant sample successfully recovered. Eradicate all footprints and traces of descent. We are withdrawing. Yes. Minutes later, the USS team, like their sudden appearance, seamlessly merged back into the shadows of the city, vanishing without a trace. The once empty campus square was left strewn with the dismembered bodies of lickers and congealed blood. The wind swept through once more, lifting a few blood-stained pages of diaries, as if nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 4. The main base. Chi afterward, Xiao Feng refrained from issuing any further commands, merely gazing silently at the map, guiding the convoy to cautiously advance along the optimally planned route by the system. The encounter at the campus was akin to a bucket of cold water, thoroughly awakening his inflated spirit, inflated by the acquisition of the system. An hour later, as the APC emerged from the city and entered a vast suburban expanse 8 kilometers away, the yellow pentagram that represented the final destination on the system's map finally became clearly visible. It was an abandoned military base, encircled by crumbling concrete walls. The passage of time left mottled marks upon it. The towering watchtowers were draped in climbing ivy, and most of the windows in the barracks had shattered. Designated base location reached. Environmental scan confirms safety, no life form response detected. This area complies with the base construction protocol. Construction functions have been unlocked. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been issued, a set of commander combat attire, and a data disk. As the system's notification chimed, a new interface sprang forth in Xiao Feng's field of vision. It resembled a god's eye view from a real-time strategy game, projecting the entire topography of the abandoned military base. Within the base, the areas available for construction were shrouded in a pale green grid. On the right side of the interface was a concise list of buildings, with only 2 icons illuminated. Power plant provides essential energy for all Xiao structures and defense facilities, fundamental for the base's operation. Construction requirements. Initial building module 1, energy 200. Chi, the core command structure of Xiao, the hub for unlocking all advanced units and technologies. Construction requirements. Energy 500, prerequisite building, power plant. Commander, we have arrived at the target location. A soldier's voice shattered the silence within the vehicle. Xiao Feng snapped back to reality and peered outside through the observation window. Quite desolate, he remarked. All the soldiers had disembarked, forming a circular defensive perimeter around the vehicle, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The 5 battlefield engineers, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. Commander, please issue your orders. We can commence repairs and construction of the base, the lead engineer stated. Xiao Feng inhaled deeply and descended from the APC. As he felt the terrain that would soon belong to him, an indescribable sense of grandeur surged within his chest. Subsequently, he selected a location. Construct, power plant. Confirming command. Energy consumption, 200. Deploying core module of the power plant. Engineers, prioritize the repair of the base's power system. Soldiers, extend the security perimeter to ensure absolute safety. Yes, Commander. The 5 engineers immediately set to work. They retrieved tool backpacks from behind them, and with a series of faint mechanical sounds, flexible robotic arms extended forth. These multifunctional engineering arms, integrated with plasma cutting, high-intensity welding, and hydraulic gripping functionalities, were colloquially known as the third hand. They did not approach the old generators, but instead made their way directly to a vacant space in the center of the base. One individual deployed a beacon on the ground, and a pale blue architectural blueprint materialized instantaneously in the vacant space, representing a virtual model of the power plant. Meanwhile, the other 4 engineers commenced construction. The plasma cutters affixed to their multifunctional robotic arms emitted a crackling sound as they sliced through the resilient alloy sheets with precision. High-intensity welding guns emitted dazzling sparks, seamlessly joining the segments of the model together. The entire construction process radiated a science fiction aura, marked by astonishing efficiency. Within less than half an hour, a black, watchtower-style power plant rose majestically, its sharp contours embodying industrial elegance. As the final energy module was installed, the entire structure hummed with electrical currents, and the energy conduits on its surface glowed with a cerulean light. Reporting to the commander, the power plant had been completed, and the foundational energy supply was established. System notification, energy output, 100 units per hour. Current total energy, 800, 1200. Excellent. Xiao Feng clenched his fist, his inner excitement palpable. He immediately accessed the construction interface, shifting his perspective to the square in front of the original command building at the base, and unhesitatingly selected the edifice symbolizing the supremacy of the Blackwatch Tower. Construct the Red Crown. Confirm command. Energy consumption, 500. Deploying core module of the Red Crown. The ensuing commotion was far greater than that of the power plant construction. The sky appeared to ripple as a metal module, radiating blue light. gradually descended from the void, precisely embedding itself into the square's foundation. The 5 engineers swiftly surrounded it, and the multifunctional mechanical arms commenced their work, attaching functional modules atop the core. 2 hours later, a grand structure styled as a modern military fortress emerged at a visibly rapid pace. Its exterior was a striking blend of black and white, with rigid lines. In front of the building lay a fountain square, and at its center was a large emblem of the Blackwatch Tower. The entire structure spanned the area of a football field, its overall aesthetic reminiscent of Moscow University. When the final construction task concluded, the edifice trembled violently, and an unseen wave of energy radiated outward, sweeping across the entire base. All the lights within the base illuminated in unison at that moment, giving the impression that the facility had come to life. The core structure, the Red Crown, was now complete. The commander's system was connected to the base, and the base management system had been activated. The original command system was rendered obsolete. Full authority had transferred to the Red Crown. The system voice was deactivated, and artificial intelligence was generated. Advanced functionalities such as soldier production, vehicle manufacturing, and technological research were unlocked, prompting the commander to construct corresponding auxiliary buildings promptly. All beginner tasks had been accomplished, and no further missions would be issued for an extended period. The commander was encouraged to develop independently. Subsequently, a gentle electronic female voice replaced the previous emotionless tone, resonating in Xiao Feng's ears. "Welcome back, Commander." He stood in the illuminated central circular square of the base, gazing upward at the magnificent structure known as the Red Crown, overwhelmed by the awe it inspired. The painful lessons from the campus remained vividly etched in memory. Yet at this moment, the last trace of gloom in Xiao Feng's heart dissipated completely with the completion of the Crimson Crown. He now possessed the confidence to accumulate strength continuously, ultimately sweeping across the world. Once again, he opened the construction list, his gaze falling upon the newly unlocked icon. Academy of Watch, train and deploy all infantry units, prerequisite building, power plant, armory, produce, maintain, and upgrade all ground armored vehicles, prerequisite building, power plant. A thought crossed his mind, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. "Let the spectacle begin," he murmured softly, a spark of determination flickering in his eyes. As Xiao Feng whispered, the gates of the Crimson Crown slowly opened before him. Chapter 5. Xiao Feng's Transformation Unlocked Function. Commander Suite, Conference Room. Advanced Building Construction Permissions. "Please take residence." "Commander," a female artificial intelligence voice resonated in his ear. Following this, the grand entrance of the magnificent building before Xiao Feng slid open with a hydraulic hiss, revealing its interior. Simultaneously, a refreshing stream of filtered air swept in, dispelling the unpleasant odors from the outside world. Xiao Feng inhaled deeply, then stepped into the Crimson Crown. The doors silently closed behind him, temporarily isolating him from the outside realm. Upon entering, he was greeted by a central hall that could only be described as breathtaking. The dome of the hall soared to a height of at least 30 meters, forming a perfect arc. It was not a solid structure, but rather a profound black crystal, adorned with countless shimmering blue energy conduits that flowed like a galaxy. Converging at the center of the dome, where they formed a vast pentagram and an inverted E, creating a black emblem of watchfulness that slowly rotated with the passage of time. Beneath his feet lay a surface as smooth as obsidian, perfectly reflecting the celestial dance of the dome, immersing one in a tranquil universe. With every step Xiao Feng took, the ground beneath him emanated a gentle blue halo centered around his point of contact, exuding an aesthetic of futuristic technology. The walls of the hall were constructed from cold, hard dark gray alloy, embedded with straight blue energy conduits, their lines simple yet powerful. Directly ahead loomed a colossal screen, beneath which a fan-shaped array of computers was arranged. The most striking feature of the entire hall, without a doubt, was the completely open circular area at its center, designated as the conference room. A massive round conference table stood silently in the center, seemingly carved from a single piece of an unknown black matte alloy, its surface devoid of any seams. Around the edges of the circular table, 12 ergonomically designed commander chairs were arranged in a circle. As Xiao Feng approached, the chair directly facing him illuminated the black emblem of watchfulness on its backrest. "This is my command center," Xiao Feng murmured, extending his hand to gently caress the tabletop. Feeling its cold and delicate surface, the operational conference room has been activated and commander permissions have been confirmed. As the female artificial intelligence voice resonated, a colossal three-dimensional holographic image abruptly projected at the center of the round table, depicting a real-time model of the entire military base. The power plant, the positions of soldiers, the parking spots for the APCs, and even the wandering corpses surrounding the perimeter of the base were rendered with remarkable precision on the model. Xiao Feng could even manually zoom and drag the view, bringing the perspective close to any corner to observe the status of any soldier. This sensation was 100 times more intense than viewing through the tactical screen in the APC. "Commander, your personal suite is ready. Please allow me to guide you." The voice of the female AI chimed in his ear. A gentle beam of light emanated from the ceiling, forming an arrow on the ground that pointed towards an alloy door on the left side of the hall, marked as Commander. Xiao Feng numbly nodded and followed the indication. The alloy door slid open silently, revealing a sight that once again impressed him with the system's attentiveness. A transparent elevator surrounded him, spanning only 2 floors, the first and the top. The elevator was spacious, the entire floor adorned with marble, and in the center was a set of sofas. Whether seated or standing during the ascent to the top floor, one could gaze upon the outside scenery. Upon the elevator doors opening, he was greeted by a fully equipped luxurious suite, maintaining the minimalist and austere style of the Blackwatch yet filled with human-centric comforts in its details. First was the office. A massive one-way floor-to-ceiling window occupied an entire wall, offering a panoramic view of the base and the distant G-City. In front of the base lay a large circular plaza, with a fountain featuring a water-spraying female statue at its center. A broad office desk stood before the window, completely bare. However, upon Xiao Feng's seating, several holographic operational interfaces automatically materialized, corresponding to base construction, unit production, technological research, and intelligence analysis. To the side of the office was the lounge. In the center, a soft, comfortable bed rested, while a weapon rack on the wall above the headboard could accommodate his preferred arms. The independent bathroom was fully equipped with hot water and cleaning supplies. What surprised Xiao Feng the most was that at the deepest part of the suite, there was a small entertainment room. Inside, an advanced virtual reality (VR) simulator awaited, along with a computer that housed a vast collection of films, music, books, and games from the old world, while ensuring the Commander's strategic decision-making capabilities. Maintaining your mental health and the essence of humanity is also one of the highest priorities within the system protocols, the female AI explained aptly. Leaning back in the office chair, Xiao Feng let out a long sigh. In his previous life as an ordinary individual, he had never imagined possessing all of this. Clearing his thoughts, he refocused on the holographic interface in the office and opened the base construction menu. With the completion of the Crimson Crown, 2 new building icons had been unlocked: the Guardian Academy, Barracks, which serves the function of training and deploying all infantry units, acting as the cradle for the ground forces of the Blackwatch. Currently available for production: Haisa Showang soldiers and Zhandi engineers. Construction limit: 1. Required energy: 400. Construction time: half an hour. The Armory, Vehicle Factory, functions production, maintenance, ammunition replenishment, and allows for the construction of all ground armored vehicles. Currently available for production: Huasher Armored Personnel Carrier. Construction limit: 1. Required energy: 600. Construction time: 1 hour. He glanced at the resource display in the upper right corner. Current energy: 300 out of 1,000. Energy output: 100 units per hour. The construction of the Red Crown consumed 500 energy points, leaving only 300. Not enough to build even the most basic barracks. It appears they are still quite impoverished. Xiao Feng let out a bitter smile. He then looked out the window. The sky was gradually darkening. The twilight of the apocalypse always seemed particularly desolate, with the distant skyline painted in hues of red and yellow. Sharpening the axe does not delay the woodcutter's work. Energy is the foundation of everything. He shifted his focus to a vacant plot next to the solitary power plant. Let us construct another power plant. Confirm command. Consuming 200 energy. Deploying power plant construction module. Outside the base, 5 engineers on standby immediately sprang into action, deftly commencing a new round of construction. The data disk. Commander-S Tactical Knowledge Data Disk. Please report to the first floor hall. As the female artificial intelligence's prompt echoed, a square data disk, pulsating with a blue ethereal glow, slowly rose from the platform at one side of the circular conference room. Xiao Feng stepped forward and picked up the data disk, feeling a weighty presence in his palm. This database contains detailed analyses of all classic battles since the establishment of Haisa Showang, along with over 10,000 standard and non-standard tactical plans, as well as operational regulations for various BOWs. Once integrated into the system, it will systematically optimize the Commander's strategic thinking. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Feng reflected on how his previous command experience largely stemmed from strategies honed in his past life through strategic games. Though effective, they were ultimately unorthodox. This data disk represents the true wealth accumulated by a mature and elite military organization, forged through countless bloody battles. Returning to his main seat, Xiao Feng gently inserted the data disk into a slot on the armrest of the commander's chair, confirming system integration. The moment the words left his lips, Xiao Feng felt his consciousness being abruptly drawn into a world composed of endless data. In an instant, holographic images of countless battlefields exploded in his mind. He witnessed Heisa Showang soldiers utilizing their mobility to engage in combat with agile hunters amidst the skyscrapers of Manhattan, New York. He observed how flamethrowers purified mutated creatures emerging from pipelines within underground military facilities in Europe. He personally commanded a siege against an out-of-control Bao. Every aspect of troop deployment before the battle, the division of firepower, and the reservation of backup forces were intricately interconnected. He could sense each heartbeat of the commander at that moment, every calm decision made, where a squad was sacrificed for strategic advantage, and when to command the orbital cannon to obliterate an entire contaminated zone. The experiences accumulated from his past life seemed so naive and crude in the face of these genuine laws of warfare forged with blood and steel. His previous gaming mentality was erased, only to be reassembled according to an entirely new military logic. This process was far from effortless. The overwhelming torrent of information left him with a splitting headache, his body drenched in perspiration. Thus, he sat upon the commander's throne, eyes tightly shut, his body trembling slightly. After an indeterminate period, when the deluge of information finally began to subside and integrate into every corner of his psyche, Xiao Feng abruptly opened his eyes. His entire demeanor had transformed. If he had once been akin to a sheep, he now resembled a fierce tiger. Upon completing this transformation, a profound fatigue washed over him. Guided by the artificial intelligence assistant, he found the cafeteria located on the first floor of the living quarters. It too was devoid of any presence. Yet several fully automated food dispensers had already been activated. After a prolonged deliberation, Xiao Feng ultimately chose a bowl of Dongbei Guaqiao Mixian, relishing each bite until he was thoroughly satisfied. After his meal, he returned to his suite, indulging in a refreshing hot shower before donning a clean black military uniform. Subsequently, he unceremoniously sprawled on the soft bed, and almost as soon as his head touched the pillow, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The next day, as the first rays of dawn pierced through the apocalyptic mist and illuminated the base, Xiao Feng opened his eyes promptly. He had dreamt not at all. "Good morning, Commander." The voice of the female artificial intelligence assistant resonated punctually. Base status report. Energy reserves at 24002-400. Energy output at 200 units per hour. All units are functioning normally. No anomalies detected in the alert zones. Excellent, Xiao Feng replied, swiftly rising to wash and dress before heading to the office. Gazing out at the two power plants providing energy to the base, he unhesitatingly issued new orders. Commence construction of the Watchtower Academy and the Armory. Orders confirmed and dispatched to engineering units. 5 battlefield engineers divided into 2 teams, simultaneously initiating the construction of the 2 core military edifices. Xiao Feng watched with keen interest from the window, observing their labor. 2 pale blue architectural blueprints were projected, with the Watchtower Academy designated for a spacious area to the left of the base. Its foundation was laid deep, and the overall structure was low and sturdy, resembling a large fortress. The exterior walls were constructed from reinforced composite armor plates, adorned with shooting apertures for defense. Atop the building stood a colossal statue depicting a horde of zombies encircling the feet of a black-clad sentinel, all gazing upward with outstretched hands. While the sentinel held a firearm in one hand and a torch ablaze with fierce flames in the other. On the opposite side, the armory presented an entirely different spectacle. The entire structure manifests as a colossal T-shape, its primary framework constructed from prefabricated, thickened reinforced concrete modules interspersed with black, fortified steel plates. The enormous hexagonal bolts are prominently displayed, exuding a raw and unrefined aesthetic of utilitarianism, reminiscent of the GDI tank factory in Mingling Yujingfu. The architectural style bears a striking resemblance. The main body of the arms factory serves as the production workshop, its lofty edifice adorned with robust exhaust pipes and cooling fans. And even from a considerable distance, Xiao Feng can discern the unique sounds emanating from within, characteristic of heavy industry. The horizontal segment of the T serves as the exit and maintenance platform. A massive hydraulic gate, sufficient to accommodate 2 main battle tanks side by side, stands firmly closed. Its surface is painted with alternating black and yellow warning stripes, while a large Blackwatch tower emblem is emblazoned prominently in the center. Flanking the gate are open maintenance bays, allowing for the upkeep of vehicles. Half an hour later, the Watchtower Academy was the first to be completed. The Watchtower Academy has been established. The infantry unit production queue has been unlocked. An hour later, The arms factory signaled its own completion. The arms factory has been established. The ground vehicle production queue has been unlocked. Current energy, 14002-400. With a stable supply of troops and vehicle production capabilities, he can finally shift from passive defense to proactive offense. Chapter 6. The first shot fired. Xiao Feng withdrew his gaze from the window, focusing on the holographic operational interface before him. Although the two buildings were now complete, he harbored no immediate intention to deploy troops. He understood that warfare fundamentally hinges on logistics, particularly energy. Currently, the output from the two power plants merely alleviated the base's energy deficit. It was far from sufficient to sustain a mechanized force in prolonged combat. His fingers glided across the interface, selecting the 6 contiguous plots adjacent to the power plants. Construct 6 power plants. Energy cost, X 1200. Deploying 6 power plant building modules. Outside the base, the 5 battlefield engineers resumed their activities, simultaneously commencing work on the designated plots. The foundations were swiftly excavated, and the modular shells were meticulously welded together. He then switched interfaces, calling up the production queues for the Watchtower Academy and Arms Factory. With a few deft taps on the virtual interface, he queued the production tasks. In the barracks queue, he ordered 50 Blackwatch soldiers, 6 standard squads, in addition to the 2 soldiers lost previously. In the Arms Factory queue, he initiated the production of 2 Badger-class armored personnel carriers. Upon completing these tasks, his remaining energy, a mere 200 points, was instantly exhausted, the figure flashing a vivid red 0. Yet, Xiao Feng remained unfazed. As the newly constructed 6 power plants reached completion, a cascade of blue light enveloped the area, and the energy output figures in the upper right corner of the base began to fluctuate wildly. Energy output, 200 units per hour surged to 800 units per hour. Energy reserve cap, 2,400 expanded to 9,600. A tremendous influx of energy flooded the base network, and the previously halted production queues due to energy shortages commenced once more. As time elapsed, the entrance at the base of the statue in the Shuangxian opened, revealing the ranks of the Blackwatch troops assembled at the designated rally point. The hydraulic gate of the armory, emblazoned with the imposing black emblem of the watch, emitted a series of completion signals. 2 brand-new Badger APCs, clad in specially crafted black composite armor, were stationed at their assigned spots. Over 2 hours later, all production tasks were successfully accomplished. In the base square, 64 Blackwatch soldiers and 4 Badger APCs stood in precise formation, awaiting the command of their leader. Xiao Feng chose not to direct operations from the command center. As this was the first true engagement in combat, he desired to be present on the front lines. He turned away from his quarters and took the elevator directly to the ground floor. Upon boarding one of the APCs, he stated, "The primary objective of this mission is to assess the troops' capabilities while simultaneously gathering intelligence. I hereby command the units to proceed to the industrial zone 3 kilometers east of the base to eliminate all visible zombies. All units, move out." The soldiers boarded the vehicles in succession, and soon the engines of the 4 Badger APCs roared to life, driving out of the base's gates and stirring up clouds of dust. As they advanced, abandoned vehicles lay strewn across the cracked roadway, remnants of blood and severed limbs trailing behind. The collapsed ruins of buildings seemed to whisper tales of the tragic events that had transpired. A few scattered zombies, drawn by the sound of the engines, stumbled out from the shadows. At the forefront of the formation, the 127mm remote-controlled heavy machine gun atop the APC spun into action, effortlessly obliterating the heads of the approaching zombies. Dark crimson blood splattered across the ground as the bodies fell back under the force of the bullets. Zombie eliminated. 1. Intelligence gained. 1. The artificial intelligence prompts continued to refresh, yet Xiao Feng did not even bat an eyelid. Such a level of threat required no orders from him. The 127mm remote-controlled turret was more than capable of handling it autonomously. The convoy continued deeper into the industrial zone, gradually approaching their target. The buildings here were predominantly tall factories, limiting visibility. "Stop the vehicles. Team 1 and Team 2 disembark and establish a fan-shaped perimeter for reconnaissance," commanded Xiao Feng. The 2 APCs came to a halt, their rear doors opening to allow 16 Blackwatch soldiers to swiftly exit, alternating in cover as they advanced towards a massive abandoned steel mill. However, shortly after they had moved forward, several zombie dogs erupted from behind a building. Woof, woof, woof. Almost immediately, as if provoking a hornet's nest, a throng of figures surged from various exits of the factory, ordinary zombies mingling with the zombie dogs. Xiao Feng exhibited no signs of panic this time. He commanded, "Retreat and regroup with the vehicles to establish a defensive line." The Blackwatch soldiers quickly fell back. executing precise shots to eliminate the leading zombie dogs as they withdrew. Following the dogs was an endless tide of zombies, gradually coalescing into a horde that spilled from the factory, advancing towards the position of the convoy. The sheer number of them was overwhelming. As far as the eye could see, the entire factory plaza was almost entirely filled, and the writhing heads of the masses were beyond estimation. All units, prepare for battle. Xiao Feng's pupils constricted slightly, and adrenaline surged within him. The remaining 6 squads, comprising 48 soldiers, surged forth from the APCs, under Xiao Feng's command. For Badger APCs swiftly repositioned themselves, their fronts facing outward, forming a semicircular makeshift defensive line. For remote-controlled heavy machine guns simultaneously aimed at the advancing horde. The soldiers utilized the APCs as cover, rapidly establishing 3 intersecting fields of fire. At the forefront were the assault troops. In the middle were the grenadiers and light machine gunners, while the snipers, responsible for precision strikes, held the rear. Open fire, without unnecessary dialogue. Seizing the moment while the tide of corpses was still distant, Xiao Feng issued the command to commence fire. Boom, boom, boom. The grenadiers took the initiative, launching their underbarrel grenade launchers, which erupted with flames as several high-explosive fragmentation grenades descended into the dense mass of corpses. The violent explosions instantaneously cleared circular areas with diameters of 5 to 6 meters, severed limbs, and dark red blood splattering in all directions. Simultaneously, for 127mm heavy machine guns unleashed torrents of orange fire toward the advancing corpses, the searing shell casings clattering to the ground, rapidly accumulating into small hills of brass. The high-speed belt of ammunition was swiftly delivering each bullet into the chamber. The rapidly rotating heavy machine gun rounds effortlessly tore through decaying flesh, each bullet piercing through the bodies of 67 zombies. Some heads vanished in an instant, while others were cleaved in half, their upper bodies still futilely crawling forward, intestines trailing behind, while their lower halves were already lost to sight. Many more were repeatedly struck in the dense rain of bullets, their forms reduced to indistinguishable masses of gore under the impact of the firepower. The 4 lines of fire swept back and forth through the horde, systematically annihilating the zombies at the forefront. However, the rear ranks of the horde pressed on fearlessly, treading over the corpses of their fallen comrades, only to be shredded into pieces by the next barrage. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The light machine gunners also squeezed their triggers, the high rate of fire of the M249 forming an impenetrable web of firepower. Any zombie that breached the heavy machine gun barrage would be instantly reduced to a sieve. The battle reached its fever pitch within the first second. Yet, for this wave of corpses, it was but a mere trifle. The true threat lay with the fast-moving zombie dogs mingling among the horde. They utilized the bodies of the zombies as cover, deftly evading the sweeping fire of the heavy machine guns, slipping through the gaps in the barrage and lunging directly at the soldiers' defenses. Target the zombie dogs, free fire. Xiao Feng shifted his command focus. The soldiers immediately responded. Each bullet fired from the assault troops' M4A1 rifles found its mark with precision, striking the heads of the zombie dogs. Just as one soldier had just dispatched a zombie dog ahead, another suddenly lunged from the shadows to the side, mouth agape, poised to sever his neck. The comrade beside him did not even turn his head. With a swift motion, he flicked his rifle, delivering a precise blind shot that obliterated the skull of a zombie dog. Nevertheless, the sheer number of these creatures remained overwhelming. One zombie dog managed to breach the line of fire, crashing into a soldier's ballistic vest, the tremendous impact sending him sprawling to the ground. The remaining zombie dogs followed in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of stun grenades were thrown, the deafening noise plunging the surrounding zombie dogs into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the soldier raised his weapon and dispatched the zombie dog that had lunged at him. Xiao Feng, within the command vehicle, observed the battlefield with a calm demeanor. The intelligence points surged at an unprecedented rate. To the left, at the 10 o'clock position, small clusters of zombie dogs were under fire suppression from grenade launchers. To the right, a fan-shaped formation of light machine gunners focused their fire on the encroaching horde from behind abandoned vehicles. The soldiers instantly adjusted their tactics, their firepower meticulously coordinated. The onslaught of zombies was firmly pinned down about 50 meters from their position. A thick layer of corpses had begun to accumulate there, dark crimson blood pooling into streams that flowed across the remains and the ground. Just then, the tactical screen displayed a sudden and intense fluctuation in energy signals emanating from deep within the steel factory. Warning: high-intensity biological energy reaction detected. Unit designation: G-Zombie. Threat level: moderate to conventional armed units, lethal to unarmed personnel. Characteristics: commands ordinary zombies, possesses visual tracking, Asymmetrically mutated limbs. Weakness analysis. The G-virus carrier is the weakest, with its core vulnerability located in the eyeball on its shoulder or chest. A precise strike can temporarily blind and throw it into a frenzy, with the head being a secondary target. Due to its metabolism being violently catalyzed by the virus, it has a low resistance to fire and explosive damage. This information has been recorded in the database, reported the artificial intelligence. A guttural roar, distinct and ominous, emanated from within the steel factory. Following this, a dilapidated concrete wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, revealing a massive silhouette emerging from the dust. The creature stood nearly 3 meters tall, with certain limbs grotesquely swollen. Its surface marred by asymmetrical, tumor-like growths that were utterly repulsive. One of its arms had become exceedingly robust, ending in savage, bony claws. Most disconcerting of all was the enormous eyeball that had formed on its shoulder, perpetually rotating, filled with madness and brutality. G-zombie. A wave of dread washed over Xiao Feng. He had not anticipated encountering a G-virus-infected entity in this location, akin to facing the ultimate boss just after stepping out of the novice village. Upon its emergence, the G-zombie did not charge immediately. Instead, it unleashed a ferocious roar toward the heavens. With this cry, the entire horde's modus operandi transformed instantly. The previously chaotic and disorganized zombies seemed to receive a command, beginning to assault the defensive line at a singular point. Meanwhile, the zombie dogs grew increasingly cunning, attempting to flank the defensive position from both sides. It was orchestrating the horde. Xiao Feng understood immediately. All heavy artillery, concentrate fire on the G-zombie. Snipers, aim for its eye. While the assault troops and machine gunners continue to suppress the advancing horde, we must not allow them to breach our defenses. Bang! The sniper has fired, and the armor-piercing round from the high-precision rifle carved a straight trajectory through the air, striking the massive eyeball with pinpoint accuracy. With a splatter, the eyeball exploded, sending forth a spray of yellow-green viscous fluid. Roar! The G-zombie emitted a howl of excruciating pain, spiraling into a frenzy. It flailed its enormous bony claws, shredding nearby zombies that could not evade in time into pieces. The command of the horde was abruptly disrupted, plunging it into chaos once more. Simultaneously, another sniper and several grenade soldiers had also locked onto the target. Under the relentless barrage, the G-zombie's colossal form was riddled with wounds, ultimately collapsing onto the ground littered with corpses, silenced forever. G-zombie exterminated, intelligence gained, 200. Fortunately, this G-zombie did not possess a second form, otherwise, we would have had to flee once again. With the artificial intelligence's prompt, the weight in Xiao Feng's heart finally lifted. With the demise of the G-zombie, this battle was nearing its conclusion. The number of zombies began to visibly dwindle. No new infected emerged from the steel factory. Assault troops, secure the battlefield, eliminate remaining enemies, and gather the bodies for incineration. 32 assault troops immediately formed an attack formation, stepping over the corpses of zombies as they steadily advanced forward. Their rifles emitted a series of short bursts, dispatching the remaining struggling zombies one by one. After another 10 minutes, the gunfire finally subsided. Now, the entire industrial area South Factory Square was strewn with the bodies of the infected, roughly tallying 5,000. Remarkably, none of Xiao Feng's troops had perished. Only 2 soldiers sustained minor injuries from the impact, and after receiving basic medical treatment on the APC, they were deemed well enough to continue. Preparations to return to base commenced. Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction, then exhaled deeply. Intelligence, 6740. This battle had yielded over 6,000 points of intelligence. This substantial wealth would usher in a qualitative leap for his base. At that moment, a soldier from the Blackwatch reported some issues. Commander, we have discovered something behind the recently shattered wall. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, what is it? It is not an infected entity, but we suggest you take a look personally. Following the soldier's lead, Xiao Feng entered a dimly lit warehouse. A pungent odor of blood mingled with a chemical stench reminiscent of a biological laboratory assaulted his senses. Coughing, Xiao Feng momentarily struggled to adjust, clearing his throat. Then he beheld a scene far removed from his expectations. Instead of zombie corpses, a chilling sight awaited him. The walls were smeared with dark red, sinister symbols. There was a depiction of an enormous eyeball. This symbol exuded malevolence and madness, instilling a sense of dread with merely a glance. Beneath the symbol lay the remnants of a sacrificial site. The bodies of 5 or 6 survivors lay contorted upon the ground, their expressions a haunting tableau of agony and despair, clearly having endured inhuman torment before their demise. This was not the work of the undead. What astonished Xiao Feng even more was the aberration evident in one of the corpses. The chest of the male body had been gruesomely split open, yet an abnormal growth. The size of a fist bulged grotesquely at the shoulder. The surface of this tumor shimmered with a sickly waxen hue, and at its center, a murky, oversized eye fixated on the ceiling, as if silently accusing some unseen force. Clearly, this was a failed experiment. Commander, there are no signs of the assailants at the scene. But based on the traces, it appears the ritual took place 2 weeks ago, stated the squad leader calmly. This revelation suggested the existence of an organization nearby, a group of lunatics who reveled in spreading the virus, even venerating it as a deity. Moments later, the convoy reassembled without delay and turned back towards the base. As for the bodies, Xiao Feng commanded the soldiers to incinerate them. Upon returning to the Chai's Guanghuang base, Xiao Feng proceeded directly to the command center. The emergence of a new crisis weighed heavily upon him, though fortunately, neither side had yet discovered the other's presence. The Storm Research Center, designed to utilize intelligence resources obtained from combat and exploration to unlock all upgrades, served as the cornerstone of the technological advancements of the Blackwatch. Upon unlocking the building, the barracks would be able to produce scientists. Construction required 1,000 energy, 2,000 intelligence. Construction time 3 hours. Authorization for construction granted. Following his orders, 5 engineers were dispatched once more. Behind the main base, a structure distinctly different in style from the barracks and armory gradually neared completion. Its design resembled an upward-facing cross-section, with the remaining parts forming a semi-spherical shape embedded in the ground, entirely clad in a silvery hue that exuded a sense of futuristic technology. 3 hours later, the Storm Research Center was completed. Xiao Feng was the first to enter. The interior of the building was predominantly white, illuminated by the glow of blue energy conduits, creating a visually striking environment. Countless intricate instruments and server arrays operated quietly, while several scientists clad in white lab coats diligently attended to their respective tasks. Commander, welcome to the Storm Research Center. The initial technology tree has been unlocked. Please proceed with your research, the voice of the artificial intelligence announced. Xiao Feng approached the main control console, where a vast holographic technology tree unfurled before him. It was divided into 4 primary branches: infantry equipment, vehicle enhancements, base upgrades, and virus research. Currently, only the first 3 branches were illuminated, with the Tier 1 technologies within them available for utilization. Subsequently, Xiao Feng employed the intelligence points he had just acquired to select a priority option. Infantry equipment. The general production license for specialized ammunition, once unlocked, would enable the armory to mass-produce armor-piercing tracer rounds for all corresponding weapons, assault soldiers, light machine gunners, 127mm heavy machine guns, etc., thereby enhancing the sustained combat capabilities of troops when facing elite bows. This would consume 4,000 intelligence. On the technology tree, the gray icon was now illuminated. Immediately, all units were equipped with the new ammunition, and the relevant production parameters were dispatched to the armory to establish a new ammunition production line. The directive has been recorded. Chapter 7. Constructing the defensive lines. Several days had passed, and the Qisei Guanwang GD had undergone a remarkable transformation. Building upon the foundation of the original 8 power plants, Xiao Feng had commanded the construction of an additional 12. The energy matrix formed by the 20 power plants propelled the energy output figures in the upper right corner of the base to astonishing heights, thereby completely resolving the issue of energy insufficiency. The military forces had also experienced significant expansion. The Watchtower Academy and the Armory operated almost around the clock, and the base now boasted a standing force of Black Watchers, which had grown to 2 companies, totaling 256 personnel. Meanwhile, the number of Badger-type APCs had increased to 16, forming a complete armored transport assault team. Simultaneously, Xiao Feng had produced 10 new battlefield engineers, raising the total number of his engineering corps to 15, sufficient to support larger-scale infrastructure projects. No longer were there merely 5 individuals laboring, much to the amusement of all. At this moment, further afield at the periphery of the base, a grand engineering endeavor was underway. 15 battlefield engineers were constructing robust outposts along a predetermined defensive line, located 2 kilometers from the base's perimeter. This was the first defensive structure unlocked at the Storm Research Center using intelligence points by Xiao Feng, the standardized outpost. The construction process of the standardized outpost perfectly embodied the pragmatic aesthetic of the Black Watchers. Initially, the foundation was rapidly poured with a specially formulated, fast-setting high-strength concrete, which solidified within a mere 10 minutes, adequately supporting the subsequent structures. Following this, the modular main structure was precisely positioned by multifunctional engineering arms. At the heart of the outpost stood a concrete defense tower approximately 10 meters in height. The tower was not a singular unit, but rather composed of several large prefabricated modules, securely fastened with high-strength alloy rivets, and enveloped in a layer of black composite armor capable of effectively resisting explosive shrapnel. The interior of the tower was hollow, equipped with a spiral staircase leading to the top and an ammunition conveyance system. Adjacent to the tower was a slightly shorter guard booth, which integrated the control terminal and identity recognition system of the outpost. In front of both the tower and the guard booth, an automatically rising and lowering barrier spanned the roadway. Centered around the outpost, a 3-meter-high barbed wire fence extended outward, linking with the fences of other outposts to form a secure defensive belt. The most critical component of the entire outpost was the dual metallic hinged suspension atop the defense tower, capable of dynamically adjusting its angle of elevation based on battlefield conditions, with a base that could rotate 360 degrees. This suspension was equipped with an automatic dual-barrel 762mm caliber M134 heavy machine gun, effective against both ground and aerial targets. Beside the machine gun was a compact sensor array, which integrated thermal imaging and dynamic tracking capabilities. Xiao Feng's plan was to construct a machine gun defensive line composed of 32 standardized outposts, with the Qisei Guanwang serving as the nucleus. The outposts will be interconnected by underground cables, facilitating the sharing of energy and data. Any adversary, be it the horde of the undead or other surviving factions, wishing to assault Chai's Guanghuang must first breach this defensive line. Ammunition will be allocated to soldiers for manual resupply at the armory based on system prompts. Commander, all outpost modules have been deployed and are undergoing final energy line connections and system debugging. The first outer defense line is expected to officially activate in 15 minutes. Announced the voice of the artificial intelligence assistant. The automated defense system has been activated. As the assistant's alert sounded, all remote-controlled turrets of the outpost simultaneously rotated, their red sensors flashing briefly before entering standby mode. Excellent, Xiao Feng nodded, directing his gaze toward the holographic interface in the office. He accessed the base construction menu, moving the cursor to a new building icon. Radar Center, Communications Center, function, provides battlefield radar scanning, dispels the fog of war, unlocks the minimap feature on the holographic interface, and serves as a prerequisite for advanced technological structures. Construction requirements: Energy 1200, Intelligence 1000. Prerequisite structure: Armory. Construction time: 2 hours. This is it, he decided, opting to construct the radar center on the reserved space to the east of the command center. Confirming order: it has been dispatched to the engineering unit. Outside the base, 15 engineers, who had just completed the finishing touches on the outposts, immediately transitioned to begin construction of the new building. The chosen site for the radar center was on elevated terrain. A faint blue projection of the construction blueprint materialized on the high ground, forming a massive circular base, followed by the modular assembly of a structure resembling an inverted cone. Atop the building rested a colossal dish-shaped antenna, exceeding 50 meters in diameter. The surface of the antenna was adorned with intricate sensor arrays, while a towering signal mast soared at its center, its tip pulsating with green light. As the engineers operated, the antenna gradually unfurled, tilting skyward. Inside the structure, countless server arrays were installed, with complex wiring connecting the antenna to the main control computer underground. Xiao Feng took the elevator to ground level and boarded an APC to personally inspect the outer defense line. As he approached the first outpost, the machine gun turret atop it immediately pivoted, a red scanning beam enveloping the vehicle. Identity verification in progress. Black Guardian Commander authorization confirmed. Welcome, Commander. The synthesized voice from the outpost's built-in speaker announced as the entrance barrier lifted. Xiao Feng commanded the vehicle to halt. He disembarked and meticulously examined every detail of the outpost, caressing the cold alloy walls and savoring the unique sense of security they provided. Satisfied, he nodded. With this defensive line in place, the daily vigilance of the base would be significantly alleviated, enabling him to liberate more soldiers from patrol duties and form a larger mobile strike force. 2 hours later, he returned to the command center of Chai's Guanghuang. The radar center had been completed. The immense dish-shaped antenna rotates slowly at a fixed frequency, sending invisible waves radiating outward. The radar center has been activated, and the regional scanning system is online, connecting to the commander's operational system. With the prompt from the artificial intelligence assistant, the large three-dimensional holographic model before Xiao Feng undergoes a remarkable transformation. Initially, the model displayed only a 5-kilometer radius around the base. Beyond that lay a shrouded expanse of war fog. However, as a blue scanning wave emanates from the center of the model, that fog retreats rapidly. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 50 kilometers. Soon, The outline of the entire city emerges before Xiao Feng with unprecedented clarity. Abandoned streets, collapsed buildings, dried-up rivers, and even the various parks scattered throughout the city are meticulously restored to their former states. Furthermore, numerous luminous points begin to appear on the map. Undoubtedly, the majority of these are red dots representing zombies, scattered throughout every corner of the city, in many areas. The red dots are so densely packed that they merge into vast, dangerous zones, signifying massive hordes. Is this the complete picture of the city? Xiao Feng murmurs, his eyes glimmering with astonishment. This is a truly real-time updated strategic dynamic map. With it, Xiao Feng is no longer a blind man in this apocalyptic world. He can foresee the movements of the zombie tide, plan the safest exploration routes, discover resource points hidden deep within the city, and even locate other survivors. Xiao Feng continuously zooms in on the map, his view gliding over the ruins as he scrutinizes every detail. He gazes upon the city from a divine perspective. Just then, a signal, starkly different from all the other luminous points, momentarily flickers at the edge of the map. Chapter 8. Distress signal at the coordinates, 759 for 133. An anomalous signal source has been detected, with weak intensity and diminishing strength. A military signal has been captured, but the source is extremely distant and intermittent, making it impossible to pinpoint. The voice of the artificial intelligence assistant suddenly breaks the silence in the command center, drawing Xiao Feng's focus to the flashing light on the holographic model. It is a green dot, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding sea of red representing the zombie horde. Xiao Feng magnifies the map coordinates. The perspective of the model rapidly zooms in. The ruins of the city flashing by, ultimately locking onto a cluster of towering buildings. It is a large hospital, the first People's Hospital in the city center. The green dot is located at the highest level of the hospital's main building. Attempting to decipher the signal content is not a priority at this moment. Command received. Signal amplification and decryption are in progress, with decryption algorithms matching. Success rates rise, 17, 34, 68, 99, decryption complete. A segment of distorted audio, interspersed with static, begins to play intermittently through the speakers of the command center. Here lies the Central City Hospital, broadcasting a desperate plea to anyone who can receive this signal. We are the last survivors of this hospital. The voice, trembling with fear, belongs to a woman. We are trapped on the top floor, with approximately 60 to 70 individuals remaining, most of whom are doctors and nurses, along with a few patients. Those monsters are nearing the rooftop. We have barricaded the rooftop door, yet our supplies of food and water are dwindling. Outside, the streets are teeming with monsters. Please, someone save us. The voice suddenly ceased, and the signal was irretrievably lost. A profound silence enveloped the command center, broken only by the low hum of the servers. Xiao Feng's expression turned gravely serious. His gaze returned to the holographic map. Centered around the hospital, the red dots representing zombies densely clustered to a terrifying extent, transforming the area into a deep crimson hue. It was evident that any rescue operation would generate such a commotion that it would attract nearly all infected entities in the vicinity. Extracting dozens of survivors from this sea of corpses would prove as formidable as extracting a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Commander, according to radar scans and urban database analysis, there are at least 3 large-scale zombie hordes surrounding the target location, with an estimated zombie count exceeding 100,000. Furthermore, the high-density buildings may harbor advanced bows such as lickers and hunters. The risk assessment for the rescue operation is extremely high, with a success rate projected to be below 40. The potential consequences could result in significant losses for our forces, and extensive combat would likely attract even more infected entities, potentially culminating in a horde large enough to threaten our base. The artificial intelligence assistant calmly analyzed the situation, laying the harsh reality before Xiao Feng. To abandon the mission seemed the most rational choice. To gamble the safety of oneself and the entire base for the sake of a few strangers was a calculation that did not favor the odds. Xiao Feng remained silent, his hands pressed against the cold command table, his eyes fixed on the faint green dot on the map. He recalled the terror and helplessness he felt when he first arrived in this world, facing the zombies alone. He remembered the purpose behind the establishment of this base. Not merely for survival, but to rekindle the flame of civilization upon this desolate land. He gazed at the statue of the Black Sentinel, holding a torch. The spark of civilization lies not only in external factors, but also in humanity itself. If he were to stand idly by and allow others to perish, what difference would there be between the Black Sentinel force he had painstakingly built and those marauders who knew only plunder and slaughter? Reason urged him to abandon the mission. Yet something deep within his soul cried out fervently. After a long pause, Xiao Feng slowly straightened, casting aside all hesitation and struggle, replaced by an unwavering resolve. Risk assessments and success rates are based on conventional combat simulations, he declared confidently. But we are not a conventional force. We are the Black Sentinel. He extended his hand and traced a straight crimson line on the holographic sand table, originating from the Chi-Se-Guan-Wang base and heading directly towards the city center hospital. We shall not entangle ourselves with the horde of corpses, nor shall we engage in a war of attrition. We will strike like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the sea of the dead to reach our objective. With utmost speed and the most formidable firepower, we shall complete the rescue and then withdraw immediately. This, indeed, embodies the most renowned tactic of World War II, blitzkrieg. He lifted his gaze, as if penetrating the walls of the command center, looking towards the hospital shrouded in a mass of corpses. A mere horde of the dead cannot deter us. They are but a flock of worthless chickens and dogs. Orders. Xiao Feng's voice suddenly rose in intensity. All combat units, immediately enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. Armored units, all Badger APCs, check fuel and ammunition and conduct pre-battle maintenance. Assemble all infantry and distribute full ammunition. The battlefield engineering team, prepare to accompany and handle demolition and obstacle clearance. Activate the outer defense line upon detection of a large-scale horde moving towards the base. Authorization for free fire is granted. A series of commands emanated from the command center, and alarm bells echoed through the air. Soldiers swiftly assembled in the square, while squad leaders vocally issued orders and distributed ammunition crates. One by one, Badger APCs underwent final inspections on the maintenance platform. The roar of engines and the commands of officers intertwined, filling the base with an atmosphere of impending battle. Xiao Feng took a deep breath and turned towards his quarters. He donned a black and white combat uniform of the Blackwatch soldiers, glanced at the wristband on his arm, slung an M4A1 assault rifle across his chest, checked his tactical pistol at his waist, and entered the elevator without looking back. This time, he would personally lead this team into the sea of corpses to reclaim humanity's hope. Chapter 9, Thunderous Rescue, revised as per netizen suggestions. The protagonist shall not engage in combat during this operation. Commander, the Blackwatch unit has assembled. 256 personnel, all present. 16 Badger APCs are in excellent condition, equipped with armor-piercing tracer rounds and fully loaded with ammunition. 5 battlefield engineers are on standby and ready to depart, reported a captain from the Blackwatch, standing before Xiao Feng. Without further ado, Xiao Feng commanded, "Board the vehicles. You will lead this operation." Understood. The soldiers promptly boarded their designated APCs, organized into standard combat teams. The red lights within the vehicle flickered, casting a grim countenance on each soldier's face. Departure. With a roar, the engines of the 16 APCs ignited simultaneously, their wheels kicking up clouds of dust as they surged towards the recently opened main gate of the base. We had officially exited the confines of the base and entered the execution phase of Blitzkrieg. The objective, First People's Hospital in the city center. Estimated time of arrival, 25 minutes, the captain remarked while glancing at his watch. Xiao Feng returned to the command center, where a colossal three-dimensional map of the city was being updated in real time on the holographic command platform before him. Taking advantage of this moment of respite, Xiao Feng utilized the system to acquire 8 power plants, while the Guardian Academy and the Armory continued their relentless operations around the clock. Combat units eagerly joined the roster, and engineers were tasked with reinforcing the walls. The convoy, following a route meticulously mapped by artificial intelligence, surged straight towards the city center. Flanking this route were countless crimson dots, emblematic of the zombies. The convoy moved at breakneck speed. The Badger-type APC, a wheeled armored vehicle, traversed the abandoned city thoroughfare with ease, effortlessly exceeding speeds of 80 kilometers per hour. The zombies lurking along the streets were drawn in by the thunderous roar of the engines, shrieking as they lunged forward. The command was given to fire at will. The rapid staccato of gunfire erupted. The 127mm remote-controlled heavy machine guns mounted atop the APCs unleashed a hail of bullets. The searing belt of ammunition was swiftly expelled, golden-tipped armor-piercing tracer rounds effortlessly reducing the oncoming ordinary zombies to mere pulpy remnants. Some scattered zombies in the middle of the road barely had time to react before being struck by the speeding APC, crushed beneath it. And even those fortunate enough to survive were mercilessly ground into paste by the armored vehicles trailing behind. The convoy's speed remained unimpeded. However, the city's intricate environment soon posed challenges. Commander, a major intersection 300 meters ahead is obstructed by a plethora of abandoned vehicles, rendering it impassable, reported the driver. On the holographic map, the intersection had already been marked as a red hazard zone. Engineering team, prepare for action, The captain commanded without hesitation. Squad 1 and Squad 2. Dismount and maintain vigilance. The remaining vehicles will hold formation and provide covering fire. The captain continued. Do not concern yourselves with noise. What matters now is time. Understood. The convoy came to a swift halt. The doors of 2 APCs swung open, and over 30 black-clad Guardian soldiers poured out, quickly establishing a crossfire defensive line on either side of the intersection using their vehicles as cover. Simultaneously, 2 battlefield engineers, toolbox in hand, dashed towards the barricade formed by a dozen cars and an overturned bus, shielded by the soldiers. With practiced efficiency, they extracted specialized plastic explosives from their toolbox and positioned them at critical structural points of the blockade. Boom, boom. The shockwaves from the explosions sent debris flying, forcibly creating a passageway. Get in, we move forward. The entire operation flowed seamlessly, consuming little time. As they ventured deeper into the urban expanse, the level of threat escalated. Warning, high-speed biological signals detected on the left and right sides of the skyscrapers. Confirmation, lickers. As the artificial intelligence's alarm echoed, blood-red figures suddenly emerged from the windows of several office buildings, their clawed limbs deeply embedding into the walls as they scurried at high speed towards the convoy's APCs. Targets locked, anti-air mode activated. The heavy machine guns atop 6 or 7 APCs swiftly elevated their angles, and the fire control systems instantaneously locked onto the crimson figures scaling the walls. The rapid gunfire erupted once more. Golden armor-piercing tracer rounds spewed forth, creating a dense barrage that instantaneously enveloped the Licker's trajectory, leaving a trail of bullet marks etched into the walls. Although the Lickers evaded several bullets by changing direction, they ultimately could not outpace the computer-assisted fire control system. A couple of 127mm armor-piercing rounds accurately struck their scapulae or chests, the immense kinetic energy instantaneously obliterating half of their bodies, causing them to scream in agony as they fell from the walls, where they were subsequently ground into a pulp by the APC that followed closely behind. Some were even reduced to mere components midair, with blood and flesh splattering onto the vehicle. The soldiers inside the cabin remained oblivious, silently checking their weapons. The heavy machine gun atop the vehicle continued its relentless firing. After 20 minutes, a vast complex surrounded by towering skyscrapers emerged at the edge of their vision. They had arrived at the First People's Hospital in the city center. All streets within a radius of several kilometers surrounding the hospital were completely filled with an endless horde of zombies. Several defenders' vehicles lay abandoned around the hospital, and the checkpoint at the main entrance lay in ruins, silently narrating the grim reality of the past. The densely packed zombies writhed together, emitting a spine-chilling cacophony of growls. Commander, radar indicates that the zombie density here is over 10 times that of the outer regions, with an estimated count exceeding 200,000, the artificial intelligence announced. Xiao Feng, observing the convoy's status in the command center, merely nodded slightly, confident in the strength of the Heisei Shou Wang. The captain's gaze pierced through the bulletproof glass, fixating on the main building of the hospital, engulfed by the sea of corpses. Order all vehicles to redirect all firepower. Clear a path to the hospital entrance and establish a secure landing zone. Understood. The leading APC accelerated fiercely, plunging into the tide of zombies. Countless undead were mowed down, only to be crushed into flesh patties by the tires of the vehicles that followed. The convoy, facing immense resistance, struggled to advance. The heavy machine gun on the roof fired furiously, the golden armor-piercing tracer rounds slicing through the horde like a scythe through wheat, carving temporary passages. At last, the convoy reached the main entrance of the hospital. On the other side of the city, atop the abandoned central shopping plaza, the once luxurious revolving restaurant lay in ruins. A bald, muscular man was diligently wiping down a modified A-74 with a filthy rag. The deep scar that ran across his cheek appeared even more menacing in the dim light of an oil lamp. He was the leader of all in this area. Bald Vulture Buck, a diminutive subordinate, dashed in, breathless with excitement. Boss, there's a commotion in the city center to the east. Curse it, what's the hurry? Buck snapped impatiently, slamming his rifle onto the table. Speak clearly. Vehicles. Lots of armored vehicles. And many soldiers in black. The subordinate pointed frantically towards the east, babbling incoherently. Buck's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet, seizing a pair of binoculars and rushing to the rooftop. As he squinted to discern the armored vehicles moving towards the city center, shock and apprehension flickered in his eyes. Who were these newcomers? He murmured to himself, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. These are not merely survivors. They are an army. Boss, we. Shut up. Buck interrupted his subordinate, his expression fluctuating between hope and dread. The fire of greed burned fiercely within him. Yet the cunning and suspicion cultivated during his mercenary career forced him to regain his composure. Send a few of the sharpest lads to follow them, and ensure they do not catch on. I need to ascertain who they are, where they are headed, and what their intentions are. Furthermore, Buck turned his gaze, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Find out just how much oil and water their lair possesses. Such a fat sheep cannot be allowed to be snatched away by others. The scene shifts back to the hospital. The checkpoint at the front of the hospital had become a natural barrier. 16 APCs swiftly adjusted their positions, their fronts facing outward and their rears connecting, forming a makeshift defensive position at the main entrance. Countless zombies and zombie dogs attempting to approach were reduced to mere shreds. First and third squads, follow me into the building. The remaining units will hold the line. No zombie is to approach the vehicles before our return. With that, the captain pulled open the rear hatch of the APC and leapt down first. A potent stench of blood and decay assailed them. The cacophony of gunfire and the wailing of zombies deafening. 32 soldiers of the Blackwatch swiftly surrounded their captain, forming a standard diamond formation. The hospital's lobby resembled a scene from hell. The ceiling lights lay shattered, and emergency lights flickered red, casting ghastly shadows of bloodstains upon the walls. The air was thick with the pungent stench of decay, and hundreds of dismembered corpses littered the floor, the lobby teeming with zombies staggering forward. Alternating cover. Clear the first floor, target the main staircase. At the captain's command, the soldiers sprang into action. Fire. The muffled reports of suppressed M4A1 rifles rang out. Golden armor-piercing rounds struck true, exploding the heads of each zombie into clouds of crimson mist. Swiftly clearing the lobby, the squad advanced towards the main staircase. The stairwell was choked with zombies, surging downwards in waves, some even plummeting to the ground. Grenadier, clear the way. A grenadier stepped forward, firing 2 high-explosive rounds at the corner of the staircase. The violent explosion sent dozens of zombies flying. Seizing the moment, the assault troops charged forward, meticulously picking off the remaining foes with precise bursts. The further they ascended, the more zombies they encountered, revealing that the hospital was indeed one of the epicenters of the zombie virus outbreak. In the ICU ward on the 7th floor, they were ambushed by lickers. From the ceiling, 7 or 8 lickers descended. However, against the Blackwatch soldiers' adept tactical coordination and overwhelming firepower, these lickers posed little impediment. Stun grenades incapacitated the lickers' hearing, followed by armor-piercing rounds that shattered their skulls, all executed with remarkable precision. Finally, they reached the rooftop. The door leading to the terrace was firmly blocked by a myriad of debris. We are the Black Guardian rescue team. Are there any survivors? The captain shouted. A commotion arose behind the door, followed by a woman's feeble voice. Yes, we are still alive. Then, from behind the door, a chorus of mixed cries of joy erupted. Empowered by hope, the obstacles were swiftly cleared, and the iron gate swung open. Behind it were more than 60 gaunt faces, predominantly doctors and nurses clad in white coats, along with several civilians in hospital gowns. Leading them was a woman in her 30s, the very voice from the earlier recording. Her eyes brimmed with tears, yet she stood tall, maintaining her composure. Thank you for coming. The captain's gaze swept across the crowd. While everyone else was emotionally charged by their salvation, only a young girl peered through the gaps in the throng, observing the arriving soldiers. The captain then shifted his gaze back, nodding slightly, noting that everyone appeared capable of action. Quickly, we must act decisively. The captain spoke in a grave tone. You are all aware of the situation outside. Time is of the essence, and we must evacuate immediately. Everyone, travel light and follow my soldiers out of here. Remember, speed is crucial. Do not fall behind, for we will not be able to assist you if you do. I will reiterate, maintain silence. The zombies outside are highly sensitive to sound. Those who wish to survive should keep their mouths closed. The survivors promptly covered their mouths, fear flickering once more in their eyes. Organized by the soldiers, the survivors were swiftly formed into a line, with the elderly, infirm, and weak placed in the center, and the able-bodied positioned on the periphery. Commander, I am the vice president of this hospital, Zhang Guodong. A middle-aged man wearing glasses approached the captain, his voice trembling with emotion. Thank you for rescuing us. We will discuss this later. The captain coldly interrupted him. Right now? I need you and your medical staff to immediately account for the number of survivors and calm their emotions. The evacuation process must not descend into chaos. Yes, I understand. Zhang Guodong nodded vigorously. 3 minutes later, the evacuation officially commenced. The Black Guardian soldiers shielded the line of survivors as they began to descend along the path they had taken. The process proved far more time-consuming than their ascent. The survivors' stamina was severely depleted, causing the pace of movement to lag, and the various sounds they made attracted the remaining zombies within the building. The soldiers continuously dispatched the threats that lunged from every corner with their silenced rifles, golden shells cascading to the ground. At last, they returned to the hospital's ground floor lobby. The gunfire outside had intensified to a deafening roar. "Commander, the density of the zombie horde is rapidly increasing, and our ammunition is depleting significantly." A voice from the tactical channel reported. "Understood." The captain's expression remained calm. "We have emerged. Prepare for evacuation." Upon exiting through the main door, the sight outside caused all survivors to gasp in shock. Countless zombies surged in relentless waves, battering against the defenses of the Black Guardian. They recklessly charged at the armored body of the APC, clawing and gnashing their teeth against the armor. Although they could not breach it, the cacophony they produced was maddening. Thud, thud, thud. The sniper was precisely eliminating the lickers, while shells from the howitzer descended into the horde, resulting in violent explosions that toppled the surrounding zombies. 16 heavy machine guns unleashed a frenzied barrage, golden tracer rounds transforming rows of zombies into mere fragments. Yet more zombies swiftly filled the void. "Everyone, rush to the APC as swiftly as possible. Do not stop, do not look back," commanded the captain with a calm demeanor. Accompanied by soldiers, the survivors screamed as they burst through the gates, racing towards the armored vehicle that was so tantalizingly close. "Cover." The squad trailing behind took their position, raising their rifles to spray fire at the straggling horde, buying precious time for the survivors. Once the last survivor was ushered into the vehicle, the squad quickly retreated inside. "All units, target straight ahead. We return to base," the captain declared as he shut the door. "Received." The howitzer continued its bombardment, while the light machine guns and assault rifles fired from the shooting ports, alleviating the pressure on the APC as it prepared to move. The convoy reformed into a spearhead formation, once again charging into the sea of corpses towards the base, trampling the fallen as they advanced. Behind them, tens of thousands of zombies in the city center followed the path left by the armored convoy, converging frantically towards the Guanjia base, emitting earth-shattering roars as a tide of the undead formed. Chapter 10. The Zombie Tide, Part 1. The rescued survivors were crammed into the jostling compartment, many of them scared to the point of closing their eyes, huddling in corners and trembling. The remaining individuals stared blankly at the backs of the Blackwatch soldiers firing within the vehicle, lost in thought. On Xiao Feng's holographic map, it was clear to see that behind the convoy, countless red dots were converging from all directions, forming an unprecedented wave of zombies heading towards them, towards their base. A truly massive horde was taking shape. The convoy hastened back to the base, and the captain reported their safe return en route, after which the survivors were settled into temporary barracks. Some soldiers conducted identity verification and performed a quick check for any bite marks. Without pausing, Xiao Feng leapt from the command vehicle and sprinted directly to the command center. The artificial intelligence announced, "Warning, a horde of zombies is approaching. Expected to arrive in 30 minutes. After seeing the convoy return safely, Xiao Feng exhaled deeply. Not bad. He then commanded, "All battlefield engineers, immediately conduct emergency repairs and ammunition resupply for the 16 returning Badger-class APCs. It must be completed within 5 minutes. Once repairs and resupply are finished, proceed to the first line of defense alongside 4 newly produced APCs, serving as mobile firepower, and form a crossfire network with the standardized outposts. All combat personnel will board vehicles shortly to head to the outer first line of defense, entering their designated outpost shelters to establish positions." The orders have been conveyed. The soldiers swiftly transported boxes of ammunition from the armory, replenishing the supplies consumed during the combat at the hospital. Soon, the roar of engines filled the air once more as 20 armored personnel carriers, APCs, departed the base, racing towards the first line of defense. Within the command center, the vast three-dimensional holographic battlefield had been activated. Standing before the hologram, Xiao Feng switched to RTS mode, his perspective elevating instantly to survey the entire battlefield surrounding the base. The luminous dots representing friendly forces rapidly deployed along the defensive line. The 20 APCs aligned in a straight line behind 32 observation posts. And alongside the soldiers produced during this time, over 300 Black Sentinel soldiers swiftly took their positions in the hastily dug trenches, their dark muzzles aimed forward. On the outskirts of the holographic display, the ominous red representing the horde of corpses drew ever closer. "Report to the commander. All units have been deployed. The outer defense line has been activated, and the automated defense system is now on high alert," the voice of the artificial intelligence assistant echoed. Glancing at the list of production units, Xiao Feng took a deep breath and declared, "Let them come." The sunset painted the horizon in a beautiful shade of orange-red. Yet Xiao Feng and his comrades had no time to admire it. Through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, they could faintly discern the shadows of the approaching horde. The horde finally appeared on the distant horizon, pressing against one another while emitting a cacophony of growls. Among them were staggering zombies, as well as the zombie dogs Xiao Feng had encountered previously, and the silhouettes of lickers could also be seen within the throng. 100,000 corpses surged forth. An endless sight. At this moment, the Black Sentinel troops remained quietly in their combat positions, awaiting Xiao Feng's command. The horde had entered within a kilometer of the defense line, within range. Fire! Xiao Feng's voice resonated within the command center. The instant the command was issued, the M134 heavy machine guns atop the 32 standardized observation posts simultaneously rotated their barrels. The M134S roared to life, reaching a staggering rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. The unique sound of the Gatling guns merging into a singular roar. Yellow tracer rounds streaked through the dimming twilight, ruthlessly sweeping into the forefront of the horde. The thousands of zombies at the forefront were instantaneously torn into fragments by countless 7.62mm projectiles, transforming into a mist of blood. With just the first round of fire, a layer of the horde was brutally decimated. However, the zombies behind paid no heed to the remains of their fallen comrades, continuing their relentless advance. All units, fire! With Xiao Feng's second command, the more than 300 Black Sentinel soldiers in the trenches also unleashed a barrage of gunfire, creating a deafening cacophony. The crisp report of the M4A1 echoed as yellow tracer rounds accurately struck the few zombies that had breached the observation post's fire net. Countless zombies fell upon the path of their charge, their bodies carpeting the ground, only to be trampled by the relentless wave that followed. There were simply too many zombies. As time passed, they pressed forward through the hail of gunfire, advancing the front line to within 500 meters. Warning, Sentry Point 16, ammunition reserves below 30. Warning, Sentry Point 22, ammunition reserves below 40. The voice of artificial intelligence resonated within the command center. On the holographic battlefield, the green bar representing the ammunition levels of the sentry points was visibly diminishing. APCs filled the gap in firepower, and the grenadiers commenced their bombardment. Snipers took aim at elite units. Xiao Feng immediately ordered an adjustment in the distribution of firepower. The grenadiers launched high-explosive shells into the densest clusters of corpses, with explosions erupting in rapid succession. 20 Badger APCs at the rear swiftly repositioned behind the soldiers, and the 127mm remote-controlled heavy machine guns atop roared to life. The firepower of the heavy machine guns was vastly superior to that of the rifles, each round effortlessly piercing through 78 zombies, even obliterating the upper bodies of individual zombies, thus providing invaluable heavy fire support for the defense line. As the sun descended, night enveloped the battlefield. Yet, the onslaught of the undead showed no signs of abating. All searchlights within the base were activated, illuminating the front lines with brilliant beams of white light. At that moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, immediately followed by a resounding thunderclap. The initial drops of rain soon transformed into a torrential downpour. The relentless rain pounded the entire battlefield, gradually merging with the blood to form streams that flowed towards the low-lying areas. The silver lining was that the downpour significantly hindered the movement of the zombies. Commander, the ammunition at the sentry points has been completely exhausted, and the automated defense systems are offline, the voice of the AI assistant announced. Understood, Xiao Feng replied calmly. As anticipated, with the terrifying firepower suppression from the sentry points now absent, the pressure instantly shifted to the infantry and APCs. Packs of zombie hounds and devourers began to exploit their agility, attempting to breach the defensive positions. Orders, Xiao Feng stated. All units, alternate cover. Retreat to the interior of the main base walls. Understood. Upon the issuance of the command, the Blackwatch troops on the defense line exhibited no hesitation, immediately commencing their withdrawal procedures. Soldiers rapidly boarded the APCs and squads, taking cover as they did so. In just a minute, all combat units hastened towards the main base in the rear, while the first line of defense they had abandoned was swiftly engulfed by the relentless tide of corpses. The barbed wire near the sentry points was toppled under the assault of thousands of zombies, ultimately reduced to scrap metal. Chapter 11, The Undead Tide, Part 2. Based on suggestions from readers, the protagonist does not charge the city walls, as amended, at this moment. Another bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by another thunderclap. The rain intensified. Certain low-lying areas began to accumulate water. As the last APC surged into the base, the alloy gate thundered shut, driven by hydraulic mechanisms. All soldiers, ascend the walls, quickly, commanded the frontline officer directing the recently retreated troops. Soldiers swiftly navigated the steps of the walls, ascending to the towering 13-meter-high battlements. They took their positions, 1 foot on the railing, firing downwards. Bang, bang, bang. The tide of corpses swiftly followed, with the vanguard unhesitatingly colliding against the city walls, only to be crushed to death by the relentless horde of zombies behind them. Before long, the bodies piled higher and higher, forming a ramp of the undead amidst the pouring rain. Some agile lickers began to scale the mound of corpses. Spotlight, here. Illumination flares, launch the flares. Sniper, take down that one. With a whoosh, several illumination flares were shot into the sky, illuminating the area in front of the base walls alongside the searchlights. Incendiary rounds, cover that wretched group of zombies below. The grenade soldiers aimed their launchers at the base of the wall, unleashing specially designed incendiary shells that erupted amid the pile of corpses. The explosions were not deafening, but in the next moment, orange flames soared into the sky. This was no ordinary fire. It was a specially formulated gelled fuel that would cling to the zombies, burning fiercely regardless of the relentless rain. In an instant, the entire area beneath the city wall transformed into a sea of flames. The fire effectively curtailed the ramp constructed by the undead, causing some elite infected to scream in agony as they fell. However, the number of incendiary rounds was limited. After a sustained effort lasting several minutes, the incendiary shells were exhausted, and the flames gradually subsided. Suddenly, the voice of the AI assistant echoed in the command center. Multiple fast-moving biological signals detected on the outer wall, confirmed as lickers. On the holographic sand table, over 50 swiftly moving red dots appeared. Xiao Feng immediately commanded, all units, be advised, the enemy has bypassed the frontal defense line. Personnel on the wall, prepare for close combat. Deploy the reserves to fill that gap. Understood. The 10 squads of soldiers, freshly prepared, hastened to provide support. On the defense line of the city wall, a black-clad sentinel soldier was busy replacing the magazine of his M4A1. Suddenly, he sharply lifted his head and saw a blood-red figure silently protruding half of its body over the edge of the wall. The creature was eyeless, its skull grotesquely mutated, with its enormous brain exposed to the air, presenting a revolting sight. Its claws gripped the edge of the wall, and its long tongue quivered at the corner of its mouth. A licker had scaled the city wall. The soldier roared into the tactical channel, raising his weapon to fire. With a pop, pop, 2 armor-piercing tracer rounds struck the licker's shoulder blades, bursting forth in sprays of blood, yet failing to halt its advance. The creature emitted a shrill shriek and leaped, its entire body flipping onto the wall. Almost simultaneously, dozens of lickers began to ascend the defense line. The closest licker, on all fours, lunged at the soldier with astonishing force. The soldier could even discern the coagulated black blood on its claws. Without hesitation, he executed a standard tactical roll to the side, swiftly creating distance. His 2 teammates reacted with remarkable speed, their crossfire effectively sealing off the licker's path. The sound of gunfire erupted as a barrage of bullets struck the licker, tearing its resilient flesh into a bloody mess. Yet it continued its frenzied charge. Stun grenade. A grenadier shouted fiercely, hurling a stun grenade at the feet of the lickers. The high-frequency noise erupted instantaneously, delivering a devastating blow to the licker's exquisitely sensitive auditory system. They emitted a chilling scream, momentarily thrown into disarray, and began to flail their razor-sharp claws wildly. Targeting the exposed vital area, 3 soldiers simultaneously took aim. Thud, thud, thud. 3 bullets struck the pulsating brain with impeccable precision, almost in unison. The licker's movements abruptly ceased. Its entire body collapsed with a thunderous thud, twitching a few times before falling still. However, this was merely one battlefield. Elsewhere, 2 lickers had pounced upon a soldier who was unable to evade in time, their sharp claws effortlessly tearing through his combat uniform. Nearby, the heavy machine gun atop a Badger APC swiftly pivoted its barrel, unleashing a barrage at the position on the wall. Rat-a-tat-tat. The 127mm heavy machine gun rounds possessed terrifying kinetic energy, instantly transforming the 2 lickers and the soldier beneath them into a crimson mist. In the command center, a light representing a soldier flickered out. Xiao Feng's fingers swiftly traced the sand table. No infected individual must cross the city walls. Deploy the reserve troops. All APCs, move to optimal firing positions. Elevate angles of fire, and clear the subsequent climbing units. All forces must prioritize the extermination of lickers that have ascended the walls. With the order given, 20 APCs sprang into action. The sound of heavy machine guns intensified, and golden rain of bullets swept across the inner wall, forcefully knocking several climbing lickers down onto the inner battlements. The battle atop the wall had reached a fever pitch. The Blackwatch soldiers, grouped in 5s, calmly utilized tactical coordination and terrain advantages to engage in a deadly struggle with the melee monsters. They suppressed the lickers with precise shooting, controlled them with stun grenades, and then executed them. One licker lunged down from the edge of the wall, but collided head-on with a torrent of bullets fired simultaneously by two soldiers. Its exposed brain obliterated in an instant. Another licker, having just unleashed its tongue, was swiftly pinned to the ground by a quick-reacting soldier wielding a combat knife, and was then swiftly finished off by concentrated fire from teammates. In less than 3 minutes, over 50 lickers that had climbed the wall were entirely annihilated. The crisis was temporarily averted, yet everyone understood this was merely the beginning. Fortunately, a continuous influx of reserve troops provided significant reinforcement to their firepower. Soon after, over 30 rapidly moving red dots appeared on the sand table. The sound of gunfire melded into a unified symphony amidst the downpour. Xiao Feng made his way to the rear tower, receiving an M109 precision sniper rifle from a marksman. At this stage of battle, there was no need for him to direct anything further. Lying prone, he stabilized the rifle, wiped the rain from his face, and began to eliminate those elite infected through the high-powered scope. Bang! One licker's brain exploded in a spray, its body tumbling down. Bang! A zombie dog, perilously close to scaling the wall, was abruptly severed in half by a high-velocity, armor-piercing round. Thus, time inexorably marched on amidst the chaos of battle. As ammunition was expended box after box, numerous infected, leveraging the height of their fallen brethren, surged towards the city walls, only to be mowed down by the relentless fire of machine guns, their lifeless forms tumbling back down in a grim cycle. Gradually, the horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn, and the rain ceased its relentless drumming. The rain-washed mound of corpses exhaled a faint reddish mist under the morning light, the slope formed by countless bodies reaching the very top of the wall. They are coming. A soldier's voice boomed across the communication channel. Hundreds, if not thousands, of ordinary zombies, having climbed upon the corpses of their kind, had reached the edge of the parapet. Hold the line, eliminate them. We must complete our mission, the squad leaders commanded through the comms. The soldiers of the Blackwatch, with grim determination, drew their combat knives as they gazed at the encroaching horde. A soldier let out a furious roar, bringing his rifle but crashing down onto the face of a zombie that had just emerged, shattering its skull and sending it plummeting. Yet, beside him, another zombie lunged forward, its putrid claws grasping for his throat. With a swift motion, a knife pierced the eye socket of the creature, obliterating its brain. His comrade had saved him, then turned to confront the next wave of foes. The battlements were awash in blood, the cacophony of gunfire, the dull thud of rifle stocks shattering bones, the sound of knives piercing decaying flesh, and the labored breaths of soldiers intermixed with the growls of the undead. The reserve troops ascended the wall once more. "Hold your positions, do not retreat an inch," commanded the frontline officer, switching his assault rifle to burst mode. "Affirmative," came the reply from the soldiers engaged in fierce combat nearby. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rounds struck true, embedding themselves in the skull of a zombie dog poised to breach the parapet, dropping it midair. Without hesitation, the soldier drew his knife, severing the arm of another approaching zombie, then kicked it off the wall with a swift motion. The morale of the Blackwatch surged as they retaliated with renewed ferocity. The number of zombies scaling the wall dwindled, until finally, only a few remained, futilely attempting to ascend. "Grenadiers, fire all remaining high-explosive rounds and obliterate this zombie-formed slope." The frontline commander seized the opportunity to issue his orders. Dozens of high-explosive shells whistled forth, crashing down upon the mound of corpses below the wall. Boom, boom, boom. The slope that had supported the zombie horde's assault was shattered into fragments. With their path of ascent destroyed, the remaining zombies could only howl in impotent rage. "All units, concentrate fire." The soldiers atop the wall readied their weapons once again, the gunfire resounding anew. "Commander, the horde is nearly depleted," a soldier reported over the comms. "I see it." Saying this, Xiao Feng casually returned the sniper rifle to a nearby comrade. Not far away, if the previous horde resembled an endless sea, now they appeared as a meandering stream, the zombies drifting in small clusters, slowly making their way forward, as the dawn's radiant light illuminates this ravaged land. Chapter 12. Military Upgrades unfolds. When the first rays of morning pierce the horizon, casting light upon the scarred earth, the battle gradually approaches its conclusion. Xiao Feng, rubbing his sore shoulders, stands upon the city wall, surveying the scene before him. Even for one accustomed to apocalyptic horrors, he cannot help but draw a deep breath of the cool air. Before the base, the wilderness has given way to a sea of corpses, formed from the remnants of the undead. Countless bodies lie stacked upon one another, extending to the very edge of his vision. The air is thick with a nauseating stench, overwhelming to the senses. The 32 standardized outposts steadfastly remain, their warning lights flashing, while the ground is strewn with spent shell casings, forming mounds. The outer walls bear the marks of claws and congealed black blood, bearing witness to the ferocity of last night's conflict. Commander. The artificial intelligence's voice resonates at an opportune moment. The external threat has been neutralized. The tide of corpses has been entirely eradicated. The remaining scattered undead pose no significant danger. Our casualty report: 27 soldiers of the Blackwatch have perished. 8 Badger APCs have sustained damage, all of which are reparable. Ammunition expenditure can be replenished by the armory. In the course of a single night, at the cost of 27 lives, they have vanquished a horde of 100,000. This can only be described as an epic triumph. Within the base, the survivors in the temporary barracks have scarcely slept through the night, their nerves frayed by the deafening gunfire. As daylight breaks and tranquility returns, they cautiously emerge from their quarters. What they witness outside the base is a hellish tableau. Heavens! Exclaims Deputy Director Zhang Guodong, adjusting his glasses, his legs trembling slightly. This is, ugh. We survived. We truly survived. A young nurse cries out in joy, collapsing to the ground in tears. The euphoria of having escaped death, coupled with the immense visual impact, creates a stark contrast. As the expressions of the survivors shift dramatically, they gaze upon the Blackwatch soldiers diligently maintaining their equipment, their eyes filled with awe. This unit is formidable, so powerful that it seems almost beyond belief. Under such protection, for the first time in this desolate world, they feel a semblance of safety. All combat personnel, stand down, Xiao Feng commands through his wrist communicator. The battlefield engineers immediately commence repairs on damaged units and fortifications, followed by the clearing of the battlefield. Shortly thereafter, he approaches the survivors. Everyone, his presence brings an immediate silence to the gathering. Welcome to the chiseled crown base. From this day forth, this shall be your home. You have witnessed the events of last night's battle. However, I wish for you to understand that this place does not harbor idlers. Xiao Feng's gaze sweeps over each individual, lingering momentarily on Zhang Guodong and Chen Jing. Director Zhang, I require you and your medical team to establish a temporary medical station post-haste, conducting comprehensive health assessments for all survivors. This is your first task. Yes. We will attend to it immediately, Zhang Guodong responds loudly, understanding that this is their first step toward integration into this collective, as well as their finest opportunity to demonstrate their worth. Xiao Feng nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the frail girl in the corner of the crowd. You, come with me. Chen Jing hesitated for a moment, then adjusted her glasses and, under the curious gazes of the crowd, followed Xiao Feng to the command center. Upon entering the magnificent command hall, Chen Jing was overwhelmed by the technological splendor surrounding her. With each step she took, a gentle blue halo emanated from beneath her feet. Xiao Feng acknowledged the guards in the hall with a nod and spoke. I noticed your previous occupation was that of a data analyst? Yes, indeed, Chen Jing replied softly. Excellent, Xiao Feng nodded, bringing up the battle data from the previous night. These are the raw data from last night's conflict. I require a concise analysis report. Furthermore, you will also manage the registration of survivor information moving forward. Chen Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she observed the data for a data analyst. This was a task well within her capabilities. Understood, Commander. I will need an independent data terminal. No problem, Xiao Feng replied, turning to leave her space. It had been over half a month since the fierce base defense battle. The air outside the Qisei Crown base still lingered with the unmistakable aroma of barbecued meat over the scorched earth. Dozens of black-clad, heavy-duty combat personnel, known as the fire breathers, silently executed the crucial task of corpse disposal in the aftermath of the battle. Burdened with heavy fuel tanks and wielding the Hellfire Model 7 gel fuel injectors, they emitted hissing sounds as fiery tongues of flame erupted from the nozzles, thoroughly incinerating the mountains of zombie carcasses. Thick black smoke billowed skyward. This process of disposing of the zombie bodies lasted a full week, with over 100,000 corpses. Had it not been for the highly efficient fire breathers, the mere task of handling these remains could have shattered the morale of any survivor. At this moment, the entire base had undergone a remarkable transformation. The hastily constructed walls and the original 32 watchtowers had been completely dismantled. In their place stood an imposing 15-meter-tall, 5-meter-thick reinforced concrete wall, securely safeguarding the entirety of the base. On top of the wall, standardized watchtowers were positioned every 100 meters, with M134 heavy machine gun turrets silently standing guard. The power plant had doubled in capacity from its previous state, achieving a level of financial independence. The base's area had expanded twofold, now reaching the outskirts of the city, with old civilian structures having been razed, their resources repurposed for the base's construction. The hospital rescue operations, along with the victory in the recent zombie-tied defense battle, had provided Xiao Feng with a wealth of intelligence points. Without hesitation, he allocated these resources towards technological upgrades. Infantry equipment, enhanced Black Sentinel combat suit, upgraded the fabric of the soldier's combat attire, making it lighter and more durable. Tactical goggles were upgraded to Black Sentinel soldier helmets, which now included a chip for weak point analysis. The chip connects in real time with the main base system, reading the previously recorded information and highlighting the fatal weaknesses of special infected entities in a vivid red on the soldier's tactical visors, such as the exposed brains of lickers and the eyes of G-adults. The Ballistic Calculation Assistance System, Assault Soldier and Auxiliary Chip is mounted on the tactical visor of the Assault Soldier, projecting a visualized ballistic trajectory that significantly enhances grenade accuracy, allowing precise delivery of grenades to the rear of cover or through building windows. M4A1 Modular Upgrade Kit, replacing all core components of the Black Guardian Soldier's assault rifles. It incorporates an infrared sight and tactical grip to enhance shooting precision. M4A1 Modular Tactical Accessories unlocks an underslung grenade launcher, enabling the M4A1 assault rifle to fire various types of ammunition akin to a grenadier, though with a very limited carrying capacity. M249 Light Machine Gun Upgrade Attachment. The standard 200-round magazine is upgraded to a specially designed 400-round belt-fed box, substantially increasing the sustained fire output duration for the light machine gunner. M249 Light Machine Gun Upgrade Attachment. A cooling barrel replaces the M249's standard barrel, effectively addressing overheating issues resulting from prolonged firing and ensuring ballistic stability. Ballistic Calculation Assistance System. Grenadier and Auxiliary Chip is added to connect the grenade launcher with the tactical visor information of the soldier's helmet, calculating the parabolic trajectory in real time and projecting a visualized ballistic arc on the grenadier's helmet visor, enabling precise ammunition delivery to the rear of cover or through building windows. M32 Underslung Grenade Launcher Upgrade Kit. Similar to the M4A1 kit, it replaces core components and installs a high magnification sight and tactical grip to enhance shooting accuracy. Vehicle enhancement. Ceramic armor is added to key locations on the Badger APC's chassis and turret. This armor is single-use but capable of defending against all attacks. Engine upgrade. A high-performance turbocharger is fitted to the Badger APC's engine, enhancing horsepower and allowing high-speed mobility even when fully loaded, providing advantages for rapid deployment or emergency withdrawal. The 30mm chain gun is replaced with a high-velocity 30mm cannon that can fire high-explosive incendiary rounds, effectively clearing hordes of corpses, or switch to armor-piercing rounds to inflict damage on lower-tier enemy units. Obstacle-clearing armored personnel carrier. A heavy hydraulic bulldozer blade is mounted on the front of the Badger APC, enabling it to easily push aside abandoned vehicles and clear paths through hordes of corpses. Supply armored personnel carrier. The Badger APC sacrifices crew space to be transformed into a mobile warehouse for storing supplies. Base upgrade. Cold fusion reactor core. Upgrading the standard fission reactor of the power plant to a more efficient and stable cold fusion reactor. This enhancement will significantly increase the basic energy output of each power plant. Enhancing the functionalities of the viral detector involves establishing a direct connection between the Sentry sensors and the Hongsa Huangwan base network, significantly expanding the detector's range for detecting stealth units and environmental virus concentrations, thereby providing the defense network with earlier warnings. The Intelligent Access Protocol upgrades the recognition system of the barriers, allowing allied units to pass swiftly without reducing speed. Simultaneously, the system will automatically identify and engage any hostile units attempting to breach the checkpoint. The continuous sound of technological upgrades signifies a qualitative leap in the combat capabilities of the Haisa Showang troops, marking the advancement of technology to Level 2. Upon reaching this level, the construction capacity of the Showang Academy and the Armory has increased by 1. Consequently, a new Showang Academy and an Armory have been established, greatly enhancing the base's troop production efficiency. The number of battlefield engineers has expanded to 50, and a full complement of scientists has been recruited for the Storm Research Center. Moreover, the number of Haisa Showang soldiers has officially surpassed 1,000, with an even greater number of armored vehicles. With the increase in troop numbers, the scope of their capabilities has broadened. Thus, during these days, units have been dispatched sequentially to inspect the light points on the previous map, consistently returning with numerous individuals, which has contributed to the base's growing popularity. At that moment, a subtle vibration emanated from the personal terminal on his wrist. An information projection appeared in the air, originating from the command center's Qinjing. Commander, the preliminary census of survivor population data and capability assessment has been completed. I have prepared a briefing for your review. Shall I present it now? I'll be there shortly, Xiao Feng replied, closing the communication. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the command center. The vast holographic sand table displayed a three-dimensional model of the entire base, with each entity clearly marked by data points. Chen Jing sat quietly at the conference table. Upon seeing Xiao Feng enter, she promptly sent a data report to the main screen. The girl who once stood on the hospital rooftop had fully adapted to life at the Haishi base in just over half a month. She removed the obstructive black-framed glasses and donned a fitted black logistics uniform of the Haishi, her previously timid gaze now brimming with focus and confidence. Commander, according to our statistics, we currently have received a total of 412 survivors, among whom 114 possess specialized skills. Chen Jing's fingers gently glided through the air, altering the data charts displayed on the holographic screen. The medical team, led by Deputy Director Zhang Guodong, consists of 22 members and has established a temporary medical center capable of handling basic injuries and illnesses. There are 31 individuals with engineering-related skills who have been integrated into the reserve team of battlefield engineers or assigned to logistics and maintenance departments. The remaining 298 survivors are ordinary workers, farmers, students, and homemakers. While they lack the specialized skills necessary for survival in this post-apocalyptic world, they represent invaluable human resources. Xiao Feng sat quietly in the main seat, attentively listening and observing the data on the screen. After Qinjing concluded her report, Xiao Feng spoke up. Well done, Qinjing. Your efficiency is commendable, and this report is crucial for my forthcoming decisions. Qinjing felt a slight flush of pride at Xiao Feng's affirmation, but she quickly regained her professional demeanor. This is my duty. Additionally, the data analysis from the previous zombie tide has also been completed. She brought up another report, filled with intricate charts and movement trajectory analyses. Based on my preliminary comparison of the combat footage and radar data, although the zombie tide was vast in scale, its movement patterns were rather simplistic, seemingly driven by some primal instinct. Their ultimate objective was our base. This correlates with your earlier mention of the excessive noise during the rescue operation. And then, Xiao Feng inquired. Chen Jing's expression turned serious. My conclusion is that what we currently face is merely the most rudimentary type of zombie swarm, which can be attracted by sound and flesh. However, we cannot guarantee that our next adversary will be as foolish. Therefore, we need to establish a more comprehensive early warning mechanism and conduct a deeper study into the behavioral logic of special infectants. Xiao Feng nodded, acknowledging Chen Jing's diligent efforts. She exhibited keen insight and robust logical reasoning. Regarding the early warning mechanism, I have instructed the engineers to deploy the latest viral detectors in layers both inside and outside the base. Xiao Feng switched the display mode of the holographic sand table, revealing dozens of green light points illuminating the maps of the base's surroundings. These detectors are capable of monitoring the concentration of viral particles in the air in real time. Should a large-scale infected entity approach or if high-energy signals from mutated organisms emerge, the command center will receive an immediate alert. However, there is another pressing issue. Previously, only he and the soldiers he produced had almost no requirement for food and water. Yet now, over 400 living survivors consume substantial amounts of supplies daily. Although the resources acquired during this period seem considerable, they will not last long at this rate of consumption. In the long term, the issues of food and water must be addressed without delay. Chapter 13. Mutated leeches. Xiao Feng issued a command to the holographic sand table. Conduct a resource scan across the entire city, prioritizing the identification of large water sources and agricultural facilities. Command received. Executing scan, responded the artificial intelligence assistant in a female voice. As the three-dimensional city map on the holographic sand table rapidly transformed. Soon, several areas on the map were highlighted. Qinjing. She stepped forward to interpret these marked points. Commander, please observe. Approximately 15 kilometers northeast of our base lies the city's water purification plant. According to municipal records, it supplies 60% of the city's water and possesses an independent reservoir and state-of-the-art purification equipment. Securing it will resolve our water resource issue once and for all. Her finger then traced another direction, highlighting a vast green area in the southwestern outskirts of the city. Here is a large modern agricultural ecological park. Occupying an expanse exceeding 50,000 mu, this site boasts dozens of temperature-controlled glass greenhouses, along with an independent seed gene bank. Prior to the apocalypse, it served as a crucial grain production base for the city. Should we manage to seize control of this location and restore its operations, the issue of sustenance would be swiftly resolved. Xiao Feng's gaze traversed between the two marked points. Access to potable water is fundamental to survival and must be prioritized. Food can be temporarily sourced from nearby supermarkets, yet the water plant must be secured. His finger traced a route on the sand table, marking a path from the base to the water plant. However, before proceeding, I require more precise intelligence. Xiao Feng issued another command. Conduct an in-depth scan of the water plant. The command was acknowledged and the scan commenced. The voice of the artificial intelligence assistant resonated once more as the holographic sand table rapidly updated, becoming extraordinarily clear. Countless indistinct signals were decoded, revealing the internal structure of the buildings layer by layer. The scan results indicated that the internal structure of the plant was intact. Yet significant abnormal biological signals were detected within the underground reservoir and pipeline system, their quantity incalculable. The density of zombies on the plant's surface was approximately 3,000. Xiao Feng instructed, deploy 2 teams accompanied by engineers to scout the water purification plant. I need to ascertain the specific conditions there. Understood. Half an hour later, real-time footage was relayed back. The imagery revealed that within the vast water purification facility, indeed, hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies were wandering. These posed little threat to the current Blackwatch forces. The truly bizarre sight, however, was the lake-sized reservoir adjacent to the plant. Beneath the murky, dark green surface, a multitude of black entities swarmed. The sound of the engineer's drone seemed to disturb them, causing the entire water surface to roil. Countless enormous leeches, their bodies a deep green, leapt from the water, opening their ringed mouths lined with sharp teeth as they lunged toward the drone. Warning, the drone is under attack. The operator gasped, rapidly elevating the drone, but it was too late. Several mutated leeches had firmly attached themselves to the drone's exterior. Their secreted mucus emitting faint wisps of white smoke as it corroded the metal coating. Ultimately, the drone struggled momentarily in the air before belching black smoke and plummeting into the reservoir, creating ripples that were instantly overwhelmed by the throng of leeches. The command center screen was engulfed in static. What manner of monster is this? Chen Jing's complexion paled. She had rarely witnessed such a scene. Mutated leeches. A voice emerged from the command center's entrance. A scientist clad in a white lab coat strode in, holding a tablet terminal. He was a scientist from the Blackwatch, working at the Storm Research Center. Commander. The scientist projected the analysis data from the tablet onto the main screen, based on the last few seconds of footage and biological signal analysis. These creatures are rapidly mutated forms of ordinary leeches, transformed by the T-virus contaminated environment. Amphibious creatures, capable of leaping, possess an extraordinary sensitivity to thermal stimuli and blood, preying upon all victims within a certain range. Their physique, aggressiveness, and reproductive capabilities have been amplified several times over. More alarmingly, their bodily fluids contain a high concentration of the T-virus, with a 100 infection rate upon contact and skin penetration. Furthermore, he added, their presence signifies that the entire reservoir has been severely contaminated, rendering conventional physical purification methods utterly ineffective in eradicating the virus from the water. Xiao Feng pondered as he searched for solutions on the comprehensive screen. Soon, his gaze was drawn to a recently unlocked icon representing a special unit. It depicted a soldier clad in heavy thermal-resistant combat attire, wielding a massive flamethrower. Unit name, Black Hand Flame Trooper, Black Hand Purifier Project. Unit role, Close Quarters Combat Specialist. Biochemical Pollutant Purifier, Area Lockdown. Primary weapon, Hellfire Type 7 Gel Fuel Injector, capable of incinerating biological tissues and viruses with devastating effect. Characteristics. The Hellfire Type 7 Gel Fuel Injector ejects a specially formulated sticky gel fuel that adheres firmly to any surface and continues to burn, inflicting catastrophic area damage to unarmored biological targets and organic matter. This is precisely what he needed. Xiao Feng's eyes remained fixated on the unit description of the Black Hand Flame Trooper, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. This exemplifies the most formidable aspect of his Black Guardian command system. As long as there is sufficient intelligence and resources, no foe is insurmountable. The mutated leeches, derivatives of the T-virus, are ultimately still flesh and blood. Fire has, since time immemorial, been the nemesis of flesh and blood. Chen Jing, please step outside for a moment. Certainly. Commander, the threat level of such biological weapons is exceedingly high. The scientist adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. Their collective aggressiveness and 100 infection rate could obliterate any unprepared conventional force within minutes. What complicates matters further is that they have contaminated the entire water source. Even if we manage to eliminate them, purifying the water remains a formidable challenge. We will address the purification issue once we take control of the area. Xiao Feng responded decisively. He closed the technology tree interface and turned to face the scientists in the command hall. System as usual. Chart the optimal route from our current location to the water purification plant. Avoid known high-density zombie regions and prioritize wide roads to facilitate the deployment of armored units. Understood. Commander. The artificial intelligence promptly acknowledged. Chapter 14. Target water purification plant in no time. The line Xiao Feng had previously drawn was erased, replaced by a clearly marked green optimal route. He then glanced towards the other side. I need you to return immediately to the Storm Research Center and synchronize everything you just mentioned to all Black Guardian soldiers' tactical scopes. Understood, the scientist nodded. Building upon the existing framework, Xiao Feng selected an additional 20 Black Hand Flame troopers from the list. The commander instructed the armory to equip all 12 Badger armored personnel carriers with upgraded 30mm chain guns and to modify 2 of them for clearing operations. Execute the order. Xiao Feng commanded. Acknowledged, the artificial intelligence responded. An hour later, at the training ground of the Red Crown base, 20 imposing black-clad soldiers of the Blackwatch had donned an entirely new combat uniform. This was a heavy-duty outfit that starkly contrasted with the standard combat attire. The uniforms, entirely black, were enveloped in thick heat-resistant ceramic armor with an asbestos lining, and all joints had undergone reinforced sealing. Their full-face helmets were additionally outfitted with independent air filtration systems and internal cooling mechanisms, ensuring their ability to operate in flames and toxic smoke for extended periods. They bore silver fuel tanks nearly the height of a man on their backs and gripped the Inferno-type 7-gel fuel injectors firmly in hand. The robust barrels, intricate piping, and the igniter at the muzzle, which was emitting flames, exuded a comforting warmth, a jest. Together with the original 10 Black Hand Flame troopers, they formed a heavy infantry assault team. Before them stood rows of metal targets, ready for engagement. Fire at will. Upon the training officer's command, the leading flame trooper stepped forward and steadied his weapon. With a faint hissing sound indicating pressure release, he squeezed the trigger. A fiery orange serpent burst forth from the injector's muzzle, accompanied by a searing wave of heat, accurately engulfing all targets within a 50-meter radius. This was not ordinary gaseous flame. It was a specially designed viscous gel fuel that clung tenaciously to the metal surfaces of the targets, burning fiercely and emitting a menacing sizzle. Within mere seconds, the robust steel targets glowed red-hot, even beginning to warp. The air became thick with a pungent scent of combustion. Xiao Feng watched this scene unfold on the holographic screen in the command center, nodding in satisfaction. Commander, the troops are assembled and ready for departure. The Blackwatch squad commander reported. Let us proceed. I entrust the command to you this time, Xiao Feng replied. We will ensure the mission is accomplished. Soon, 20 flame troopers, 100 fully armed Blackwatch soldiers, and 20 battlefield engineers boarded the Badger armored personnel carriers in an orderly fashion. The steel gates of the base slowly opened, and the convoy of 12 Black Badger APCs rolled out, stirring up clouds of dust. 2 of the APCs were equipped with massive hydraulic bulldozer blades at the front. Led by the captain, the convoy sped along the designated route toward the water purification plant. 15 kilometers away, the abandoned city lay silent. Only the roar of the armored vehicles traversing the asphalt resonated through the desolate streets. The 2 clearing APCs effortlessly pushed aside abandoned vehicles and obstacles, paving a clear path for the entire convoy. Occasionally, scattered zombies are lured by the engine's roar, staggering out from the buildings flanking the streets. However, before they can draw near, they are shredded into pieces by the armor-piercing rounds fired from the 30mm chain gun atop the APC. Half an hour later, a vast industrial complex surrounded by barbed wire and high walls emerges on the horizon. The water purification plant has arrived. The convoy halts 500 meters away from the factory gates. The captain raises his binoculars to survey the scene ahead. As observed by drone reconnaissance, thousands of zombies wander aimlessly between the large sedimentation tanks and office buildings within the compound. Beside the factory, a massive reservoir displays an unsettling dark green hue. Its surface is still as a lifeless mirror. All units, pay attention. The captain switches to the team communication channel, stating, Assault team, prepare to disembark and eliminate ground threats. Flamethrower squad, remain on standby for my orders. Engineers, establish a temporary defensive position around the factory perimeter. Commence operations. Received. Acknowledged. With a synchronized response. The rear doors of the 9 APCs swing open simultaneously. 100 soldiers from the Blackwatch swiftly organize into combat teams of 10, forming a standard battle formation. The red dots of their infrared sights lock onto distant foes. Fire. The sound of gunfire erupts, shattering the silence of the area. The upgraded M4A1 rifles boast exceptional accuracy, with each bullet capable of piercing through 1 or 2 zombie skulls, resulting in bursts of dark red blood. Simultaneously, the 30mm chain guns of 12 Badger APCs also unleash their firepower, obliterating clusters of zombies into fragments. This is an unambiguous massacre. In the face of the systematic firepower of the Blackwatch, these ordinary T-virus-infected beings barely manage to move a few meters. Using the armored vehicles as cover, the assault team steadily advances into the factory's interior, clearing out every lingering enemy in sight. This area is secure. This area is secure. Reports from various squad leaders flood the communication channel. Everything proceeds with remarkable smoothness. Xiao Feng observes this scene on the holographic screen in the command center and nods in approval. Yet, he knows that the true enemy has yet to reveal itself. His gaze remains fixed on the tranquil reservoir. All units, halt advancement and maintain vigilance, the captain commands. Warning, anomalous biological signal detected. Unit designation, mutant leech. Threat level, high, to light armored units. Fatal, to unarmed personnel. Characteristics, T-virus carrier, possesses acidic secretions, sensitive to sound, acts in groups. Weakness analysis, mutant leeches exhibit zero resistance to physical and flame attacks. Flames can eradicate them over a wide area, now synchronized into the tactical database. Almost instantaneously following the AI's alert, a rustling sound emanates from the pipes. From the large drainage pipe outlets, and beneath the manhole covers on the ground. Countless dark green worms surge forth. These are the mutant leeches. These monstrous creatures seem to be drawn by the sound of gunfire. Abandoning their concealment in the water and surging forth from the damp corners of the factory area, converging upon the black-clad soldiers on duty. They are mutated leeches. As one soldier reported over the communication line, the speed at which these leeches move is astonishing. Some leap high into the air, while others glide across the wet ground, producing a series of squelching sounds. They raise their tooth-filled suckers with no fear, lunging towards the soldiers. Some of the leeches go directly for the corpses of the zombies. Other suckers collide against the soldiers' combat gear, emitting a hissing noise. The corrosive slime secreted by their bodies sizzles against the upgraded combat suits, generating plumes of white smoke. Though the suits hold for now, the terrifying sight sends shivers down the spines of all the soldiers. Open fire, free shooting. The soldiers swiftly redirect their weapons, unleashing a barrage upon the swarm of leeches on the ground. Bullets strike the leeches, bursting forth green ichor, yet these creatures display an extraordinary resilience. Unless they are severed into pieces, they will continue to writhe and lunge forward. Furthermore, their numbers are overwhelming, seemingly endless. Simultaneously, the once calm surface of the reservoir begins to stir. With a splash, the entire lake appears to boil as thousands of even larger mutated leeches erupt from the water, raining down upon the soldiers' positions. Chapter 15. The Leech's Nest Warning. A large-scale high-threat biological signal has been detected, with numbers multiplying exponentially. Our squad is entangled. We request assistance. Oh, my leg armor is being corroded. Within the command terminal, the previously orderly communications are instantly replaced by frantic cries. The leeches raining down from above scatter the ranks of the black-clad soldiers, as if a storm had struck. The leeches that leap from the lake are larger and more corrosive. Once they attach to a soldier, they ravenously gnaw at the armor with their ringed teeth, producing a nauseating crunching sound. The 30mm autocannon of the Badger-type armored personnel carrier fires continuously, shredding large swathes of leeches into pieces, yet under such overwhelming assault, it proves to be a mere drop in the bucket. One soldier slips and falls, instantly being engulfed by dozens of leeches. His piercing scream is swiftly drowned by the surging dark green mass. Fall back, regroup around me. The commander directs the troops to contract their defensive line, forming a protective position backed by the armored vehicle while calmly assessing the situation. The Blackhand Flamethrower Squad, engage. Understood. A steady response comes through the communicator. Behind the front lines, 20 Blackhand Flamethrower soldiers, who have been on standby, advance with measured steps, crossing the defensive line of the black-clad soldiers to position themselves at the forefront. Their Hellfire Model 7 launchers ignite with a fiery glow at the muzzles. Faced with the oncoming tide of dark green leeches, their expressions remain unwavering. The barbecue begins. The leading flame soldier spoke in a tone devoid of any emotion. In the next instant, 20 robust, orange-red streams of fire erupted from the weapon's muzzle. The spectacle was extraordinarily grand, instantly becoming the focal point of the battlefield. 20 tongues of solidified fuel intertwined to form an insurmountable fiery net, swiftly enveloping an area of over 100 meters in front of the position. The searing flames rendered the air itself as if it were ablaze. The frenzied, mutated leeches that charged forward emitted sharp, piercing shrieks upon contact with the fiery web. Their epidermis proved feeble against the high temperature of the solidified fuel. The flames clung tenaciously to their bodies, and despite their frantic writhing, they could not extinguish the inferno. Their forms rapidly contorted, as the moisture within them was instantaneously evaporated by the flames, ultimately reducing them to pools of black ash. The fire serpents coursed across the ground, plunging directly into the boiling reservoir. The solidified fuel ejected by the inferno, 7 was lighter than water and insoluble. Thus, upon contact with the water's surface, it swiftly spread, transforming the entire dark green lake into a burning sea. The lake water instantly boiled under the scorching flames, releasing plumes of white vapor. The submerged leeches faced their doom as the flames incinerated both the water in the reservoir and the monsters within it. Countless leeches struggled in the fiery ocean, attempting to leap above the surface, only to be consumed by the more ferocious flames. The reservoir, a breeding ground for innumerable leeches, had now morphed into an immense kettle boiling water. The previously subdued black sentinel soldiers now gazed in awe at the magnificent scene before them. "What are you dawdling for?" The captain's roar roused them once more. "Eliminate the remaining targets and cover the engineers." Yes, all the soldiers, as if awakening from a dream, leveraged the safety firewall created by the flame soldiers to precisely shoot the scattered leeches emerging from corners where the flames had not reached, such as the pipelines. In just a few dozen seconds, the tide of battle was completely reversed. The black-clad flame soldiers pressed on, advancing steadily as they directed their fiery streams with precision into the massive drainage pipes, still spewing leeches, accompanied by a chorus of anguished shrieks. The threat within the pipes was thoroughly eradicated. "Commander, the threat has been nearly eliminated," the captain reported to Xiao Feng. "Well done." Watching the still blazing lake on the holographic screen in the command center, a weight lifted from Xiao Feng's heart. "Instruct the engineers to commence operations. Take control of the main control room of the water treatment plant and assess the damage to the equipment." "Yes, Commander." 20 battlefield engineers, escorted by 2 infantry squads, swiftly rushed toward the tallest building in the factory area. They used multifunctional engineering arms to cut through the locked doors, swiftly securing the interior. Reporting to the commander, "The main control room is secure, and we are connecting to the system to prepare for the restart of the purification equipment." Report, "The pipelines for sedimentation tanks 1, 2, and 3 are severely blocked and require cleaning." Report, "The central pump room's power system has suffered an overload and burned out, necessitating the replacement of core components." The voices of the engineers resonate continuously. The team leader commands, "All engineers, commence repair work immediately." Teams 3 and 4. Establish defenses centered around the main control building and eliminate all remaining zombies without exception. The flamethrower unit will continue the ongoing purification of the reservoir and surrounding areas, ensuring not a single leech egg remains. As the battle gradually subsides, orderly repair work ensues. The combat engineers display their remarkable professional prowess, navigating through the derelict factory to replace wiring, mend pipes, and restart equipment. Hours later, as night descends once more, the lights of the main control building at the water treatment plant illuminate once again. After reporting to the team leader, an engineer conveys to Xiao Feng, "Commander, the main equipment has been repaired, and we have activated the drainage system, expelling the contaminated stagnant water from the reservoir into the abandoned riverbed." Standing in the command center, Xiao Feng gazes at the brightly lit facility on the screen and the lake still engulfed in flames, a trace of a long-lost smile gracing his face. Despite the casualties, it is all worth it. The issue of drinking water has finally been resolved. Excellent. Send an additional 30 engineers. As for those 12 APCs and soldiers, let them remain. We shall establish a permanent outpost here. Also, bring the Black Hand unit back. Understood, Commander. Chapter 16. Purification of water sources as night falls. The water purification plant on the outskirts of the city remains illuminated, dispelling the encroaching darkness. The reinforcement convoy dispatched from the Crimson Crown base arrives at the outpost. Recently scarred by the ravages of battle, after half an hour, 30 combat engineers swiftly disembark and immediately join the repair efforts. While the Black Hand flamethrower unit boards the returning vehicles, their mission accomplished, the base has more pressing needs for them. Within the command center, Xiao Feng observes the real-time footage relayed from the water treatment plant on the holographic screen. He can switch perspectives at will, viewing the entire facility or focusing on any minute detail. He watches as the newly arrived engineers seamlessly integrate with their predecessors, exhibiting no hesitation. One engineer approaches a control panel damaged by corrosive fluid from mutated leeches, pausing before taking action. He retrieves a diagnostic interface from his toolkit and plugs it into the panel's auxiliary slot. Engaging the underlying protocol, the system architecture diagram downloads, and the fault points are marked. A series of data streams into his vision. Subsequently, his multifunctional engineering arm begins its work. A faint blue plasma arc flashes as the severely corroded metal shell is precisely cut open, revealing the charred circuit board beneath. The end of the engineering arm quickly transforms into a dexterous mechanical hand, carefully removing the defunct module before retrieving a brand new circuit board from a nearby spare parts box and securely installing it. The entire process is executed with the utmost efficiency, devoid of any unnecessary movements. On the other side of the reservoir, another formidable task was underway. The water, initially purified by flames, had been drained. Yet a thick layer of sludge, composed of leech remains and pollutants, still clung to the bottom of the pool and the inner walls of the pipes. "Activate the hive system," commanded the chief engineer. An engineer stepped forward, responding to the order, and opened the tool backpack behind him. A buzzing sound ensued as a swarm of fist-sized spherical drones emerged, akin to bees leaving their hive, and flew into the drainage pipes. The front of these small engineering drones was equipped with high-pressure water jets and powerful dredging drills, enabling them to commence efficient cleaning operations in the narrow spaces inaccessible to the engineers. Simultaneously, a team of scientists arrived at the scene. Clad in advanced biochemical protective suits and multifunctional experimental attire, they presented a stark contrast to the soldiers in black combat uniforms surrounding them. The leading scientist was the very individual who had previously reported the threat of the mutated leeches to Xiao Feng. They disregarded the engineers engaged in the repair work and proceeded directly toward the charred reservoir. Despite the lake being drained, the soil at the bottom still emanated a foul odor. One scientist retrieved a Prometheus portable gene sampling analyzer and meticulously collected soil samples from the lakebed, residual liquids from the pipe openings, and even charred remains of the leeches. Virus activity detected. T-virus residue concentration at 73. Unknown organic compounds identified. Preliminarily assessed as corrosive mucus secreted by mutated leeches. Dormant viral eggs found in the soil samples, with a survival rate of less than 5. But there remains a risk of hatching under suitable conditions. The data was transmitted in real time to the scientists' AR goggles and simultaneously displayed on Xiao Feng's command screen. "Commander," the leading scientist established communication with Xiao Feng, stating, "The physical cleaning and flame purification are insufficient to ensure the water here meets safe drinking standards. A thorough biochemical disinfection must be conducted. What method should we employ for the cleaning?" Xiao Feng inquired. "The plan is as follows," the scientist articulated clearly. "First, based on the data at hand and the T-virus samples from the leeches, we need to develop a specialized serum to eliminate water contamination. Then, we will mobilize a mobile spraying vehicle to apply the serum across the entire reservoir and all pipeline systems within the facility. The serum we have developed can completely decompose the protein shells of the virus and eradicate all remaining biological eggs. Following the serum's purification process, we will utilize the deep underground water wells within the facility to extract pure groundwater and perform at least 3 high-pressure flushes of the entire pipeline system to ensure no serum residue remains. Finally, we will reactivate the existing physical filtration system of the water treatment plant. Our team will establish a temporary monitoring station here to conduct 24-hour continuous virus testing on each batch of produced water until all indicators remain within safe values for 72 consecutive hours before it can be deemed safe for use." "Understood," Xiao Feng replied. In this instance, Xiao Feng deftly manipulated the interface. Unlike the other 3, the virus research interface was devoid of any pre-existing data. Instead, it remained entirely blank until the scientists presented specific proposals that would unlock and facilitate research. The Shuiyuan Jinghua Ji T-virus was urgently developed by the Fengbao Keshua Zhongxin. Based on an in-depth analysis of mutated leech samples and contaminated water sources, specifically designed as a rapid purification agent targeting T-virus aquatic vector pollution. This agent serves as a regional water purification tool and is not intended for therapeutic use. Its original design aimed to swiftly degrade the active T-virus in water without compromising the integrity of the aquatic environment, rendering it safe for consumption. The highly concentrated, pale green liquid is suitable for large-scale dispersal via mobile spraying vehicles or direct injection into enclosed water bodies. Subsequently, Xiao Feng proceeded to select vehicle enhancements. Illuminating the mobile spraying vehicle. The blueprint for the Jinghua mobile spraying vehicle necessitated the Fengbao Keshua Zhongxin to attain a secondary level of technological authorization. It provided unprecedented strategic regional purification capabilities for the Haisa Shouwang. Whether reclaiming infected cities, establishing safe biochemical barriers at frontline positions, or purifying critical areas, the Jinghua mobile spraying vehicle is an indispensable core of support. Despite its basic armor, its substantial size renders it an easy target on the battlefield. necessitating constant protection from main force troops. Its effectiveness is entirely dependent on the various agents supplied by the Fengbao Kashua Zhongxin. Should the logistics supply line be severed, it would be reduced to mere scrap metal. Moreover, its deployment is slow, with changing agents and extending spraying arms requiring time, rendering it incapable of responding to sudden skirmishes. Shortly thereafter, the research on the serum for purifying water pollution and the mobile spraying vehicle was completed. The armory promptly produced a mobile spraying vehicle to be dispatched to the water purification plant's outpost. Within moments, a uniquely designed six-wheeled heavy truck emerged from the base's gates, its rear adorned with a massive tank and several spraying arms. Upon its arrival at the water purification plant, all engineers and soldiers had retreated to a safe distance as per instructions. The spraying commenced. With a command, the spraying arms on the truck slowly unfurled, releasing countless fine nozzles that began to disperse a pale green gas over the parched reservoir and surrounding area. The gas enveloped every inch of land, infiltrating every crevice, fundamentally eliminating all invisible threats. For the next 2 days, the entire water purification plant was shrouded in this pale green mist. It was not until the third morning, when the scientific team confirmed that the concentration of blood toxins in the air had fallen to safe levels, that the second phase of the flushing operation officially commenced. The pumps of the water plant were restarted. Initially, some wastewater remained, but gradually, as time passed, the water became crystal clear. The pristine water flowed through the purified pipes, carrying away the last remnants of filth. When the third flushing was complete and the reservoir was refilled with clear water, all present felt an uplifting sense of elation. Within the central control building, engineers and scientists convened. The team leader stood before the main valve, casting a hopeful glance towards the lead scientist. The scientists nodded at the data terminal in their hands, confirming that all preliminary procedures were complete and ready for initiation. "Commence the final program," the captain commanded. A resounding boom echoed from the depths of the factory, long shrouded in silence. The brand-new physical filtration system sprang to life, drawing in the crystalline waters of the lake through its pipes. All eyes converged on a water outlet in the control room. Finally, a torrent of sparkling water erupted from the pipe, cascading into the collection basin below. One scientist promptly approached, filling a sterile beaker with the water and placing it into a portable analyzer. The analysis commenced, assessing biochemical indicators and scanning for viruses. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Moments later, the analyzer emitted a soft beep, and the screen displayed a line of green text. "Water quality, excellent. No known viruses or harmful microorganisms detected. Meets drinking standards." We succeeded. A cheer erupted, igniting a wave of jubilation throughout the control room. A few young engineers even embraced in excitement. Even the usually composed captain couldn't help but smile. 15 kilometers away, at the Red Crown Command Center, Xiao Feng gazed at the green text on the screen, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Truly remarkable, this unit that developed the antidote for the Heguang virus. This meant that his base could welcome more survivors without the burden of basic survival resources. As previously stated, the sacrifices were worth it. He ended the communication and turned his gaze to the massive holographic map on the wall. The icon for the water purification plant had shifted from red to green, indicating it was under control. This area was now occupied and suitable for construction. The voice of the artificial intelligence chimed in at the perfect moment. "Now, to construct a power plant." Command acknowledged. With the water issue resolved, what about food? His finger glided across the map, ultimately pausing at a location marked as a large agricultural ecosystem. Chapter 17, The Broadcast of Hope. A clean water source was a boon for the entire base. The survivors of the apocalypse, once fraught with anxiety, began to feel grounded and secure. The base no longer required stringent rationing of drinking water, and the ample supply of pure water significantly improved public health standards. Black-clad sentinels patrolled the roads in precise formation while, in the distance, the smokestacks of the munitions factory released plumes of industrial white smoke. A brand-new Badger armored personnel carrier had just rolled off the production line and was undergoing weapon system testing. All of this instilled in Xiao Feng a surreal sense of achievement. Yet, he knew it was far from sufficient. A base of only a few thousand inhabitants remained but a fragile vessel in this zombie-infested land. He needed a larger population, more soldiers, and stronger technology. "Commander, the radar center has completed its calibration and is ready to commence full-frequency broadcasting." Chun Jing's voice resonated behind him. Xiao Feng gazed at the three-dimensional holographic sand table in the center of the command hall. "We have acquired the capacity to accommodate survivors and can continue to investigate each light point on the holographic map as we did before. Yet that method is exceedingly slow." "Commander, are you suggesting?" Chun Jing, with her exceptional intellect, immediately surmised Xiao Feng's intent. Indeed. Xiao Feng paused and stated, broadcast to the entire city, declaring that we possess water, food, and troops, ensuring safety. Embellish the details as you see fit. I understand. Shunjing promptly began to compose. I will devise 2 sets of communications, one being basic, and the other employing the old encrypted communication methods of the Longwa military. Excellent. Let us proceed with that. Repeat the broadcast every hour. Understood, Commander, Shunjing replied. Ji. To all those struggling for survival. This is the Haise Shouwang Chai's Hongwan base. If you can hear this broadcast, it signifies that there is still hope for this city. Please do not abandon hope. In the outskirts of the city, we have established a base. We have a disciplined military force tirelessly purging the zombies that plague this land. And we possess potable water and ample food supplies. Here, you will find a secure refuge. We have dispatched patrols to monitor the main thoroughfares near the base. Remember our emblem, the Haise Shouwang insignia composed of a pentagram and an inverted E. I repeat, this is the Haise Shouwang Chai's Hongwan base. We await your arrival. Meanwhile, approximately 20 kilometers from the Chai's Hongwan base, within an abandoned library, nearly 100 survivors huddled between the shelves, their faces etched with despair. Only the occasional groans of hunger pierced the silence. Their leader, a former protector named Zhang Lei, stared glumly at the half-empty box of instant noodles and a few bottles of murky drinking water. This was their last sustenance. Brother Lei, we cannot afford to wait any longer, a young man implored anxiously. If we cannot find food soon, we will all perish here. Go outside. Do you not understand the situation out there? Zhang Lei growled irritably. There are monsters everywhere that devour humans. The team that ventured out 2 days ago, 10 men, none returned. Just then, an old radio in the corner crackled to life with a surge of static. As one survivor was about to impatiently turn it off, a clear voice suddenly emanated from it. To all those struggling for survival, this is the Haise Shouwang Chai's Hongwan base. If you can hear this broadcast, it signifies that there is still hope for this city. The library fell into an immediate hush. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes widened in disbelief. Is this a broadcast? Haise Shouwang, what is this place? A military base? It's a trap. It must be a trap. A man screamed. Surely it is a scheme devised by those vile marauders to lure us into servitude. His words quickly garnered agreement from the others. The malevolence of human hearts in the apocalypse often proves more terrifying than the zombies themselves. They had heard tales of the ruthless gang known as the Bald Vulture Gang that occupied the commercial center, notorious for their brutality. Zhang Lei furrowed his brow, equally engulfed in doubt. Yet, deep within his heart, an uncontrollable flicker of hope began to ignite. Silence enveloped the room. With a thunderous shout, he quelled the unrest. His gaze fixated on the radio, diligently committing the coordinates and information relayed by the broadcast to memory. Soon after, the broadcast emitted a series of beeping sounds. Yes, it was Morse code. A bespectacled youth widened his eyes in disbelief. Hastily, he retrieved a pencil from his pocket, crouched down, and translated the incessantly repeating signal onto paper. Moments later, he lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with a blend of elation and incredulity. All eyes turned to him. An eerie stillness fell over the entire library. They even questioned whether this was merely a mirage conjured by their overwhelming thirst. Is this real? A voice trembled. It is real, the youth exclaimed, excitedly pointing to the symbols on the paper. This is Morse code, certainly not a trap. Those marauders would not employ such intricate methods. Zhang Lei snatched the paper, his gaze fixed intently on the words, his body shaking violently with excitement. He abruptly stood, surveying his companions, as the flames of hope reignited in his bloodshot eyes. We shall seek refuge among them. Zhang Lei's voice was hoarse with enthusiasm. However, Lei Gu, how do we get there? 20 kilometers filled with monsters. The broadcast mentioned patrols, indicating their confidence in securing the route. Zhang Lei's eyes sparkled once more. Moreover, this is our final chance. Distribute the food among everyone, rest, and prepare to set out. In the ensuing days, similar scenes unfolded in various corners of the city's ruins. Multiple survivor groups, after enduring doubt and testing, embarked on their journey toward the coordinates of the Hongsa Guanwang base with trepidation. A week later, at the periphery of the Hongsa Guanwang base, they encountered the first line of defense composed of standardized checkpoints. Zhang Lei, leading nearly 100 survivors, finally arrived at their destination. Upon witnessing the towering walls and the soldiers clad in black combat gear, wielding sophisticated weaponry behind the checkpoints, they were profoundly shaken, instinctively halting in their tracks. Everything here emanated a sense of security, contrasting starkly with the world they had traversed. A captain from the Blackwatch team emerged from behind the checkpoint. This is the Hongsa Guanwang controlled area. His voice resonated from his helmet. Lay down your weapons and proceed to the disinfection channel as instructed. Any acts of defiance will be deemed hostile. Among the survivor group, an elderly man with graying hair and glasses gazed at everything before him, trembling with excitement. Adjusting his spectacles, he murmured, "This is how humanity should be. We are saved." His name was Sun Chongqing, a botany professor from the local agricultural university before the apocalypse. Beside him, Zhang Lei inhaled deeply and raised both hands high. Under his leadership, all the survivors laid down their rudimentary weapons, filled with exhilaration as they stepped into the realm beyond the towering walls that had bestowed upon them endless astonishment. Chapter 18. The scout of the raiders. The colossal alloy gate of the Hongsa Wanghua base ascended slowly under the force of hydraulic rods, emitting a heavy clamor. Zhang Lei, along with a throng of survivors behind him, entered the stronghold of the apocalypse with palpable excitement. Their singular sensation was one of awe. The broad thoroughfare was paved with smooth concrete, remarkably clean and orderly. Flanking the road, a series of uniformly designed military buildings stood in neat alignment. Soldiers armed with M4A1 rifles, clad in complete black combat gear, patrolled the streets with assured and powerful strides, while others conversed with scientists garbed in white protective suits. Adjacent to the military structures, the foremost row of colossal edifices featured statues of two figures holding torches, flanked by T-shaped buildings emitting wisps of white smoke. From the smokestacks of the armory, white steam billowed, and faint sounds of vehicle engine testing could be discerned. The iconic Hongsa Wanghua main base loomed behind the crowd, with a fountain plaza situated in front and a power plant array to the side of the base. In the distance, towering radar antennas rotated slowly, and not far behind the Hongsa Wanghua, a semi-arc white structure stood, all arranged with remarkable symmetry. The air was devoid of the stench of decaying corpses, instead infused with a subtle scent of disinfectant. "Please follow the guidance and enter the disinfection passage," a voice from behind a helmet belonging to a black-clad sentinel intoned. The survivors, not daring to disobey, obediently followed the instructions, stepping into a lengthy corridor constructed of white metal panels. All males lined up on the left, while females and children occupied the right. "Surrender all your weapons. We will securely store them and determine their return based on your future roles," a soldier, wielding a tactical tablet, announced the rules in a monotone devoid of emotion. They silently discarded their assorted weapons into designated recycling bins. Upon traversing the disinfection passage, they were met by several doctors and nurses clad in white coats, who swiftly scanned each survivor with specialized instruments. Body temperature 36.7. Heart rate 82. No visible external injuries, no signs of viral infection. Rating, green, cleared. Body temperature 37.5. Mild dehydration, abrasion on right arm, treated, no signs of viral infection. Rating, yellow. Observation recommended. Suspicious infection detected. Target has a deep scratch on the left calf. Wound shows signs of necrosis. A gaunt man was promptly extracted from the crowd by two soldiers, terror etched across his face. "No, I didn't. I'm not," he cried out desperately. Yet, Dean Zhang merely cast a silent glance at the data on the analyzer. The wound had formed over 34 hours ago. T-virus infection, cell necrosis rate 17, irreversible. "Dispose of him," commanded the leader of the black-clad sentinel team succinctly. A sharp gunshot rang out, and the man's struggles ceased abruptly. A wave of suppressed gasps reverberated through the crowd of survivors, many faces drained of color. Zhang Lei's heart tightened in his chest. He observed with clarity the soldiers' swift and decisive movements, devoid of hesitation. Professor Sun was deemed to be in the green category, though slightly malnourished. Following this, identity registration and information gathering commenced. After undergoing disinfection and preliminary medical examinations, they were escorted to a spacious indoor plaza. Tables and chairs were arranged neatly, and a young woman in a black logistics uniform, appearing gentle and composed, stood waiting for them. "Welcome to the Qisei Crown Base. I am the data analyst and personnel registrar here. My name is Chen Jing." Her voice was exceedingly gentle. "From this moment onward, you are safe. Please take your seats in an orderly fashion. We will proceed with the registration of your identity information. Once completed, you will each receive a clean uniform and an identification wristband bearing a number. Soldier, please distribute the food." The survivors complied and sat down. As a bowl of porridge, a white steamed bun, and a small dish of pickles were handed out, many could no longer contain their hunger and began to devour their meals ravenously, with some even breaking down in tears mid-bite. Zhang Lei also ate heartily, his eyes glistening with emotion. He looked around and saw the expressions of his companions reflecting a long-lost sense of contentment. He knew he had made the right gamble. Name, age, and pre-apocalypse occupation. Chen Jing stated as she sat behind the table, a portable holographic terminal before her, swiftly recording the information. Zhang Lei, 32 years old, former guardian. Zhang Lei scratched his head awkwardly. Chen Jing glanced up at him, annotating on the terminal. Physically robust, possesses organizational skills. Recommended for inclusion in the reserve list for the defense team. The next was an elderly gentleman with graying hair. Sun Changqing, 65 years old. Professor of Agriculture at Agricultural University. The elder adjusted his glasses, his tone imbued with the reserved demeanor characteristic of intellectuals. Chen Jing's registration process noticeably paused for a moment, after which she marked a significant symbol on his file. This subtle delay did not escape Professor Sun's notice. The registration proceeded methodically. In a corner of the crowd, 3 men were simultaneously gorging themselves while exchanging furtive glances. The leader, a man nicknamed Skinny Monkey, was the chief scout sent by the Vulture Gang. "Boss, this place is not what we expected," one of his subordinates whispered, his voice laced with fear. "This is a regular army, with that equipment and the decisiveness they just displayed in taking a life. What is there to fear?" Skinny Monkey reprimanded in a low voice, though his expression also bore a weight of seriousness. "Fortune favors the bold and famine befalls the timid. The more organized this place is, the more it indicates they possess what we desire: water, food, weapons. Damn it, they even have factories." Skinny Monkey continued, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "Fortunately, they broadcasted their location. After such a long time, we finally found it." His eyes sparkled with greed as he added, "Boss Buck's plan is sound. As long as we can ascertain their details, particularly their patrol routes and troop deployments, the boss will have a way to seize this place entirely. But how do we gather intelligence?" Another subordinate inquired. "The regulations here are exceedingly strict, with soldiers stationed everywhere. We have no opportunity to stray." Using his knuckles, Shoho tapped his temple. "We are survivors, newcomers. It is entirely normal to exhibit curiosity and to ask questions. We shall split up. One will attempt to ingratiate himself with the patrolling soldiers to gather information about the outside world. Another will seek out the laboring survivors to learn the base's rules and who the leaders are. And I will devise a way to approach the smoke-emitting factories. Remember, do not reveal our intentions. We shall reconvene here before nightfall to exchange intelligence." The 3 nodded in agreement and swiftly blended into the crowd. "Commander, the first batch of survivors, totaling 121 individuals, has completed inspection and placement, with 1 potential T-virus carrier identified and neutralized. This group includes 3 former defenders and a botany professor from an agricultural university. Additional survivors are still being cataloged," Chen Jing reported from the side. "Oh," Xiao Feng remarked. "Perhaps he can assist us with the issue of food cultivation." Meanwhile, the scout known as Shoho feigned aimlessness, gradually distancing himself from the crowd, attempting to circumvent a sentry while stealthily making his way toward the munitions factory. His movements were cautious, constantly observing the patrols around him, clearly a seasoned operative. However, unbeknownst to him, as he entered the military zone, the command center automatically marked him. Shoho was mentally noting details when, just as he stepped out of the shadow of the sentry, a voice commanded from behind, "You, do not move." The warning from a black-clad sentry reverberated in his ears. Shoho turned, startled, only to find the patrol had silently positioned themselves behind him, their rifles' red sights firmly fixed on his head, leaving him utterly perplexed. Chapter 19. A new battlefield 3 hours later. In the cafeteria of the temporary settlement area, survivors were enjoying their second meal. Suddenly, several squads of fully armed black-clad sentries burst in, swiftly sealing all exits. "Everyone, remain seated, do not move." The soldiers' cold voices echoed throughout the cafeteria. Zhang Lei, Professor Sun, and many other survivors exchanged glances, finding mutual confusion reflected in each other's eyes. At that moment, Xiao Feng entered the cafeteria, flanked by a group of soldiers. His gaze swept across the room. "There is no need for alarm," Xiao Feng reassured them. "I once lived a life akin to yours, uncertain day by day. Therefore, this base welcomes every compatriot, yet it will not tolerate any with sinister intentions." As his words fell, 3 black-clad sentries, akin to bearers of small chickens, unceremoniously tossed 3 battered men into the center of the cafeteria. It was Shoho and his 2 subordinates. These 3 new acquaintances seemed particularly interested in our base's military deployments and industrial capabilities, Xiao Feng remarked. "I believe they may elucidate why my people informed me they were inquiring about our patrol rotation and the stockpile of weapons and ammunition, and even sought to infiltrate our munitions factory." A stir arose among the crowd of survivors, all eyes glued to the trio, eager for the unfolding drama. They are not fools. In the apocalypse, they are acutely aware of what such behavior signifies. The gaunt monkey's face turned pale as he struggled to comprehend how his seemingly flawless actions had been uncovered. He felt akin to a monkey leaping within a glass enclosure. Every movement scrutinized by the other party. Speak, Xiao Feng commanded, his gaze fixed upon him. Who are you? For whom do you serve? Where is your base? How many individuals do you have, and how many weapons? We are merely curious, the gaunt monkey attempted to plead. Xiao Feng fell silent, merely signaling to a soldier beside him. The soldier stepped forward, unsheathing his dagger, and with the anguished scream of one of the gaunt monkey's subordinates, cleanly severed a finger from his hand. Ah! The heart-wrenching scream sent a jolt through everyone present. My patience is limited, Xiao Feng's voice remained calm. You may choose to cooperate, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, my subordinate will make you experience what true despair entails. By the way, our physician can ensure you won't perish easily before your blood runs dry. Gazing at the masked soldier of the Haisa Showang, the gaunt monkey's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. I will speak. We are members of the Tu Jiao gang. Our leader is Buck. And we are entrenched in the abandoned shopping mall at the city center. We have over 7,000 survivors, more than 2,000 firearms, and over 100 RPGs, along with a salvaged armored convoy. Under the specter of death, the gaunt monkey divulged everything he knew. After listening to his confession, Xiao Feng nodded. Excellent. He turned his gaze towards all the survivors and proclaimed loudly, Today, before you all, I establish the first iron rule of the Qi Se Guan. Any form of espionage shall be punishable by death. He paused before continuing. I know some among you may still harbor doubts and reservations, but let me assure you, I provide you with food and a safe haven. All I ask in return is your obedience and loyalty. For those who sincerely follow us, the Qi Se Guan will be your strongest support. As for enemies and traitors. His gaze returned to the gaunt monkey and his two companions, his tone deepening. He declared, This shall be your hell. Xiao Feng nodded to a nearby soldier. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, abruptly ending the lives of the 3 scouts. Blood stained the cafeteria floor. That night, in the reception room of the command center, Xiao Feng met Professor Sun Changqing. Personally, Xiao Feng poured a cup of hot water for the somewhat dazed Professor Sunday. Professor Sun, welcome, he said, extending the cup with a gentle tone, in stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. I am honored, Professor Sun exclaimed, startled, as he accepted the cup with trembling hands. After taking a seat, he remained silent for a long while before sighing and saying, Commander Xiao, today I have truly gained new insights. You are right. In this cannibalistic world, kindness does not command armies. In chaotic times, stringent measures are necessary. With a young and capable leader like you, coupled with such a formidable battalion, we may indeed have a glimmer of hope. Xiao Feng waved his hand, signaling him not to be overly formal, and candidly remarked, I have reviewed your credentials. You are an esteemed expert in agricultural sciences from Nongya Dashua. Professor Sun, to be frank, we have resolved the water supply issue at our base, but food remains a significant challenge. Currently, we rely on scavenging, which is not sustainable. I wish to ascertain the feasibility of establishing a stable food production base given our present conditions. Upon mentioning his expertise, Professor Sun immediately perked up, adjusting his glasses. The lenses gleamed with wisdom. The possibilities are substantial, yet the challenges are equally formidable. His speech quickened. Commander Xiao, agriculture in the post-apocalyptic world is entirely a different concept from the past. Firstly, concerning land. The soil surrounding urban areas is likely severely contaminated by the T-virus through water sources and the remains of infected bodies. Direct cultivation would yield produce that no one would dare consume. Secondly, regarding seeds, it remains uncertain whether ordinary crop seeds can germinate normally after the catastrophe. Lastly, environmental factors such as pests and abnormal climate conditions pose a lethal threat. Xiao Feng listened intently, nodding in acknowledgement. I have considered all of these factors. What if I could provide a relatively clean tract of land along with a well-stocked seed bank? As he spoke, he rose and approached the holographic map, bringing up a 3-dimensional representation of a large agricultural ecological park on the outskirts of the city, situated 30 kilometers from the base in the southwestern suburb. This expansive modern agricultural ecological park spans over 50,000 acres. According to pre-catastrophe data, it features greenhouse facilities and an intelligent irrigation system designed to conserve water resources to the greatest extent. Most importantly, its underground cold storage houses a vast array of superior seeds for nearly all crops. If feasible, I intend to entrust you with its management. What? Professor Sun abruptly stood up, hurrying to the map, his eyes fixated on the verdant area, trembling with excitement. Commander, if we can secure this location, the food problem would be readily resolved. Yet, as you can see, Xiao Feng pointed to the rampant growth of plants and the heat signatures displayed in the imagery. It remains quite perilous there. Professor Sun's fervor gradually subsided as he scrutinized the images, pondering, "Commander, this is indeed extremely dangerous." However, conversely, the fact that vegetation can thrive so abundantly indicates that the fundamental ecological environment has not been entirely destroyed. Based on the knowledge from the old world, I surmise that the greenhouse's enclosed environment may have isolated it from most direct external contaminants, thereby fostering a unique ecological system internally. As for those heat signatures, I cannot ascertain their nature. Thus, the key to securing this area lies in how we navigate this complex environment. Xiao Feng interjected. Precisely, Professor Sun nodded emphatically. "Commander, if you trust me, I am willing to oversee the entire technical support for crop cultivation, provided I am given sufficient equipment and manpower, as it is currently spring. I assure you that the first batch of high-yield grain will grace the tables of all at the base by autumn in 6 months." Observing the venerable professor before him, resolute and unwavering, Xiao Feng felt a surge of joy. "Very well," he exclaimed, rising in excitement to extend a hand. "Trust is paramount. One who doubts is unworthy of employment. I have discerned the integrity of Elder Sun, and I place my faith in you. Professor Sun, from this moment forth, you shall assume the esteemed position of the inaugural minister of the Chai's Huangwan Agricultural Department. I shall grant you the requisite authority and personnel. My sole stipulation is that everyone is well fed. I pledge my utmost dedication until the very end." Professor Sun promptly rose to firmly grasp Xiao Feng's hand. And in that instant, this elder of peace found his new battlefield amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. Chapter 20. Unleashing potent firepower within the command center. A colossal holographic sand table hovered, precisely illustrating a three-dimensional map of the city. The flickering points of light represented identified resources, unknown threats, and the real-time positions of the Blackwatch forces. Xiao Feng, Professor Sun, and intelligence analyst Qinjing gathered around the sand table, engaged in a compact meeting. Based on my earlier discussions with Professor Sun, we have established our next strategic objective. Xiao Feng's finger glided gently across the sand table, locking the view onto the expansive agricultural eco-park on the city's outskirts. The model of the eco-park was instantly magnified, rendering each structure distinctly visible. "Qinjing, please provide an update on our reconnaissance efforts," commanded Xiao Feng. "Yes, Commander." Qinjing stepped forward, retrieving a series of images and data. "Our drones conducted numerous aerial surveys of the target area over the past 3 days. The imagery indicates that no large-scale zombie activity has been detected on the surface of the eco-park, a stark contrast to the conditions in other urban areas. This is highly unusual." The holographic screen displayed footage captured by the drones. The entire eco-park was enveloped in a dense layer of verdant foliage, particularly those immense glass greenhouses, where the plants thrived with such vigor that they appeared on the verge of shattering the glass dome, forming lush jungles. Thermal imaging scans revealed a plethora of irregular low-temperature heat sources within the greenhouses, exhibiting rapid movement, yet their precise biological forms remained undetermined. Furthermore, the main pathways and building entrances of the park seemed obstructed by some vine-like vegetation, whose growth rate and morphology surpassed known parameters. "Mutated plants?" Xiao Feng furrowed his brow. Professor Sun adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. "This may not merely be ordinary mutation." Analyzing the known data, it appears that this virus primarily infects living beings, but also exerts an indirect influence on flora. Based on my prior understanding of plants, in the absence of natural predators and human intervention, certain aggressive species can proliferate uncontrollably. Thus, if these plants have adapted to the virus-laden soil and water, they may very well become new vectors for the virus, even evolving aggressive traits. In other words, Xiao Feng pondered, summarizing, we are potentially facing an environment rife with unknown organisms. Precisely, Professor Sun affirmed with a nod. Therefore, I believe that a conventional infantry advance would be excessively perilous. We must possess formidable firepower capable of tearing through these mutated plants. Xiao Feng's gaze returned to the sand table as he opened the technology tree interface. Powerful firepower? That is not a concern, Xiao Feng replied. All right, let's conclude the meeting here. I appreciate both of your participation. I will handle the remaining preparations. Then we shall take our leave, Commander. After they departed, Xiao Feng's attention returned to the sand table. He opened the technology tree interface, his fingers gliding gently across the virtual display. Most areas remained shrouded in dull gray, representing unlocked potentials, while only the foundational technologies he had currently mastered, such as the M32 underbarrel grenade launcher upgrade kit and the Badger troop carrier with tow armor, radiated a bright luminescence. The internal environment of the ecological park was complex, with unknown biological threats moving at remarkable speed. Although the Badger Troop carrier boasted strong mobility and had undergone weapon upgrades, it appeared inadequate when confronted with elite creatures or solid fortifications. His gaze continuously scanned the mid-tier area of the technology tree, ultimately honing in on 2 gray nodes. Unit Blueprint, M2 Bradley Infantry Fighting Vehicle, Blackwatch Modified Version. Description: a multifunctional medium armored unit based on the classic infantry fighting vehicle blueprint. Upgraded and modified by the Storm Research Center. Equipped with a 25mm chain gun, it serves as an exceptional platform for infantry joint operations and medium-range precision elimination. Unit Upgrade, Missile Trooper. Description: equips Blackwatch soldiers with the FGM-148 Javelin Smart Anti-Bow Missile. This missile possesses a lethal capability, allowing its smart warhead to autonomously lock onto the target's vulnerable points, such as exposed hearts or eyeballs, becoming a core strength for light infantry against heavily armored units and elite bows. These are the ones I need. The Bradley Infantry Fighting Vehicle offers both offensive and defensive capabilities, capable of carrying infantry while providing formidable direct firepower and anti-armor proficiency. The Missile Trooper serves as his ace in the hole, just in case. System: promptly unlock the blueprints for the M2 Bradley Infantry Fighting Vehicle and the Missile Trooper. Commands confirmed. Intelligence points are being consumed. The artificial intelligence responded. Blueprint for M2 Bradley Infantry Fighting Vehicle has been unlocked. Unit Missile Trooper has been unlocked. Relevant data has been transmitted to the Storm Research Center, Watch Academy, and Armory. As the system notification chimed, the 2 gray nodes on Xiao Feng's holographic sand table were instantly illuminated, transforming into a silvery hue. Concurrently, within the Storm Research Center, located on the far side of the base, several scientists engaged in research received new directives almost simultaneously. Receiving Commander S orders, commencing analysis of M2 Bradley Vehicle Module. Loading Chain Gun Fire Control System, initiating simulation optimization. The Javelin Anti-BOW Missile Smart Lock-On Protocol is being compared with our BOW database to enhance its identification algorithms for weaknesses against the Lurker, Hunter, Tyrant, and others. Within the vast armory, heavy mechanical arms began adjustments, and the molds on the production line were automatically replaced. The assembly line originally designated for the production of Badger Troop carriers underwent intricate mechanical transformations, reconfiguring into a new production line capable of manufacturing more complex tracked vehicles. In the specialized training grounds of Showang Shuyuan, missile troops were engaged in live-fire exercises. The entire base had once again entered a phase of rapid mobilization, as a concrete offensive plan targeting the ecological garden was set into motion. 3 days later, at dawn, in the central square of the Chai's Guanghuang base, a battalion had assembled. 500 fully armed Black Showang soldiers stood resolutely at the forefront, including 20 missile troops wielding javelin launchers and 20 flamethrower soldiers carrying fuel tanks. Behind them were 80 engineers and scientists tasked with support. 40 various models of APCs and 6 M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles formed 3 lines at the rear. The entire force presented a disciplined and formidable appearance. Subsequently, Xiao Feng issued the command. The objective: the agricultural ecological garden. Advance. The convoy rumbled forth, racing toward the agricultural ecological garden. Chapter 21. The Liquor's Lair. The convoy stirred up clouds of dust along the desolate national highway. The commander of this operation sat within the vehicle, monitoring the progress of the convoy and the status parameters of each unit in real time via the onboard holographic screen. Commander. 3 kilometers ahead, the Jiang Bridge is blocked by numerous abandoned vehicles, along with small clusters of zombies, reported the squad leader of the Black Showang team. How many? The frontline commander's fingertips delicately traced the holographic map, magnifying the bridge area, which was dotted with a multitude of red markers. The number of infected occupying the bridge exceeded 5,000. Deploy 1 M2 Bradley. The remaining units will remain on standby. The frontline commander regarded this with indifference, as if handling a matter of utmost triviality. Understood, Commander. At the forefront of the convoy, a Black Showang M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle detached from the formation, its tracks crunching over the gravel by the roadside with an audible creak. It then came to a steady halt before the bridge. With a hiss, the hydraulic door of the vehicle opened. Dozens of Black Showang soldiers, clad in full combat attire and wearing complete tactical helmets, streamed out and swiftly fanned out on both sides of the vehicle. Open fire, commanded the frontline commander through the command channel. The moment the order was given, the 25mm chain gun on the Bradley's turret erupted with a devastating roar. The sound was far more thunderous than that of a heavy machine gun, each blast accompanied by a flash of flame. A series of 25mm high explosive rounds traced bright trails through the horde of zombies, striking abandoned vehicles and igniting them into brilliant metallic sparks, triggering a chain of explosions. Each shell's detonation shattered dozens of zombies, sending decayed flesh and broken bones flying in all directions. Drawn by the sudden cacophony, the zombies on the bridge emitted hoarse cries and surged toward the Bradley. Switched to incendiary rounds. The gunfire momentarily paused before commencing the launch of incendiary shells. Upon impact, the fired projectiles do not merely explode. Instead, they erupt into a searing conflagration, clinging to the bodies of the zombies and igniting all combustible materials in the vicinity. In no time, the entire bridge transforms into an inferno, with vehicles intermittently igniting and detonating violently. Countless flaming zombies howl and thrash about, ultimately succumbing to their fiery fate and collapsing to the ground as charred remains. The black-clad sentinels nearby commence precise shooting, efficiently culling the stragglers that emerge from the flames. In a mere 5 minutes, this bridge, once besieged by over 5,000 zombies, has been effortlessly cleared. The APC advances to remove obstacles and continue onward. 2 Badger armored personnel carriers, equipped with heavy hydraulic bulldozer blades, surge onto the bridge, effortlessly pushing the charred, deformed remnants of vehicles and the corpses of zombies into the river below, stirring up murky waves. The commander has reached the perimeter of the target zone, 1 kilometer away, and has not detected any large-scale zombie activity. The communication device within the vehicle crackles with a report from the leader of the black-clad sentinels. Indeed, it aligns with the intelligence relayed by our drones earlier. The frontline commander gazes at the unusually tranquil green area displayed on the screen, his expression devoid of relaxation. Everyone, remain vigilant. The more abnormal the area, the greater the peril, and do not forget the mutated leeches of the reservoir. I command all units to maintain a state of level 1 combat readiness, and to provide alternating cover as we advance. Understood, Commander. Gradually, the convoy makes its way onto the main thoroughfare of the agricultural ecological park. This place bears no resemblance to a post-apocalyptic world. Rather, it resembles a tropical jungle. Enormous vines, as thick as barrels, twist and intertwine around every building, obstructing the pathways entirely. If one were to describe it, it would be as though a multitude of plants have sprouted within the structures. Various unfamiliar plants surge forth from the cracks in the concrete, growing taller than humans. The air is saturated with a blend of earthy and botanical aromas, reminiscent of the scent after rain. Commander, the path ahead is completely obstructed by vines. Comes the voice of the squad leader over another vehicle's communication channel. The frontline commander glances at the holographic map and the mini-map, but is unable to provide any useful information, as the signal is blocked by the vegetation. The Bradley vehicle moves forward, utilizing 25mm high-explosive rounds to carve a path, followed closely by the flamethrower squad. Acknowledged. The turrets of 2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles slowly pivot, locking onto the verdant wall formed by the vines ahead. Fire. The chain gun unleashes an astonishing rate of fire, accurately bombarding the vine wall with successive volleys of 25mm high-explosive rounds. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions resonate, sending shattered plant debris flying in all directions. The seemingly resilient barrier of vegetation is violently torn apart by overwhelming force, creating a gaping breach. From the shadows beyond the breach emerge hundreds of ordinary zombies, their tattered clothing and decaying bodies drawn toward the convoy by the cacophony of explosions. There is no need for Xiao Feng to issue another command. The Badger APCs and infantry on either side of the convoy are already prepared for the onslaught. The relentless barrage of gunfire instantaneously engulfed the horde of zombies, their heads exploding with precision akin to that of a watermelon. It was a one-sided massacre, and within a mere 10 seconds, hundreds of the undead had been eradicated completely. Firebug soldiers, advance and widen the passage. Incinerate these weeds, commanded the officer. 20 black-clad fire soldiers swiftly moved forward, unleashing long streams of flame upon the remnants of vegetation surrounding the breach. The Purgatory 7 model emitted a viscous, solidifying fuel, transforming everything into a blazing inferno. The convoy gradually traversed the purged passage, officially entering the heart of the ecological park. At the core of the park stood several colossal glass greenhouses. Most of their glass domes remained intact, yet the interior remained obscured, shrouded in mystery. Countless bizarre plants grew rampantly within, segregating the greenhouses into dark and intricate green spaces. Commander, thermal imaging scans indicate that the primary heat signatures are concentrated within greenhouses 3 and 4, reported the black-clad commander to Xiao Feng, who was still at the base. Their movement patterns are exceedingly peculiar, exhibiting remarkable speed, and they appear to be climbing. They must be the lickers. Xiao Feng's pupils constricted slightly, as this scenario mirrored that of the school incident. Glancing at the troops poised for action, he chuckled, "Lickers. When we sweep through Jiqing, we shall pay special attention to the school." He issued the command. All vehicles established defensive lines on the periphery, sealing off all exits. Xiao Feng continued, "All soldiers, prepare to enter the greenhouse in squads. Stay vigilant of what lies above and beneath you. The rest, continue your command." Received, came the response. 500 soldiers, organized into squads, stealthily entered the largest greenhouse, number 3. As they pushed open the half-closed door, the scent of rain intensified. The interior of the greenhouse was even darker than anticipated. Towering mutated plants intertwined, obscuring most of the sunlight, allowing only dappled light to filter through the gaps, casting spots of illumination on the ground. The floor was thickly carpeted with fallen leaves, which rustled softly underfoot, creating an unusually jarring sound in the silence of the environment. A faint hissing sound emerged from the shadows above. An astute soldier abruptly looked up, his tactical optics locking onto a blood-red figure dangling from a massive vine, revealing its weakness. It was a creature devoid of skin, its muscle tissue fully exposed, with a massive brain pulsating slightly with each breath. It lacked eyes, and its limbs ended in dagger-like claws, fiercely gripping the vine. "Licker, an old acquaintance," the soldier murmured. Above, open fire. Almost simultaneously with the warning, the licker's limbs propelled it fiercely downward towards the soldiers. The rhythmic sound of gunfire erupted as the soldiers reacted swiftly, their M4A1s firing instantly. However, the surrounding foliage was exceptionally dense, causing most bullets to find empty air, with only a few striking but failing to deliver fatal blows. The claws sliced through the air, and in an instant, the connection between a soldier's neck and chest was viciously torn apart, leaving only a few strips of flesh tethering them together. Blood erupted everywhere, and the soldier fell backward, lifeless, onto the ground beside him. The sound of the gunshot seemed to signal an impending chaos. From all directions of the greenhouse, a rustling sound emerged, as one after another, the lickers appeared from the shadows. Their numbers appeared to exceed 200. An ambush erupted instantaneously. These agile predators exploited the intricate jungle environment, launching attacks from the most unimaginable angles. They scurried along walls and foliage, the clash of their claws against the trunks resonating with a sharp crack, intermittently flicking out their long tongues in an attempt to drag the soldiers into the darkness. Back-to-back defense, maintain crossfire, commanded the squad leader calmly over the channel. The soldiers of the Blackwatch, true elites, quickly formed several defensive circles in groups after enduring the initial onslaught, dispatching the lickers that lunged at them, sending their bodies plummeting from the air. All infantry units, fall back, evacuate the greenhouse, clear the battlefield, ordered Xiao Feng. The soldiers wasted no time, firing suppressively while alternating cover to rapidly retreat toward the entrance. The swarm of lickers emitted piercing shrieks, relentless in their pursuit. Just as the soldiers burst through the greenhouse's entrance, Xiao Feng commanded, "Bradley, along with the remaining armored vehicles, attack. Bring that damn glass house down." 6 M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles and 40 Badger armored vehicles simultaneously aimed their cannons at the greenhouse's massive glass facade. "Fire!" they roared. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, a chorus of destruction. The combined force of 46 weapons shattered the entire glass wall into 1,000 pieces. Countless shards, accompanied by collapsing steel beams, tumbled inward, and for the first time, sunlight poured in unreservedly, igniting a scene that stirred the hearts of all who beheld it. "Missile troops, lock onto those creatures, bring them down from the trees," commanded Xiao Feng. 20 missile soldiers stood ready, their javelin missile launchers emitting a beeping sound as they locked onto their targets. Target locked. Launch. With a whoosh, 20 missiles, trailing flames, soared into the greenhouse, their intelligent warheads automatically homing in on the exposed brains of the lickers. The ground shook with the force of the explosions, illuminating various spots as the lickers were blasted apart, blood raining down like a torrential downpour. "Continue firing, flamethrowers, incinerate all the plants inside." "Yes." 20 Blackhand flamethrowers advanced into the greenhouse. The intense heat warped the air, flames igniting every plant within the structure. At that moment, an extraordinarily large figure burst forth from the heart of the flames. It was a colossal licker, nearly double the size of an ordinary one, its muscles more robust. A thin layer of keratin covering its brain, clearly the leader of the licker pack. Enveloped in flames, it charged toward the convoy outside. "TSK, seeking death," they muttered, and the gunfire resumed. The gun's muzzle was redirected, and a relentless barrage of firepower shattered its form into countless fragments. The remaining greenhouse was subjected to the same treatment. overwhelmed by direct fire suppression. In a mere moment, the battle concluded. The entire sequence, from the initial ambush to the counterattack and ultimate clearance, transpired in a brief span of 20 minutes. The Black Sentinels, wielding overwhelming firepower, eradicated these nests without mercy. Xiao Feng, observing the smoldering ruins of the greenhouse engulfed in flames and smoke from the command center, took a deep breath. He instructed the engineers and scientists to enter. Under the protection of soldiers, the logistics and technical team of 80 engineers and scientists finally set foot on this land, recently ravaged by the fires of conflict. Chapter 22. Sowing the future. The flames were nearing extinction. The black-clad pyrotechnicians ceased their fiery assault, leaving only remnants of embers licking at the charred roots of plants among the greenhouse's debris. All combat units established a defensive perimeter centered around the greenhouse, prepared to eliminate any moving target, irrespective of its nature. The squad leader's voice resonated through the channel, commanding a thorough safety inspection of the entire facility, leaving no corner unchecked. The soldiers swiftly mobilized, erecting makeshift sandbag barricades and setting up machine gun positions. Battlefield engineers deployed numerous viral detectors, quickly enveloping the entire ecological park. The scientists meticulously collected tissue samples from the lick takers, paying particular attention to the mutated keratin layer of the leader. They also gathered the roots of the mutated plants and soil heavily contaminated by the virus. These primary data were invaluable treasures for the Fengbao Research Center, more precious than life itself. Commander, preliminary analysis indicates that these lick takers underwent the entire mutation process from ordinary zombies to lick takers within a relatively enclosed environment, making their genetic samples immensely valuable, reported the chief scientist to Xiao Feng, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Additionally, the genetic chain of these mutated plants exhibited peculiar alterations. They appeared to have formed a bizarre symbiotic relationship with the T-virus present in the soil, capable of absorbing the virus as nourishment while simultaneously storing the virus they absorbed. This revelation offered us a novel perspective for developing detoxifying agents against the T-virus. Furthermore, there is good news, Commander. The chief scientist's voice trembled with barely restrained excitement. Our preliminary analysis results are in. Although the soil and water sources here exhibit mild T-virus contamination, the viral activity is extremely low and has not penetrated the deeper layers of soil. We speculate this is related to the greenhouse's enclosed environment. Its unique plant ecology has created a natural biological purification system, significantly delaying the virus's encroachment. So, the soil is largely unaffected? Indeed, we merely require a little more time. Excellent. Proceed without hesitation, Xiao Feng replied with delight. Meanwhile, the battlefield engineers conducted a comprehensive assessment and repair of the ecological park's infrastructure. They donned backpacks equipped with hive drones and carried silver multifunctional toolboxes, swiftly making their way to their respective objectives. In the central control room, a gruesome tableau of congealed blood and shattered screens lay before them, with corrosive bodily fluids having severed numerous circuits. The lead engineer, the team captain, surveyed the chaotic console with familiarity and promptly activated the multifaceted Genesis engineering arm. A hum resonated as a pale blue plasma cutting beam ignited, precisely slicing through the dismantled control panel. Several engineers rushed forward, employing high-pressure air guns to clear the interior of grime and debris, while another connected directly to the backup port of the control room via a neural interface, initiating a rapid diagnosis of the mainboard and circuit damage. 3 main power lines had been incinerated, yet the backup power remained intact. The mainboard of the irrigation system in Zone 1 was compromised, and the controllers in Zones 2 and 3 had malfunctioned. Sensors 7 and 12 of the temperature control module were rendered inoperative. Through AR goggles, this data was vividly projected into the field of vision of each engineer. Subsequently, one engineer undertook the replacement of the burned-out wiring, while another utilized a high-intensity welding gun to mend minor fractures on the mainboard. A few others deployed small engineering drones, their buzzing filling the air as they navigated into narrow ventilation ducts to inspect and repair areas otherwise inaccessible to human hands. Meanwhile, in the greenhouse sector, another team of engineers exhibited their own commendable efforts. They effortlessly dismantled shattered glass using hydraulic pliers and unloaded translucent polymer panels from an armored vehicle. These panels, lighter than glass, yet significantly stronger, were capable of withstanding hailstorms. Like children assembling building blocks, they swiftly affixed these standardized panels to the greenhouse dome. In merely one morning, the damaged sections of the 3 largest greenhouses were restored to pristine condition, re-establishing their sealed status. Back in the central control room, the engineers successfully activated their portable backup power supply. With a surge of electrical sound, a series of indicator lights on the console illuminated in succession. The park's map was restored and was in the process of retrieving the structural diagram of the entire facility. Soon, a detailed three-dimensional map materialized on the holographic screen. They had pinpointed the location, underground level 2, Zone B, precisely here. With a cacophony of grinding metal, the door swung open, releasing a gust of cool air. Lights flickered on, illuminating this vast subterranean expanse. Neat rows of metal shelves extended to the far end of the basement, densely populated with labeled metal-sealed boxes. Potatoes, corn, wheat, rice, soybeans, and an array of vegetables were all present, encompassing nearly every known high-yield crop. Upon receiving the news, Professor Sun Chongqing hurried to the scene. "Commander." His voice trembled slightly as he beheld the entirety of the basement, adjusting his reading glasses as if to imprint every detail into his memory. "Professor Sun, from this moment forth, this place is entirely under your jurisdiction. As always, should you require personnel or equipment, report directly to me, and I shall provide the utmost priority support. Rest assured," Professor Sun assured with fervent conviction, rolling up the sleeves of his shirt. As if he had momentarily regained 20 years of youth, he guaranteed the completion of the task in 6 months. Xiao Feng, gazing through the department's screen at the venerable professor before him, felt a surge of emotions. The foundation had been laid, and now it was time to let this region flourish. 2 days later, a convoy consisting of 10 Badger-type APCs set forth from the Hongsa Crown base, making its way to the Agricultural Ecological Park. On board were 60 carefully selected young survivors. Upon their arrival at the Ecological Park, witnessing the vast expanse entirely under the control of the Blackwatch troops, an exhilarating excitement enveloped them. Many among them, who had struggled for survival in this apocalyptic world, had never imagined they would one day behold such verdant land. At the entrance square of the Ecological Park, Zhang Lei was currently conducting a mobilization. "Fellow compatriots," Zhang Lei's voice resonated powerfully. "I understand that many of you are grappling with survival in this dreadful apocalypse, where even basic sustenance poses a challenge. But today, this land before you is the answer provided by Commander Xiao Feng. The previous water sources were one thing, and now this fertile ground is another. I acknowledge that all of us, myself included, have lost our dearest ones, yet life is transforming for the better, infused with hope. Frankly speaking, we must look forward. Therefore, from this day forth, we shall reclaim our identities. No longer are we mere survivors hiding in the shadows. We are now farmers and workers. We take pride in this. And with our own hands, we shall sow grains and cultivate hope in this land. The soldiers of the Blackwatch will safeguard our safety with their lives. And our duty is to nurture our fields with our sweat, ensuring that everyone receives their rightful share of food and shelter. Now, all who are willing to labor for our new homeland, step forward." After finishing his speech, Zhang Lei took the lead. Following a brief silence, a tall, middle-aged man, a former construction worker, was the first to step forward. Soon after, the second and third followed, and before long, every survivor stood up, their eyes reflecting the nobility of this endeavor. "Excellent," Zhang Lei nodded with satisfaction. "Now, let us heed Professor Sun's arrangements and commence our work." Thus commenced a hopeful spring sowing season. Chapter 23. A quantum leap as the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the gloom of the apocalypse. Illuminating the emblem of the Hongsa Crown base, the entire base buzzed with renewed vigor. The Agricultural Ecological Park had been successfully incorporated into the base's territory, and Xiao Feng constructed several power plants within the park to ensure its energy supply. Henceforth, the base was liberated from concerns regarding food and entered an unprecedented phase of rapid development. In the command center, Xiao Feng sat at the head of the conference table, intently observing the ever-changing resource data on the holographic display. However, his thoughts were not fixed on these figures. "Commander, you called for me." Chen Jing's voice came from the side. Xiao Feng returned to the present, nodding in acknowledgement. "How is the reception of survivors under these dire circumstances?" "In accordance with your directives, we have diligently progressed. Under the aegis of military aid and broadcasting efforts, the number of survivors has surpassed 1,000, totaling 5,768 as of yesterday. The base is gradually regaining its footing, and you have been entrusted with an additional task, to keep an eye out for individuals with exceptional talents in specific areas, such as Professor Sun. For it is imprudent to let you bear the burden alone." "Understood." Furthermore, Xiao Feng intoned, his fingers gliding across the holographic sand table, delineating a substantial expanse within the city walls. "Here, I plan to establish a large dining hall, a specialty food street, and an entertainment center. In due course, we will dismantle the temporary structures within the walls, and the ensuing negotiations will be entrusted to you." Chen Jing. "Acknowledged, Commander. I have conducted an investigation, And among the survivors, there are numerous chefs and pastry chefs from the pre-apocalypse era. We can encourage them to utilize our surplus ingredients to open their own small establishments. And we could issue payroll cards for transactions. This would not only greatly enrich everyone's diet, but also allow them to reclaim their skills and sense of value. Chun Jing elucidated with clarity. As for the entertainment center, she paused, we could set up a complete suite of facilities including a cinema, billiard hall, and internet cafe, which would significantly alleviate the mental stress of the populace. Of course, this merely reflects my personal thoughts. Your ideas are commendable. Let us proceed accordingly. In the following period, the base embarked on an ambitious construction endeavor. With the combined ingenuity of battlefield engineers and civilian construction teams, buildings rose swiftly. While the livelihood district was being developed, the medical center was also completed. It is not merely a hospital. It encompasses advanced biochemical laboratories and a regeneration center, staffed by top-tier surgeons appointed by the system. Additionally, surgical doctors will be trained within the barracks. Here, apart from treating various ailments, it will serve as the core facility for the future transformation of super soldiers. At the opposite end of the base, within the Storm Research Center, Xiao Feng was summoned by the chief scientist. Commander, the decryption of the T-virus has been completed. The chief scientist reported to Xiao Feng. Through our analysis of water, plants, and the zombies harboring the T-virus, we have comprehended the overall structure and transformation patterns of the T-virus, successfully stabilizing the factors within it. To be candid, Commander, although the T-virus induces rapid cellular necrosis while significantly enhancing basic metabolic functions, we perceive it as an inferior product, lacking the perfection of the blacklight virus. Nevertheless, based on this research, we have unlocked two technological advancements. Firstly, the efficacy of the serum previously utilized for water purification has been enhanced. The new generation of serum formulations will be more comprehensive, with improved lethality against environments contaminated by the T-virus, encompassing water, plants, and soil. This will enable us to swiftly purify our surroundings, while the current serum formulations exhibit zero side effects on non-infected organisms and environments. Secondly, we have developed an antidote for the T-virus, which can be administered to humans infected by it. We have fully deciphered the T-virus. However, our experiments indicate that it is only effective for the first day, meaning it is viable within 24 hours from the moment of infection. In addition to these two aspects, there exists one more critical element that I must mention. The scientist's voice was infused with an uncontrollable excitement. The establishment of the hospital plays a pivotal role in our other research endeavors. Now, all the technologies pertaining to our super soldier serum project have been completed, allowing us to advance into the initial phase of research. Xiao Feng's breath momentarily faltered. Relative to the antidote for the T-virus, this news was far more impactful. The super soldier, this was his true trump card in combating the even more terrifying bows of the future, and indeed, in opposing the Umbrella Corporation. Xiao Feng promptly accessed the technology tree, sequentially selecting several research projects within the realm of virus study. Aside from the super soldier serum project, which was progressing at a languid pace, the remainder illuminated instantly. As vast amounts of intelligence flooded in, the super soldier project, emblematic of the pinnacle of biological technology within Heisei Shou Wang, finally commenced. Xiao Feng then turned his attention to the other two major modules. Vehicle enhancement. M1 Abrams main battle tank blueprint unlocks the Heisei Shou Wang heavy track armor platform, equipped with a 120mm M256 smoothbore cannon and composite armor, serving as a dependable zombie hunter. Although its performance does not rival the specialized Dominator tank, its mature design and potential for modification render it the most reliable armored unit for Heisei Shou Wang in confronting mid to high-tier bows, such as the Hunter Squads and Tyrants. UENS Flying Detector Blueprint, an upgraded version of the viral detector, maintaining the same functionality as its fixed counterpart, but executing a broader patrol without the risk of hacking. It continuously patrols the airspace above controlled zones for 24 hours, providing real-time aerial perspectives to the command center. Base upgrade. Q production technology. Prerequisite requirement is that the Storm Research Center's research level must reach level 2. The upgraded Watch Academy transforms from a singular personnel output into a standardized squad production. The system now allocates resources in one go, treating a complete standard combat squad of 10 personnel, typically composed of 6 assault soldiers, 2 light machine gunners, 1 grenadier, and 1 missile specialist, as a cohesive unit for synchronized training and equipment distribution. This technology significantly reduces the time from issuing production orders to achieving effective combat capability, enabling Heisei Shou Wang to deploy forces to the battlefield more swiftly. Parallel assembly production line. Prerequisite requirement is that the Storm Research Center's research level must reach level 2. A complete overhaul of the internal layout of the armory is undertaken, introducing parallel vehicle assembly concepts. The factory is divided into 4 independent assembly zones, each equipped with fully automated robotic arms, conveyor belts, and assembly robots. Post-upgrade, the armory can simultaneously assemble 4 vehicles of the same class, allowing the armored strength of Heisei Xiao Wang to take shape rapidly. That evening, the production at the armory was declared complete. Accompanied by alarms and the heavy sound of gates opening, a tank, entirely clad in black with the emblem of Heisei Xiao Wang emblazoned on its turret, slowly emerged from the vast factory. Its tracks rumbled across the concrete floor, producing a familiar sound. The broad and thick frontal armor conveyed an indomitable sense of weight. It was indeed the Heisei Xiao Wang M1 Abrams main battle tank, based on the previously established blueprint. The prowess of Heisei Xiao Wang has, at this very moment, achieved a qualitative leap. The apocalypse, it seems, is not as insurmountable as it once appeared. Yet, unbeknownst to Xiao Feng, while Heisei Xiao Wang flourishes, a pair of eyes, thousands of kilometers away in the shadows, has already captured this base, an anomaly in the wasteland, through satellite surveillance. Chapter 24. The unexpected guest. The agricultural ecological park has commenced operations at full capacity, with over 600 newly dispatched young adults joining the previous 60. Laboring tirelessly in the fields and greenhouses under the guidance of Professor Sunday, life within the base has transitioned into a state of peaceful development. For the survivors who have struggled to endure in this post-apocalyptic world for months, it feels akin to a return to the days before the calamity. No longer do they live in constant trepidation. Each morning, they are roused not by the groans of the undead but by the ringing of alarm clocks. In their leisure hours after work, they indulge in culinary delights at the food street and unwind at the entertainment center, a perfect balance of labor and leisure. Xiao Feng revels in this rare atmosphere, having spent nearly 2 months in this world. Recently, he has taken to donning casual attire, meandering through his base, observing the vibrant faces around him and listening to the survivors' discussions after meals. This serves as a poignant reminder of the purpose behind all his endeavors. However, this tranquility is destined to be ephemeral. Late one night, atop an abandoned high-rise building 5 kilometers from the base, several shadows, nearly indistinguishable from the darkness, lie in wait. Comprising 4 individuals clad in the signature pitch-black tactical uniforms of USS Umbrella Security Service, their faces concealed by gas masks, they blend seamlessly into the night. The surface of their uniforms appears to absorb light, reflecting none even under the moonlight. The power-assisted joints enable them to move soundlessly at any given moment. Leading them is a figure known as Night Eagle, the most elite agent of Umbrella Corporation and commander of Alpha Team, accountable solely to Albert Wesker himself. He raises a high-tech tactical binocular from Umbrella Corporation, instantly deconstructing the Qihong Wang base into a 3-dimensional model, clearly revealing all defensive arrangements and troop movements. Target confirmed. Night Eagle's voice resonates through the communication device on the team channel. Defense level assessment. A. The wall structure is robust, firepower configuration is sensible, and the patrolling forces are professional. No aerial units detected. At present, their capabilities far exceed any known survivor factions. Boss. A team member's incredulous voice breaks in. Scanning indicates that their factory is producing heavy armored units. My goodness, is that a tank? Do they have ties with the military of this nation? No, Night Eagle calmly refutes. According to the intelligence provided by Mr. Weskier, the main forces of the Longhua have retreated south, far removed from this location. Moreover, look at their soldiers. Night Eagle magnifies the image, focusing on a squad of Heisei Xiao Wang soldiers changing shifts atop the fortress walls. The equipment is standardized, and the individual soldier's proficiency is remarkably professional, indeed elite. There is no superfluous communication during their actions, a discipline that is rarely cultivated in conventional military forces. It feels more akin to our genetically engineered warriors. The analysis from Ying cast a profound silence over all the team members. To them, that group appeared as true monstrosities. Or perhaps they transcended the very definition of humanity. However, the sudden emergence of this enigmatic power reveals an abundance of the unknown and formidable strength. Our previous mission to recover the school's liquors had encountered them. Another team member whispered. The combat data recorded at that time indicated their individual combat capabilities were exceptionally strong, yet their commander was a novice. Thus, Mr. Weskier dispatched us here. Ying retracted his binoculars, a glimmer of exhilaration flashing in his eyes akin to that of a hunter spotting new prey. This base, along with their forces, constitutes an unforeseen threat that must be thoroughly understood before executing the final plan. He glanced at the team members behind him and issued new instructions. Wuya, you remain here, continue remote surveillance, monitoring their every move. Yuhan, Du Shi, follow me. We shall gather data on their base while reconnoitering their fire points. And if feasible, capture a tongue. Understood, Chief. The three shadows activated their optical camouflage, their forms twisting in the air before vanishing entirely. They silently leaped from the high building, swiftly heading towards the illuminated Blackwatch base. Meanwhile, within the command center of the Crimson Crown, Chen Jing meticulously verified the base's population data and supply consumption reports. Since becoming the chief assistant to the commander, she had grown rapidly. Suddenly, on a screen in the second row before her, an icon representing the viral detector began to flash a yellow alert. The Blackwatch operator seated beside her exclaimed, "The viral detector, a fixed virus detection system deployed after the base's upgrade, possesses surveillance capabilities, monitoring everything within its purview 24 hours a day. What is it?" Xiao Feng, contemplating the next step at the sand table, noticed the operator's unease. "Commander," the operator pointed at the screen, his expression grave, "the No. 3 viral detector captured a set of faint energy fluctuations and some images half a minute ago. The coordinates are located 5 kilometers southwest of the base, at an abandoned building." He swiftly called up the data analysis chart. "The formation of this energy exhibits a high level of technical sophistication. The reason our viral detector could capture it is likely due to the adversary leaking information during some form of communication. The detector is currently locking onto the target. Results will be forthcoming shortly." He approached the screen, scrutinizing the fleeting pattern. "Oh." Xiao Feng's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "Immediately elevate the base's alert level. Order all patrols to retract their lines and converge towards the base. Prepare the troops for carpet bombing, while also dispatching UANS flying detectors to accompany the soldiers." Xiao Feng stroked his chin and commanded, "No, the UANS flying detectors should go first." "Understood. Chief, we have been discovered. However, we have not yet been locked onto." Though the situation remains grim, the voice of the team member, Du Shi, echoed in astonishment. "Moreover, it appears they have deployed a type of aerial reconnaissance drone, and troops from the base are advancing towards us at an alarming speed," Weya added. "Is this a tactic for regional reconnaissance and counter-stealth?" Yang murmured to himself, intrigued. He hesitated to proceed further, uncertain if advancing would pose a threat to their lives. "Yuhan, what is your status?" "Almost complete, but only with the most basic information." Yuhan replied. "It's done, Chief," Yang stated succinctly. "Let us withdraw." Subsequently, the 3 elite agents of USS retreated into the shadows as the Blackwatch troops began to react. Moments later, from a distance, several silhouettes emerged like phantoms once more. Lord Weskier's assessment was correct. This base is either a secret military project hidden by Longhua or, like us, a remnant of the old world order. The data collection task from our initial contact with the enemy base is complete. Upload it to the main server. Yuhan, Yang issued his final command. Threat level is preliminarily assessed as B. Continuous surveillance is advised. With that, he and his teammates faded into obscurity, ultimately vanishing into the darkness as if they had never been there. "Commander, no discoveries to report," the squad leader informed Xiao Feng, seated before the command center's tabletop display. Xiao Feng replied, "Understood, return." He was aware that the enemy had indeed been present and recognized that both he and his base had become targets of a colossal entity lurking in the deepest shadows of the apocalypse. "Commander," Chen Jing said with a worried expression, gazing at the holographic screen displaying the enlarged red and white umbrella emblem. "It's all right." He had initially believed that his greatest adversaries were the relentless hordes of zombies, the increasingly formidable bows, and those marauders who forsook their morals for resources. Yet now, it seemed those challenges were merely minor inconveniences. Only he understood that this war had only just begun. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. The first volume concluded. Chapter 25. New Order. A few days later, Xiao Feng sat in contemplation on the swivel chair in his top-floor office, reflecting on the arrival of Umbrella, which had surprised him. He held high hopes for Umbrella in this world, as it finally provided a worthy opponent. Given the escalating military capabilities of the Blackwatch, ordinary T-virus zombies had become insufficient. After some thought, Xiao Feng decided to set aside matters regarding Umbrella for the moment. He activated the internal communication system. "Qinjing Li Wei, come to my office." 10 minutes later, in the conference room of the command center, Qinjing and Li Wei entered in succession. "Have a seat." Xiao Feng gestured toward the chairs in the meeting room. Qinjing and Li Wei complied, awaiting their orders. Li Wei was a soldier, a former captain from Longhua's border defense forces, and one of the few professionals among the military personnel on the base. During an expedition to gather supplies, the team led by Li Wei found themselves besieged by a horde of corpses, only to be rescued by Xiao Feng's patrol. Witnessing the formidable combat prowess of the Haisa Shouwang, Li Wei and his companions unhesitatingly chose to join their ranks. With unwavering trust in the military, Xiao Feng decided to reinstate Li Wei, and their camaraderie in the ensuing days confirmed the correctness of that choice. Once they were seated, Xiao Feng's gaze fell first upon Qinjing. Qinjing, Xiao Feng began, I require you to undertake a task of utmost importance, a population census. Commander, I have already completed that task, Qinjing promptly replied, assuming Xiao Feng referred to the prior information registration. No, the previous registration was far too vague. Xiao Feng shook his head and clarified, what I need now is a detailed account. I wish to know every individual's information, not only their names and ages, but also their pre-apocalypse professions, skills they possess, and even their hobbies. Whether they are engineers, doctors, teachers, or chefs, and even if they have knowledge of brewing, any skill could hold unexpected value in this new world. This census will directly determine their future roles and compensation. Additionally, I am prepared to adopt your earlier suggestion. I will provide every survivor who completes the census with an identity wristband and a salary card. A salary card? Li Wei inquired curiously from the side. Indeed, Qinjing explained, the wristband will be used for identity verification and authority management, allowing for tasks such as making phone calls. The salary card will function similarly to the salary cards of the pre-apocalypse, albeit on a points system. Moving forward, our base will no longer adhere to egalitarian principles. Each individual will earn points and permissions corresponding to their roles, essentially their wages. These points can be exchanged at the logistics department for food and daily necessities. Those who make outstanding contributions may also apply for enhanced medical and educational resources for their families, a matter previously discussed between Feng Gu and myself. Qinjing's assertions were indeed sound. This is merely a broad framework. We shall refine the details later should any issues arise. Xiao Feng nodded in approval. We must instill a fundamental principle in everyone. In this base, we do not sustain idlers or the indolent. If one desires a better life, they must create value with their own hands. Of course, we must not be overly frugal, while we have determined their future roles and compensation. We will strive for equity in wages. Therefore, I have decided that the minimum wage here will be 1,500 points, with working hours from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Weekends off, and special roles compensated differently. Given the apocalypse, wages will be settled weekly. Xiao Feng paused before continuing. Once personnel statistics are complete, we will establish a comprehensive human resources database. We cannot allow an experienced mechanic to work in the kitchen, nor should a potential talent be relegated to transporting supplies. Do you understand? I understand, Commander, she replied eagerly, rising to ensure the task would be accomplished. Excellent. I will assign someone to assist you, Xiao Feng said to her. Understood, Qinjing nodded vigorously. Then, Xiao Feng turned his attention to Li Wei. Li Wei, Xiao Feng remarked. We currently have far too many soldiers engaged in maintaining order over trivial matters. Li Wei silently nodded in agreement, fully endorsing this perspective. The combat proficiency of the Haisa Showang soldiers, which he witnessed firsthand, was indeed an extravagant waste to maintain order. Therefore, my proposition is as follows. Xiao Feng articulated word by word, to establish a new garrison, and I hereby officially appoint you as the chief instructor of the Chai's Hongguan garrison, fully entrusting you with the responsibility of selecting personnel from ordinary survivors, forming and training our secondary forces. Li Wei's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. I do not require you to train them to become elites like the Haisa Showang. Xiao Feng continued. That is unrealistic. I want you to utilize your experience to train them into competent soldiers who understand how to obey commands and wield weapons, among other things. They will be responsible for maintaining internal security at the base, logistical transport, and assisting the Haisa Showang forces in defensive operations. I understand, Li Wei solemnly responded. The training grounds will be the vacant land on the eastern side of the base. As for the equipment, I will have the engineers devise a solution. Regarding law enforcement powers, Xiao Feng's gaze deepened as he stated, from today onward, you and your garrison shall be the guardians of order at the Chai's Hongguan base. I will have Qinjing collaborate with you to formulate a code of conduct for Chai's Hongguan base. Anyone, regardless of their status, who dares to violate it shall be subject to your disciplinary measures, including the use of force. Understood, Li Wei swiftly rose to his feet, bringing his feet together and rendering a standard military salute to Xiao Feng. The morning sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting a delicate golden hue upon the apocalyptic base. In the central square of the base, a colossal electronic bulletin board was temporarily erected. On the board, bright red characters rolled to announce the core agenda of the day, the first comprehensive population census of Chai's Hongguan base and the release of new information. Through a broadcast, all survivors were summoned to gather at the central square. Their faces bore traces of confusion and curiosity. Chen Jing stood before the makeshift registration desk in the center of the square, taking a deep breath. Behind her, neatly arranged tables were manned by temporary registrars, each equipped with a portable data entry terminal. Ladies and gentlemen, Chen Jing spoke through the megaphone. I am data analyst Chen Jing. Today, we will conduct the first comprehensive population census since the establishment of the base, which pertains to your own interests, including your food rations, job placements, and your rights to protect your families. Please cooperate fully and report your information truthfully. The census will be conducted by household, so please line up according to the numbers on the ground and proceed to the registration desk for information entry. As she issued her instructions, the Haisa Showang soldiers, who had been on standby, began to guide the crowd, orderly dividing them into several lines. Zhang Lei, Zhang Guodong, and others were also within the queue. I see your age and profession have been filled out previously, the young registrar said when it was Zhang Lei's turn. Yes, we registered together with about 100 people back then. Do you have any experience in combat or weapon handling? I have studied some Sanda and have handled firearms. Zhang Lei replied honestly. Good, what are your hobbies? Hobbies? Well, fishing. All right, next please. On the other side, a burly middle-aged man was speaking animatedly. My name is Wang Hu, a heavy truck driver with 15 years of experience. I can navigate any road in the city with my eyes closed. As for repairs, to be frank, as long as I have the parts, I could even fabricate a tank. The registrar swiftly noted. Wang Hu, proficient in vehicle operation and maintenance. Familiar with roadways, recommended for the logistics engineering department. Hobbies? Fitness. Good, next. I am Wu Zhe, 42 years old. Formerly a chemistry teacher at the 3rd middle school before the apocalypse. The man adjusted his glasses awkwardly. Hobbies include gaming? Very well, next. One by one, survivors stepped forward to register. As the census progressed, a variety of talents emerged. Their backgrounds were diverse. Skilled lathe operators, seasoned electricians, factory workers, technicians knowledgeable in chemical formulations, chefs, laborers, farmers, nurses, and more. These professions, once commonplace in times of peace, had transformed into invaluable assets in the apocalypse. Soon, the afternoon arrived at the training ground. Nearly 300 selected young adults stood awkwardly in formation. Among them were individuals like Zhang Lei, who had some prior training. But the majority were ordinary people unfamiliar with military posture. Li Wei stood before them, hands clasped behind his back, resembling a sturdy pine tree. His keen gaze swept across each face. From this day forth, Li Wei's voice resonated from his chest like a tiger's roar, echoing over the training ground. You are the first batch of recruits for the Crimson Crown Guard. Your duty is to protect the safety of the thousands of families behind us with your own flesh and blood. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your chief instructor. Li Wei, a soldier. I will be your trainer. Stand straight, chest out, abdomen in, head up, fingers together. Li Wei's voice reverberated in the training arena as he wielded a wooden pointer, mercilessly striking the backs of those whose postures were inadequate. Do you think that having strength and courage is sufficient in the apocalypse? Let me tell you, without discipline, you are nothing but bandits, no different from the marauders outside. Here, you must forget your professions. You are soldiers. Look at yourselves. Your stances are unrefined. Your sitting is improper. Even a horde of zombies would appear more orderly than you. He reprimanded sharply. Here, I will not teach you any advanced tactics. I will teach you 3 things. Obedience, obedience, and yet more obedience. All of you, stand at attention for 1 hour. If anyone moves, you will run 10 laps around the training ground. Begin now. Li Wei showed no mercy, applying the strictest military standards to these civilians who had only recently had a few meals. Zhang Lei gritted his teeth, sweat trickling into his eyes, stinging and painful. Yet he remained motionless. A long-forgotten sensation was rekindling within his body. Li Wei approached him, giving a slight nod. Within half an hour, some began to sway, their faces paling. Report to the instructor. I can't go on, one recruit gasped. Li Wei approached him and said, Is it impossible? When your family is being pursued by zombies, can you truly declare it impossible? When the enemy aims their firearms at your wife and children, can you still utter those words? Furthermore, you are a man. How can you admit to being incapable? He took a deep breath, his tone softening slightly. I understand that you are weary, but I assure you, if you can endure, you will receive compensation far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Your families will be given priority in the allocation of newly constructed accommodations, and in time, you will earn the respect of all. Now, tell me, can you persist? Yes. The trainees, chastised by him, gritted their teeth and shouted in unison. Was the wind too strong, or have you not eaten? I didn't catch that. Can you endure? Yes. The roar of over 300 voices surged into a powerful wave, resonating across the skies. Very well, that is quite impressive. Take a 10-minute break. Then we will run 10 laps around the training ground. As the guard team sweated profusely, the content on the base's bulletin board was once again updated. Interim Code of Conduct for the Chi-Se-Wang-Gu Base 1. All members must unconditionally obey the commands of the command center. 2. It is strictly forbidden to hoard, loot, or sell supplies. Violators will face severe punishment. 3. All adult members must accept work assignments and participate in the construction, production, or logistical services of the base. Those who refuse work without justification will have their food rations halved. 4. Any form of private fighting, theft, or bullying within the base is strictly prohibited. Violators will be subjected to labor or execution depending on the severity of the offense. 5. A sanitation management system will be established. All members must maintain personal and residential cleanliness. 6. A curfew will be imposed after 10 o'clock at night. No one may roam freely in public areas except for on-duty personnel. After one warning, execution is permissible. Chapter 26. The transformation of Chi-Se-Wang-Gu 2 months later. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the mist on the horizon, bathing the structures of Chi-Se-Wang-Gu Base in light. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the training ground, Li Wei and his guard team were engaged in their routine morning exercises. The guards had now donned standardized black combat uniforms. Although their equipment remained basic, consisting only of bulletproof vests and standard-issue rifles, the spirit reflected in their faces was markedly different from 2 months prior. On the central street of the base, a flow of people surged. Survivors moved towards different areas according to their assigned posts. The most significant change was seen in the base's cafeteria. Once monotonous porridge and plain steamed buns had been replaced by a more sumptuous array of dishes. The chefs busily stir-fried behind the serving window. Today's main courses included braised pork with potatoes, sautéed cabbage, and the staple food of Northeast rice. All of this was made possible by the successful acquisition of an agricultural ecological park located 30 kilometers away. 2 months ago, Xiao Feng personally led a team of Blackwatch guards to face the infected within the ecological park. The Blackwatch cleared the infected with overwhelming force and incorporated the area into their territory. Now, the ecological park has become one of the most vital sources of food for Xiao Feng and his team. Professor Sun, along with his meticulously chosen agricultural technology team, has successfully cultivated the first batch of rapidly maturing vegetables using greenhouse facilities and intelligent irrigation systems. Although the yield cannot yet fully satisfy the daily consumption of tens of thousands, the current achievement of ensuring that each individual can enjoy at least one meal of fresh vegetables per week is commendable. Professor Sun anticipates that by this autumn, the production of grains and vegetables will reach self-sufficiency, with a surplus to spare. Yang Jia, please give me extra meat today. I earned 200 points for helping Master Wang, who repaired 2 generator cooling fans after working overtime yesterday, exclaimed a young maintenance worker, eagerly swiping his salary card at the window machine. Behind the counter, a middle-aged woman with her hair neatly tied up smiled warmly. All right, Xiao Lu. You are becoming increasingly capable. Yang Jie deftly operated the system, generously serving him an additional spoonful of oily braised pork. You should save your points. I heard the first phase of the new dormitory area is set to be completed next month, and you can apply for a single room then. Really? That's wonderful. The young maintenance worker replied excitedly. During this period, under Xiao Feng's directive, the newcomer Wang, who led a joint reconnaissance team composed of Badger-style armored personnel carriers and garrison troops to conduct a thorough sweep of the expansive area between the base and the water purification plant, as well as between the base and the ecological park. They not only eliminated all scattered infected individuals along the routes, transforming these pathways into absolute safe zones, but also discovered 8 well-preserved modern pig farms in several villages far from the main roads, alongside numerous chicken coops filled with chickens at nearby farms, and some unattended herds of cattle. Consequently, Wang Hu and his team transported a portion of these resources back to the base and reported their findings to Xiao Feng. The implications of this for the survivors who have struggled for months in the apocalypse are self-evident. Xiao Feng immediately ordered that these farms be incorporated as assets of the Blackwatch and dispatched the Blackwatch troops and professional survivors to take control. Thus, the bi-weekly feasts became the most eagerly anticipated days for all members of the base. During this time, the scale of agricultural production was expanded. In addition to the existing 50,000 acres of agricultural park, many untended farmlands were discovered near the base, with dedicated personnel assigned to oversee them. On the other side of the base, construction was also proceeding apace. Over the last 2 months, Xiao Feng designated a specific area for the centralized placement of power plants. The number of power plants has now increased, occupying 1/3 of the entire base. After deducting the energy required for daily troop maintenance, the remaining energy is being conserved for future use. Simultaneously, new standardized dormitory buildings have risen from the ground, with all old structures being demolished. The number of survivors within the base has steadily increased, nearing 20,000, making the old accommodations less suitable. These new buildings feature modular designs and are constructed rapidly. The dormitories have a simple and practical internal structure, rising 9 stories high, divided into 4-person and double rooms, each equipped with independent ventilation and utility systems, offering living conditions several times better than the previous temporary barracks. The roads within the jurisdiction of Xiao have been entirely renovated, with superfluous pathways eradicated and various abandoned resources redirected to the Chai's Hongguan base. Increased patrol units have been deployed, standardized checkpoints established at critical locations, and warning lines erected. Due to the continuous production of soldiers and vehicles during this period, the ranks of Xiao now exceed 10,000, officially establishing them as a dominant force. At this moment, Xiao Feng occupies the central position in the command center's conference room. Commander Chen Jing's voice emerges from the side. The first phase of the new dormitory construction is expected to be completed within 5 days, while the second phase will take 10 days. By then, all personnel will have accommodations. The garrison is fully staffed at 600 personnel, having completed the foundational training required to undertake daily patrols and defense duties. Excellent. Xiao Feng nods in approval. Additionally, regarding the Vulture Gang entrenched in the urban commercial center, the latest intelligence has been compiled. Chen Jing projects the data from her tablet onto the holographic screen before Xiao Feng. Chapter 27. Technological Advancement Revisited. A comprehensive report unfolds. Hostile Forces Profile, Vulture Gang. Leader, Buck, codename Vulture. A former Special Forces operative from a country in Eastern Europe, now an international mercenary. He possesses extensive combat experience and a cunning, ruthless disposition. Their location is an abandoned shopping plaza in the city center, which has been transformed into a military stronghold. The core membership comprises approximately 1,000 outlaws, all heavily armed with an array of automatic weapons and RPGs. And they have enslaved thousands of survivors to serve as laborers or cannon fodder. They maintain a small armored vehicle fleet, consisting of modified civilian trucks and a limited number of military APCs. This quintessential bandit organization thrives on plunder, posing a severe threat to surrounding small survivor enclaves, with recent activities frequently encroaching upon our perimeter's warning line. Xiao Feng's gaze fixates on the accompanying reconnaissance photograph, a distinctive bald head, the menacing scar at the corner of his eye apparent even in the low-resolution image. Indeed, the commander responds. Chen Jing adds, based on our interrogation records and corroborated accounts from nearby survivors, it is confirmed that the Vulture Gang has identified our base as their primary target, harboring a strong desire for our food, water, and weaponry. After hearing this, Xiao Feng shakes his head. The information aligns closely with what the 3 individuals he eliminated in the cafeteria had relayed. He cannot fathom why they would engage in such a futile endeavor. Perhaps they would rather confront the living than the undead. Xiao Feng muses aloud. All right, everyone disperse. Just then, his wrist communicator signals an incoming call. Commander, what is it? The chief scientist reports. The first phase of the Super Soldier Serum project has been completed, and we are now ready to commence the second phase. Oh, excellent. After 2 months of research, we have finally reached this milestone, Xiao Feng replies. I will initiate the second phase of research. Understood, Commander. The second phase will progress more swiftly, though it will still require some time, the chief scientist responds. As the communication ceases, Xiao Feng takes a deep breath. After a moment of contemplation, he accesses the technological interface and activates the relevant advancements. Virus Enhancement, DX1120 Super Soldier Serum Project. Final phase, applicable platform. Heisei Shouwang Soldiers Execution Facility. Hospital technical description, as the ultimate solution devised by Heisei Shouwang to confront advanced BOWs. The essence of this program lies in the injection of the DX1120 Blacklight virus serum, developed by the Storm Research Center. Its objective is to create a formidable biological unit capable of hunting down and exterminating adversaries, effectively countering the tyrant. Following the injection, the recipient will undergo a process of genetic reconfiguration and muscle fiber enhancement in the biological cultivation tank within the hospital's regeneration center for several days. Successful integrators will attain physiological capabilities that transcend human limits, possessing strength sufficient to confront the tyrant directly. The DX1120 Blacklight virus serum will reconstruct the recipient's sensory system, endowing them with the ability to perceive the virus, enabling tracking and precise targeting of concealed viral infection entities through advanced devices. The program guarantees a success rate of 100%, rendering each super soldier an invaluable tactical asset for Heisei Shouwang. Vehicle Enhancement, 20mm lightweight revolving cannon applicable platform. M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle. Main gun upgrade option. Standardized outpost. Defensive turret module. UH-60 Grey Goose transport helicopter. Door gun fire support. Technical description. As the cornerstone of Xiao Feng's standardized fire suppression strategy. The 20mm lightweight revolving cannon features a 6-barrel electric-driven rotating design, with a firing rate adjustable between 1,500 and 3,000 rounds per minute. Although it sacrifices some power and penetration compared to the 25mm. The dramatic increase in firing rate allows for devastating efficiency against unarmored infected entities, such as ordinary zombies and zombie dogs. It predominantly utilizes high-explosive incendiary tracer rounds, capable of generating secondary explosions and combustion effects upon striking the target. The dense barrage produced by the rapidly rotating barrels not only rends flesh, but also instills immense psychological terror in hostile survivors. It serves as the foundation for maintaining defensive lines, clearing landing zones, air defense, and providing supporting fire for infantry. 30mm heavy revolving cannon applicable platform. Xiao Feng M1 Abrams main battle tank. Main gun upgrade option. AH-77 Reaper armed helicopter. Nose weapon. Technical description. The 30mm heavy cannon represents a robust upgrade from the 20mm lightweight variant, with an increase in caliber translating to a qualitative leap in destructive capability. Retaining a terrifying firing rate, it delivers even more potent and concentrated firepower. The 30mm high-explosive armor-piercing or high-explosive incendiary rounds can easily penetrate the skeletal structure of devourers, tear through the hardened exoskeleton of hunters, and pose a lethal threat to light and medium enemy vehicles. Additionally, it exhibits devastating efficiency in clearing clusters of unarmored infected entities, such as ordinary zombies and zombie dogs. Active protection system applicable platform. Xiao Feng M1 Abrams main battle tank, Dominator tank. Hammer thermobaric tank technical description. A fully automated defense system integrating miniature radar and laser warning systems. Sensors distributed around the vehicle can detect high-speed threats, such as RPG rockets and anti-tank missiles, with a 360-degree field of view, ensuring no blind spots. Once locked on, the system calculates the intercept trajectory within 2 seconds and launches a dense cloud of metallic shrapnel from the corresponding launch module, prematurely detonating the incoming ordnance at a safe distance of 5 to 10 meters from the vehicle. Bradley Vehicle Smoke Grenade Applicable Platform. M2 Bradley Infantry Fighting Vehicle Technical Description. Standardized defensive modules installed on both sides of the Bradley turret contain several smoke grenades, which can be instantly projected into a forward fan-shaped area at the command of the crew. Upon detonation, the grenade swiftly releases a high concentration of white smoke, forming a dense smoke screen that effectively obscures visible sight lines within seconds. The rapidly generated white smoke plays a crucial role in disrupting enemy targeting, particularly against human adversaries, aiding in tactical deployments of the vehicle or creating safe conditions for infantry assaults. Infantry equipment. C4 remote-controlled explosive applicable units. Combat engineers, already equipped. Blackwatch Assault Troopers technical description. The Blackwatch Assault Troopers are equipped with C4 remote-controlled explosives identical to those of the combat engineers. This highly stable plastic explosive is encased in a modular shell with a high-strength adhesive coating, allowing it to adhere easily to any surface, whether it be a damp concrete wall or biological units such as tyrants. Each C4 explosive can be interconnected via standard interfaces, enabling soldiers to precisely adjust the explosive yield based on the structural integrity of the target, such as weak walls or heavy fortification gates. The fuse system is equally highly integrated, allowing for remote detonation and timed explosions via tactical terminals. Blackwatch Regular Soldier Unit. All upgrade options have been researched. Chapter 28, A Brilliant Plan. On the top floor of the Times shopping plaza, in what was once an opulent executive office, the air was thick with the stench of sweat. The ground was adorned with expensive carpets pilfered from luxury boutiques, now stained with dark crimson blood, clearly long overdue for cleaning. In one corner lay stacks of ammunition, alongside the casually discarded corpses of tortured slaves, already surrounded by flies. This was the domain of the Vulture Gang, a post-apocalyptic faction founded on violence and the law of the jungle. Bang! A crystalline whiskey bottle was violently smashed against the wall, shattering into fragments. The expensive whiskey flowed down the wall, intensifying the already pungent aroma in the air. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. A man sporting a signature bald head bellowed in fury, the scar on his cheek contorted with the twitching of his distorted facial muscles. His gaze fierce. Before him, a subordinate clad in a tattered leather jacket knelt tremblingly on the ground, his head nearly buried in the carpet. Boss, Razor Squad has been uncontactable for over 3 days. By the rules, they can be declared all Kia. Of course, I know they are Kia. Buck kicked the subordinate in the chest, sending him sprawling to the floor. What I want to know is how they died, without even a distress signal. They were my most cunning scouts. Buck panted heavily as he paced the room. As a retired Special Forces soldier who has navigated the battlefields of Eastern Europe and the jungles of Africa for over a decade, he possesses a beast-like intuition. Ever since the entity claiming to be the Xiao began broadcasting signals, he sensed an unusual aroma in the air, unlike the makeshift survivor enclaves. The aura emanating from this Xiao exuded a sense of the old world order that he both recognized and abhorred. Previous failures had led him to suspect that his own men lacked professionalism. Thus, he dispatched his most elite reconnaissance team, led by a formidable operative known as Blade, disguised as ordinary survivors to infiltrate and ascertain the nature of the opposition. However, this team vanished as if it had sunk into the abyss, leaving no trace behind. This method of eradication instilled in Buck a profound sense of trepidation, indicating that the adversary not only possessed formidable military strength, but also an efficient counter-reconnaissance system. He detested the feeling of being out of control. This new neighbor was indeed a tough adversary. Buck approached the grand window, gazing across the city to the towering walls that housed the Xiao stronghold. He could feel that power growing day by day. He had even heard whispers of them restoring the water treatment plant and cultivating farmland. This was nothing short of astonishing. He was covetous, yet the depths of their strength filled him with dread. If he could swallow the Xiao whole, he, Buck, would become the undisputed king of this city. However, he was acutely aware that the first rule of the jungle was to prevent potential threats from evolving into beasts capable of annihilating him. Delaying would lead only to a dead end. He had to strike preemptively. Yet, a direct assault? Buck immediately dismissed this foolish notion. The obliteration of the Blade team had already proven the enemy's defenses to be impenetrable. A reckless attack would be tantamount to sending his own forces to clash against a rock with an egg. Buck's gaze restlessly swept the room until it settled on a city map sprawled across the table, his eyes brightening as he strode over. His finger glided slowly across the map, finally pressing firmly on a location encircled in red. The 7th Textile Factory. A low chuckle rumbled from the depths of Buck's throat. His eyes glinting with cunning. He conceived a plan. Summon the butcher, he bellowed to his subordinate. Soon, a similarly fierce leader entered the room. Buck pointed at the 7th Textile Factory on the map, grinning maliciously. I recall that there is a nest of little mice here. Am I right? They seem to have a few operational industrial machines as well. Indeed, boss. The portly figure known as the butcher licked his lips, approximately 100 of them. With minimal combat capability. We Haven-T engaged them, believing there was no profit to be had. But now they do. Buck bared his yellowed teeth in a grin. He laid out his entire scheme. We will assault this textile factory, but remember, do not kill them all. Treat them as livestock. I want their screams to echo through the city via the radio. The butcher instantly grasped Buck's intent. Boss, are you trying to force that base to come and rescue people? Indeed. Buck slammed his fist onto the table, causing the shells to clatter. Since that fellow is putting on the guise of a savior, he cannot possibly turn a blind eye to the cries for help that are so near at hand. If he dares to come, he will step into our territory. Baku's palms struck heavily at the center of the map. Here lies the grave I have prepared for them. Go. Baku waved his hand, his eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty light. Surround the textile factory and make some noise. Then, turn on the radio. I wish to personally greet that esteemed commander. Half a day later, the 7th Textile Factory was filled with the sound of gunfire. The vultures of the gang drove pickup trucks reinforced with steel plates, recklessly assaulting the factory's rudimentary defenses. The survivors within the factory fought valiantly, but their old, makeshift weapons were utterly insufficient against the automatic firepower of the vultures. The battle did not last long. When a modified truck crashed through the factory's main gate, the survivors' resistance crumbled entirely. However, unlike their usual massacres, the vultures, under the butcher's command, herded all the survivors into the central workshop of the factory, sealing off all exits and keeping watch over them. They had turned them into bait. Meanwhile, atop the commercial plaza, Baka listened with satisfaction to his subordinates reporting the situation. He pushed aside 2 voluptuous women beside him, picked up a radio communicator, and tuned it to the public channel. Clearing his throat, he spoke into the microphone with a tone brimming with provocation. To that esteemed commander, greetings. I am Bako, the overseer of this city's commercial district. I presume you have heard of my name. I have both good news and bad news for you. The bad news is that those poor souls at the textile factory in the west are now my guests. The good news is that I am still alive. And as long as I am, they remain alive too, I have heard that your place is quite splendid, So now, with over 100 living souls and their little toys, I imagine you are quite interested in those iron trinkets as well. Baka's laughter echoed maliciously through the public channel. I am here, on the top floor of the shopping plaza, with fine wine prepared, eagerly awaiting your arrival. You have 24 hours to consider. Remember, my patience is limited, ha ha ha. The maniacal laughter reverberated on the public channel. The signal was interrupted. Baka set down the communicator. Wearing a triumphant grin. The bait had been cast. Now, it was time to see if the big fish dared to bite. Chapter 29, Pre-War Conference Hongsa Guang, Command Center. Baka's piercing laughter seemed to linger in the air, leaving behind an oppressive silence. At the conference table, Chen Jing bit her lip tightly, her eyes betraying unmasked concern. This was not her first encounter with the brutalities of the apocalypse. Yet Baka's unabashed use of human lives as pawns in his schemes still made her feel a wave of nausea. Li Wei stood silently to the side, his expression devoid of emotion, yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed the fury simmering within him. As a true soldier, nothing enraged him more than such shameless acts directed against innocent civilians. The atmosphere in the command center became stifling. Only Xiao Feng remained seated in his command chair, his face a canvas of rich expressions. His fingers lightly tapped the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound as if he were calculating something profound. Commander Chen Jing glanced at Xiao Feng, awaiting his orders. Xiao Feng's gaze shifted from the immense holographic map to Chen Jing, instructing, Chen Jing, summon Wang Hu. The vast three-dimensional image of the city ruins spun slowly before Xiao Feng. Soon, Wang Hu arrived. As a representative of the grassroots survivors and the individual most familiar with the city's topography, his insights were equally vital. Everyone understood the situation at hand. Xiao Feng got straight to the point, the holographic screen behind him displaying a detailed three-dimensional map of the Times shopping plaza and its surrounding areas. Buck has given us 24 hours. I wish to hear your thoughts. Chen Jing responded, based on the intelligence previously provided, and in conjunction with Buck's information. I shall share my understanding and recommendations. Her slender fingers traced the air, causing the map to zoom in. Centered on the shopping plaza, within a radius of 1,500 meters, Buck had constructed numerous obstacles using abandoned vehicles and construction debris. Sniper points may also be established in the surrounding high-rises. The shopping plaza itself is a composite building with 9 floors above ground and 3 below. Buck has thoroughly transformed it into a fortress. All glass curtain walls have been sealed with steel plates and sandbags, leaving only narrow firing apertures. The internal passages are intricate, making close-quarter combat highly likely. And I suspect there are traps laid within. Additionally, according to Buck's communications, he is located in the top-floor office, leading to the conclusion that hostages are also confined in that upper area. It is easily defensible, yet difficult to assault. With only one main access route and 2 fire escape pathways, Buck is likely to have stationed heavy forces there, using the hostages as leverage. Wang Hu rubbed his bald head and grumbled in a deep voice. These scoundrels have turned a perfectly good shopping mall into a den of iniquity. Charging in, even with our troops, would be a costly endeavor. Xiao Feng nodded, signaling for Li Wei to speak. After a moment of contemplation, Li Wei stepped forward and pointed at the map, stating solemnly, Chen Jing's analysis is astute. From the perspective of traditional urban warfare, Buck's layout is commendable. He has effectively utilized the terrain to negate our equipment advantages. A direct assault on the perimeter would expose us to RPGs and snipers, while an incursion into the interior would confine our forces in narrow spaces, leading to heavy casualties. Li Wei's gaze was sharp as a blade. My recommendation is to proceed with caution, first neutralizing the threats posed by the high-rises on the perimeter, then surrounding without attacking, and cutting off their water and electricity. Subsequently, we should deploy small elite units to infiltrate from the underground parking lot, culminating in a full-scale assault. Although this approach may be slow, it is the most prudent, maximizing the minimization of our losses. Xiao Feng listened quietly, without interruption. And you, Wang Hu? Commander, I am merely a driver. If you inquire about vehicles, I can provide answers, but leading troops into battle is beyond my capabilities, Wang Hu remarked while stroking his bald head. Ha ha ha, well then, allow me to speak a few words. Both of your proposals are commendable, Xiao Feng interjected. However, time is not on our side. Rising from his seat, Xiao Feng approached the holographic map and drew a circle at its center. Buck's defenses appear impeccable, yet he has made several critical errors. He mistakenly believes we are unaware of his internal structure. His scouts have failed to procure the intelligence he seeks from us. Since the execution of the 3 individuals, through to the recent group, and several instances in between, he has not acquired sufficient information. Li Wei added, thus suggesting that his understanding remains stagnant, presuming our forces to be limited and incapable of overwhelming him, which has bred his unwarranted arrogance. A glimmer of confidence shone in Xiao Feng's eyes. Precisely. His calculations may soon falter. We not only possess tens of thousands of troops, but also armored vehicles. Moreover, it must be noted that the soldiers of Heisei Shouwang are all from special forces backgrounds. Engaging a mere gang poses no challenge. To use hostages as shields is a reckless gamble. When he heard Buck's words, he nearly laughed out loud, though he restrained himself, causing his facial muscles to ache. Nevertheless, to ensure caution, I have decided that we must deploy a reconnaissance unit. Chen Jing and Li Wei exchanged glances, both comprehending Xiao Feng's intent. Commander, are you suggesting infiltration reconnaissance? Chen Jing inquired. However, the enemy's defenses are formidable, making it exceedingly difficult to penetrate the core area undetected. Indeed, Xiao Feng replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Thus, we require a specialized scout. While we can glean a general overview from the map, acquiring the most precise intelligence regarding the shopping plaza's interior is imperative, including but not limited to enemy troop deployments and the exact location of hostages. Once the intelligence is confirmed, the armored division will serve as the primary assault force, swiftly breaching the enemy's outer defenses and drawing their main fire. Concurrently, a specialized team will exploit the intelligence advantage, entering through the underground parking garage to strike directly at the heart of the enemy, expeditiously rescuing the hostages and neutralizing or capturing Buck. All right, the meeting is adjourned, Xiao Feng gestured, dismissing the assembly. Prepare accordingly. Chen Jing, continue monitoring all channels and analyzing enemy movements. Li Wei, Wang Hu, ready the troops and vehicles, remain on standby. Understood, Commander. The assembly dispersed, leaving Xiao Feng alone in the conference room. Xiao Feng once again summoned the system interface. The ethereal blue light unfolded before him. His gaze swiftly bypassed the conventional units and vehicles pages, alighting upon the tab representing the pinnacle of technological advancement, Heisei Shouwang Temple. Prerequisite buildings, radar center, communication center, unlock requirements. Energy 500,000, intelligence 100,000. Description: the apex of Heisei Shouwang's technology and strategic center. It is the sole prerequisite for unlocking ultimate units, recruiting hero units, and authorizing the use of strategic-level support weaponry. It symbolizes order and strength. System: construct the Heisei Shouwang Temple. Command acknowledged. The voice of the artificial intelligence resonated. Chapter 30. The Phantom emerges in the innermost region of the Crimson Crown base. Engineers were diligently engaged in their tasks upon a reserved expanse of land. Amidst the shimmering brilliance, a structure began to rise from the ground at a visibly rapid pace. This was not a traditional fortress of steel and iron. Rather, its main structure was composed of a black alloy that gleamed with a metallic luster, characterized by smooth lines that exuded a sense of power. The edifice's base was as solid as a rock, extending upwards into several massive leaf-like formations. These layers of leaves converged towards the top, collectively forming a black bud reminiscent of a rose. The surface of the bud was adorned with intricate golden patterns that appeared to flow gently, drawing energy from the surroundings, imbuing the entire structure with a semblance of life. This was the Heisei Shouwang Shenmiao, a miraculous creation that harmoniously blended ultimate technology with the aesthetics of brutality. Its silhouette, as described, resembled a colossal petal poised to bloom, shrouded in mystery and grandeur. With the completion of the Heisei Shouwang Shenmiao, the hero recruitment system was unlocked, allowing for the recruitment of one hero unit. As the artificial intelligence announced, Xiao Feng once again accessed the system interface. A brand new hero tab had emerged on the main menu. Upon opening the tab, four silhouettes emanating a soft white glow appeared on the screen, indicating they were available for recruitment. Xiao Feng scrutinized each one, ultimately fixating on a particular figure, with detailed information subsequently materializing. Hero unit profile, name, Ilan Tajit background, former colonel of the Heisei Shouwang Secret Operations Unit, an elite operative skilled in stealth, assassination, and intelligence gathering. In the old world, he served as the commanding officer of the Marine Corps in the Manhattan region, having ordered the evacuation of Manhattan following the defeat at Elizabeth. After the collapse of the old world, his combat data and personality template were assimilated and enhanced by the system. Core abilities: optical camouflage. Upon activation, it can distort the light around the body for a brief period, achieving perfect invisibility. Movement or attack will disrupt this state. Silent kill enables the use of melee weapons to eliminate targets without producing any sound. Tactical insight enhances perceptual abilities, allowing for the effortless detection of traps and enemy surveillance devices. Equipment: advanced tactical dagger, silenced pistol. Recruitment cost: 100,000 energy. That is the one. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Xiao Feng's eyes. System, recruit hero unit Elon Tajit. Confirming energy expenditure of 100,000. Commencing recruitment. The artificial intelligence responded. At the moment the command was issued, the recently completed Haisa Showang, Xinyao unfurled its topmost petals as a concentrated beam of white light descended from the heavens, precisely illuminating the circular platform before the temple. As the radiance dissipated, a tall figure transitioned from ethereal to corporeal, gradually taking form. Once the light faded, a silhouette clad in a full set of black high-tech combat attire stood quietly upon the platform. His combat suit was more lightweight and form-fitting than that of the standard Haisa Showang soldiers, with a surface coated in a special material capable of absorbing light, devoid of any unnecessary attachments at the joints. His visage was reminiscent of the headgear worn by the black-clad sentinels, and his attire consisted of a hooded trench coat crafted from a unique material capable of absorbing light, with only the inverted triangular blue lenses glimmering with a faint radiance. He stood there in serene stillness, seemingly merging with the surrounding shadows. Had one not witnessed him firsthand, his presence would have been nearly imperceptible. After a brief moment, he advanced into the command center edifice, ultimately arriving before Xiao Feng, commander. A frigid voice emanated from his helmet. Colonel Tajita, reporting for duty. Xiao Feng rose, scrutinizing this first hero summoned by the system. He could sense that although this individual was a product of the system, the palpable aura of lethality surrounding him was undeniably authentic. Welcome aboard, Tajita, Xiao Feng stated succinctly. Your arrival is timely. I have a mission to entrust to you. Without further ado, he unveiled the previous operational plan in its entirety and transmitted the three-dimensional map of the shopping plaza, along with all known intelligence gathered by Qinjing, to Tajita's tactical terminal. My requirements are straightforward. Xiao Feng's finger glided over the map. I need you to infiltrate this location and provide me with the most precise distribution map, detailing enemy fire points and troop deployments. I must have a thorough understanding. He lifted his gaze, fixing it upon Tajita's blue lenses. Remember, your task is solely reconnaissance. Under no circumstances are you to engage with any adversaries until I issue a command. Can you comply? Not a problem. Tajita's voice resonated from behind the mask. Excellent. Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Proceed, Tajita. At your command, Commander. Tajita inclined his head slightly before turning away. His form appeared weightless, and in an instant, he transformed into a blurred shadow, silently merging into the darkness of the command center's corners. When Xiao Feng blinked again, the conference room lay deserted, as if the preceding events had been mere illusions. Only the air retained a barely perceptible trace of lethal intent. Xiao Feng resumed his seat upon the command throne, contemplating the next phase of the plan. The night was descending, enveloping the city's ruins in a shroud of darkness. Chapter 31. The Phantom's reconnaissance. The moonlight was obscured by dense clouds, leaving only scattered stars to coldly survey this forsaken land abandoned by civilization. A shadow, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, now moved silently like a specter, skirting the remnants of crumbled walls. After departing the command center, he chose none of the conventional paths. The collapsed structures and the narrow crevices between buildings became his unobstructed passageways. At last, he reached the periphery of Sherdai Gawugwang. Even from several hundred meters away, Tajita could sense the violent aura emanating from the edifice. Once resplendent glass curtain walls were now replaced by haphazardly welded steel plates, and the entire structure was laden with stacked sandbags and rusted barbed wire, leaving behind irregularly shaped firing apertures. At the heart of the square, a vast radius of 1 kilometer has been transformed into a colossal death trap. The charred remains of vehicles and twisted metal barricades form an intricate defense line. From several elevated structures, Tajit can capture faint glimmers of light through his tactical scope. These flickers emanate from the Vulture's gang members huddled together, smoking. On his tactical terminal, a foundational map provided by Qinjing is being cross-referenced with the live scene before him. With the capability of tactical insight activated, potential threats are highlighted in red circles within his field of vision. He lowers his body, deftly slipping beneath a tripwire, followed by a precise sidestep that allows him to evade a camouflaged pressure-triggered explosive. Subsequently, he glides along the wall at an astonishing angle. The entire sequence flows seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous movements. He resembles an artist dancing on the edge of a blade, transforming this space into his stage. After 5 minutes, he has silently traversed the outer trap zone, arriving beneath the towering main structure of the shopping plaza. After evading a tripwire grenade, he navigates to the northern side of the plaza, which serves as the logistical area, the main exit for waste disposal and ventilation systems. He gazes upward, his attention fixed on a massive exhaust vent on the 3rd floor's exterior wall. The blades have long ceased to turn, accumulating a thick layer of dust. This is the spot. Without a moment's hesitation, Tadget steps back a few paces, then slightly crouches, a surge of power exploding from his leg muscles. He silently propels himself upward. In midair, his arm deftly grasps a section of exposed piping, leveraging it to ascend further, while his other hand secures the edge of the exhaust vent. The entire maneuver is executed with the grace of parkour, producing not a single extraneous sound. He retrieves a tactical dagger from his waist, the sharp blade gleaming as it effortlessly slices through the rusted rivets of the vent blades. Before he swiftly slips into the inky darkness of the ventilation duct, I have entered the building. His voice transmits back to the command center via a secure channel. Inside the duct, a nauseating mixture of odors permeates the air. However, Tadget is unfazed, utilizing the strength of his limbs to swiftly crawl along the inner walls of the duct. At each junction, he pauses, peering through the slats of the louvers with his tactical scope to observe the scene below, diligently marking enemy positions on the continuously updating three-dimensional map. The second and third underground levels have transformed into heaps of refuse. The first basement has been converted into a makeshift arms depot and repair workshop. A few dilapidated armored vehicles stand there, surrounded by a group of bandits gambling around a campfire, their raucous curses and laughter echoing incessantly. Their weapons lie carelessly discarded nearby, their vigilance nearly non-existent. The first and second floors serve as the primary activity zones for the bandits. Luxury boutiques have morphed into their dormitories, while the food court has become a murky dining hall. Tagata witnessed numerous enslaved survivors, numbly clearing debris or transporting supplies under the watchful eyes of thugs, their gazes filled with terror and despair. The points of fire were primarily concentrated on the third floor and above. Heavy machine guns and RPG launchers were strategically positioned at various critical windows, creating an interwoven net of firepower. Tagata's route was both precise and efficient, meticulously documenting everything and transmitting it back to Xiao Feng's command terminal. As he ascended through the floors, the guards grew increasingly elite. The sentinels here were evidently far more formidable than those on the lower levels, standing silently at every critical juncture, their eyes vigilant and their weapons well maintained. At last, he reached the 9th floor, the pinnacle of the building. Here, the guard presence was most formidable. The main passage to the top floor was completely barricaded with iron doors and sandbags, leaving only a narrow shooting slit for one person to pass through. 2 heavy machine guns were aimed at the entrance, forming a crossfire. A frontal assault was tantamount to suicide. Tagata refrained from approaching, opting instead to delve deeper via the ventilation ducts above the ceiling. He silently descended from a vent, landing in the shadows of a storage room. The effect of his optical camouflage was waning. He had to pause temporarily to allow his energy to replenish. At that moment, muffled cries and harsh shouts emerged from the adjacent room. Cry all you want. If you cry again, I'll cut out your tongue. Switching to thermal imaging, Tagata clearly discerned a multitude of life signals amassed in the luxurious lounge next door. Most were huddled in the corners, evidently survivors. Meanwhile, a dozen or so signals roamed about the room. Guards. The hostages were indeed there. Tagata promptly marked their location on the map. He refrained from taking hasty action and continued to stealthily advance toward the innermost depths of the top floor's general manager's office. The boisterous voice of Baka reached him distinctly. Damn it, everyone better be on high alert. When those bastards come crashing in, let them experience my hospitality. Another voice sycophantically chimed in. Boss, you're brilliant. We have over 100 hostages from the factory in our grasp. No matter how capable they are, they must tread carefully. Humph, tread carefully? Baka scoffed, his tone laced with cruel delight. I'm not that naive. These hostages were never meant for negotiation. They are bait to lure them into rescue. Dare to save them, and they'll all vanish. Ha ha ha. The boss is astute. I've added many more slaves here, and the rest are prepared as per your instructions. I just wonder if this batch of slaves will give us away. Fear not, their families are in our hands. If they refuse to cooperate, we will find those who will. In this apocalyptic world, there is no shortage of people. Yes, yes. Tagata silently approached, peering through the crack of the door. Inside the office, Baka sat bare-chested, propping his feet on an expensive mahogany desk, drinking while roaring into a radio intercom. Beside him stood 4 cold-faced bodyguards, unmistakably ruthless individuals accustomed to the dangers of life. However, it was not the presence of Baku himself that captivated Taguti's attention, but rather the arrangement surrounding him. The entire office was encircled by a series of explosive devices, with intricate wires extending from these mechanisms, ultimately converging on a red button affixed to the armrest of Baku's chair. Additionally, a heart rate sensor was connected to Baku's left wrist, linked through a data cable to the main control unit of the explosive devices. Tagute immediately comprehended Baku's strategy. Should Baku press the button or if his heartbeat ceased, The explosives on the top floor would detonate instantaneously. At that moment, not only the hostages, but the entire rooftop would be obliterated. The mission had been accomplished. Without a moment's hesitation, Ta Gute retraced his steps. Knowing that lingering would only heighten the risk of exposure, he silently emerged from the ventilation shaft and descended along the outer wall to the ground, ultimately vanishing into the city's darkness. In the command center, upon witnessing the densely packed explosives on the top floor, even Li Wei could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. A madman. Li Wei slammed his fist onto the conference table, his teeth gritting audibly. Chun Jing's complexion turned ashen. She could scarcely fathom the depths of inhumanity one must possess to undertake such a deranged act. Any plan she had devised would lead to catastrophic outcomes in the face of such arrangements. Ta Gute, splendidly executed. Xiao Feng's voice shattered the silence as he regarded Ta Gute with unabashed admiration. With this intelligence, Baku's greatest advantage had been rendered futile. Baku believed his plan was flawless, yet he was oblivious to the fact that before me, he was utterly exposed. Xiao Feng raised his hand, pointing to a vulnerability identified by Ta Gute on the map, a fire door connecting the underground parking lot to the fresh produce section on the first floor of the mall. The strategy remains unchanged, a frontal assault to draw everyone's attention. His finger then traced to another point, directly indicating the top floor office where Baku resided. Ta Gute, I require you to infiltrate once more, but this time. A cold curve graced Xiao Feng's lips. I need you to sever the connection between Baku and the detonator simultaneously as we launch our full-scale offensive. Are you confident? The connection is physical. Ta Gute replied, I will need 3 seconds. I can manage it. Excellent. Xiao Feng nodded. All units, board the vehicles and prepare to depart. Chapter 32. The Hunter and the Prey. At 5:50 in the morning, the tranquil dawn outside the abandoned factory, situated 9 kilometers from Sherdai Shopping Plaza, was abruptly shattered by a cacophony of gunfire. Fire, unleash a relentless assault. A squad leader clad in black, commanding his 100 soldiers, orchestrated a fierce feint against the defensive structures surrounding the factory. M4A1 assault rifles roared incessantly, bullets raining down upon the hideouts of the Tugu gang, sending debris scattering. Several grenade launchers precisely propelled high-explosive fragmentation rounds into the enemy's machine gun positions, triggering a series of explosions. Aim slightly off. On the other side. Boss. They have arrived. The enemy is retaliating fiercely. The butcher's report echoed through the communication channel. Just in time. He took a sip of his drink, a scornful expression adorning his face. I thought that coward had some real prowess, but it turns out he is just a fool. For such a meager hostage, he dares to send his troops into a trap? Go inform the brothers. Let them have their fun. I want them to witness how I dismantle their homeland. Yes, boss. The butcher obeyed, and the entire communication channel of the Vulture gang was filled with the fervent clamoring of an impending counterattack. Their attention was completely captivated by the main battlefield, oblivious to the fact that the main force of the Heisa Showang had quietly arrived not far from them. In the Chai's Crown Command Center, Xiao Feng listened to his subordinate's report, a smirk of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Baku believed himself to be the hunter, yet he was unaware that he had already become prey and snared in a net. Very well, maintain the pressure, hold them back. Xiao Feng issued his command. A kilometer away from the shopping plaza, behind the ruins of a towering building, a massive army had stealthily assembled under the cover of night. A cursory glance revealed a formidable force of 4,000 fully armed Heisa Showang soldiers, not a sound escaping their ranks. At the forefront of this legion were 10 black Heisa Showang M1 Abrams main battle tanks, 4 of which had been retrofitted with 30mm heavy rotary cannons. Flanking the tanks were hundreds of M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles and Badger armored personnel carriers, with the M2 Bradleys modified to mount 20mm light rotary cannons. Though slightly less lethal than their 25mm counterparts, their firepower was concentrated. Their engines were shut down, yet the interiors were filled with soldiers primed for battle, totaling 5,000 troops ready to engage. All vehicles and soldiers awaited a single command. All units, assume attack positions. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. On cue. Xiao Feng's voice resonated through the command channel. Engagement commence. The instant the order was given, a resounding boom echoed. The foremost M1 Abrams main battle tank unleashed a torrent of orange flames extending several meters from its muzzle. The air was violently compressed, generating a visible shockwave. A 120mm high-explosive armor-piercing round, propelled at a speed several times that of sound, traversed nearly a kilometer in an instant, striking the main roadblock with pinpoint accuracy. Time seemed to slow at that moment. The concrete block at the center of the barricade disintegrated into powder. The wreckage of vehicles was torn apart, reduced to burning scrap metal by the overwhelming force. Then came the deafening explosion and the shockwave produced by the shell. The robust main roadblock was obliterated in an instant, revealing a broad opening. Inside the shopping plaza, the Vulture Gang's thugs were left dazed by this sudden onslaught, their heads spinning and ears ringing. Many had yet to awaken from their slumber, only to be violently jolted awake, blood streaming from their orifices. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The piercing wail of alarms reverberated throughout the entire building, the communication channels saturated with terrified shrieks. How could this be? Were they not engaged in a factory operation? Tanks, main battle tanks. Heavens, they have driven the tanks in. We are doomed. This thunderous cannonade is the signal for an all-out assault. The earth began to tremble violently as the M1 Abulang main battle tank led the charge, crushing abandoned vehicles and disregarding infantry traps, surging through the breached gap. Shells rained down one after another, their formidable firepower rendering the opposition incapable of lifting their heads. Following closely were the Badger APCs, carrying soldiers from Xiao Feng, alongside the M2 Bradley providing fire support. The roar of hundreds of turbocharged engines filled the air with a deafening crescendo. One by one, the M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles surged forth from their cover, firing as they launched volleys of smoke grenades towards their designated area. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of smoke grenades detonated amidst the shopping plaza, swiftly enveloping the entire battlefield in a thick curtain of white smoke. The machine gunners and RPG operators of the Vulture Gang instantly lost their targets, futilely spraying their weapons into the obscuring haze. Fire, fire, block them! Bark shouted, frantic on the top floor, finally realizing he had been deceived. The gunfire from the west was a ruse. This was the main force of the enemy. The remaining strongpoints began to unleash a frenzied barrage, RPG rockets trailing flames as they blindly launched into the smoke. However, most of the attacks went awry. Those few that struck the armored vehicles were deflected by their heavy armor. Boom! An M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle broke through the smoke, proceeding without hesitation as its 20mm light rotary cannon instantly opened fire. Based on intelligence provided by Tajit, the cannon accurately targeted a heavy machine gun position concealed in a third-floor window. Tada-da-tada. The tracer rounds formed a fiery whip that instantly obliterated the window along with the bandits behind it. Following closely, more armored vehicles and APCs emerged from the smoke, swiftly eliminating the peripheral strongpoints identified by Tajit. The defenses of the Vulture Gang crumbled under the overwhelming onslaught of Xiao Feng's dimensional assault. Charge in, with Xiao Feng's command. An M1 Abulang main battle tank violently rammed into the solid entrance of the shopping plaza. With a resounding crash, the reinforced concrete doorframe, along with the defensive structures behind it, was shattered, creating a massive breach. More clearing APCs swiftly followed, using the cover of smoke to rush downstairs. The rear doors of the APC and the ramp of the Bradley infantry fighting vehicle dropped simultaneously. Disembark, disembark, charge in, prepare for urban combat. Team 1 provides cover. Team 2 breaches, Team 3 clears the flanks. Hurry, hurry, hurry! At the command of the squad leaders, soldiers clad in all-black combat attire from Xiao Feng swiftly emerged from the vehicles, undeterred by the chaos. Forming into crossfire teams of 8, they advanced with precision. Their tactical scopes pierced through the smoky haze, the vivid red reticle precisely locking onto the panicked thugs within the confines of the building. A bloody urban conflict was on the verge of unfolding. Meanwhile, behind all this chaos, Xiao Feng sat quietly in his commander's chair, observing the entire battlefield's dynamics from a godlike perspective on the holographic screen before him. The green icons representing friendly forces surged with unstoppable momentum into the red architectural model of the shopping plaza. Xiao Feng took a sip of coffee from the cup beside him and remarked, "Tajit, it's your turn." Chapter 33, The Might of the Blackwatch Boom. A high-explosive fragmentation round soared over the makeshift barricade, accurately landing within a machine gun nest fashioned from luxury store counters. An orange-red fireball erupted violently, and the ferocious shockwave, accompanied by countless shrapnel, instantly obliterated 3 thugs. On the soldiers' goggles, the trajectory of the grenade launch had been pre-calibrated, a feat of prior technological research. Outside, the Blackwatch soldiers, fortified by armored vehicles, established a defensive line, executing pinpoint strikes with an almost self-guiding accuracy on every hostile position that dared to reveal itself from the building. The assault rifle in the hands of the infantrymen discharged 3 consecutive rounds, consistently hitting the fleeting shadows of targets hundreds of meters away. The light machine gunner unleashed a relentless barrage with the M249, creating a deluge of bullets that suppressed an entire area, rendering it a luxury for the enemy to even raise their heads. Hold the line, damn it, hold the line. In the shopping plaza, A junior commander under Buck bellowed hoarsely, his face etched with terror. Their previous defense was as fragile as a mere sheet of paper against the overwhelming force of the opposition. Push those slaves forward. Let them take the bullets. Those who can wield a weapon, arm them. Push forward, and anyone who dares to retreat, I will execute on the spot. Soon, within the building, a group of ragged survivors was coerced out by the thugs at gunpoint. Despair filled their eyes. The thugs sheltered behind them, thrusting their weapons through the gaps in the crowd, unleashing a frenzied hail of bullets. In the command center, Li Wei witnessed this scene, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. Beasts, he spat out through gritted teeth. Chen Jing instinctively covered her mouth. However, Xiao Feng's expression remained unchanged. All units, take note. Xiao Feng's voice resonated at this moment. Enemy armed personnel are using civilians as human shields. All targets are hostile units. Eliminate all threats without error. Snipers, neutralize the enemy strongholds surrounding them. This was war. The Blackwatch soldiers on the front line, upon receiving the order, hesitated not for an instant. Their tactical scopes would mark those thugs hiding behind the hostages, and with the aid of their self-targeting firearms, they executed precision shots. With a series of sharp reports, bullets pierced through the unfortunate human shields, finding their marks in the heads or chests of the thugs behind. In an instant, blood erupted in a gruesome display. The bandits fell en masse, while those unfortunate survivors, used as human shields, succumbed to despair amidst the hail of gunfire, their screams and cries echoing as they scattered in panic. For a fleeting moment, the gunfire waned. However, during this brief ceasefire, a counterattack erupted from the upper floors of the shopping plaza. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen white tails of rockets erupted from the windows of the 4th and 5th floors, hurtling towards the black armored vehicles of the watch. RPGs. Simultaneously, at least 10 heavy machine guns opened fire from various angles, unleashing a torrential barrage that pounded mercilessly against the bodies of the Badger APC and the M2 Bradley, sparking countless fiery fragments. Boom, boom. A Badger APC was struck by 2 RPGs in succession, shaking violently as its ceramic armor shattered, revealing a web of cracks. Astonishingly, it remained intact. Though the interior erupted in a cacophony of alarms, the power system rendered inoperable. Immediately, eliminate all high-ground threats. Understood. A glint of determination flickered in the eyes of the Bradley's gunners as the turret swiftly pivoted, and the 20mm light cannon roared to life. Rat-a-tat-tat. A chain of high-explosive incendiary rounds accurately targeted the windows, spewing flames. The concrete walls were effortlessly torn apart, and the RPG gunners and machine gunners hiding behind were obliterated in the fierce onslaught. In the instant that the upper-level fire was suppressed, an engine roar suddenly erupted from the side of the shopping plaza, near the exit of the underground parking lot. Trucks, haphazardly welded with heavy steel plates, emerged, some equipped with heavy machine guns mounted atop, while others bore makeshift launchers in their beds, trailing long tails of RPGs as they screamed towards the positions of the watch. The Vulture Gang's armored convoy had finally made its appearance. The machine guns spat fire wildly, large-caliber rounds striking the M2 Bradley's hull, creating a dazzling shower of sparks with a metallic clanging sound, yet failing to breach its composite armor. However, the RPGs posed a legitimate threat. Before they could close in, a small remote-controlled weapon station atop the tank's turret swiftly turned, its fire control radar locking onto the incoming projectiles in an instant. Boom. The rocket was detonated midair, a mere 50 meters from the position. Simultaneously, the M1 Abrams main battle tank had already trained its main gun on the foremost modified truck. In the next moment, a fireball erupted from the ground. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward in a circular fashion, annihilating the leading modified truck, which was hurled into the air before crashing down as a burning wreck on the roadside. The subsequent vehicles were also toppled by the ferocious shockwave, their occupants rendered unconscious or dead from the violent impact. The sheer might of a single shot was truly terrifying. The few remaining enemy armored vehicles, paralyzed by fear, saw their drivers frantically gripping the steering wheels in a desperate attempt to flee. Yet, the gunner of the M1 Abrams had already completed a second loading. Boom. Another thunderous explosion resounded. The second shell struck a maneuvering APC with surgical precision, tearing the vehicle asunder in a violent conflagration. The M2 Buley Italy infantry fighting vehicle, positioned nearby, had long since locked onto the fleeing quarry. With astonishing rapidity, its 20mm lightweight rotary cannon unleashed a torrent of specially designed armor-piercing incendiary rounds upon the retreating vehicles. The projectiles effortlessly penetrated their feeble welded steel plates, burrowing into the vehicle's interior. Moments later, the incendiary agent within the warheads was activated, igniting a furious blaze inside the vehicles. With a series of resounding explosions, The so-called Vulture Gang's armored convoy was reduced to mere heaps of smoldering scrap within less than a minute, as the enemy armored forces were annihilated. The peripheral combat drew to a close. The M2 Bully Italy continued its methodical assault on the structures, systematically eliminating the last bastions of resistance. On the ground, the Blackwatch infantry regrouped, treading over a carpet of spent casings and fallen foes, advancing into the shopping plaza to rendezvous with the soldiers who had entered earlier. The peripheral battle concluded with an overwhelming display of force. It was within the intricate confines of the buildings that the infantry would face their greatest trial. Chapter 34, Special Infiltration Tact. It is your turn. The voice of Xiao Feng echoed through the tactical communication channel of Elan Tact. Acknowledged, Tact responded. Amidst the fervent clashes on the front lines, he and his 40 Blackwatch soldiers had stealthily maneuvered to the flank of the shopping plaza. This location, the entrance to the underground parking garage, was where the armored convoy had just departed, and its defenses were notably weak. Action. At Tagd's command, his soldiers swiftly divided into 8 5-man combat teams. Their movements were swift and silent, devoid of any hesitation. 2 teams were assigned to perimeter security while the remaining 6 formed a tactical formation, providing mutual cover as they gradually entered the underground parking garage. Inside, the dimly lit space was suffused with the scent of motor oil. Abandoned vehicles and massive support columns fragmented the area into countless visual dead zones. The emergency lights had long since extinguished, with only the distant glow of several burning bonfires offering the slightest illumination. A group of bandits sat around the bonfire, boasting loudly. The cacophony of battle above seemed to evoke little concern among them. Damn it, it's so lively up there, and the boss is too biased. Giving all the credit to those useless fools, grumbled a bald man, taking a swig of liquor and smashing the bottle to the ground. What's the rush? Their fate is of no concern to us, sneered another thin fellow, idly toying with a dagger. Tagged raised his hand, signaling a simple tactical gesture. Synchronized to eliminate. The 30 Blackwatch soldiers trailing behind him dispersed silently, aiming their suppressed M4A1 rifles at their respective targets. Time seemed to come to a standstill in that moment. Tagd's gaze was firmly fixed on the bald man. His hand descended gently. With a soft thud, a series of muted sounds echoed in the vast parking lot. The bravado of the bald man abruptly ceased as a crimson hole appeared in his forehead. His body swayed momentarily before crashing into the bonfire, sending sparks flying. Simultaneously, his companions, dozens of thugs, met with the same fate, none of them able to react in time, having dealt with the initial wave of adversaries. Tagd did not linger for a moment. He signaled again, advancing deeper into the parking lot. Soon, they encountered a second line of defense. The thugs had constructed a rudimentary barricade using abandoned vehicles and concrete barriers. Behind this makeshift wall, a machine gunner vigilantly scanned the only pathway ahead with his heavy weapon. Tagd's gaze shifted to the ventilation ducts atop the parking lot. He pointed to the overhead and then gestured towards the rear of the barricade. The soldiers beside him instantly understood. One assault soldier retrieved a special round from his tactical backpack and loaded it into a grenade launcher. It was a stun grenade. Meanwhile, 3 other soldiers silently scaled the wall, skillfully maneuvering through the ducts to flank the rear of the defense. With everything prepared, Tagd raised his hand once more. A soft pop resounded as the stun grenade arced through the air, accurately landing behind the barricade. What was that? The thugs behind the defense had yet to react when a deafening explosion erupted, enough to rupture eardrums. All the thugs were momentarily rendered deaf, clutching their ears in agony and flailing about like headless flies. In that fleeting moment, the 3 soldiers who had circled behind them leapt down. Silenced rifles fired again. With a series of soft thuds, they eliminated all the outer sentinels. Tagd's squad finally reached the end of the parking lot. Before them stood a fire door leading into the shopping mall. From the corridor beyond, chaotic footsteps and shouts could be heard. Clearly, the battle upstairs had escalated to a fever pitch. Tagd produced a compact electronic device from his waist and affixed it to the door lock. The electronic circuitry flickered momentarily. With a soft click, the lock was silently disengaged. Tagd pushed the door open, and a strong scent of gunpowder assaulted their senses. They found themselves in the fresh produce section on the first floor of the mall. Not far away, the main entrance hall had transformed into a battlefield. Xiao Feng's main assault team had successfully penetrated the interior of the shopping center. Bullets flew freely across the expansive hall, shattering expensive decorations and advertisements. The sounds of shattering glass, tearing metal, and the anguished cries of the dying echoed relentlessly. The elite members of the Tuing gang were indeed far more formidable than the cannon fodder outside. Familiar with the terrain, they employed guerrilla tactics utilizing escalators and elevators to create significant trouble for the main assault force. Hundreds of Blackwatch soldiers are engaged in close-quarters combat against the elite forces of the Vulture Gang, entrenched on the second and third floors, utilizing various forms of cover. The remaining bandits on the first floor are making their last stand behind counters and other obstacles. The fire-wielding Black Hand soldiers are prepared to enact purification. At the command of Xiao Feng, a squad of specially equipped soldiers clad in heavy thermal combat suits advances past the frontline assault troops to the forefront of the line. In their hands, the Hellfire 7-type gel fuel flamethrowers emit a low, ominous roar. In an instant, several orange flames surge forth, engulfing half the hall. The bandits hiding behind cover are consumed by the flames, issuing heart-wrenching screams as their bodies carbonize under the intense heat, filling the air with the scent of charred flesh. The remaining bandits, utterly demoralized, cast down their weapons, crying out in surrender, yet all they receive in response is the cold embrace of bullets. Just then, Tadgit leads his infiltration team from the first floor's fresh produce area, quietly merging with the main forces. He reports to the command center that the first floor is fully under control. The frontline troops intensify their fire suppression. Tadgit's squad is to launch a flanking attack, targeting the enemy's command node on the third floor, with orders to eliminate their commander in 3 minutes. Understood. The firepower of the Blackwatch soldiers on the front line escalates sharply. Light machine gunners begin indiscriminate fire coverage, while grenade troops unleash high-explosive shells with abandon upon every corner of the second and third floors. The elite members of the Vulture Gang suffer heavy losses from this sudden onslaught, momentarily unable to lift their heads, their focus entirely drawn to the front lines. Chapter 35. Indoor combat. The elite forces of the Vulture Gang are left utterly bewildered by this unforeseen barrage. Their previous guerrilla tactics seem laughable in the face of such overwhelming firepower. They cannot even dare to peek out from behind their cover, curling up in corners and praying for this devastating assault to pass swiftly. This, precisely, is what Tadgit requires. He and his 40 members of the infiltration team silently detach from the main battlefield, guiding them into an employee passage on the side of the mall, ascending via the stairs. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Tadgit's disappearance, the main assault forces in the mall's atrium, under Xiao Feng's distant command, begin their advance. All units, organized by squads, alternate in providing cover as they push towards the second floor, with grenade troops using flashbangs and stun grenades to forge a path. At the command, the waiting grenade troops step forward, their M32 grenade launchers emitting dull thudding sounds. Several flashbangs and stun grenades arc with precision over the escalator's railing, landing behind key enemy positions on the second floor. The deafening explosion, coupled with the blinding light, instantly plunges the bandits on the second floor into a brief state of blindness and deafness. Their cries of terror and shock reverberate, throwing their formation into chaos. Charge! A Blackwatch squad leader bellows, leading the charge up the now inactive escalator. The soldiers trailing behind him swiftly formed a standard assault formation. The sound of gunfire echoed in the air. A few bandits, just recovering from the effects of a stun grenade, instinctively raised their weapons, only to be met with precise, predetermined shots aimed at their heads. Blood blossomed in the air as the bandits fell like wheat before the scythe. Attack, suppress them, roared a bandit leader, desperately hiding behind a marble pillar. Beside him, several of his men set up a heavy machine gun, attempting to repel the advance of the black-clad soldiers with a barrage of fire. However, in response, a high-explosive fragmentation round whistled in from below. With a thunderous explosion, the marble pillar shattered, obliterating the leader and the gunner beside him into silence. Meanwhile, Tadgit's squad had silently reached the third floor. The defenses here were evidently far more formidable than those on the lower levels. The bandits had constructed several crossfire points using the shop's cover. Tadgit paused, signaling his soldiers with a series of tactical gestures. 3, 2, 1, move. The moment Tadgit's command fell, several soldiers beside him abruptly leaned out from their cover, unleashing a volley of fire from their M4A1 rifles, while simultaneously launching grenades for suppression. Almost simultaneously, Tadgit and his comrades darted from behind their cover, their bodies hunched low as they swiftly maneuvered along the wall to flank the enemy. Over there, the bandits finally spotted them, swiftly redirecting their weapons. But it was too late. In the midst of rapid movement, Tadgit's M4A1 had already delivered 3 precise shots. The 3 closest bandits fell without a sound, bullets piercing their foreheads. His squad members also opened fire, their silenced rifles producing muted thuds as they accurately harvested lives. The skirmish concluded in less than 10 seconds. Subsequently, Tadgit gestured and made his way to a room that had been converted into a makeshift command center. Inside, a small leader of the Vulture Gang was furiously berating the monitors before him, utterly oblivious to the fact that the guards outside had turned into corpses. Damn it! Are these fools insane? Do their grenades have eyes? Shouted a one-eyed man, spitting words all over the screen. We can't hold on much longer. The brothers on the second floor are nearly wiped out. Their firepower is overwhelming. The communicator crackled with intermittent screams and wails. What are we afraid of? When they charge up, we'll focus our fire and let them taste. Before the small leader could finish his sentence, the command center's door was suddenly kicked open with tremendous force. A flashbang's blinding white light instantly engulfed his vision. Before he could regain his bearings from the chaos, Tajit and his soldiers surged in. With a sharp sound, the silenced M4A1 bullet pierced the leader's forehead, erupting into a spray of blood. The command node has been cleared. Tajit's voice resonated once more in Xiao Feng's channel. The ruffian leader responsible for commanding this region was slain by Tajidu before he could even call for reinforcements via the intercom. With the communication node on the third floor rendered inoperative, the resistance of the Vulture gang descended into chaos and disorder. They lost their unified command and fought individually, soon becoming encircled and annihilated by the main assault force advancing from the front. Excellent. Continue the advance, came the voice of Xiao Feng. I expect you to reach the top floor within 15 minutes. Yes. The internal structure of the shopping mall proved to be far more intricate than its exterior suggested. Each enclosed shop became an ideal ambush point for the elite units of the Vulture gang. These desperate men turned increasingly frenzied when cornered. A five-man squad had just kicked open the door of a clothing store when a desperate thug lunged at them, clutching a grenade. The soldier at the forefront reacted swiftly, delivering a kick that sent the thug sprawling. However, the ensuing explosion hurled them all backward, leaving the soldier unconscious on the ground. Flashbang. After regaining his footing, the squad leader bellowed as a flashbang was tossed inside. In the instant of the enemy's blindness, four soldiers surged in, their M4A1 rifles unleashing a standard fan-shaped barrage that eliminated the remaining three thugs within the room. Such combat unfolded simultaneously in every corner of the shopping mall, with gunfire, roars, and screams echoing throughout. Yet, the soldiers of the Black Sentinels pressed forward with an unstoppable momentum, advancing layer by layer. The thugs' defenses were shredded, their resistance waning and morale long depleted under the ferocious firepower of the Black Sentinels. Finally, in the 28th minute after the general assault began, the Black Sentinels reached the atrium of the 8th floor. The final line of defense leading to the 9th floor, Buck's lair, was now within sight. On the top floor, in the general manager's office, Buck stared at the surveillance screens with bloodshot eyes as they flickered to black, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in his solitary eye. That black-clad army was formidable. The defenses he had meticulously arranged crumbled like paper before them. Useless, all of them. Buck, enraged and humiliated, swept everything off his desk to the floor. The fear of death consumed him. He knew he had lost, that his end was nigh, utterly defeated. Yet suddenly, a morbid smile crept across Buck's face. You think you can win so easily? It won't be that simple, he roared. Since you want to come up here so badly, I shall prepare a grand gift for you. In the next instant, a frenzied voice echoed through the shopping plaza's PA system, resonating in every corner. You black-clad bastards. Listen up. Right now, immediately, put down your weapons and get off my turf. The broadcast was accompanied by the terrified screams of survivors. Did you hear that? There are still many hostages on the top floor. The entire top floor is packed with explosives. As long as I am willing, we shall all ascend together. Buck's voice grew hysterical. Do you see this contraption on my wrist? He raised his left hand towards a surveillance camera, where a heart rate sensor was affixed. It is connected to my heartbeat. The moment my heart ceases to beat or I release this button, there will be a resounding bang, and all will be over. I shall grant you 1 minute to ponder, after which, if I witness even a single wretch moving, I will eliminate 10 hostages for amusement. The countdown begins now. The advancing Black Sentinels almost simultaneously halted, their cold gazes directed towards the uppermost level. Yet, Xiao Feng's expression remained as tranquil as still water. He observed the holographic map, noting that the point representing the Tajit squad had reached the designated position on the top floor. Tajit, the situation has changed. He has advanced. Xiao Feng's voice resonated. However, the plan remains unchanged. Buck's heart rate sensor and physical button serve as dual safeguards. Both must be severed simultaneously. Silence enveloped the communication channel for 2 seconds. A piece of cake, came Tajit's voice. Excellent, Xiao Feng nodded. Frontline troops, hold your positions. All units, heed my command. The tide of corpses approaches. Prepare for confrontation. A low, ominous roar echoed from the distant horizon. Initially faint, the sound quickly crescendoed. Ah, the roar. The earth began to tremble slightly. On the command center's map screen, A multitude of red dots surged from all directions towards the Sure-Dai shopping plaza. Everyone within the plaza heard that thunderous roar. The surviving bandits gazed out the windows in terror. The black sentinels swiftly adjusted their formations, beginning to fortify various firing points within the building. The immense clamor of battle ultimately attracted the main horde of zombies in this desolate ruin. Chapter 36. The Demise of the Vulture Gang. The speed at which the tide of corpses arrived far exceeded anyone's expectations. In merely a matter of minutes, the howls of the undead were alarmingly close. The black sentinels on guard peered outside. At the horizon, a mass of corpses loomed, like a black flood, rapidly engulfing every street. The M1 Abrams main battle tank was stationed at the main entrance, while the M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle secured all flank entrances, and the Badger APC provided mobile firepower and ammunition support. 1,000 soldiers were dispatched, centered around armored vehicles, establishing firing positions based on the bandits' previous defenses for unrestricted fire. The remaining troops swiftly fortified high-rise buildings. Orders were executed with remarkable speed. In an instant, the Black Sentinels, who had been engaging in internal assault, turned without hesitation upon receiving the command. They quickly redirected to the perimeter of the shopping plaza, constructing a defensive line in rapid succession. The tank's turrets slowly rotated, aimed directly at the oncoming tide of corpses. The machine guns of the infantry fighting vehicles were raised high, locking onto the leechers scaling the walls. As Baka gazed at the scene of the undead horde on the surveillance screen, he was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into a fit of wild laughter. Ha! What a splendid sight! How delightful! His demeanor was almost maniacal as he bellowed into the intercom. Did you hear that, you bastards? Your doomsday has arrived. Countless zombies are outside. You are now like fish in a barrel. Come join me in ascending to the heavens. With derision, he challenged, aren't you skilled? Aren't you a master at commanding? Let us see you give orders now. At this moment, Baka's laughter was particularly grating. Tajit, shifting to a private channel, asserted, I will handle the situation outside. You go and take care of that fool upstairs. Understood, came the response before the communication was severed. Tajit turned to his squad, instructing, seal all access points to the upper floors. Until I return, nothing is to ascend or descend. One squad leader couldn't help but inquire, Sir, are you going alone? Tajit's gaze swept over the soldier. I alone am sufficient. With that, his figure flickered and vanished. Meanwhile, outside the shopping plaza, the horde had breached the defensive perimeter of Heisei Shouwang. Open fire. At the command, every weapon along the line unleashed a barrage of bullets. The M249 light machine gun spewed forth a torrential rain of fire, instantly sweeping into the throng of the undead. The M2 Bradley fighting vehicle switched ammunition, unleashing high-explosive incendiary rounds that turned entire sections of the area into a sea of flames. The ordinary T-virus zombies fell in droves before such firepower, unable to even approach the defense line. However, the true threat lay in the special infected among the horde. Warning, high-intensity biological energy signatures detected. Multiple high-threat biological signals approaching at high speed. Unit designation, Hunter. Threat level, lethal, to conventional infantry units. Characteristics, group-based, possessing extremely high leg muscle density, capable of leaping, and equipped with claw-like appendages for attack. Weak point analysis. Unlike other units, the internal organs within the thoracic cavity, alongside the head, are vulnerable, albeit shielded by muscular tissue. Immune to light weapon assaults. It is advisable to employ heavy weaponry, RPGs, grenades, for engagement or to predict their leap trajectories for preemptive fire. Information logged into the database. The artificial intelligence reported. Xiao Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that just a hunter? With a roar, dozens of hunters descended upon the stronghold of Heisei Shouwang, instantly creating a minor chaos. Their strength and speed surpassed that of the lickers, and many soldiers of Heisei Shouwang found themselves torn to shreds before they could react. One hunter violently crashed onto the roof of a Badger APC, the tremendous force caving in the armored vehicle's surface. It then raised its scythe-like claw, poised to tear through the chassis. Yet, the nearest M1 Abrams main battle tank pivoted its turret towards it. Boom. The 120mm smoothbore cannon fired at close range. The devastating power of the high-explosive anti-zombie round obliterated the once mighty predator along with the APC beneath its feet in an instant. Without waiting for the sniper to fire, another predator crouched low, its muscular legs unleashing an astonishing force. Its colossal frame plummeted like a cannonball from the heights of a building, crashing towards a window on the 4th floor of the shopping plaza. With a thunderous roar, the tempered glass and the wall behind it shattered effortlessly under the force of its impact. The predator landed firmly on the 4th floor ground, creating a tremendous noise. Shaking its head, It let out a bloodthirsty roar directed at the black sentinels. Amidst the dust and debris, the predator lunged into the heart of the squad. Its massive claws slashed through the air with a tearing sound. Several black sentinels, caught off guard, were instantly severed in two, blood spilling everywhere. "It's the predator," the squad leader remarked. "Open fire." All soldiers swiftly turned their weapons, unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon the monstrous creature. However, the bullets merely grazed the predator's tough exterior, inflicting only minimal damage. The predator, undeterred by the onslaught, charged forward once more. "Missile soldier, take it down. We'll buy you time," the squad leader commanded once more. A soldier shouldering a javelin missile quickly locked onto the target. Yet, the predator moved with blinding speed. Just as the missile was about to launch, it had already reached the missile soldier, its massive bone claw mercilessly piercing through his chest and lifting him high. In his final moments, the missile soldier pressed the launch button with all his remaining strength. Boom! The missile detonated at point-blank range against the predator's chest, the violent explosion tearing both the predator and the soldier apart. In a matter of seconds, an entire squad suffered devastating losses to barely take down a single predator. The gunfire and the anguished cries of the infected sent chills down Bark's spine. The overwhelming exhilaration he had felt earlier had waned, replaced by a creeping fear. He felt trapped, unable to escape, watching helplessly in an awkward silence. As his attention gradually shifted to the chaos outside, Tadget had quietly cracked the door ajar, revealing several guards lying in pools of blood. Then, Tadget swiftly appeared behind Bark, and by the time Bark noticed the door opening, it was too late. With a swift thrust, the dagger precisely severed his central nervous system from the back of his neck. In that instant, all bodily functions were irrevocably stripped away. Bark's expression froze, his pupils dilating. He wished to utter something, but his voice had abandoned him. Tadget revealed himself, gazing at Bark as if he understood his unspoken words. "I am here to take your life. Did you think that by sacrificing the lives of these innocents, you could barter for your own survival?" The voice of Tadget was laced with a hint of mockery. "I have encountered many worthless individuals like you, always hoping at the last moment that someone else will grant you mercy, but you have miscalculated one thing. We possess no compassion." Almost simultaneously, Tadget's left hand firmly grasped the right hand of Buck, which clutched the detonator, rendering the button immovable. His right hand reversed its grip on the dagger still embedded in Buck's nape, delivering a swift upward slash. With a swift motion, the three wires connected to the heart rate sensor were severed. Buck's body remained upright, propped up by Tadget like a marionette. His heart continued to beat a few final, involuntary pulsations. Subsequently, Tadget calmly pried Buck's fingers from the detonator, securing the button tightly in his own hand until he confirmed that all indicator lights had extinguished. The target had been eliminated. The hostage was safe. Chapter 37. The Battle of the Undead Tide. Tadget's voice resonated clearly through the communication channel, reaching the command center. Within the command center, Li Wei and Chun Jing simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief, only to realize that their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. The scene shifted to the Times shopping plaza, where thousands of lickers, leveraging their astonishing climbing abilities, surged rapidly from the building's side walls, attempting to breach the defenses from above. "All units, clear the lickers from the walls." Several M2 Bradley fighting vehicles and Badger armored vehicles immediately elevated their gun barrels, with onboard fire control radars swiftly locking onto these swiftly moving targets. The sound of gunfire erupted, a relentless barrage of bullets accurately sweeping across the lickers. Their seemingly resilient muscle tissues were easily torn apart, and exposed brains disintegrated into a pulp amidst the explosions. Reinforcements were deployed into the fray. Xiao Feng glanced at the map and commanded, "The nearly 3,000 Blackwatch soldiers stationed at the base have been on standby, led by hundreds of M2 Bradley fighting vehicles and armored vehicles, charging into the battlefield from the flanks." The armored units that arrived to reinforce crashed fiercely into the side of the undead tide, akin to cavalry pursuing shattered infantry after breaking through their ranks. The once tidal wave of corpses surging toward the shopping plaza was caught off guard by this sudden armored assault. At the forefront of the convoy were the clearing-type APCs, several of which formed a wedge-shaped assault formation, their turbocharged engines providing the APCs with remarkable power, enabling them to navigate effortlessly through the horde of undead. Concurrently, the 30mm autocannons mounted on their roofs fired incessantly toward the front. Following closely behind were hundreds of M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles. The 20mm lightweight rotary cannon atop them proved remarkably effective against the undead tide, as its concentrated firepower carved broad vacuums within the mass of corpses. The subsequent high-explosive incendiary rounds detonated within the horde, igniting swathes of ordinary zombies and transforming them into walking human torches. Hundreds of Badger armored personnel carriers trailed behind the M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles, their flanking 30mm autocannons also firing continuously, providing lateral fire support for the Bradleys and reducing the infected on the flanks to mere fragments. Inside the vehicle, soldiers opened fire to vanquish the relentless horde of zombies. The once unstoppable tide of corpses was now caught in a pincer movement. Within the command center, the holographic map displayed red dots representing the horde being swiftly eradicated by the green dots of the Heisei Shou Wang. The traps set by the predators inadvertently aided Heisei Shou Wang, significantly alleviating the pressure on the outer walls. However, the walls still appeared precarious. Having already endured bombardment from the tanks of Heisei Shou Wang, and the onslaught of the horde was proving too much to bear. Observing this, Xiao Feng commanded, "Order the frontline defense units to contract their lines, abandon the outer positions, and fall back to the main structure of the shopping plaza." Understood. The M1 Abrams main battle tanks at the front slowly retreated, their 120mm main guns continuing to fire as they withdrew, obliterating swathes of zombies. The infantry began to systematically cover one another as they retreated into the shopping plaza, with the suppression of frontal firepower diminished. A significant portion of the horde surged frantically towards the plaza. They shattered the remaining glass curtain walls, flooding into every entrance and filling the first-floor lobby of the shopping plaza to capacity. Some zombies feasted upon the corpses of the fallen predators on the ground. Yet an even greater number surged upwards. All units, seal off all upward passages and engage freely. The soldiers of Heisei Shou Wang, who had long established firing positions on the second and third floors, leaned out to aim their weapons at the horde below. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down, systematically thinning the ranks of the undead. High explosive fragmentation rounds detonated within the throng, each explosion clearing a substantial area, leaving a brief expanse littered with dismembered limbs, only to be immediately filled by the advancing horde. The original positions of the predators formed a crossfire network, ensuring that the zombies on the first floor were exposed to the relentless fire of Heisei Shou Wang. The earlier armored units remained outside, continuing to fire upon the horde, thus alleviating the pressure on the troops within. Outside, reinforcements composed of armored units were en route. Roar, accompanied by a deafening roar. Yet another massive hunter emerged. It disregarded the hail of bullets, crouching low as its muscular legs coiled with explosive power, then leapt skyward. Missile troops, commanded the squad leader on the position. A soldier shouldering an RPG swiftly locked onto the monstrous beast. Almost instantaneously, the creature's colossal form had traversed several dozen meters, crashing into the side of the building with tremendous force. Boom. The concrete wall crumbled effortlessly, and the hunter, accompanied by a shower of debris, barreled into the machine gun position. Its scythe-like claws swept through, instantly cleaving several M249 gunners in half. Blood and entrails splattered across the position. Whoosh boom. A Javelin anti-tank missile struck its waist with pinpoint accuracy. The violent explosion hurled the massive creature into the air, sending it crashing from the third floor to the ground below. Its body was rent asunder, revealing a gaping, circular wound that exposed its innards. Yet, despite this grievous injury, it clung to life, struggling to rise while emitting a fierce roar of defiance. Again, without hesitation, several soldiers pulled the triggers of their grenade launchers. Multiple high-explosive rounds accurately struck the gaping wound, resulting in a thunderous explosion. This time, the ferocious creature was utterly obliterated into fragments. As the hunter fell, dozens of lickers stealthily ascended, launching a sudden assault on the soldiers who had just engaged. With a swift motion, a long tongue ensnared a soldier who was reloading. As he discarded his firearm and drew his dagger, an overwhelming force yanked him down from the building, crashing him onto the zombie-infested ground, where he was swiftly devoured by the approaching horde. Damn it, it's a licker. Grenadier. Bang bang. Several shock grenades were unleashed. The instantaneous cacophony was devastating for the lickers, whose acute hearing rendered them vulnerable. A piercing scream echoed. Now, concentrate fire. The soldiers of the Blackwatch, lying in wait, opened fire, their bullets accurately penetrating the exposed brains of the lickers, transforming them into lifeless corpses. Meanwhile, outside the shopping plaza, reinforcements had arrived within 500 meters of their position. Boom. The main cannon of an M1 tank discharged, its shell exploding amidst the throng of zombies. Hundreds of the undead were torn to shreds by this fearsome display of power. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Even with the ferocity of the Blackwatch's firepower, time was needed to make a significant impact. At last, reinforcements linked up with the main force. Observing this, Xiao Feng promptly made adjustments, intensify firepower, and establish a secure supply point for the supply-type armored personnel carriers. initiating battlefield resupply. The Black Hand unit was tasked with clearing the first floor hall. Time passed relentlessly. The battle had raged for over an hour. The ground surrounding the shopping plaza was now blanketed in a thick layer of corpses, with the stench of blood converging into streams that flowed toward the lowest points of the street. The air was thick with the nauseating odor of decay, almost suffocating. More than half of the zombie horde had been eliminated, yet the remaining undead were formidable adversaries. Over 300 hunters and countless lickers relentlessly assaulted the defenses of the Blackwatch. The zombie dogs were no longer a concern. The pressure on the battlefield intensified rather than diminished. An M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle found itself targeted by a hunter. The creature charged toward the vehicle, easily toppling the heavy armor as if it were a mere toy, accompanied by the sound of twisted metal crashing to the ground. Inside, the Blackwatch soldiers were jolted by the sudden attack, disoriented as the piercing alarm blared throughout the compartment. Without delay, the hunter leaped forward, its massive claws raised high, poised to strike down upon the vulnerable underbelly of the infantry fighting vehicle with tremendous force. Plop! The chassis armor was violently raked with enormous claw marks, and the soldiers within the vehicle barely had time to utter a scream before the sharp-boned claws pierced through them instantaneously. As more hunters arrived, such scenes became commonplace. Some hunters, with their scythe-like claws, frantically tore at the armor of the war chariot. The turret of the vehicle spun wildly, attempting to shake off these assailants. But to no avail. Then, the hunters exerted their strength and forcibly ripped the turret from its mount. Amidst the shower of electric sparks, the crew in the cockpit had not yet managed to escape before they were reduced to fragments by the massive claws of another hunter. Warning: excessive losses in the light armored division. The voice of the artificial intelligence echoed within the command center. Xiao Feng glanced at the holographic map, contemplated briefly, and commanded. All light armor units, form a mixed armored formation with the M1 Abrams tanks. All missile troops, prioritize eliminating all hunters attacking our vehicles. Received, Commander. Gunners, provide suppressive fire to create a targeting window for the missile troops. Rat-a-tat-tat. Thousands of Black Sentinel soldiers immediately redirected their weapons, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets upon the hunters. Although the bullets only inflicted minor injuries upon their tough musculature, they successfully captured the hunters' attention, causing a momentary delay in their assault. The timing was just right. A soldier, shouldering the FGM-148 Javelin missile, swiftly knelt on one knee, adjusting the launch position. The shoulder-mounted launcher emitted a soft beep. Target locked. AI warhead automatically tracking lethal weak points. Launch. Whoosh. Hundreds of missiles shot forth, leaving white trails in the sky, then suddenly arcing upwards before plummeting down towards the hunters in a breathtaking display. The hunters seemed to sense the impending danger, but it was too late. The intelligent warheads of the Javelin missiles struck true. Boom. A series of violent explosions erupted from within, as the specially designed anti-bow missiles obliterated the entire upper bodies of the hunters, their massive forms crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, the armored units completed their reformation. 10 M1 Abrams main battle tanks anchored the front line, some of which had been retrofitted with 30mm heavy rotary cannons prior to engaging the raiders. Their firepower so fierce that a single tank could defend an entire block. Their thick armor proved resistant even against the hunters' sharp claws. The retreating light armored vehicles swiftly found their positions, utilizing the M1 tanks as shields while continuously engaging and harassing those marauding lichen suckers and hunters attempting to flank. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Subsequently, elite units such as hunters and lichen suckers, the moment they exposed themselves, were met with a saturation barrage from the Black Sentinel's anti-armor units. Earlier, hundreds of soldiers had relied on the city walls to eliminate over 100,000 zombies. Now, with more than 7,000 soldiers and various armored vehicles, exterminating over 800,000 zombies proved to be a relatively effortless endeavor. The battle soon approached its conclusion. Chapter 38: The Fruits of Victory. Meanwhile, at the abandoned factory 9 kilometers away from the shopping plaza, the battle raged on. The 100-strong unit of the Blackwatch was firing intermittently, their ammunition being expended as carelessly as the waters of the Pacific. As long as they remained within the confines of the factory, nothing mattered. The leader of the Vulture gang, known as the Butcher, had long sensed something amiss, yet found himself unable to break free, resigned to remain alongside the opposing black-clad forces. As he gazed through binoculars at the fierce combat unfolding in the distance, the grim realization hit him when the deafening sounds of gunfire began to dwindle, while the radio of Boss Buck remained hauntingly silent. A foreboding feeling surged within him. The boss cannot be a coward, he muttered with trepidation. Silence. The lieutenant barked, though his voice trembled with fear. At that moment, The previously languid 100-strong Blackwatch unit suddenly sprang into action. 10 Badger APCs lined up, their 30mm cannons slowly elevating. The dark muzzles aimed squarely at the factory's entrance. The voice of the Blackwatch reverberated throughout the factory via loudspeakers. Vulture Buck has been eliminated. Lay down your arms and exit the factory. This is your only chance for survival. The message echoed once more. Vulture Buck has been eliminated. The outlaws within the factory exchanged apprehensive glances, all too aware of the thunderous gunfire. Initially, they had only wished to survive and earn a meager living, so hesitation was minimal. With a clang, one outlaw discarded his A-47 onto the ground. This sound seemed to serve as a signal, quickly followed by a chorus of weapons clattering to the floor. The butcher, in despair, closed his eyes and hurled his walkie-talkie to the ground, contemplating suicide but lacking the courage. After a moment's thought, he staggered out alongside the throng. Report to the commander. All enemy combatants in the factory area have surrendered, came the voice of the squad commander over the communication channel. Excellent, Xiao Feng replied approvingly. Consolidate all surrendered personnel for management and prepare for distribution later. Understood. Thus, the battle concluded with a resounding victory for the Blackwatch. On the primary battlefield, the gunfire outside the shopping plaza gradually diminished. The last of the hunters was torn to shreds under the concentrated fire of the Blackwatch, its mangled body emitting wisps of smoke as it fell amidst a pool of blood. Xiao Feng sat before the holographic battlefield display in the command center, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the battlefield. The ground lay strewn with the dismembered limbs of zombies, dark crimson blood pooling into rivulets that slowly coursed along the deserted drainage ditches of the street. Unit 34, report casualty figures, he commanded. Unit 34, approximately 23,000 ordinary zombies eliminated, 17 special infected neutralized. We lost 2 M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles, with 51 soldiers killed and 23 severely injured. Unit 34, approximately 58,000 ordinary zombies eliminated. Understood. I will dispatch the medical team immediately. A total of 528 lives were lost, and 73 armored vehicles were destroyed. Despite the sheer magnitude of this sudden wave of corpses, it ultimately failed to breach the defenses and was entirely annihilated in the face of the overwhelming power of Haisa Showang. 34. How is the situation at Tajit? All hostages are safe and are being prepared for escort downstairs, Tajit replied. Good. Return the batch of machine tools from the industrial zone. Has Wang Hu arrived? Just arrived. Commander. The rough voice of Wang Hu echoed through the communicator. I brought 20 heavy trucks and 50 technicians, ensuring that we will dismantle everything possible. A faint smile graced Xiao Feng's lips. Jing, arrange personnel to register and conduct health checks for all rescued survivors. Li Wei, you are responsible for security to prevent any remnants of the Vulture gang from infiltrating. Understood. The two responded in unison and proceeded with their tasks. At the shopping plaza, a procession of ragged survivors was being guided out of the shopping center by soldiers. Most of them appeared pale, clearly having endured unimaginable torment. Several children clutched tightly to their mother's clothing, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at the fully armed soldiers. Commander. Jing activated her wristband and transferred the statistical data to Xiao Feng, saying, We have rescued 3,872 survivors, of which 148 require immediate medical assistance. Lowering her voice, she added, We identified 74 members of the Vulture gang mingling among the crowd, and they have been apprehended. Xiao Feng nodded. Consolidate them with the group from the factory and interrogate them to see if they possess any other hideouts. Already in progress. Jing continued. The condition of the machine tools discovered in the industrial zone is satisfactory. I have prioritized this batch with Wang Hu, Xiao Feng stated. Return all fuel, medicines, and food supplies. We will transform this shopping center into the first outpost and commence work in a few days. Understood. As night fell, the first convoy of transport vehicles departed for the Chai's Crown base. Xiao Feng was engrossed in a game in the top-floor office. Tajit silently appeared behind him. The interrogation results are in. The Vulture gang has a secret warehouse in the southern part of the city, housing a substantial amount of fuel and ammunition. Oh, where is it located? It has been marked on the map. Tajit handed over a datapad. Additionally, there are over 30 intact civilian vehicles parked inside, including several heavy trucks. Xiao Feng paused the game and took the datapad. Tomorrow, dispatch a company to that warehouse. As for those vehicles, he pondered for a moment. They should all be modified into armed patrol vehicles to reinforce Li Wei's militia. Understood. Tajit hesitated. What shall we do with the captives? Xiao Feng's gaze turned cold as he replied, Public executions for those with blood on their hands. The rest will be sent for labor reformation for a period. afterward allowing them to return to normal life. The apocalypse is difficult for everyone. Tajit nodded and turned to leave. Xiao Feng turned back and pressed the start button, continuing to play Red Alert 2. Chapter 39: The emergence of a regional dominator for the nearly 4,000 newly joined survivors. The subsequent days would profoundly reshape their perceptions of the apocalypse. Contrary to their expectations of oppression and servitude, the environment of the entire base resembled that of the pre-apocalyptic world. It was bustling with life, filled with laughter and cheer, and the calls of vendors echoed throughout, with every face radiating joy. In the purification zone at the entrance of the base, everyone underwent rigorous virus testing and medical examinations. The medical team, led by Director Zhang, worked tirelessly, providing treatment to the injured. Since their first encounter, Director Zhang and his team had dedicated themselves immensely, despite their exhaustion. Each member was in remarkably good spirits. Following this, the population census and information registration were overseen by Chen Jing. In a newly constructed personnel hall, every newly arrived survivor was required to fill out information such as name, age, hobbies, and pre-apocalyptic profession. Chen Jing presided at the center, and her team swiftly entered this information into the database. This task had become second nature to Chen Jing, and she meticulously highlighted the section for pre-apocalyptic professions and skills. A report revealed the presence of a former regional logistics director for a large chain supermarket named Zhao Qing, who was proficient in logistics management and resource allocation. A data analyst reported this to Chen Jing. Oh, Chen Jing's eyes lit up as she promptly retrieved the relevant information. She then personally sought out the woman named Zhao Qing. This was a woman in her 30s, clad in tattered clothing typical of a slave. Although her face bore some dirt, her eyes shone with a rare vibrancy. Ms. Zhao, greetings. I am Chen Jing, the intelligence analysis supervisor of the base. Chen Jing extended her hand warmly. Zhao Qing, taken aback, quickly shook her hand. Hello, Director Chen. I reviewed your profile. You are quite skilled in resource management? Chen Jing inquired. Yes, that was my profession before the apocalypse, Zhao Qing responded, a hint of nervousness in her voice. I was responsible for the logistics of over 30 large supermarkets within an urban area. Chen Jing's interest deepened, pointing to the towering piles of spoils in the distance. She posed a question. If you were in charge of inventorying and planning this batch of resources, how would you proceed? The question momentarily stunned Zhao Qing, but she quickly regained her composure. After a brief glance, she began to outline her plan. I would categorize all resources into 4 main categories: food, medicine, weapons, and industrial materials. The food category would be further divided into ready-to-eat and processed items, establishing different storage areas based on shelf life and storage conditions. The medicine category must be strictly temperature and humidity controlled, with emergency and regular items clearly labeled. As she spoke, her pace quickened, and her thoughts became increasingly coherent. Chen Jing nodded in approval, her eyes filled with admiration. Zhao Qing, would you be willing to join my logistics team and oversee the coordination of all non-military supplies for the base? Chen Jing extended an invitation without hesitation. Zhao Qing was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that amidst this cannibalistic apocalypse, she could leverage her former expertise to secure such a crucial position. I am willing, she responded excitedly, her voice trembling slightly. All right, take her to wash up and change into fresh clothes. After a brief rest, she will immediately resume work. Yes, Commander. Thus, under the discerning eye of Chen Jing, Xiao Feng officially joined the core management team of Heisa Shouwang, destined to become a prominent steward. Among the rescued survivors, many talents akin to Zhao Qing were unearthed, including seasoned mechanical engineers, agricultural technicians, educators, and more. They were promptly assigned to positions that would best harness their abilities. All newly joined survivors received a personal wristband and a salary card. At the survivor assembly presided over by Li Wei, this lieutenant announced the laws of the Red Crown to all newcomers with a resonant voice. Here, there is no free lunch. However, as long as one is willing to labor, sufficient food, water, and safe shelter for oneself and one's family can be obtained. The base implements a point system where your labor, whether farming or repairing machinery in factories, will be recorded and converted into points deposited into your cards. These points can be exchanged for various supplies at the base's exchange center. Simultaneously, all must adhere to the base's laws, with strict prohibitions against dueling, theft, and bullying the weak. Violators will face the harshest penalties. Li Wei's words ignited a fervent discussion among the survivors below. Accustomed to the law of the jungle in the post-apocalyptic world, they found such order utterly unprecedented, yet they were relieved to have arrived here. Subsequently, the criminals, stained with the blood of innocence, were executed without hesitation. The remaining individuals were assigned to a labor reformation camp, personally overseen by Li Wei. tasked with the arduous cleanup of the city, laboring to atone for their sins until their terms were completed. Li Wei also selected a group of strong, justice-minded youths to form part of his militia defense team. The renovation of the shopping plaza was vigorously underway under Wang, whose leadership. Sparks from welding flew throughout the ground-level hall as workers reinforced all entrances. The chief technician of the wasteland stood excitedly before a set of architectural blueprints, brandishing a marker and passionately directing a group of battlefield engineers adorned with expressions that read, "We are professionals. Please do not. This, and here." Wang, who marked several large crosses on the blueprints, the bulletproof glass walls of the luxury store, tear them down and use them as isolation walls. They are both aesthetically pleasing and sturdy. As for the underground parking lot on level B3, enhance the ventilation system's power and convert it into our vehicle factory. With my modification workshop set right here, the rooftop garden, flatten it entirely and convert it into a helipad. Helicopters will launch directly from here in the future. How grand. The team leader of the battlefield engineers looked troubled. Mr. Wang Hu, according to standard operating procedures, we need to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the building structure first. Wang Hu shot back. Can procedures be eaten? What we need now is speed and efficiency. Follow my directives, and if any issues arise, I will shoulder the responsibility alone. Although Wang Hu's plan is imbued with a certain unconventional flair, one must concede that his approach is strikingly pragmatic. With the support of the Heisa Showang's standardized engineering technology, these seemingly fantastical renovation schemes commenced execution. Battlefield engineers dismantled superfluous adornments with plasma tools, while swarms of engineering drones repaired the damage to the external walls. A considerable number of survivor laborers, organized by Li Wei, were tasked with clearing the ruins and transporting materials. In merely 2 days, the Sherdai shopping plaza underwent a monumental transformation, evolving from a derelict commercial edifice into a fully functional military outpost. Xiao Feng officially designated it as District 1. The newly appointed logistics officer, Zhao Qing, did not disappoint Xiao Feng. The thoroughness of her inventory report garnered commendable ratings from Xiao Feng's system. Accompanying the report was a proposal titled Preliminary Concept for Establishing a Barter Trade System. Commander, within the Hongsa Wangwan Command Center. Zhao Qing pointed to several luminous dots on the holographic map and stated, "According to our intelligence, numerous small to medium survivor outposts exist on the outskirts of this city. Their numbers are few and resources are scarce. However, some outposts possess unique resources that we lack. I propose that we engage in limited trade with them using our surplus seized materials. Our objective is to construct an economic sphere centered around Heisa Showang, providing them with the vital survival supplies they desperately need, while they, in return, offer us technology or intelligence they have uncovered, simultaneously expanding our notoriety and attracting more survivors to join our ranks. What do you think, Commander?" Zhao Qing felt a tinge of anxiety towards the young commander. Xiao Feng regarded Zhao Qing with unreserved admiration in his eyes. "I approve of your plan," he nodded. "You may assemble a trading team, and Li Wei will dispatch militia to ensure your safety. I grant you the authority to determine all transaction details, as long as they do not jeopardize the core interests of Heisa Showang." "Yes, Commander." A newfound determination ignited in Zhao Qing's eyes. She understood that she would leave a significant mark in this new world through her area of expertise. Chapter 40. Super Soldier. As night fell, Xiao Feng found himself in the top-floor office of the Hongsa Wangwan. From a struggling survivor to the leader of a base sheltering tens of thousands. All this transpired within a mere few months. Yet, Xiao Feng felt no trace of complacency. This city was merely a starting point. The Vulture Gang hardly qualified as a boss in a novice village, and the arrival of the Umbrella Corporation constantly reminded him of who his true adversary was. Moreover, the G-Virus introduced even more unpredictable variables to this apocalyptic scenario. System, transfer all intelligence resources obtained from this battle to the Storm Research Center. Xiao Feng mused for a moment before addressing the system. Command confirmed. Resources are being transferred. The voice of the artificial intelligence responded. An unprecedented fortune came forth. A bounty accrued from the annihilation of nearly 800,000 zombies. On the following morning, at the Storm Research Center, countless scientists clad in white multifunctional laboratory attire busily attended to their respective tasks, as data on the holographic screens refreshed in real time. When Xiao Feng's figure materialized in the central hall, the chief scientist, wearing AR goggles, promptly approached him. "Commander, how is everything progressing?" Xiao Feng inquired directly. "All is proceeding smoothly, Commander," the chief scientist replied, adjusting his goggles, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "We are able to complete several key projects with the abundant resources at our disposal." He led Xiao Feng to a simulation experiment area located at the rear of the hall. In the holographic projection, A three-dimensional model of an M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle slowly rotated. First, let us discuss the weapon upgrades for the Bradley. The chief scientist indicated towards the model. We have successfully resolved the final technical bottlenecks. Please observe. As he manipulated the controls, several parts of the model illuminated, revealing detailed data. Firstly, we have enhanced the Bradley's armor. We have equipped critical areas of the vehicle with our latest developed ceramic composite armor modules. The material is akin to that of the Badger armored vehicle, capable of withstanding all forms of attack, though its limitation lies in that each armor plate can only withstand a single strike. Secondly, we have upgraded the firepower of the Bradley. We will install the Bradley ATGM launcher on the M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle. This launcher will connect with the biochemical sensing suite within the vehicle, allowing the gunner to manually or electronically lock onto the target's weaknesses, guiding the missile for an assault. Its standard-issue TOS missile can effectively penetrate the biological armor of the BOW, incinerating its internal structures, a formidable weapon against armored threats. Combined with the previous 20mm lightweight rotary cannon, exterminating zombies and overcoming challenges will now be effortless. The M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle is now fully equipped. Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that his mechanized forces would possess enhanced survivability and lethality against elite bows. Excellent. I shall commence research immediately. Subsequently, the chief scientist guided Xiao Feng to another area. This way, Commander. The atmosphere here was even more severe than that of the simulation experiment zone, as heavy isolation doors underscored the considerable danger of the internal research projects. Passing through several purification protocols, they entered a vast circular observation chamber. Below, a simulated training environment unfolded. Commander, the second phase of the Super Soldier Serum project you have been monitoring has been successfully completed. The chief scientist's voice carried a hint of pride. Xiao Feng's gaze was instantly drawn to the solitary figure at the center of the training ground. It was a special operative, standing at a towering height of 2.5 meters, clad in a white combat suit complemented by a black tactical vest. Equipped with utility pouches on either side of the waist, a protective helmet, and a respiratory mask, the soldier bore an apparatus on his back. The joints of the tactical vest were embedded with blue biotic energy conduits. He stood there silently, reminiscent of a stoic war deity, exuding an aura of strength and authority. We have modified his protective helmet and breathing mask, replacing the night vision goggles with a more advanced mixed reality observation device. Behind him stands the most sophisticated virus detector, capable of identifying potential infectors within a 20-meter radius of the wearer. Therefore, camouflage and invisibility cannot deceive a super soldier. Upon the completion of the second phase, we will employ the enhanced Heiguang virus serum to transform the Heisa Showang soldiers. A scientist responsible for the project reported to Xiao Feng, stating that every super soldier has become a controllable biological weapon. They are equipped with subdermal armor, with subsequent bodily modifications carried out in a hospital setting, aimed at testing. Shall we commence, Commander? Let the testing begin. Xiao Feng replied succinctly. Understood. Following the chief scientist's orders, the 5 alloy gates of the training ground slowly ascended. Accompanied by spine-chilling howls, 5 Tianshi burst forth from the shadows, exhibiting agility and leaping ability far surpassing that of humans, their claws glinting with deadly brilliance. In the face of the onslaught from the 5 Tianshi, the super soldier sprang into action, his figure blurred, evading the first Tianshi at an almost imperceptible speed, simultaneously delivering a punch that shattered its skull. Almost instantaneously, 2 additional Tianshi approached from the flanks. Instead of retreating, the super soldier advanced, stepping forward with a thunderous crash against the ground. Meeting the razor-sharp claws of the 2 Tianshi, he fiercely struck with both fists. The claws, powerful enough to rend through walls, were met with the formidable force of his adult-sized fists. In the next moment, the super soldier harnessed his core strength, unleashing a terrifying power that effortlessly pushed the 2 Tianshi aside. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he unleashed a powerful left hook, striking 1 Tianshi squarely on the head. With a resounding thud, its skull exploded like a watermelon. His right fist, in a fluid motion, grasped the arm of another Tianshi, swinging it back and using it as a weapon to smash into the 4th Tianshi approaching from behind. The 2 Tianshi collided with a thunderous crash, falling limply to the ground. The last Tianshi attempted a leap from above, initiating its pounce attack. However, the super soldier's virus detector had already locked onto its position. Without even raising his gaze, he calmly lifted his right arm, fingers splayed, and precisely seized the descending Tianshi by its head. With a decisive grip, he concluded this brief test. From start to finish, it lasted less than 3 seconds. The 5 Tianshi, capable of annihilating a standard infantry squad, were obliterated by a single super soldier with overwhelming prowess. The observation room fell into silence, even Xiao Feng's eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. This is the pinnacle of biological combat power of Haisa Showang. Ideally, the testing targets should have been comparable to the Lai Sha, but due to time constraints, we proceeded. Rest assured, Commander, the true strength of the super soldiers will be evident in future combat scenarios. No worries, you have all performed admirably. Commander, the super soldier project has reached completion and the corresponding technology has been unveiled. Are we ready to commence mass production? We are indeed prepared for mass production, was the definitive answer provided by Xiao Feng. Yes, the scientists responded with palpable excitement. As they exited the simulation lab, the chief scientist did not pause, but instead guided Xiao Feng towards the depths of the research center, where an imposing door inscribed with the highest level of access loomed. Commander, with ample resources and the successful experience of the Super Soldier Project, we can proceed to the final phase of this technology. The chief scientist's expression became unprecedentedly grave. He summoned a new project file, projecting it into the air before Xiao Feng. Project codename DX-1120. Project objective: to develop a serum for the quintessential super soldier. We have discovered that the existing super soldier serum is fundamentally a form of enhancement, the chief scientist explained. It amplifies the host's capabilities, but there are limits. However, our perfect grade DX-1120 represents evolution. We will base it on the most stable blacklight virus, stripping away all negative attributes while preserving its ability to promote cellular regeneration, enhance neural reflexes, and optimize genetic sequences. Ultimately, we aim to create a serum that allows the user to transcend human limitations and attain the ultimate realm. Xiao Feng gazed at the intricate genetic spirals and incomprehensible theoretical data within the document, falling into silence. Taking a deep breath, he subdued the turmoil within. What about the risks? He inquired. Once completed, there will be no risks, the chief scientist candidly stated. But the development process will consume vast amounts of intelligence and rare biological samples. Furthermore, it is destined for limited production. To be precise, it is not designed for soldiers, but tailored for heroes, for commanders such as yourself. Xiao Feng's gaze fell upon the description of the effects following the success of DX-1120, significant enhancements in strength, speed, and agility, alongside limited regenerative capabilities and an ability to sense surrounding viral entities. He thought of Albert Weskier. In the face of an adversary of Weskier's caliber, he required an equivalent combat capability. Undoubtedly, the system's offerings were the finest, and this serum surpassed Weskier's virus by several magnitudes. I approve this project, Xiao Feng declared, his voice tinged with excitement. I have but one request, regardless of the cost: expedite the production of the final product. As you command, Commander, the chief scientist replied, bowing deeply, his eyes alight with the fervor of scientific ambition. Chapter 41. The New Hero, Kursi Jiamusi. In the ensuing period, the entire Haisa Showang forces were enveloped in an atmosphere of rapid development. Previously dormant technologies had been ignited, and the research level had ascended to the third tier. The final stage. The production lines of the armory operated ceaselessly, with fully equipped M2 Bradley tanks rolling off the assembly line and integrating into the combat sequence. In the hospital's surgical suite, the first batch of 10 super soldiers completed their final transformations, forming an elite assault team that directly answered to Xiao Feng himself. The trade fleet assembled by Zhao Qing embarked on its inaugural journey, successfully completing transactions with the surrounding survivor outposts under the protection of Li Weiman's militia. The exchanges proceeded remarkably smoothly, and many survivors, upon witnessing Li Wei and his companions, promptly chose to join their ranks. In the apocalypse, who would refuse a group of soldiers clad in clean attire and uniformly equipped weaponry? Humanity tends to gravitate toward strength. Everything flourished in a harmonious and orderly manner. On this day, Xiao Feng returned to the ominous Haisa Showang Shrine. Ascending to the central platform, he activated the command terminal. Once again, he accessed the hero recruitment page of the Haisa Showang Shrine. The avatar of Yilantij Te had turned gray, marked as recruited. Beside it, the icon of a female hero radiated a luminous white glow. Xiao Feng gently pressed his fingertip down. Hero unit profile. Name: Kursi Zanmusi. Codename: Black Widow. Background: an elite special forces operative from a brotherhood in an alternate timeline. As a most loyal member of Kane's shadowy faction, she is proficient in demolition, infiltration, and guerrilla tactics, adept in the use of all weaponry and vehicles. During a covert operation against GDI, she was swept into this apocalyptic realm through a temporal rift caused by the explosion of a Tiberium mine. Core abilities: dual-wield dancer, possessing extraordinary reflexes. She can simultaneously and accurately control 2 custom handguns for tactical shooting, delivering devastating effects in close-range combat. Reverse engineering. Equipped with the engineering knowledge of Nod operatives, she can swiftly analyze and modify enemy, including umbrella, weaponry, and electronic systems. Fanatical belief. As a fervent follower of Nod, her combat resolve intensifies with the ferocity of battle, inspiring her allied units nearby. Equipment. Shadow Twins. 2 custom handguns enhanced by Nod technology, capable of firing standard rounds, specialized armor-piercing rounds, and electromagnetic pulse rounds, with virtually no recoil. Blackhand Combat Suit. A Nod special operations suit integrating life support systems and basic stealth capabilities, entering a concealed state when motionless, offering superior protection. Recruitment cost. 120,000 energy. Note, this individual is an exception. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Feng decided to proceed. Confirm. With his command. The energy core within the shrine emitted a deep rumble. Complex energy patterns illuminated the ground once more, ultimately converging before the platform. As the radiance faded, a tall and striking figure stood silently there. Her signature short white hair appeared particularly striking under the shrine's illumination. Her eyes were deep and piercing, as if capable of seeing through one's soul. Clad in a form-fitting black tactical suit, her curves and aura of menace blended seamlessly. Unlike the silence that accompanied Tadget's appearance, she surveyed her surroundings with keen interest. Finally, her gaze fell upon Xiao Feng, a subtle smirk gracing her lips. You saved me. So you must be my new employer? Her voice bore a husky magnetism, laced with a teasing undertone. You appear much younger than I had anticipated. Welcome to the Blackwatch, Ms. Corsi. Xiao Feng said politely. I am the commander here, Xiao Feng. The Blackwatch. I have not heard of it. Corsi chuckled lightly, gracefully striding towards Xiao Feng, close enough for him to catch a whiff of her subtle perfume. It sounds like an inconsequential mercenary group. However, the decor here is quite pleasant. It seems you have profited handsomely. Her words dripped with disdain, as if she were appraising a mere commodity. We are not mercenaries. Xiao Feng replied. Our objective is to save the world, shelter survivors, and put an end to this catastrophe. Oh, save the world? Coerci's smile broadened. Yet her eyes bore a chilling coldness. What a naive and delightful ideal. Let me guess. Are you also planning to distribute candies to everyone? So that hand in hand they sing songs, converting those hideous zombies? Allow me to show you something. He activated his wristband, bringing forth a video. It was footage from before and after the vulture cleansing operation. The sounds of gunfire echoed within the temple, and Coerci's smile gradually faded. What do you think? Xiao Feng inquired, observing her. Coerci fell silent for a moment, an unusual glimmer flashing in her azure eyes. She reassessed the young man before her, the previous levity and jest vanishing completely. Quite intriguing. She licked her lips. It appears you are not merely a fool who can speak pretty words. Very well, Commander. Since you summoned me, we ought to engage in some work. Pray tell, what is your first command? Should I fetch you tea, or do you have other plans? My command is for you to identify 3 vulnerabilities in the defense system of the Red Crown base within 2 days. Xiao Feng rested his chin on his hand, pondering before he spoke. You may utilize any permissions aside from mine, peruse all documents, and inspect any area. How does that sound? Coerci paused for a moment, then burst into a cascade of melodious laughter. How amusing, truly amusing. You would have me seek out flaws. Are you not concerned I might take the opportunity to plant a bomb and obliterate this command center? If you could accomplish that, it would reflect poorly on my defense system. Xiao Feng met her gaze directly. However, if you cannot, or if my security system detects you, it would indicate that your so-called elite brotherhood is rather lackluster. This is both a test and a warning. The mirth in Coerci's eyes vanished completely. Very well. I accept this task. She turned and walked away, her white short hair slicing through the air in a graceful arc. No need for more time. One day will suffice. I hope your commander's seat remains secure. In the ensuing hours, Coerci appeared to everyone as a curious, yet somewhat troublesome, beautiful woman in the base. However, a day later, when Xiao Feng encountered her again in the command center, Coerci tossed him a data slate. 3 vulnerabilities, neither more nor less. Leaning against the meeting room's edge, her arms crossed, she accentuated her stunning curves. Xiao Feng opened the data slate, his pupils constricting slightly. The backup water pipeline of the purification plant, the psychological defense of the militia, and himself. The following elucidates the reasons and potential consequences. Finally, attention turns to the third point. Coerci meticulously outlined Xiao Feng's daily routine, the route from the command center to the upper office, and various habits, all clearly annotated. Her conclusion was that the commander's personal security measures overly relied on the system and lacked foresight into human nature. An assassin could employ at least 4 methods to eliminate him without raising an alarm. How? Coerci raised her chin, exuding a provocative smugness. Quite impressive, Xiao Feng calmly acknowledged. I will address these vulnerabilities immediately. Address? Coercy scoffed. Commander, you still do not comprehend. Vulnerabilities can never be entirely rectified. She called up the data board and presented her solutions. Regarding that pipeline, it should be surrounded by explosives and publicly declared as a storage site for highly radioactive waste, prohibiting anyone from approaching under penalty of death. As for those emotionally unstable militia members, they should be reassigned to the most perilous tasks, proving their loyalty on the battlefield. Or, alternatively, an excuse should be found to eliminate them entirely to avert future troubles. And you, she approached Xiao Feng, extending her index finger as if to touch his nose, should alter your trajectory and arrange for a bodyguard like me. I believe that wooden-headed individual would suffice, referring to Tadget. Each of her solutions brimmed with pragmatism. Xiao Feng gazed at her in silence. The atmosphere in the command center momentarily awkward. Indeed, she was exceptional. It seemed he had recruited not merely a subordinate. I shall consider your suggestions. He finally spoke slowly, but Heisa Showang has its own rules. Rules? Coercy withdrew her hand, her expression turning playful. Rules are but chains wielded by the strong to bind the weak. In this survival of the fittest world, your so-called rules and bottom lines will only become your most fatal weaknesses. I hope you can maintain this stance. With that, she turned gracefully and departed, leaving Xiao Feng with a wild silhouette. Watching her figure disappear at the door, he exhaled slowly. Women are indeed troublesome. Fortunately, he now had an additional card to play. Chapter 42. Deciphering Military Signals. From this chapter onward, those who find the Great Expedition tedious or uninteresting may skip directly to Volume 3, as noted. A month had elapsed. With the obliteration of the Vulture Gang and Coercy's meticulous adjustments to the base's defense system, the Chaisguan officially entered a period of rapid development and prosperity. The marauders that once plagued the city had been eradicated. Aside from the remaining corpses in Jiqing, the entire desolate city had effectively become Xiao Feng's domain. Wang, who led the engineering team, initiating systematic planning and reconstruction of the occupied urban areas, demolishing hazardous structures and clearing essential pathways. Li Wei's trained militia had taken shape, now assuming 2/3 of the daily patrol and defense tasks within the city. Aside from a few critical locations, the soldiers of Heisa Showang were entirely liberated, allowing them to concentrate on high-intensity combat training. Zhaoqing's logistics and trade system has been operating increasingly smoothly, with a stable supply of resources bringing a lively atmosphere to the base. Everything is progressing in the optimal direction that Xiao Feng had envisioned. Xiao Feng, too, has been busy during this period, reconfiguring the layout of the base to completely separate the military district from the residential area. Moreover, with technology reaching level 3, both the barracks and the armory can now produce 3 additional units each. Consequently, after eliminating the imminent threats, Xiao Feng finally recalled the military signal that had long troubled him. This signal, originating from the initial hospital rescue operation, had been intermittent and challenging to locate ever since. At this moment, the command center and the intelligence analysis team were in a state of intense focus, neglecting their own needs. Dozens of highly skilled technicians were seated at their terminals, rapidly typing on holographic keyboards. The air in the command center was infused with the aroma of coffee. Chun Jing and her colleagues had been working continuously for 9 hours. She rubbed her tired eyes. As the project supervisor, she bore the heaviest burden of pressure. How is it going, Chun Jing? Xiao Feng's voice resonated from behind her. He held 2 steaming cups of coffee, offering one to her. Commander, Chun Jing accepted the coffee, its warmth providing a slight relaxation to her taut nerves. It's still not working. The encryption method is too complex. It's a military-grade multi-layer dynamic key. We've attempted various decryption models, but all have been rebuffed by the firewall. She pointed to a segment of swiftly scrolling code on the screen. You see, with each attempt, its encryption algorithm undergoes a slight adjustment. Xiao Feng gazed at the screen. Although he could not comprehend the intricate code, he sensed the inherent difficulty. Should we increase manpower or upgrade the servers? He inquired. The servers are already operating at full capacity, Chun Jing replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. This isn't a problem that can be resolved merely by stacking computational power. What we lack is a correct approach, a key to unlock this door. She sipped her coffee, mustering her resolve. However, we are not without progress. Through continuous tracking and analysis of the signal source, we can now be 100% certain that this signal contains no malice. Its pattern resembles that of coordinates and is persistently broadcasting outward. Coordinates. Xiao Feng pondered over the term. Continue. He patted her shoulder reassuringly. Do not feel pressured. I trust you all. There is ample time, so do not wear yourselves out. With that, he turned to ascend the stairs, leaving space for Chun Jing and her team. In the following days, the intelligence analysis team descended into a near-manic state of overtime. Countless potential algorithms were proposed and subsequently discarded. The spirits and bodies of each team member reached their limits. It was not until the depths of the fourth night that the command center was filled solely with the sound of keystrokes. Chun-Jing sat alone at the control panel, her eyes fixed intently on the complex waveform. Countless data points swirled in her mind, desperately calculating. Why? What are we missing? Military encryption suddenly. A long-overlooked detail struck her mind like lightning. It's the protocol, not the password, she murmured, her eyes suddenly brightening. She sat up straight, her fingers dancing swiftly across the console. Li Bo, immediately discard all existing data and retrieve the foundational architecture of the military communication protocol prior to the apocalypse. She shouted into the communicator, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Wasn't that the communication protocol before the disaster? I recall it being obsolete. A half-asleep voice emanated from the communicator. Yes, that's it. Chun-Jing affirmed with unwavering certainty. I have been contemplating that if the intention was to enable scattered allies to receive signals, the encryption algorithm could not possibly be the most complex one, as it would require equally sophisticated equipment for decryption. Conversely, they would likely employ a relatively older protocol as a foundation. This is a way of thinking. What if I'm wrong again? No, this time I won't be mistaken. I'm certain. All right, I will gather everyone immediately. Her hypothesis invigorated the entire team. Thus, the entire group began to construct a new decryption model centered around this protocol. This time, when the model commenced operation, the digital firewall did not immediately bounce them back. The code on the screen began to be interpreted in an unprecedented manner. It's working. The firewall has been bypassed. The first layer of decryption is successful. The second layer has passed. All layers cleared. An uncontrollable cheer erupted within the command center. Chun-Jing fixed her gaze on the center of the screen. When the final layer of encryption was breached, a line of succinct binary code appeared. After a simple translation, a line of Chinese characters clearly presented itself before everyone. Coordinates: latitude north, longitude east. Password: Great Wall calling, sword received. All present stared blankly at that line of text. This was irrefutable evidence that many compatriots existed beyond this city. Chun-Jing's eyes glistened with tears. The exhaustion of recent days transformed into immense joy and satisfaction in that moment. She grasped the communicator, summoning all her strength, to report to the one who had been awaiting this news. Commander, we have succeeded. Chapter 43. Preparations for the expedition. When Xiao Feng arrived at the first floor of the command center, it had already become a sea of joy. He gazed at the clear coordinates and password displayed on the screen, and even he felt an indescribable surge of excitement within. He had finally found the way home. Or rather, the direction towards another home. That evening, Xiao Feng convened all core members at the command center of the Red Crown to hold a meeting determining the future direction of the base. On the vast holographic sand table, the illuminated signal coordinates were located in the midst of a mountain range several hundred kilometers south of the base. However, that area was currently shrouded in a veil of black mist on the holographic map. Such was the situation. Xiao Feng surveyed each person present. The surviving forces of Longguo lay right there. Now, I have decided to organize an expedition team, which I will personally lead southward to seek this sanctuary. Our objective is to establish connections with them and ultimately forge an alliance. As soon as he finished speaking, a momentary silence enveloped the conference room, with each individual absorbing the weight of Commander Zhao's words. Moments later, Kutter C. James shattered the stillness. I oppose, she declared, reclining in her chair, her long legs resting upon the table, speaking without reserve. Commander, if I may speak frankly, your decision is excessively perilous. She gestured towards the mountainous region, stating, firstly, let us not discuss anything else. We are utterly unaware of the so-called national power. And this signal could very well be a trap. In this apocalyptic world, human hearts are more terrifying than zombies, a truth you should comprehend better than I do. Secondly, the journey is long and the terrain is complex. In these hundreds of kilometers of wilderness, who knows what we might encounter? Mutants? New hordes of the undead? Or even more formidable marauders than the Vulture Gang. Once our expedition team departs from the base, we will face a myriad of circumstances. Finally, and most critically, Kuersi's gaze bore into Xiao Feng's as she articulated each word with precision. You, as the highest commander of the base, are personally leading the team into danger, wagering the entire future of our base. Should anything happen to you, what will become of the chiseled crown base? Everything you have built will vanish in an instant. Tadget, seated nearby, silently shifted away from this madwoman. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Li Wei pondered for a moment before speaking. Ms. Kuersi's concerns are quite valid. However, I personally lean towards supporting the commander's decision. That phrase I recognize is an old emergency communication code used exclusively between the finest border defense forces and special operations units of Longwa. This at least suggests that the other party is likely one of our own. Reflecting further, he added, in this apocalyptic era, it is exceedingly difficult for any survivor faction to exist independently. We must unite all forces that can be united. Chen Jing also remarked, from a technical perspective, the broadcasting pattern of this signal is remarkably stable, devoid of any inducement or deception. I do not believe it to be a trap. Zhao Qing then voiced her logistical concerns. Commander, what shall we do about supplies for an expedition spanning hundreds of kilometers? Wang Hu listened to the discussions, scratching his head and responding in a deep voice. I don't understand all the complexities. I simply feel that if the commander says to act, we should roll up our sleeves and get to work. If we lack vehicles, I will take a team to the junkyard to tow some. If we lack fuel, I will take a team to the gas station to siphon some. If the road is rough, I will drive a bulldozer to smooth it out. As long as the commander gives the order, I will brave any peril. Xiao Feng quietly listened to everyone's opinions without interruption. Once all had expressed their views, he slowly rose. I have considered all that you have said, Xiao Feng stated. Coercy is correct. This could indeed be a trap. Zhao Qing is right. Supplies could pose a significant challenge. Li Wei is also correct. We must consolidate all available forces. He approached the sand table, his gaze sweeping over the unknown mountainous region. However, we cannot allow the presence of risk to confine us eternally within this city. The downfall of the Tu Jiaobang has granted us a fleeting peace. Yet let us not forget the true adversary that is the Baohusen. The Haisa Shouwang is formidable, our soldiers are elite, and our technology is advanced. Nevertheless, our capabilities are limited, and development necessitates time. Xiao Feng's tone grew grave. To oppose the Baohusen, to confront the global calamities of the T-virus and G-virus, merely relying on the Haisa Shouwang is far from sufficient. The might of the nation differs. They possess what we lack, just as we possess what they do not. Thus, we must unite all available forces. Only through collaboration can we genuinely claim the right to stand against the Baohusen and engage in discussions about saving the world. As for my personal leadership, Xiao Feng smiled with a hint of confidence. It is only I who can represent the Haisa Shouwang, and only I possess the capability to lead our troops through the most dire circumstances. Moreover, he surveyed the assembly, his eyes shimmering with determination. I trust each one of you. With your presence, I can advance to the front lines without concern. Xiao Feng's words dispelled the last remnants of doubt among the crowd. Coercy regarded him with a complex expression, ultimately offering a soft hum of acquiescence as she sat back down. Tejta silently retreated as well. Coercy cast a fierce glare at this dim-witted individual. Having made our decision, let us commence preparations. Xiao Feng's tone regained the resolute decisiveness of a commander. Zhao Qing, immediately inventory all supplies with the logistics personnel. Wang Hu, you will lead the field engineers in ensuring all vehicles are in optimal condition. Li Wei, once the expedition team departs, the defense of the base is entirely entrusted to you. I do not wish for our homeland to be overrun. Understood, Commander, the three responded in unison. Qinjing, after my departure, you will continue to monitor here in real time. Acknowledged. As orders were issued one after another, the entire Chai's Huangguan base began to operate at high speed in preparation for this expedition. In the ensuing days, under Wang Hu's leadership, the field engineers calibrated every vehicle destined for the expedition, while Zhaoqing directed her team to load supplies onto the heavy trucks as per Xiao Feng's directives. In the hospital, an elite assault team composed of super soldiers was undergoing final adaptive training, destined to serve as Xiao Feng's personal guards and act as a secret weapon in this expedition. On the morning 3 days later, a colossal convoy had assembled along the main thoroughfare of the Chai's Huangguan base. 5 brand-new M1 Ibula Moose main battle tanks led the formation, flanked by 50 fully upgraded M2 Bulati infantry fighting vehicles. 50 heavy trucks brimming with supplies were sheltered at the center of the convoy, a generous gift for the military of Longwa. Behind the heavy trucks were 200 various Huan-style armored personnel carriers, including the Bulati infantry fighting vehicles, each filled to capacity with fully armed soldiers from the Haisa Shouwang. As Xiao Feng and his companions prepared to depart, the survivors within the base voluntarily emerged from their quarters, standing along the road to bid farewell to the expeditionary team. Seated in the command vehicle, Xiao Feng's gaze swept across the faces before him, ultimately pausing on Li Wei of the guard unit, where both exchanged a nod. Depart. With a commanding voice, the iron tide began to move slowly. This expeditionary force, bearing the future of the entire Longwa, advanced resolutely from the sanctuary they had painstakingly established, heading towards the unknown south. In the rear of the convoy, Coulter James sat in her vehicle, observing the diminishing outline of the base in the rearview mirror. A playful smile curling upon her lips. Saving the world? Such an intriguing employer, she murmured to herself. Let me see just how far you can go. Chapter 44. Southward in crisis today. I must keep it brief. I appreciate your understanding. I would like to express my gratitude to several netizens who inspired new ideas. Suyu, who enjoys tofu shrimp. Baozong, fond of two-colored shrimp. Chris the Grim Reaper. And the helpless Commissar Kellic. I also thank Kong Shu Dabin for his typos and Xian Hui, who delights in golden coconut balls. I hope I haven't overlooked anyone. I am immensely grateful, and if any other netizens have fresh ideas, I will consider incorporating them. Once again, I extend my thanks to all supporters, including those who raised questions. The Iron Tide departed from the base. A massive convoy resembling a black dragon winding its way towards the unknown south. Sitting in the command vehicle, Xiao Feng observed the small holographic tactical map before him, where the green arrow representing the convoy moved slowly. His expression remained calm, yet his heart was far from tranquil. This marked his first true expedition since arriving in this apocalyptic world, and to be frank, he felt quite anxious. This was not merely a simple expedition. It served as a comprehensive test for Xiao Feng and his Blackwatch. Commander, came Coulter James's playful voice through the communicator. How does it feel to leave home? Do you feel a hint of thrill in the uncertainty of the future? She was seated in her specialized vehicle, a high-mobility off-road vehicle modified by Wang Hu, currently keeping pace alongside the command vehicle. Xiao Feng turned his gaze outside, catching a glimpse of Coulter signature white hair fluttering in the wind. I only know that we are on the right path, he replied. Right? Coulter chuckled lightly. In this damned world, the only truth is to survive. The notion of saving the world is merely a beautiful fairy tale. Do you then believe our mission is misguided? Xiao Feng countered. No, I did not say it is wrong. Coulter tone shifted to one of seriousness as she contemplated. I merely find it naive. You place your hopes in a group of strangers, akin to a gambler betting all his chips on humanity, which strikes me as rather foolish. In my experience, this is often the most disastrous gamble. Perhaps, Xiao Feng conceded without argument, smiling as he remarked, but if one lacks the courage to attempt, what distinguishes them from a mere salted fish? The communication lapsed into a brief silence. Coulter gazed out of the window, observing the black Sentinel vehicles advancing with precise intervals along the dilapidated highway, each unit displaying absolute obedience. This remarkable discipline reminded her of the most elite shadow teams of the Brotherhood. However, unlike the shadow teams, which burned with fervent faith, these soldiers of the Black Sentinels revealed no emotion, only an overwhelming aura of cold, lethal intent. What a terrifying group of soldiers, she murmured, the playful smile at the corners of her mouth having completely vanished. What sort of person are you, Xiao Feng? Mutagata, I have something to discuss with you. Commander, the convoy has completely exited the city limits, currently traveling at 40 kilometers per hour. All is normal. Came the report from the lead tank over the communication channel. Maintain vigilance. Watch the road conditions and both sides, Xiao Feng replied succinctly, leaning back in his chair while accessing the base management interface of the system. From a god's eye view, the Red Crown base appeared orderly and brimming with vitality. Li Wei was directing the troops in establishing defensive lines, while Wang Hu was also busy, with his engineering team working on construction in Area 1. All proceeding methodically according to the plans laid out before his departure. Have you truly turned this place into your sandbox game? A voice beside him interjected. Coulter had taken a seat next to him, having changed from her tight black tactical suit into a more comfortable combat vest that revealed her navel and accentuated her stunning curves. She crossed her legs, idly toying with a tactical dagger while her gaze curiously fixed on the system interface before Xiao Feng. In a sense, yes, Xiao Feng admitted, his eyes drifting towards the undulating hills behind the base as he continued, but the cost is human lives, and thus, I cannot afford to lose. Coulter let out a light hum, acknowledging his statement. Xiao Feng then realized and glanced at her, saying, could you refrain from entering through the window? What does it matter to you? I left the driving to you now die. Why does it feel like Tageta has become your personal secretary? What are you scheming now? I refuse to believe you would sit quietly in the car for hours. Coulter bypassed the previous remark. With this thought, a smile crept onto Xiao Feng's lips. He zoomed in on the map, focusing on a vast clearing in the hills. I am contemplating that if this operation proceeds smoothly, our alliance will face a broader combat area and more formidable enemies. Relying solely on the mobility of ground forces would place us at a disadvantage. Therefore, we require aerial support. Coulter raised an eyebrow slightly. You intend to remotely construct an airport here? To be precise, a helipad and an aircraft factory. Xiao Feng replied. He pulled up the construction list, located the icon, and pressed the build button. The voice of the artificial intelligence echoed within the vehicle. Construction sequence confirmed. Helipad and aircraft factory. Estimated energy consumption, 100,000. Estimated construction time, 24 hours. Do you confirm the construction? Confirm. As his command was issued. Hundreds of engineers received orders to proceed to the rear mountains of the chiseled crown base. You would do well to hope that your new contraption proves useful. She averted her gaze and resumed polishing her dagger. Xiao Feng fell silent, redirecting his focus to another pivotal force of this expedition. He switched the surveillance perspective within the vehicle, revealing the interior of 5 Badger-type armored personnel carriers. Inside, 10 exceptionally burly warriors sat quietly, making even the spacious cabin feel somewhat cramped. They were the first batch of re-engineered super soldiers. These super soldiers would serve as the sharpest blade in this operation, and they represented the greatest trump card that emboldened Xiao Feng to take personal risks. The convoy traversed the wilderness smoothly, and the stark reality of a post-apocalyptic world began to unfold before everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, a colossal steel fortress guarded the sole entrance to the valley. The towering concrete walls were adorned with machine gun bunkers and searchlights, while the fresh Dragon Kingdom flag fluttered defiantly in the wind. This was the Great Wall Fortress, one of the 3 major survivor bases. It was established by the remnants of the southern military district of the Dragon Kingdom. Within the fortress, order reigned, with a unified military management system in place. Soldiers patrolled their respective posts, while survivors engaged in laborious tasks within designated areas, creating a rare semblance of normalcy in this desolate world. However, beneath this veneer of tranquility, a novel virus capable of threatening the safety of the Great Wall Fortress was quietly spreading. In the highest-level isolation ward of the fortress, an elderly man with a head of white hair gazed gravely through bulletproof glass at the scene within the ward. He was Yang, the highest commander of the Great Wall base. Inside the ward, dozens of isolated survivors and soldiers exhibited exceedingly peculiar behavior. At times, they displayed no interest in normal food, yet exhibited extreme cravings for other items. For instance, a middle-aged man, once an engineer, now resembled a daft child, cradling a handful of soil extracted from a flower pot and shoveling it into his mouth bite by bite, a look of near satisfaction gracing his face. Another middle-aged woman clutched a bucket of engine oil as if it were her child, occasionally twisting open the lid to greedily inhale the acrid scent, even extending her tongue to lick the rim of the bottle. "What is the report, Dr. Lin?" Yang Xinghe's voice revealed fatigue, having stood there for quite some time. Beside him stood a young woman clad in a white coat, Lin Wanqing, the chief physician of the Great Wall Hospital. She handed him a report, stating, "General, the latest blood and tissue sample analysis is in." Her voice was crisp, yet her brow bore a deep-seated worry. "We found no known viruses or bacteria within their bodies. Their bodily functions are entirely normal. They exhibit no fever, no abnormalities, and are quite healthy. However, the saying goes, it is the however that is most feared." She paused for a moment, pointing to an image in the report. "Within their digestive tracts, we have discovered remnants of organic material resembling some form of eggs, which coexist perfectly with the host's intestines, eliciting no rejection response whatsoever. We have exhausted all antibiotics and antiviral medications to no avail, unless a surgical intervention is performed." Yang Xinghe received the report, gazing at the images in silence for a considerable time. "What about the casualties?" "None thus far," Lin Wanqing replied. "The infected individuals exhibit abnormal behavior but show no aggression towards others. However, their mental state is deteriorating continuously. We have reason to believe that once these eggs awaken from their dormant state, the consequences will be unimaginable. When the hearts of men are scattered, it becomes difficult to lead the team." Yang Xinghe sighed, rubbing his temples. "The atmosphere within the base is fraught with anxiety, and all manner of rumors abound. I shall wait a while longer. If there is no improvement, we will proceed with surgery." Lin Wanqing, adhering to her duties as a physician, responded, "General, we will endeavor to identify the source of the infection and find a solution as swiftly as possible." Yang Xinghe nodded, his gaze once again directed outside the window. The sky, encircled by mountains, seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gloom. Unbeknownst to him, a glimmer of hope was drawing near from hundreds of kilometers away. Chapter 45. The marauders of the wilderness. The convoy had completely departed from the city. The once bustling highway now lay in ruins. The cracked pavement was overgrown with wild grasses, and abandoned vehicle carcasses littered the sides of the road. "All units, prepare for Level 1 combat readiness. Disengage weapon safeties and expand reconnaissance scanning range." Understood. The speed of the convoy did not diminish, yet the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "Commander, 5 kilometers ahead, we have detected a blockade and thermal signatures." Almost simultaneously, A small holographic map before Xiao Feng highlighted several red hostile signals at a bend in the road ahead. Enlarge the image, Xiao Feng commanded. Command received. The artificial intelligence responded. The map swiftly transitioned to a high-definition real-time feed from an approaching drone. At the bend, a number of charred trucks and buses, reduced to mere skeletons, were haphazardly piled together, forming a rudimentary blockade that completely obstructed the road. On either side of the blockade, dozens of shadows lay in ambush. They were raggedly dressed, wielding a motley assortment of weapons, ranging from makeshift firearms to machetes. Have they spotted you? Xiao Feng inquired. They should not have. We remain outside their line of sight. Excellent. Continue monitoring and maintain the convoy's speed. Xiao Feng issued his orders. He was not inclined to waste time on such minor adversaries. His purpose was to seek national strength and forge alliances, not to clear the wilderness of marauders. However, he was keen to observe how these survivors, having strayed from order, would respond in the face of absolute power. A burly, bald man, his face lined with flesh, excitedly licked his cracked lips as he held up a military-grade binocular. Boss, do you see? A convoy. Just look at that dust. It's quite substantial. A nearby man exclaimed with exhilaration. It is unnecessary to speak of trivialities. I am not blind. The bald man set down his binoculars, a greedy grin spreading across his face. Damn, there are still such plump sheep in this day and age. It seems that a survivor base is preparing for a significant migration. Ready your weapons. When they draw near, let us first take out the lead and rear vehicles, trapping them here. With eager anticipation, the band of marauders began to inspect their arms, viewing the approaching convoy as a trove of movable supplies. However, as they drew closer, the grin on the bald man's face gradually stiffened. He snatched the binoculars again, and upon seeing the oppressive black tanks and armored vehicles, he exclaimed, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, my heavens, tanks. That's an entire army. The wind grew tense. Anyone wishing to play with death can stay here. I'm getting out, he spat. At that moment, the only thought in his mind was to escape, to distance himself from this army as much as possible. Thus, the group fled in panic. Inside the command vehicle, Xiao Feng observed the unfolding scene through the images transmitted by the drone. Commander, shall we eliminate them? Came the inquiry from the reconnaissance squad leader through the communicator. For the snipers of the Blackwatch, dispatching this ragtag group from such a distance would be as effortless as shooting at a target. No need, Xiao Feng replied calmly. Ku-Er-Si scoffed beside him. What a merciful commander. They dare not provoke you today, but perhaps tomorrow they will bully the weaker survivors. Xiao Feng did not glance at her, his gaze remaining fixed on the sand table. My current objective is the south. I have neither the time nor the energy to concern myself with them. However, one day, the Blackwatch will cover every corner of this land. Ku-Er-Si shrugged, offering no further comment. In the ensuing journey, similar scenes played out a few more times, but the iron tide of the Blackwatch, with its mere presence, was sufficient to send the marauders fleeing in fear. This absolute strength facilitated the expedition's progress remarkably. A day later, the convoy arrived at a bridge spanning a river along the system's planned route. In the apocalyptic environment, this several-kilometer-long bridge was the sole option for crossing. However, upon reaching the bridge's entrance, they discovered it had long been occupied. Makeshift barricades of containers and barbed wire blocked the way, and behind them, several hundred figures could be seen moving about, with heavy machine guns mounted at elevated positions aimed at the road. A tattered flag, fashioned from cloth, fluttered in the wind behind the barricade. Commander, the bridge ahead is occupied by a band of marauders. Initial estimates put their numbers at over 600. The reconnaissance soldier reported promptly. Xiao Feng nodded. Over 600 individuals constituted not a mere band of rogues, but a sizable armed force. It appeared they had turned this bridge into their toll station, and the passing survivors had likely fallen victim to their treachery. Xiao Feng remarked, somewhat surprised. It seems there are always those who lack foresight. Ah, finally some entertainment. Ku-Er-Si's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let me handle this, Commander. No. Xiao Feng shook his head and remarked, for dealing with such scum, your assistance is unnecessary. Unbeknownst to Xiao Feng and his companions, behind the barricade at the bridge, the so-called dominant marauder faction was engulfed in chaos. Their leader, a man with a scarred face, had been hastily roused and was now pacing back and forth. Where did this army suddenly emerge from, arriving right at my doorstep? The tremor in his voice betrayed his anxiety. Previously, with a sizable force and the natural defenses of the Great Bridge, he had ruled this area unchallenged. But today, he was confronted with formidable adversaries. 2 entire armored battalions. What do I have to fight them with? This is not a battle of the same dimension. Boss, what should we do? Should we fight? A stammering subordinate inquired nervously. Fight. What do you intend to fight with? The scarred man retaliated with a slap. Do you think our few rusty guns could even tickle them? Did you not see? One tank could obliterate our entire camp. They were merely a group of marauders, driven to desperation by the apocalypse. At the core, they remained civilians, and when faced with such overwhelming power, their fear was magnified infinitely. Many felt their legs tremble uncontrollably, while some had already relinquished their weapons, quietly awaiting surrender. At that moment, a clear and resonant voice echoed through the loudspeaker of the command vehicle, reaching the entirety of the bridgehead. The armed personnel on the bridge listened intently as the voice proclaimed, "On behalf of this army, I offer you one final chance. Lay down your weapons, place your hands on your heads, and step out from the barricade to surrender. Resistance will be met with lethal force. I repeat, lay down your weapons, step out from the barricade to surrender. You have 5 minutes to consider. Surrender? I am the leader of the dominators, surrendering to others? How will I survive in this territory thereafter?" However, moments later, the scarred man shouted louder than anyone else. "Damn it. Everyone put down your guns and surrender. We surrender. How could you lack such foresight? Quickly, change the flag at the entrance to a white one." Subsequently, the marauders raised their hands high and slowly emerged from behind the barricade, their faces adorned with expressions of relief. 5 minutes later, over 600 marauders gathered in the open space at the bridgehead, under the watchful gaze of dozens of ominous gun barrels, paralyzed by fear. Accompanied by the guards of He Xiao Feng ascended the bridge. He spotted the scarred man, who, upon seeing Xiao Feng approach, nervously swallowed hard. Who are you?" he stammered. "Ah, just a passerby, merely a traveler," Xiao Feng replied with a glance. "You may follow the route we took to our base. The zombies along the way have been eradicated, and the path is currently safe. However, how many of you reach there depends on your own efforts. I will provide each of you with a day's rations. As for this bridge, it now belongs to the Xiao Blackwatch forces." With that, Xiao Feng dismissed the group, and after ensuring sufficient personnel and resources remained, the iron tide of the Xiao slowly traversed the bridge. "Remember to repair this bridge. We will be utilizing it frequently in the future." "Yes, Commander," replied the battlefield engineer. Within the command vehicle at the heart of the convoy, Coercy reclined against the back of her seat, gazing out at the somewhat desolate raiders. Suddenly, a light laugh escaped her lips. Xiao Feng glanced at Coercy and replied, "I understand what you are about to say, but our greatest adversaries are the Umbrella Corporation and the zombies. Hence, I will strive to minimize human casualties. Moreover, the journey from here to the base serves as a test for those individuals, does it not?" Coercy observed his focused profile, realizing that this man possessed not only formidable strength, but also wisdom and coldness that matched it. How increasingly intriguing. Chapter 46. The Mad Missionary. As the convoy traversed the bridge, it officially marked the first establishment of the Blackwatch beyond Jiqing. The scenery after crossing the bridge grew even more desolate, with abandoned fields stretching endlessly, and the raiders had diminished in number. 2 zombies, staggering towards the convoy from beside a derelict vehicle, were effortlessly swept aside by the clearing APC, only to be subsequently crushed into pulp by the tank that followed closely behind. How utterly mundane. Coercy languidly leaned against the passenger seat, her gaze sweeping over the unchanging barren landscape, devoid of the excitement she had felt at the outset of their journey. Her fingertips lightly glided across the blade of her tactical dagger, producing a faint sound, as if only this icy sensation could reassure her of her own existence. "Why don't you seek out Tajit? It seems he is still driving your vehicle." "Ah, he is even more tedious, far less entertaining than you." Xiao Feng did not respond further, his attention fixated on the small holographic map. The green arrow on the map steadily moved southward. Yet the vast surrounding area was shrouded in war fog. The regions obscured by the fog might harbor lethal dangers. "Commander, according to the terrain analysis, there is a small town 15 kilometers ahead, which is an essential waypoint." Xinjing's transmission crackled through, accompanied by a hint of static. She had been monitoring the expedition team's status during this time. "A town?" Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. "Is there any information regarding it?" "I regret to inform you. This town is quite small, merely bearing a name on the pre-apocalyptic administrative map. After the catastrophe, we lost all information about this place." "Understood." Xiao Feng then commanded, "Order the drones to conduct reconnaissance ahead while the convoy continues to advance." "Understood." The hatch on the top of the convoy silently opened, and several UANS flying drones ascended quietly, heading towards the distant town. Minutes later, the outline of the town emerged on the horizon. To everyone's surprise, the town was not as dilapidated as anticipated. Most of the buildings maintained their structural integrity, and the streets appeared relatively tidy. A massive stone tablet at the entrance of the town bore the inscription, "Welcome to Looting Town." Yet, everything felt unnervingly quiet. Report, Commander. The UAN's flying drones have entered the airspace above the town and detected signs of large-scale zombie activity. However, the situation seems somewhat peculiar. The voice of the drone operator conveyed confusion. The screen before Xiao Feng switched to display the real-time footage relayed by the drones. At the heart of the small town lies a quaint square, dominated by a dilapidated clock tower. At this moment, an astonishing throng of several hundred individuals has gathered beneath its shadow. They are not the undead. Through the lens of a high-definition camera, one can discern that the majority of these people are clad in tattered garments, their faces gaunt and emaciated, kneeling in a peculiar posture as though engaged in some arcane ritual. Surrounding this kneeling assembly stand dozens of individuals draped in soiled white robes. They bear no firearms, but instead wield objects resembling staffs and sacred texts, their lips moving in fervent incantation. What sends a shiver through Xiao Feng's core is the presence of several grotesque creatures that lurk among the robed figures. Their physiques are akin to that of ordinary zombies. Yet their bodies are grotesquely adorned with asymmetrical tumor-like growths, some limbs grotesquely swollen, culminating in rough, claw-like appendages. The most striking feature is the enormous, bloodshot eyeball that has sprouted from their shoulders or chests, restlessly swiveling and emanating a chilling aura of malevolence. A warning resounds. High-intensity biological energy signatures detected. The artificial intelligence announces. G-zombies, reminiscent of those encountered in the factory. The term escapes Xiao Feng's lips almost instinctively. Within the system's database, information regarding these monsters is classified as a high threat level. They are primary hosts of the G-virus, more aggressive, swifter, and far more perilous than T-virus zombies. What are they doing, proselytizing? Kuersi inquired, her previous boredom replaced by a palpable excitement akin to that of a hunter upon discovering prey. Using G-zombies to maintain order? Well, I must admit, I am beginning to find this group of zealots intriguing. Shut off the engine, Xiao Feng commanded. Kuersi, Tadjit. Follow me. Let us scout ahead. The rest of the units remain on standby. No actions without my command. Understood. The group stealthily advanced towards the edge of the town. As they drew nearer, the air became thick with an indistinct murmuring, its meaning elusive yet imbued with an enchanting quality. It felt as though these utterances could penetrate the cerebral cortex, enticing the deepest fears nestled within the soul. Ultimately, they chose the second floor of an abandoned shop as their observation point. Through the shattered window, the tableau of the square unfolded before them. After silently dispatching the last zombie in the vicinity, Tadjit beckoned to Xiao Feng and Kuersi as they closed the distance. The scene before them proved even more striking than the drone footage had suggested. The survivors kneeling on the ground bore no semblance of devotion. Their expressions were marred by sheer terror. Their bodies trembled slightly, and some children had rags stuffed in their mouths, emitting only muffled whimpers. The white-robed fanatics raised their totems adorned with eyes, their countenances frenzied as they recited their scriptures. Their voices were sharp and fervent, as if extolling the most magnificent miracles of the world. Meanwhile, the G-zombies patrolled like loyal sentinels around the perimeter of these survivors. The enormous eyes on their chests or shoulders rotated with an unnatural frequency, locking onto every survivor who dared to lift their gaze. Suddenly, a young man kneeling in the front row seemed unable to endure the psychological torment any longer. He leapt to his feet, screaming as he dashed outward. Demons. You are all demons. However, he barely made 2 strides before the nearest G-zombie moved. The creature emitted a roar that was anything but human, and its seemingly clumsy body erupted with astonishing speed, charging forth like a cannonball. Its grotesquely enlarged arms swung out violently, its coarse bone claws carving an arc through the air. With a sickening sound, the young man's body was effortlessly cleaved in two, warm blood and viscera splattering the ground, drenching the nearby survivors in a gruesome shower. A female survivor gasped, but immediately covered her mouth to stifle her cries. The bloody scene sent tremors through the survivors, prompting them to bury their heads lower, as if this might allow them to escape the harsh reality. The G-zombie halted, its chest eye rotating as if relishing the terror it had instigated. It lowered its head, greedily gnawing at the corpse on the ground. The white-robed fanatics, however, paid no heed to the carnage. One of the leaders shouted loudly, "Behold, this is the fate of those who defy the divine will of evolution. The faithless shall be purified by the emissaries of the divine. Only by embracing the glory of the divine can your souls be elevated." His voice was filled with incitement, provoking even more fervent responses from the surrounding zealots, a group of lunatics who worshipped the virus as a deity. Kuersi squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. She was accustomed to the brutality of the apocalypse, but this act of sacrificing one's kind in the name of faith struck a deep chord within her. Xiao Feng remained silent, carefully observing the leader of the zealots and every detail of the G-zombie. Subsequently, he commanded, notify the convoy. Prepare for an assault. Target. Eradicate all infected and heretics present. Just as I desire, Kudersi licked her lips, a bloodthirsty gleam flashing in her eyes. He gazed at the ongoing preaching ritual in the square, a cold glint crossing his eyes before he turned away. Chapter 47. The Emissary of the God of Primordial Birth. The Blackwatch force stationed behind the slope outside the town sprang into action. Over 200 armored vehicles roared to life, their engines growling in unison. Tracks and wheels stirring up clouds of dust as they launched an unstoppable pincer attack on the town from 3 directions. This sudden cacophony shattered the eerie fervor that had enveloped the square. What sound is that? An enemy assault. How can there be an army here? The fanatics turned in panic, and when they beheld the armored convoy surging forth like a black tide, the fervor on their faces was instantly replaced by terror. Though they were mad, they were not foolish. They recognized these machines. The survivors, kneeling on the ground, after a brief moment of astonishment, erupted with disbelief in their eyes. Help! Save us! It is the army, the nation's forces that have come to rescue us. The cries and pleas resonated together. As the survivors disregarded the threat posed by the G-zombies and hastily scrambled towards the armored convoy. Steady yourselves, remain composed, drag those sacrifices back to the temple, commanded a man in white robes, seemingly their leader, in an attempt to maintain order. Do not panic, the divine is with us. And the messenger of the gods shall rend these mortal metal toys asunder. Before his words could fully dissipate, the 3 foremost M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles had already opened fire. The rapid succession of gunfire from the 20mm lightweight cannon unleashed a barrage of high explosive rounds, accurately sweeping through the most densely populated area of G-zombies. In the explosive glow, those G-zombies, once so arrogant, were effortlessly torn to shreds, their eyes bursting under the relentless hail of bullets, transforming into pools of putrid ichor. Open fire, fire at will. More troops joined the onslaught, their turrets swiveling deftly, each shot claiming another G-zombie. Faced with the ferocious firepower of the Blackwatch, the so-called defenses of the cult crumbled like parchment. This is impossible. The white-robed leader gasped, his faith beginning to fracture under the weight of overwhelming power. Just then, a resonant and magnetic voice drowned out all sounds on the battlefield, echoing across the square. Foolish mortals, what has emboldened you to desecrate the glory of the primordial god with this obsolete steel? The voice emanated from the pinnacle of the clock tower in the square. A middle-aged man stood there, clad in an ornate white clerical robe, wielding a staff adorned with a massive, eye-like gem. He possessed a handsome visage and an elegant demeanor, yet his gaze betrayed an arrogance and fervor that looked down upon the masses. He was the regional bishop of the chosen cult, self-proclaimed as the most loyal follower of Marcus, known as Kyud. With his appearance, the once dispersed zealots seemed to have found their rallying point, falling to their knees and exclaiming fervently, "Your Excellency, Bishop, we welcome you." Kyud gazed down with satisfaction at the fervent acolytes before turning his attention to the advancing Blackwatch troops, his eyes filled with disdain and pity. "I, Kyud, the earthly representative of the primordial god, hereby declare to you." His voice, amplified by some device, resonated clearly across the battlefield. "The world you venerate has long since decayed. The technology upon which you rely is but the remnants of a dying era. The old world is no more, and a grand evolution is sweeping across the globe." He raised his staff high, the eye-like gem emanating an eerie red glow. "Look at yourselves, fragile flesh and blood, trapped within the cage called humanity, fearing death and resisting change. We, the chosen cult, have long perceived the true essence of life." His voice grew increasingly fervent, imbued with a mesmerizing power. "The G-virus is not a calamity, but rather a divine blessing, a ladder leading to eternity and perfection. It shall sift away all inferior genes, guiding us to break free from the shackles of humanity and evolve into a higher form of life. This is the gospel of the divine. And you?" He pointed his scepter towards the direction of Xiao Feng's troops, his tone laden with judgment. "You heretics of the old world, resisting the great evolution and slaughtering the messengers of the divine, your actions are the utmost blasphemy against God." This absurd inversion of truth elicited mere disdain from Xiao Feng and his companions. Kudersi chuckled, saying, "What? Good. It appears yet another brainwashed lunatic has emerged. Should I shoot him down, dear sister?" "Not yet." Xiao Feng's expression remained inscrutable as he responded through the vehicle's loudspeaker with the same clarity and resonance. "I am the commander of the Blackwatch, Xiao Feng. I hold no interest in your god or your evolution. I offer you but one choice. Lay down your weapons at once, line up obediently, and I shall escort you all to meet your god. How does that sound? His words were simple and direct. This retort fell upon Q's fervent speech like a bucket of cold water. Q's smile froze. He had not anticipated such a blunt and impudent reply. His meticulously prepared oration now seemed but a jest in the eyes of his adversary. Arrogant mortal. Q's expression twisted into a snarl, his handsome visage contorted by rage. You fail to comprehend the magnitude of the power you face. You shall pay for your ignorance with blood. He thrust his scepter toward the heavens, proclaiming loudly, People of God, let these heretics witness the true power of evolution. For the glory of God, purify them. At his command, fanatics hidden within the town's buildings surged forth alongside G-zombies like a tidal wave. Even joined by a greater multitude of T-virus zombies, seemingly under some unknown control, charging forth in unison. The battle erupted in full force. Chapter 48. The fanatics with Q's fervent command. The zombies and fanatics lurking within the town's structures poured forth, advancing towards the armored vehicle convoy. Leading the charge were the ordinary T-virus zombies, under the cult's control. They were numerous, a dense mass forming a tide of the dead. Their decayed mouths emitting mindless howls as they fearlessly faced the iron tide, no longer merely wandering by instinct. They surged towards the Blackwatch's line under the guidance of the G-zombies. Yet in Xiao Feng's view, their sole purpose was to expend the ammunition of the Blackwatch with their decaying bodies, for the firepower of the Blackwatch had significantly evolved. Behind these expendable pawns were the fanatics, shrieking with madness, wielding various weapons such as fire axes and steel pipes. Their eyes glinting with blind devotion to the divine and hatred for the heretics, charging recklessly towards the Blackwatch's armored convoy. At this moment, the voice of the artificial intelligence echoed. Threat units detected. Unit name, Quang-Sintu. Threat level, low, against conventional armed units. Extremely high, against unprotected targets and facilities. Characteristics, rendered extremely fanatical due to brainwashing. They disregard casualties, operating groups, excel in suicidal attacks, and infiltration sabotage, with some personnel carrying biochemical weapons. Weakness analysis, lacking heavy armor, they are proficient in close-quarters combat, but are not particularly skilled with firearms. Prioritizing the elimination of priests or leaders can incite chaos among the group. This has been recorded in the diagrams. Quang-Sintu, quite intriguing. Next to the Quang-Sintu lies the true core of this corpse tide, dozens of G-zombies. They are scattered amongst the tide, akin to officers, using their grotesque bone claws to herd the sluggish T-virus zombies, pushing them towards the gun barrels of the Xiao Feng, serving as the most expendable cannon fodder. The enormous eyeballs of the G-zombies are currently scanning back and forth, their pupils reflecting the outlines of the Xiao Feng soldier's armor. It seems as though they are engaging in some form of silent communication through these eyes, coordinating the rhythm of the entire corpse tide's assault. Fire at will. Prioritize eliminating targets with eyeballs, echoed Xiao Feng's voice through the command channel, resonating across the army. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The 30mm autocannon atop the Badger armored personnel carrier unleashed a searing tongue of fire, with high explosive rounds exploding within the corpse tide. Ordinary zombies and Quang-Sintu were torn to shreds beneath the relentless barrage, collapsing in heaps, yet the advancing tide continued to trample over their fallen kin, undeterred. Boom, 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 boom. The turret of an M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle swiveled sharply, the barrel of its 20mm light rotary cannon beginning to rotate. Specially designed armor-piercing incendiary round struck a G-zombie attempting to flank from the side. The bullets instantly pierced its seemingly resilient mutated muscles, with some detonating inside its body, while others passed cleanly through. Subsequently, searing flames erupted from its wounds, transforming it into a writhing human-shaped torch. However, even after sustaining such grievous injuries, the G-zombie did not perish immediately. It emitted a wretched howl amidst the flames, its enormous eye fixed menacingly on the Bradley, filled with malice. The vitality of these creatures far surpasses that of T-virus-infected beings. A crew member reported over the channel, "Concentrate firepower. All units, pay attention." Light machine gunners suppress the front. Assault troops handle any stragglers. Snipers occupy advantageous high ground for marksman positions, and missile troops lock onto G-zombie targets. Xiao Feng's voice resonated in timely fashion. The soldiers of Xiao Feng then demonstrated their terrifying execution as a system unit, faced with foes vastly outnumbering them. Their formation remained unperturbed. M249 light machine gunners steadily positioned their weapons, with ammunition belts flowing orderly through the chambers, creating chains of fire composed of tracer rounds that obliterated any zombies attempting to charge forth into a puddle of flesh. The assault troops, armed with M4A1 rifles, executed precise bursts, and with each gunshot, a zombie's head would explode like a watermelon. The real trouble, however, remains those G-zombies. They exhibited cunning far surpassing that of T-virus zombies. They employed the bodies of ordinary zombies as a shield, evading the direct fire from armored units, and dashed towards the infantry line in a rapid, erratic zigzag pattern. One G-zombie successfully breached the machine gun's blockade, its aberrant arm raised high, lunging at a black sentinel soldier who was reloading. In that critical moment, a comrade beside the soldier forcefully pushed him aside while simultaneously raising his weapon. The G-zombie's weak point was reflected in the soldier's helmet visor, outlined in a glaring red frame. Bang, bang, bang. 3 armor-piercing tracer rounds accurately struck the enormous eyeball on the G-zombie's shoulder. With a splatter, the G-eyeball burst, sending foul yellow pus spraying in all directions. Deprived of its core sensory organ, the G-zombie emitted a wretched roar, instantly losing its target and succumbing to utter frenzy, indiscriminately attacking everything around it. The very T-virus zombies it once commanded were torn to shreds by its clawed limbs. Fortunately, the Black Sentinel soldiers had already retreated to a safe zone. Boom. Nearby, the main cannon of an M1 tank fired. The 120mm high-explosive anti-zombie shell exited the barrel, landing precisely in the most densely packed area of the G-zombies. The powerful shockwave instantly hurled dozens of zombies caught in the blast into the air, creating a rain of blood. The 2 G-zombies at the explosion's epicenter were completely vaporized, leaving no trace behind. Well done. The tank's machine gunner continued firing, providing supplemental firepower. The battlefield situation soon approached its conclusion. The Black Sentinel soldiers unleashed all their firepower upon the glaring weak points of the G-zombies. A missile operator hoisted the FGM-148 Javelin missile launcher. The AI warhead swiftly locked onto a G-zombie attempting to scale a building in the distance. Whoosh! The missile, trailing flames, arced gracefully through the air to strike the G-zombie. Accompanied by a violent explosion, smoke and debris were swept away by the wind, leaving a massive breach in the wall of the 2-story building. Atop the clock tower, the arrogance and fervor that once graced Kyud's face had vanished, replaced by the same terror that marked the faces of those around him. He watched helplessly as his pride, the messengers of the gods, were systematically obliterated under the onslaught of their fierce firepower. Not only did the enemy possess overwhelming firepower, but what filled him with dread was their ability to discern the G-zombies' weaknesses in an incredibly short time and immediately devise the most efficient countermeasures. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Retreat. Everyone, back to the sanctuary. Quickly. Kyud could no longer maintain his haughty facade, unleashing a hysterical scream. The remaining zealots and G-zombies promptly abandoned their assault, turning to flee in disarray towards the abandoned hospital in the town center. That was their sanctuary, their final bastion. Xiao Feng did not issue orders to pursue. He silently gazed in the direction of the retreating enemies, his brow slightly furrowed. Although this battle had been won with relative ease, certain issues stirred a sense of caution within him. The G-virus-infected entities, or rather, the organization known as Xinchuan Jiaowan, exhibited characteristics starkly distinct from all previous adversaries. They were organized, possessed leadership, and demonstrated an understanding of employing cannon fodder, even utilizing tactical coordination. Most critically, they held the capacity to control and manipulate T-virus zombies. This implied that, given a sufficient number of T-virus zombies, they could swiftly orchestrate a terrifying horde. This represented a new enemy, more organized and intelligent than the T-virus itself. Commander, all enemies have retreated into the central hospital building, reported a scout. Xiao Feng nodded, his gaze directed toward the ominous white structure that loomed in the twilight. Chapter 49. For the evolution of God, the smoke of battle gradually dissipated. The exterior of the armored vehicles was splattered with dark red blood and shredded flesh, while some vehicles bore claw marks left by G-zombies. The soldiers were methodically clearing the battlefield, checking ammunition, and stacking the corpses of zombies together in preparation for incineration. Commander, the enemies have all taken refuge in the hospital. Should we launch an all-out assault to annihilate them? Inquired a squad commander through the communication channel. Cease the attack, regroup, and completely encircle the hospital. Xiao Feng's command surprised everyone. Why? Commander, while they are still disoriented, we could press the advantage and resolve the battle before nightfall, came the voice of Kuersi, tinged with dissatisfaction. No, we have moved beyond radar range, and the interior of the hospital is not visible on the holographic map. Based on our previous observations, at least 100 survivors were relocated into the hospital before the conflict began. Furthermore, Xiao Feng's tone grew serious. Our understanding of the G-virus is still insufficient. No one knows what else they might be concealing within that so-called sanctuary. To advance recklessly would be too great a risk. All right, I'll defer to your judgment. Kuersi conceded, though a hint of reluctance lingered in her voice. What shall we do next? Just linger here with them? No. I intend for you two to infiltrate the hospital first and scout the route, then report back to me. 1 minute later, within a temporary command post, Xiao Feng, Kuersi, and Tajit stood before a rudimentary schematic of the hospital structure, drawn by a drone based on the building's exterior and limited window perspectives. The map was crude, yet it was better than nothing. Xiao Feng pointed at the map and stated, "Your mission is to infiltrate the hospital." His gaze swept over the two. As usual, I need you to ascertain two things: the enemy's exact troop strength, including the number of zealots and G-zombies, as well as their defensive positions, and the precise location of the survivors and their guards. Remember, your primary task is reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Ensuring your own safety comes first. If you lack absolute certainty, I would prefer you abandon the mission rather than take unnecessary risks. Xiao Feng's tone was particularly grave. Understood, Tajit replied succinctly with a nod. Alas, yet another tedious stealth mission. Kuersi stretched languidly, remarking, however, since it is the command of the esteemed commander, I shall certainly fulfill it diligently. But I wonder, what rewards await upon the successful completion of this task? Let us discuss that once you have accomplished it, Xiao Feng replied, his expression devoid of emotion. What a lack of charm, Kuersi scoffed, yet the frivolity in her eyes had vanished, replaced by the focus befitting a top-tier operative. Meanwhile, within the decrepit hospital, Hyud stumbled into the morgue located on the basement level, a space he had transformed into a prayer room. He forcefully cast his scepter to the ground, the gemstone clashing against the floor with a sharp sound. Incompetent fools, a bunch of worthless wretches, he bellowed at his startled white-robed attendants. How could hundreds of divine emissaries and tens of thousands of subordinate troops be utterly defeated by a mere armored division? You have brought disgrace upon Lord Makusi. His chest heaved violently, his handsome visage contorted with fear. The sanctity and arrogance he had displayed atop the bell tower had completely dissipated. The combat prowess of that battalion had shattered his confidence beyond repair. It was a power he could not comprehend. As if each soldier was a machine born solely for slaughter. They seemed acutely aware of the weaknesses of the G-series zombies, instilling in him a soul-deep terror reminiscent of his initial encounter with that being. One of the attendants, summoning courage, tremulously spoke, "My lord, their firepower is overwhelming, and they appear utterly unafraid of the divine emissaries. Our brethren cannot withstand it." Silence. Hyud kicked him to the ground, his gaze fierce as that of a wounded beast. "We must endure, for this is the sacred temple of the divine, the very core of our domain. We cannot afford to falter." He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He understood that losing his temper would serve no purpose. Immediately fortify all entrances and dispatch the knights of the temple to guard the underground access. We must not allow those heretics to approach the prayer room. Furthermore, relocate the sacrifices to the intensive care unit on the 3rd floor, ensuring they are heavily guarded, for they represent our troops and our sustenance. After issuing a series of commands, Hyud dismissed everyone, retreating alone into the innermost chamber. At the center of the secret room stood an oddly designed communication device. He operated it with practiced ease, and moments later, a secure signal was dispatched. On the screen, rows of crimson text swiftly materialized, behind which seemed to lurk a pair of indifferent eyes observing him. "Hyud, you have disappointed me." Upon reading this line, Hyud involuntarily trembled, promptly kneeling upon the cold ground. His forehead pressed against the floor as he reported in the most humble tone, "Great Lord Makusi, please forgive my inadequacy. We have encountered an unidentified armed force, equipped with exceptional weaponry and possessing advanced tactical prowess, fully aware of the weaknesses of the G-series organisms. My troops have suffered grievous losses." Oh, they call themselves the Blackwatch, equipped with main battle tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. Their infantry don uniform black combat attire, moving with remarkable swiftness. Their fighting spirit seemingly devoid of emotion, resembling unfeeling machines. Hyud meticulously described everything he observed. The text on the screen fell silent for a moment. Heimdall, an intriguing name. "Hyud, your mission has failed, but you have one last chance for redemption. At any cost, detain them there. The provisions granted to you can be utilized for the evolution of the divine." Upon reading the final sentence, a morbid fervor reignited in Hyud's eyes. He realized he still had a chance. "As you command, my master," he proclaimed, bowing deeply. "I shall dedicate my life to securing enough time for your grand design, for the evolution of the divine." The communication was severed, plunging the chamber back into darkness. Hyud slowly rose, the last vestiges of fear on his face replaced by fervor. He understood what he must do. Outside the hospital, night had quietly descended. Two figures, cloaked by the shadows of the buildings, stealthily approached the heavily guarded hospital. Chapter 50. the temple of the abandoned hospital as night fell. It completely enveloped looting town. The traces of battle from the day were concealed by darkness, leaving only the putrid scent carried by the wind, silently narrating the brief skirmish that had transpired. The abandoned hospital, once the heart of this small town, now bore a peculiar appearance. With enormous eyes emblazoned on drapes descending from above, exuding an air of madness reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic billboards. The defensive line of Heimdall had been firmly established around the hospital. Badger-type armored vehicles and M2 Bradley tanks dimmed most of their lights, leaving only a few to illuminate the makeshift command center. The soldiers' inverted triangular night vision devices emitted a faint green glow, firmly locking onto the entire structure. In the no-man's land between the defense line and the hospital, two figures melded with the darkness, moving at high speed. The Phantom Alandajit led the way, his form perfectly blending with the surrounding environment due to optical camouflage. Occasionally, a barely perceptible distortion of air would betray his rapid movement, but it was inconsequential. He moved like a true specter, his footsteps soundless, as if he were an integral part of the darkness itself. Following closely was the Black Widow, Course James. Ugh, it's always so dull coming out with you. There's not even anyone to talk to. She voiced her languid complaint over the comms. Lacking Tajit's elusive stealth capabilities, her movements exuded a different kind of lethal elegance. Her voluptuous figure, encased in tight tactical attire, showcased astonishing flexibility and explosiveness, akin to a black cat. Each rise and leap evading the Sentinel's line of sight. Mission was Tajit's ever-concise response, never uttering an unnecessary word. Yes, mission, Course retorted, her azure eyes sweeping over the hospital's main entrance. What should have been the entrance to the hospital had been transformed into a makeshift fortress. A series of barriers constructed from sandbags and barbed wire stood in place, as several fervent zealots armed with automatic rifles paced back and forth behind the door, their eyes filled with fervor while they mumbled prayers. I thought these individuals were unarmed, remarked Coercy lazily. 30 meters to the left, on the second-floor window, two sentinels could be seen, while at the right corner, a motion sensor flickered. Tadget's voice resonated clearly through the communication channel, reaching Coercy's ears. With a slight glance, Coercy utilized the magnification feature of her tactical scope and indeed spotted the two zealots partially concealed behind the curtains, revealing only half of their heads, alongside the sensor emitting a faint red glow at the corner. Leave it to me, Coercy said with a hint of a smile, as if she were engaged in a delightful game rather than executing a high-risk infiltration mission. She retrieved a small metallic sphere from her tactical pouch, and, with a gentle press, a slender probe emerged from its surface. With a flick of her wrist, the sphere traced a silent parabolic arc through the air, adhering precisely to the exterior of the infrared sensor. The probe vibrated slightly, releasing a feeble interference wave. Moments later, the indicator light of the sensor flickered twice before returning to its normal green state. However, both Coercy and Tadget knew that, at this moment, the only feed being transmitted back to the enemy's monitoring center was a looped security image. Having neutralized the electronic eye, their next target was the Sentinels. Tadget gestured towards Coercy. Understanding his cue, she drew a specially modified handgun equipped with a suppressor from her thigh holster. Meanwhile, Tadget slowly withdrew a tactical dagger that glimmered with a cold metallic sheen from behind. The two acted in unison. In an instant, Tadget's figure vanished from sight. Activated by the effects of optical camouflage, he stealthily ascended the outer wall of the hospital, using the air conditioning units as footholds, and within a few breaths, he reached the window below the second floor. Simultaneously, Coercy sprang into action. Instead of climbing, she chose to sprint along the ground, executing a fluid roll just as she was about to enter the line of sight of the sentinel below the window, seamlessly slipping into the shadows at the base of the building. Behind the window, one zealot yawned, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and complained to his companion. I really don't understand what the bishop is afraid of. Ever since that monstrous army surrounded us, they've been silent. I think they're too scared to come in. Shut up. You are not to question the bishop's decisions. Another sentinel chastised, though his eyes betrayed fatigue and fear. Did you not see how those deity's messengers were slain? They are demons. They are blasphemers. Just as he finished speaking, a cool breeze wafted through the window. Instinctively, he shrank his neck, ready to comment on the wretched weather, when a hand clad in black tactical gloves clamped over his mouth from behind, its icy touch swiftly gliding across his throat. He hardly had time to utter a sound before the light in his eyes dimmed rapidly. The companion beside him sensed something amiss and abruptly turned his head, only to behold the limp form of his comrade, alongside a shadow that was gradually materializing behind him. The enemy. He barely had time to utter a syllable. A soft sound echoed, a muted puff. Kersey had unknowingly appeared outside the window, hanging effortlessly from the ledge, her silenced pistol exhaling a wisp of smoke. The expression of the sentinel instantly froze, a bullet hole manifesting in the center of his forehead. Following this, Tagata gently laid down the lifeless body and nodded towards Kersey. The two exchanged a silent glance before stealthily vanishing into the dark corridors of the hospital. The interior of the hospital was more oppressive than anticipated. An indescribable, peculiar odor permeated the air. The walls were smeared with the iconic enormous eyeball symbol of the G virus, the crimson paint glistening under the dim emergency lights like freshly spilled blood. The corridor was cluttered with makeshift barricades constructed from hospital beds and filing cabinets. At intervals, one could spot a patrol squad consisting of 2 zealots and a G-zombie. The zealots bore vacant, yet fervent expressions, while the G-zombies trailed quietly behind them, their G-eyeballs shifting in the darkness. Leveraging their extraordinary perception and skills, Tagata and Kersey deftly evaded these patrols, meticulously noting the enemy's troop deployments and defensive positions, relaying the information in real time to Xiao Feng via their tactical terminal. On the second floor, most patient rooms had been repurposed into quarters for the zealots. Yet the narrow corridors proved easily defensible. In the first floor hall, 2 heavy machine gun positions awaited, manned by 520 zealots and 14 G-zombies, with the main pathways rigged with explosive devices. Upon reaching the third floor, Kersey halted, her keen ears picking up the faint sound of weeping. They exchanged a glance and silently approached the entrance of an intensive care unit, secured from the outside with iron chains. Tagata retrieved a miniature optical probe from his backpack, cautiously inserting it through the crack of the door. The tactical goggles displayed the scene within the unit. Hundreds of survivors were crammed into the small room like sardines in a can. Each looked gaunt and frail, their eyes brimming with fear and despair. Some bore injuries, weakly groaning in agony. In the corners of the room stood 8 elite zealots, armed with automatic rifles, coldly observing their captives as though they were merely a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. We have located the hostages. The intensive care unit on the third floor holds at least 400 individuals, guarded by soldiers, Kersey reported. Proceed, Tagata replied, his voice unwavering as a tranquil well. They did not disturb the guards in this area, continuing their exploration deeper into the hospital. According to prior intelligence and architectural blueprints, their ultimate objective lay in the basement mortuary, the sanctum transformed by coup d'etat into the core of their temple. The staircase leading underground was guarded more rigorously than any other location. The 4 teams, known as the fanatical elite of the Holy Knights, donned bulletproof vests and wielded fire axes and blast shields, standing guard like sentinels. Their presence exuded a ferocity surpassing that of ordinary zealots, with eyes glowing of vivid crimson. Seemingly enhanced by some preliminary G-virus infusion, it appeared nearly impossible to pass through this area undetected. It seems we must devise an alternative approach, murmured Kersey. However, Tagata shook his head, gesturing towards a nondescript ventilation duct beside the stairs. The entrance to the duct was barricaded with barbed wire, its surface thickly coated in dust, indicating it had not been accessed in quite some time. A spark of inspiration lit up Kersey's eyes. Silently, she gave Tagata a thumbs up. Together, they effortlessly sliced through the barbed wire with a dagger, and then stealthily crawled into the dust-laden duct. Inside, darkness enveloped them, filled with a decaying odor. The pair activated their tactical goggles, switching to night vision mode, and struggled onward through the ventilation passage. After an indeterminate period, a chorus of fervent prayers, accompanied by the bizarre sounds of biological tissue being rent asunder, echoed from below. They understood that they had reached their destination. Tagata cautiously pushed open a vent's louvered cover and peered down. Below lay a vast mortuary, drastically modified for its sinister purpose. The metal drawers that once housed corpses had been pushed aside, transforming the space into a grotesque altar. Surrounding the altar were enormous GI totems painted in blood. And at the center stood a colossal cultivation dish, replete with flesh and filled with a greenish liquid, while several umbilical-like tubes pulsated as if alive. The regional bishop, Hyud, adorned in his resplendent white robe, exhibited an expression of fervor and devotion, reciting incantations as if conducting some sacred rite. Before him, on a makeshift operating table, lay a tightly bound survivor, thrashing violently and emitting muffled sounds of distress, yet to no avail. Several white-robed acolytes held him down, one brandishing a syringe filled with murky liquid, within which a G-virus embryo writhed sluggishly. The G-embryo implantation ritual sent a chill down Kersey's spine through the communication channel. These lunatics, they have finally revealed the nature of the interrupted ceremony. These fanatics were artificially creating G-series organisms. Hyud raised his staff high, his voice rising to a piercing crescendo. "Feel the divine favor, O wayward lamb. You shall cast off this decaying flesh and become the cornerstone on the path of the primordial gods, evolution. You shall attain eternal life." With that, he forcefully swung the staff downward. The acolyte, unhesitating, plunged the syringe into the survivor's chest, forcibly injecting the writhing embryo into his body. The survivor emitted a series of muffled cries. The survivor emitted a chilling scream, akin to the cries of a creature unrecognizable as human. His body convulsed violently as if electrified, and beneath his skin, something writhed in rapid motion, followed by the emergence of dark blue-black veins that bulged like worms. Within the ventilation ducts, Coercy's eyes glinted with lethal intent. Instinctively, she raised her weapon to eliminate the deranged bishop below. However, Tage to restrain her hand, gently shaking his head. Though a shot would indeed eliminate Kyud, it would also plunge them into the onslaught of thousands of fanatic followers and G-zombies. A cost too great to bear. Coercy inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing her murderous impulse. She recorded the harrowing scene in its entirety using her tactical terminal. Intelligence gathering complete. Tage to announced. The enemy leader Kyud is conducting the G-embryo implantation ceremony in the lower-level morgue, guarded by over 50 elite soldiers. This location serves as their command core. Retreat. The two departed without a moment's hesitation, silently retracing their steps while discreetly disposing of the two corpses. When they melded back into the night outside the hospital, returning to the Blackwatch base, less than an hour had elapsed. The holographic projection displayed the footage Coercy had recorded, capturing the survivors' desperate struggles on the operating table, the horrifying transformation following the G-embryo injection, and Kyud's face. Contorted by fanaticism, each frame struck like a hammer upon Xiao Feng's heart. With hostages above and madness below, Coercy stood with crossed arms. Her voice icy. The intensive care unit on the third floor has been converted into a hostage camp, with over 400 survivors imprisoned under heavy guard. The lower level is their lair, where that Bishop Kyud is engaged in his god-making game. From the stairwell to the basement, there are at least 5 lines of defense, laden with traps and their elite Templar knights. A frontal assault would undoubtedly place us at a disadvantage, and the effectiveness of our armored units in urban warfare would be drastically diminished. Once combat commences, Kyud will have ample time to exploit the hostages. Xiao Feng silently surveyed the tactical map, his fingers gliding across its surface. The detailed defense layout brought back by Tage had been integrated, with every piece of information within the hospital clearly marked by red dots. Chapter 51. Aerial power. The situation proved to be more precarious than he had anticipated. This presented yet another quintessential urban warfare dilemma, compounded by the constraints of hostage rescue. The enemy held the advantageous terrain, and unlike mere marauders, these individuals possessed no moral boundaries and could convert hostages into combatants. Were it merely a matter of annihilation, Xiao Feng had 100 strategies to level the hospital. Yet now, he had to consider the 400 innocent lives at stake. "We might consider a decapitation operation," Tage proposed. "Coercy and I can infiltrate once more, circumventing most defenses to directly target the basement. If we can seize control of Kyud at the outset, we can disrupt their command structure and create an opportunity for hostage rescue. The risks are too high." Xiao Feng immediately dismissed the proposal. Not to mention that the basement housed over 50 elite fighters, including several who had undergone initial enhancements from the G-virus. Even if the two of you managed to infiltrate successfully, once engaged in combat against foes that outnumbered you by dozens, escape would be exceedingly difficult, let alone controlling the situation. Coercy and Tajit were his trump cards, and without absolute strength and certainty, Xiao Feng would never gamble their lives. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Coercy's eyes. Before they could react, an assault from multiple directions would simultaneously incapacitate all their defensive nodes, leaving them no time to harm the hostages or to organize an effective resistance. This was precisely what Xiao Feng had in mind. The most effective strategy against such zealots entrenched in complex terrain was to use overwhelming force to utterly shatter their will to resist in the shortest time possible. Xiao Feng glanced at his current troop strength. The ground forces were now sufficiently powerful, yet they felt somewhat restrained when facing such fortified structures. It was time to deploy our aerial forces. His voice resonated within the command vehicle. At the onset of battle, the hospital rooftop and all peripheral firepower points must be neutralized. After decimating the Vulture gang and that encounter with the zombies, he had amassed a wealth of intelligence resources. Initially, he intended to invest these resources into the subsequent research of the perfect DX-1120 serum and the mass production of super soldiers, but now he had changed his mind. At this juncture, nothing seemed more crucial than aerial power. On the system interface, he scrolled through the production list of infantry and vehicles, eventually pausing at a new icon, aerial vehicles. the AH-77 Reaper armed helicopter. Production cost, 1,500 energy, 500 intelligence. Production time, 30 minutes. Unit description, based on the classic attack helicopter, this aerial dominator has been comprehensively upgraded by the system, equipped with Hellfire 2 anti-bow missiles and a 30mm chain gun, making it a formidable asset for specialized operations and precise strikes on the ground. The Blackwatch UH-60 Grey Goose transport helicopter. Production cost, 1,500 energy, 500 intelligence. Production time, 25 minutes. Unit description, based on the classic UH-60 Black Hawk, this standardized multi-purpose transport helicopter, upgraded by the system, is commonly used by the Blackwatch forces for aerial mobility and rapid troop deployment. The M134 minigun door-mounted machine guns, with one mounted on each side of the fuselage, operated by crew members or soldiers on board, provide formidable firepower suppression, clearing light targets in landing zones. These would suffice. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Feng ordered the mass production of 15 helicopters and 5 transport aircraft. Confirmed, Xiao Feng declared. He then navigated to the technology interface, locating the Hand of Black Flame flamethrower infantry, and without hesitation, selected the sole upgrade option available. Technology project unlocked. Hand of Black Flame infantry equipment upgrade. Effect: enhance the fuel viscosity and combustion temperature of the Inferno 7 solid fuel injector, inflicting additional damage to biological tissue, transforming the flames from a reddish-yellow hue to a blue-white blaze. Meanwhile, within the hospital, time passed agonizingly slowly. Hugh had paced anxiously, his anticipated fierce assault yet to materialize. The eerie silence outside only intensified his pressure. What were they doing? Why had they not launched an attack? He seized the deacon by the collar, shouting frantically. "I don't know, my lord." The deacon trembled in fear. "They are just standing there, motionless." Hugh, irritated, raked his fingers through his hair and grinned malevolently. "Then let us offer another sacrifice." Simultaneously, hundreds of kilometers away at the Crimson Crown base, alarm lights illuminated the vast aircraft factory. Countless precise mechanical arms began to methodically assemble helicopters according to the blueprints stored in the database. Xiao Feng noted that with the acquisition of aerial units, the system bracelet displayed a new notification. New tactical skill unlocked. Call Strike Team. Call Strike Team allows all forces with communication permissions to summon at least one Blackwatch team, with the quantity and quality of the Blackwatch teams increasing alongside enemy numbers, to airdrop at specified battlefield locations. Xiao Feng's eye sparkled. A divine skill. This meant that each of his infantry squads would become a mobile troop deployment coordinate. Should any squad encounter fierce resistance within a building, they could autonomously airdrop reinforcements nearby, thereby launching an attack that would instantly alter the tactical situation of the local battlefield. With 15 brand new Reapers tasked with precise strikes on the periphery, the divine skill of calling strike teams, and the super soldiers and armored units at his disposal, a comprehensive assault plan quietly took shape in Xiao Feng's mind. He lifted his gaze to Kells and Tadget, confidence radiating from his eyes. "The plan has changed. We shall refrain from attacking for now," Xiao Feng stated calmly. "Notify all units to regroup, conserve their strength. Our reinforcements are on the way." "Reinforcements?" Kells expressed surprise. Xiao Feng pointed to the pitch-black sky. 20 helicopters will arrive at the battlefield promptly. I intend to have those fools greet their demise." Kells and Tadget exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of shock in the other's eyes. 20 helicopters. They understood that when that aerial formation appeared over Wolfting Town, the outcome of the battle would be inevitable. Now, all they had to do was wait. And bring the Black Hand. Hugh Marcus, the chosen descendant. Hope you would appreciate this small gift I have prepared for you. Chapter 52. Support from Headquarters. A cold smile curved at the corners of Xiao Feng's mouth. "Soon, you will understand that in the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and schemes are but paper, crumbling at a mere touch." Time flowed slowly in the quiet standoff. Outside the hospital, the temporary camp of the Blackwatch, the soldiers operated with remarkable precision, each stationed beside their armored vehicles, engaged in meticulous inspections and maintenance of their weaponry. Magazines were methodically detached, and the ammunition was carefully polished before being reloaded. The components of various firearms were repeatedly disassembled and reassembled, ensuring that every part received the necessary upkeep. The snipers, while minimizing movement, nibbled delicately on their rations and sipped water. Combat engineers diligently replaced the track plates and armor on several Badger armored vehicles that had sustained damage in previous encounters, with sparks from their welding illuminating the night briefly. Everyone functioned with the efficiency of cogs in a colossal war machine, awaiting the command for a full-scale assault. After an indeterminate period, a low, rumbling sound of propellers shattered the silence. Initially faint, the sound grew closer and clearer. The earth began to tremble lightly, and the water in the cup beside Xiao Feng rippled in concentric circles. They have arrived. Inside the command vehicle, Xiao Feng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a sharp glint flashing through his pupils. The soldiers in the camp halted their activities, instinctively raising their heads towards the source of the sound. At first, there was nothing visible, but soon, 20 faint points of light emerged. These lights rapidly expanded, forming a standard V-shaped attack formation as they roared towards the camp. The low sound of propellers transformed into a deafening roar. 20 colossal helicopters came into view, the foremost 15 being AH-77 Reaper attack helicopters, their aggressive silhouettes exuding aerodynamic allure. Below their noses, the muzzle of a 30mm chain gun gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Beneath their short wings hung Hellfire-2 anti-bow missiles. Following closely were 5 broader UH-60 Grey Goose transport helicopters, which hovered steadily in the air. From their open doors, pairs of night vision goggles, glowing with a sinister green light, coldly surveyed the ground below. This was an aerial assault force capable of effortlessly leveling a small town in a pre-apocalyptic world. The gusts generated by the spinning rotors whipped through the air like a hurricane, lifting dust and sand from the ground into swirling gray waves that spread outward. The soldiers' combat uniforms billowed in the wind, yet their forms remained as steadfast as rock. All units, prepare to receive supplies. The 5 Grey Goose transport helicopters descended slowly, stabilizing 10 meters above the ground. Soldiers, who had been waiting below, rushed forward to secure the massive supply crates thrown from the cargo hold with hooks. The crates were placed firmly on the ground, and upon opening, revealed neatly stacked ammunition, medical supplies, and rows of menacing flamethrowers. A team of tall, specially trained soldiers clad in heavy thermal combat suits descended the ropes from the aircraft, subsequently donning cumbersome equipment constructed from fuel canisters. The leading soldier picked up a distinct Inferno 7 gel fuel flamethrower, setting the stage for the impending confrontation. Following the upgrades at Fengbao Zhongxin, this batch of jet emitters has undergone significant alterations in appearance. The exterior of the fuel tank is now reinforced with an explosion-proof ceramic layer, imparting a more substantial presence. The structure of the jet nozzle has also become more intricate, adorned with an additional ring of finely crafted pressurization conduits. The soldier adeptly activated the ignition device. With a soft hiss, a cluster of ethereal blue flames silently ignited from the nozzle. Unlike the familiar orange flames of the past, this blue-white flame exudes a quieter intensity, yet radiates a terrifying heat capable of warping the very air around it. The soldier could distinctly feel the enhanced energy contained in this weapon, which surpassed its predecessor by several magnitudes. He was confident that with this blue-white flame, he could incinerate a hunter into mere cinders. This is the power bestowed by technological advancement. The Haish-Fire Trooper Squad, fully equipped, stood ready to engage in combat. Through the communication channel, the squad commander delivered a composed and authoritative report. Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Although the G-zombies possess greater impact than ordinary zombies, their essence remains that of flesh and blood. Against the fortified solid fuel, their proud proliferative tissues would serve only as the finest kindling. This Haish-Fire Trooper Squad would be the absolute ace in breaching the hospital and purifying those contaminated entities. With supplies replenished, the Hui transport aircraft ascended once more, hovering above the camp alongside the Reaper aircraft fleet. The thunderous roar of the 20 armed helicopters unmistakably announced their arrival to the distant hospital. Inside the hospital, the previously boisterous Hyud now stood pale and terrified. He rushed to a window, gazing at the 20 helicopters circling above. Feeling the resonance of the building beneath him due to the sound waves, a deep-seated fear gripping his heart. "What is that?" he muttered, his voice sharp and piercing with terror, yet he remained oblivious to his own panic. Deep down, he knew, yet he was unwilling to accept it. It's armed helicopters," a fanatic shouted in despair. "Oh God!" Another fanatic dropped his rifle, collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with boundless dread. Airborne power. Their adversary possessed an organized aerial force. At that moment, all of Kyud's hopes and madness were crushed by this overwhelming display of might. He finally comprehended why the other side had remained inactive until now. They were merely waiting for the strength sufficient to erase them from existence. From the very beginning, they had no intention of engaging in a balanced urban warfare. What they sought was a one-sided massacre. "No, it's impossible. This absolutely cannot be," he muttered in a daze, the fervor in his eyes replaced entirely by terror. "This is the army of demons." "The demons?" He laughed maniacally. "I still have hostages. I can convert them into troops. I still have the messenger of God." Cackling madly, Hyud dashed back to the basement, No, that thing. Yes, yes, I still have it. However, Xiao Feng would not grant him such an opportunity. Inside the command vehicle, Xiao Feng slowly rose to his feet, surveying the vast army that had assembled on the holographic projection. On the ground lay the armored units, poised in anticipation. Above, armed helicopter crews circled, ready for action. Everyone was in position. Kuer-Si, Ta Gute, and others prepared to mobilize. Chapter 53, The Three-Dimensional Assault Plan. The intricate structure of the abandoned hospital was vividly displayed before the trio. Each room within the edifice was meticulously labeled. Red dots, representing the enemy, densely populated the interior, with the intensive care unit on the third floor and the morgue in the basement being the most concentrated areas. Reinforcements were in place. The advantage was ours. Xiao Feng's finger glided across the holographic map. The enemy was entrenched within the building, their sole advantage being the terrain. Our objective is to swiftly strip them of this singular advantage. His gaze shifted to Kuer-Si and Ta Gute. Based on our current troop strength, I have recalibrated the deployment to ensure we completely eliminate the enemy and secure all hostages within 15 minutes. Kuer-Si, arms crossed, raised an eyebrow with intrigue. Her short white hair framing her eyes that sparkled with excitement. Sounds thrilling, do share? Xiao Feng lightly tapped on the 15 Reaper icons above the map. 15 armed helicopters would be divided into 3 formations. The first formation would be tasked with clearing all high points on the hospital rooftop. I must ensure the rooftop is secured at the onset of the assault. The second formation would suppress all fire points on the first to third floors of the hospital, employing 30mm chain guns for comprehensive fire coverage, not seeking to inflict casualties but to suppress, forcing the zealots' heads down behind their cover, preventing them from lifting their gaze. The third formation would serve as mobile fire support, utilizing Hellfire missiles to execute precise strikes on the locations marked by Ta Gute. Xiao Feng's finger emphatically pointed to 2 positions in the lobby on the first floor. I aim to neutralize their fire points before our ground forces breach. A flicker of approval passed through Kuer-Si's eyes. This strategy would not only significantly diminish the enemy's combat effectiveness, but also generate chaos and psychological intimidation, creating optimal conditions for the subsequent forces' incursion. Then, Xiao Feng's gaze fell upon the icons of 5 Grey Goose transport aircraft. Following the initial round of fire suppression by the Reapers, these 5 aircraft would deploy 5 squads of Blackwatch soldiers directly onto the hospital rooftop. Their mission was to launch an immediate top-down assault, swiftly penetrating the third floor to secure the intensive care unit where the hostages were held. Attacking from above, Kuer-Si quickly grasped Xiao Feng's intent. The rooftop assault would draw the attention of Kurd and most of the zealots, alleviating the pressure on our frontal attack while effectively preventing them from harming the hostages. Precisely, Xiao Feng nodded. Once the hostages are rescued, Kurd will be utterly finished. As the battle unfolded in the skies and atop the rooftops, all tanks and M2 Bradley vehicles, with the exception of armored units, launched a frontal assault on the main hospital building. The M1 Abrams main battle tanks were tasked with providing suppressive fire, ideally creating at least 3 breach points for us. All other armored vehicles were to unleash their mounted weaponry freely, conducting indiscriminate fire coverage. Kuer-Si could vividly envision the spectacular scene when dozens of vehicles fired simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of shells and bullets upon the hospital edifice. Then, Kuer-Si's gaze intensified with fervor. What was our mission? This final step was the most crucial. A cold smile finally graced Xiao Feng's lips. He extended a finger, drawing a straight arrow from the ground forces icon, piercing directly into the red dot representing the core of the temple beneath. As attacks commenced from all directions, the enemy's command and communication fell into utter disarray. I would personally lead a strike team composed of super soldiers, along with the 2 of you, into the breach created at the front. Our objective was singular: to traverse the battlefield and strike directly at the lower level, severing the head of that rabid dog before he could react. The entire plan advanced along 4 fronts, mutually covering each other and progressing in layers. With tremendous force, we aimed to obliterate every resistance from the enemy both physically and psychologically in the shortest possible time. It was an exhilarating plan. Kuer-Si's breath quickened, her skin flushed, her eyes alight with excitement and battle fervor. I like it. Tag nodded in acknowledgement, succinctly remarking, feasible. Good. Xiao Feng withdrew his hand and issued the command. He turned and disseminated the newly formulated operational plan through the command system to each combat unit's commander. In the temporary camp of the Expeditionary Force, the tactical visors within the helmets of all Blackwatch soldiers simultaneously displayed their respective combat tasks. The super soldier team, poised to accompany Xiao Feng on the decapitation mission, silently rose to their feet. The gears of war began to turn silently at that moment. The camp buzzed with activity. Soldiers boarded armored personnel carriers. The sound of bolts being drawn resonating throughout the vehicle. Everyone was in position. Xiao Feng cast one last glance at the hospital standing in the darkness and slowly donned his tactical helmet. He issued the final directive to the entire army. All units, proceed as planned. Chapter 54, Night Raid. All units, proceed as planned. Activate thermal imaging and night vision. The instant the order was given, the engines of 15 Reaper-armed helicopters roared to life, diving toward the hospital. The first formation of 5 Reapers opened fire. The 30mm chain gun spat forth searing tongues of fire into the night, high explosive shells raining down upon the hospital rooftop, illuminating the structure below. Dozens of fanatic sentinels were instantly obliterated by this barrage of firepower. Concrete fragments fell from the sky like raindrops, crashing onto the vacant land surrounding the hospital, producing a cacophony of sounds. The rooftop had been cleared, and no enemy resistance was detected, as reported by the commander of the 1st Squadron. Almost simultaneously, 5 Reaper drones from the 2nd Squadron arrived at the hospital's front. The thunderous roar of cannons erupted, golden bullets sweeping across the entire facade like a metal storm. The windows shattered with a resounding crack, walls were riddled with holes, and the fervent zealots cowering behind could barely lift their heads, trembling in fear. Some had abandoned their faith, screaming in terror. As a mobile support unit, the 3rd Squadron comprised 5 helicopters carrying Hellfire missiles, which hovered steadily above the 1st floor lobby. The missiles locked onto 2 heavy machine gun positions previously marked by take. Targets acquired, launch. 5 missiles, trailing brilliant flames, carved a splendid arc through the night and accurately penetrated the hospital lobby. A series of deafening explosions followed, flames erupting from the windows, thick smoke billowing forth. The 2 fortified machine gun nests, reinforced with sandbags and steel plates, were obliterated, along with the zealots behind them, reduced to mere debris. Simultaneously, 5 Grey Goose transport planes, shielded by friendly fire, swiftly lowered their altitude, hovering above the hospital rooftop. The cargo doors opened, and black rappel ropes were deployed as 5 teams of shadowy soldiers descended like agile cheetahs. Their movements were precise and efficient. Upon landing, they immediately formed tactical formations, covering each other as they advanced towards the entrance leading down from the rooftop. Occasionally, a few fortunate zealots who had evaded the airstrike dashed from the shadows, only to be taken down by accurate bursts of fire before they could even raise their weapons. With the rooftop secured, they began their descent into the fray. Meanwhile, the ground armored units commenced their operations. 5 M1 Abrams main battle tanks advanced in formation, their 120mm smoothbore cannons aimed at the walls and main entrance of the hospital. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. The reinforced concrete walls crumbled before the armor-piercing rounds as if made of paper, instantly creating several massive breaches. Dust and debris filled the air, the acrid smell of gunpowder overwhelming the senses. Bricks flew, and the concrete structure groaned under the strain, revealing the panicked zealots and G-zombies behind. For the new world. Stop them. A small zealot leader shouted hoarsely, attempting to rally a meager counterattack. Yet, the response was an even more ferocious storm of bullets. The 20mm chain gun of the M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle began to rotate, shells cascading from the ejection port. The dense hail of gunfire completely enveloped the area beyond the breach, mercilessly shredding the zealots and G-zombies attempting to breach. More Badger armored personnel carriers surged forward through the path, carved by the tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, racing toward the breach. One personnel carrier screeched to a halt at the largest gap, and the rear ramp crashed open. Black Hand Squad, purification begins. A deep and powerful voice resonated. 10 soldiers clad in heavy insulated combat suits, burdened with colossal fuel tanks, leapt from the vehicle. In their hands, the Hellfire Model 7 gel fuel injectors were ignited, emitting ethereal blue flames that distorted the air due to the intense heat. Burn away this filth, the squad leader commanded, leading the charge as he squeezed the trigger towards the throng of G-zombies surging through the breach. With a whoosh, a robust blue-white fire serpent roared forth, instantly engulfing the foremost G-zombies and illuminating the surrounding darkness. The extreme heat caused their proliferative tissue to ignite violently, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The G-zombies' eyes exploded amidst the inferno, releasing anguished cries as they frantically flailed their mutated limbs, yet they could not extinguish the viscous burning gel fuel clinging to them, reducing them to charred remnants within mere seconds. The flamethrowers continued to unleash their fiery wrath, weaving a deadly zone at the breach where any subsequent G-zombies that dared to enter would instantly become burning torches. The zealots, horrified by this hellish spectacle, recoiled in terror, unwilling to draw near. Advance, clear the hall, and pave the way for the follow-up troops. The infantry squad surged in right behind, pouring in from the sides of the flamethrowers, their M4A1 assault rifles firing at any remaining targets in motion. On the rooftop, the black-clad soldiers of the watch were met with fierce resistance as the zealots utilized the corners of the stairwell and the doorways of the wards as cover, firing wildly in an attempt to halt the army's advance. Grenade! A soldier shouted, pulling the pin and tossing a high-explosive grenade into the enemy ranks around the corner below. The explosion and screams erupted simultaneously, suppressing fire. 2 light machine gunners swiftly moved forward, unleashing their M249 light machine guns in a torrent of bullets that sealed off the area behind the corner, rendering the remaining zealots unable to raise their heads. Move forward. The squad members seamlessly alternated in providing cover as they pressed downward rapidly. When they encountered sturdy doors or cover, the grenadier would obliterate them with M32 high-explosive rounds. The battle raged fiercely on every level of the hospital. Gunfire, explosions, shouts, and cries echoed throughout the premises as the conflict escalated to a fever pitch. Inside the command vehicle, Xiao Feng calmly surveyed the tactical map, where green arrows indicated the progress of various factions. The airborne troops had secured most of the 3rd floor and were advancing towards the intensive care unit, where hostages were held. The ground forces had successfully breached the 1st floor and were exterminating the remaining resistance. It is time, Xiao Feng declared, turning to survey the elite super soldier squad poised behind him, along with Coercy and Tajit standing by. It is our turn to take the stage. His voice emerged through the mask. Remember, our objective is the basement. Do not linger in battle. The 10 super soldiers nodded in unison, their augmented physiques appearing particularly imposing. Coercy licked her lips, deftly twirling her tactical dagger between her fingers. Finally, a chance to stretch my legs. Tage to remain silent, meticulously inspecting the tactical dagger and silenced pistol in his possession. The optical camouflage device had completed its warm-up, causing his silhouette to subtly distort within the air. Xiao Feng was the first to step forward, flanked by Coercy and Tage Ta, as the elite soldier squad promptly followed suit. They hastened towards the gaping breach in the hospital's facade, a result of tank bombardment. The battle at the breach raged on. Yet the Black Sentinels had already established a decisive advantage. Sporadic resistance emerged, but it was swiftly quelled. Upon the appearance of Xiao Feng and the elite soldier squad, the soldiers instinctively parted to create a passage, their gazes filled with awe. As they entered the hospital's interior, a pungent odor of gunpowder assailed their senses. The hall was strewn with debris, walls riddled with bullet holes, and several areas ablaze provided the sole source of illumination. The lifeless bodies of fanatics and G-zombies lay sprawled across the floor, some still twitching slightly. A warning echoed, detecting high-intensity biological energy signatures. Designation: Holy Knight. Threat level: high, significantly poses a threat to both conventional and elite units. Characteristic analysis: an elite combat unit cultivated through genetic screening and G-virus enhancement by the chosen sect. Retains fundamental human tactical reasoning, excels in team-based operations, and can effectively command lower-tier G-zombies, identifiable by their crimson eyes. Weakness analysis: their tactical acumen relies on an incompletely mutated brain, rendering them primary targets. Furthermore, due to their G-virus stability exceeding that of ordinary G-zombies, they possess moderate resistance to fire and explosions, necessitating sustained fire suppression. This information has been recorded in the tactical database. The voice of the artificial intelligence resonated in Xiao Feng's ear. In the left corridor, 2 heat signatures were drawing near. One super soldier suddenly spoke, his viral perception having detected the enemy's movements. For evolution, a fervent battle cry erupted, accompanied by the grating sound of bone blades scraping against the ground. Almost simultaneously, 2 figures burst forth from the left corridor's corner, their heavy armor failing to impede their swift advance. They were 2 holy knights, initially enhanced by the G-virus, their eyes glowing crimson, muscles bulging, and wielding immense bone weapons. However, the foremost 2 super soldiers had already taken action. Their speed was astonishing, launching themselves like projectiles. Their fists, larger than an ordinary person's head, striking the chests of the 2 holy knights with a thunderous sound that tore through the air. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. The upper bodies of the 2 holy knights visibly caved in, and they were sent sprawling like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily against the distant wall before sliding down lifelessly. The entire sequence transpired in less than a second, executed with precision and without hesitation. Xiao Feng did not even pause, merely offering a nonchalant remark. Impressive. The squad continued to advance, with the super soldiers alternating as vanguards. Their viral perception abilities allowed them to detect enemies lurking in the shadows beforehand, swiftly annihilating them with overwhelming strength and speed. Kuersi and Tajit were tasked with eliminating those enemies attempting to launch a surprise attack from the rear, ensuring the squad's advance was utterly secure. As they delved deeper into the hospital, the resistance intensified. The fanatics seemed to have recognized the threat posed by this squad. The corridors echoed with the frenzied wails of the zealots, mingled with other ominous sounds. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air, each breath tinged with a rusty taste. In the right side ward, for heat signatures were rapidly approaching. A super soldier's voice resonated through the tactical channel. No sooner had he spoken than a battered wooden door on the right burst open with a thunderous crash, splintering into fragments as 4G zombies roared forth. Their bodies twisted grotesquely, massive eyes spinning wildly on their shoulders and chests, bone claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. However, the super soldier reacted with swiftness. With a resounding thud, one super soldier delivered a powerful punch to the chest of the foremost G-zombie. The creature's chest visibly caved in, its spine grotesquely protruding, before its body was hurled backward like a rag doll, crashing against the wall and splattering a pool of putrid flesh and blood. Another super soldier deftly sidestepped a sweeping claw, his right hand shooting out like lightning, fingers curling into a claw, plunging directly into the massive eye on the zombie's shoulder. A foul yellow pus erupted forth, and the G-zombie emitted a shriek of unimaginable agony, thrashing its arms wildly. It was firmly restrained by the super soldier. Subsequently, the super soldier's left fist, imbued with colossal force, shattered its skull. The remaining two G-zombies attempted to flank from the sides, but Kuersi and Tajit had silently materialized behind them. Kuersi's tactical dagger sliced through the knee joint of one G-zombie. The special material of the blade effortlessly cleaved through the resilient mutated tissue, causing the monster to howl as it fell to its knees. In the next moment, Kuersi had vaulted onto its back, driving the dagger forcefully into its temple, obliterating its brain. Tajit's execution was even swifter than Kuersi's. His optical camouflage functioned flawlessly in the dim corridor, rendering him a true specter. When the last G-zombie charged, the tactical dagger silently pierced the nape of its neck. A precise thrust followed, swiftly ending its suffering. The entire encounter lasted less than 5 seconds. Was that all? 4 G-zombies, capable of inflicting severe losses on conventional forces, were dispatched with such efficiency. The super soldiers wiped the blood from their gloves and seamlessly regrouped, as if they had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Xiao Feng swiftly stepped over the still-twitching G-zombie, instructing, "Proceed forward, Tajit, report the target's location. Horde remains in the lower level of the sanctuary. The signal is stable. However, the energy readings around him are intensifying. He may be conducting some sort of ritual." Tajit's voice remained as composed as ever. "The main staircase leading underground is completely blocked, presenting the strongest defensive force. I suggest utilizing the alternate passage, the Eastern Medical Staff stairwell. The guards there are relatively weaker, though the traps are more numerous. Lead the way," Xiao Feng succinctly commanded. The team swiftly altered their course, led by Tajit, moving rapidly towards the eastern side. The closer they approached the stairwell, the more frenzied the resistance became. The fanatics appeared to have entirely lost their fear of death, recklessly hurling themselves to obstruct the advance of this elite squad. However, this was of no consequence to the super soldiers. With nothing but their fists and extraordinary combat skills, they carved a bloody path through the throng. Each punch sent at least one fanatic crashing down, their bones shattered. Each sidekick hurled enemies a dozen meters away, slamming them against the wall, reducing them to a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Kuersi glided along the flanks, her silhouette akin to that of a black cat, each strike accompanied by the geysers of blood erupting from the throats of her foes. Tajit focused on neutralizing hidden traps, ensuring they were rendered ineffective beforehand. Xiao Feng was impeccably shielded in the center of the formation, needing not to engage directly. Through the battlefield information system on his wristband, he commanded the entire hospital situation. The airborne troops had secured most of the third floor, demolishing the walls of the intensive care unit with C4. The ground forces had cleared the first floor lobby and were systematically hunting down the remaining enemies room by room. The Reaper squad reported that the perimeter had been secured, with no enemy reinforcements detected. A stream of reports scrolled across the tactical panel. Everything was proceeding according to plan, even more smoothly than anticipated. At last, the team reached the medical personnel stairwell on the eastern side. The heavy fire door stood resolutely closed, marked with a large blood-painted GI symbol, evoking an ominous sensation. Behind the door, at least 6 heat sources were detected, with potentially more within the stairwell. A super soldier reported sensing multiple explosive signals. Kuersi scoffed dismissively, a dying struggle. Xiao Feng gestured. 2 super soldiers immediately stepped forward, aiming at the door's hinges. Two resounding thuds erupted almost simultaneously. The reinforced metal hinges twisted and fractured under immense force, and the entire fire door collapsed inward with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. The scene beyond the door was chilling. The stairwell was crammed with fanatics, their eyes bloodshot and mouths emitting meaningless howls. Even more terrifying, dozens of G-zombies lurked among them, their massive eyes glinting with malevolence in the dim light. At the corner landing of the stairs, several fanatics were bound with explosives, brandishing detonators while shouting fervently, "For the god of the first birth!" A mad cry erupted from the crowd. Xiao Feng waved his hand. The two foremost super soldiers charged forward without hesitation, plunging into the hail of bullets. Small caliber rounds struck their bodies, producing a metallic clink as they ricocheted off, inflicting no tangible harm. With a single punch, 3 or 4 fanatics were sent flying, their limbs broken. A sweeping kick could send a charging G-zombie crashing through the railing, screaming as it plummeted below. Yet, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming, and they completely disregarded their own casualties. Human bombs shrieked as they lunged toward the super soldiers, attempting to take them down in a mutual destruction. Just then, the silhouette of Tager appeared on the stair railing, as the silenced pistol emitted a series of soft pops. Amidst the faint sounds of gunfire, the fanatics brandishing detonators simultaneously burst forth in showers of blood, collapsing silently to the ground. Coercy's dagger was specifically designed to target the wrists and ankles of the adversaries, deftly incapacitating their ability to detonate explosives. Occasionally, a stray assailant would rush forward, only to be swiftly pulverized by a punch from the super soldiers. Chapter 56. Delving into the core of the battle was fierce yet brief. Within a minute, not a single enemy remained standing in the stairwell. Blood flowed down the steps, forming viscous streams. Corpses lay piled upon one another, nearly obstructing the descent. The super soldiers began to silently clear the path, discarding the enemy bodies as if they were refuse. Their combat suits were stained with blood and flesh, yet bore not a single mark of injury. The threat had been neutralized. They could proceed. Xiao Feng nodded, stepping through the warm pool of blood as he descended to the lower level. Coercy followed closely beside him, curiously observing a super soldier who was wiping ocular tissue from his combat gloves. "Honestly, Commander, these hulking figures are quite impressive. When can I have one as my bodyguard?" "Anytime you wish," Xiao Feng replied without turning his head. The further they descended, the darker the light became, the air increasingly damp and chilly, and the odor more unbearable. More bizarre graffiti and symbols began to appear on the walls, some sections even covered in a sticky substance resembling biological matter, as if the entire building were being slowly eroded by some entity. The two super soldiers leading the way abruptly halted, raising their fists in a gesture of caution. High-intensity biological energy detected just below, near the exit of the stairwell. In significant numbers, one of the super soldiers spoke with a note of gravity. Almost simultaneously with his words, a cacophony of scratching sounds erupted from below, as if countless claws were scraping against the walls. A ravenous roar reverberated in the confined space, growing ever closer. "Prepare for combat," Xiao Feng commanded, raising his weapon. In the next moment, from the depths of the dark stairwell, a horde of mutated leeches surged forth like a flood breaching a dam. Each leech was the size of a human forearm, exhibiting a sickly dark green hue, with pulsating organs visible beneath their translucent skin. Their mouths had evolved into ringed suckers, edged with a multitude of writhing sharp teeth, emanating a nauseating stench. They filled the entire space beneath the stairs, resembling a living carpet, swiftly surging upwards along the steps, the chilling sound of their suckers scraping against the concrete echoing ominously. The scene from the reservoir flashed vividly in memory. "Fire! Do not let them near," Xiao Feng shouted, retreating slightly as his assault rifle unleashed a burst of flames. Who would have anticipated encountering such creatures around the corner? The super soldiers reacted with remarkable speed, instinctively shielding Xiao Feng. However, the results were far from satisfactory. The bullets easily penetrated the soft, glistening bodies of the mutated leeches, expelling gobs of viscous green fluid. Yet, these creatures exhibited an astonishing resilience. Unless struck directly at the central nerve cluster or utterly shattered, they would continue to writhe forward, even with multiple bullet holes in their bodies. Complicating matters further, the bodily fluids they expelled upon death were highly corrosive, sizzling upon contact with the super soldier's armor and emitting plumes of white smoke. "Commander, standard ammunition is ineffective against them, and their numbers are overwhelming," reported a super soldier, his voice low as he pulverized several leeches attempting to drop from the ceiling with a powerful punch, their slime splattering everywhere. "Fall back, Heisho team. Send in a few specialists." Without hesitation, Xiao Feng called for experts specifically trained to handle such situations over the channel. Early in the skirmish within the stairwell, A squad of Xiao flamethrowers tasked with eliminating the remaining foes on the upper level had already received orders to provide support below. At that moment, 3 soldiers, each carrying massive fuel tanks and wielding the Hellfire 7 Blackwatch's gel fuel flamethrowers, arrived at the entrance of the stairwell. Purification commencing. Without further ado, the lead flamethrower squeezed the trigger. A dazzling blue-white fire dragon roared from the nozzle, instantly flooding the descending staircase. The extreme heat warped the air, and the specially enhanced gel fuel enveloped each mutated leech, fiercely igniting upon contact. The piercing, high-pitched shrieks of the leeches quickly replaced the previous scraping sounds as hundreds, if not thousands, of mutated leeches writhed frantically in the blue-white flames, followed by the sound of them bursting as if being cooked. Their soft tissues carbonized rapidly under the intense heat, releasing an indescribably nauseating odor. In a mere few seconds of spraying, the once surging tide of mutated leeches transformed into a smoldering mass of crackling corpses. The Xiao flamethrower team cautiously ceased their assault, the blue-white flames flickering slightly at the nozzle. The temperature within the stairwell was alarmingly high, with the walls charred black and the air thick with smoke and foul stench. Threat neutralized, passage secure, but rapid transit is advised. Be wary of the residual corrosive slime underfoot, reported the squad leader in a deep, resonant voice. The super soldiers paid little heed to the obstacles beneath them, their combat boots crunching over the still smoking remains as they advanced downward, clearing a relatively clean path for Xiao Feng. He and his team followed closely behind. The deeper they descended, the more pungent the stench of decay became, with an increasing accumulation of biological filaments clinging to the walls. They could even see subtle veins pulsating within, as if the entire structure were coming to life, or rather, being assimilated by something lurking below. At last, the team arrived at the stairwell exit to the underground level. A metal airtight door, enveloped in fleshy tissue, barred their way. There were no keyholes on the door, only a continuously writhing G-shaped eyeball symbol that seemed to move like a living creature, coldly observing the unwelcome guests. Horde is right behind. Energy readings are extremely high and unstable. Tajit whispered, his weapon already aimed at the eerie door lock. Launch the assault, Xiao Feng stated succinctly. A super soldier stepped forward, and just as his fist was about to strike the door, a low hum emanated from the grotesque portal enveloped in flesh. To their astonishment, the door slowly slid open, revealing not the anticipated multitude of monsters. Instead, the sight that greeted them caused even the battle-hardened super soldiers to momentarily falter. Before them lay an expansive subterranean chamber, far exceeding the dimensions of a hospital morgue, evidently subject to extensive excavation and modification. The walls of the space were entirely covered by a peculiar, bioorganic carpet, resembling the interior of some colossal organism. On the ground, thick organic structures, akin to veins or nerves, meandered and coiled, linking to a colossal and bizarre apparatus at the center, forged from a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and metal. At the core of the device was a transparent cylindrical container filled with murky green liquid. Within it floated the regional bishop, Horde. Chapter 57. The Power of God, Part 1. He had long shed his ornate clerical robes, his skin alarmingly pale. Numerous biotubules of varying thickness were inserted throughout his body, connecting him to the container and the entire underground biological substrate network. His eyes were tightly shut, yet his face bore a strange expression, a blend of profound agony and ecstatic rapture. Most chilling of all, his chest rose and fell violently, the area where his heart lay pulsating with rhythmic green light. With each heartbeat, the entire biological substrate trembled in unison, channeling more of the murky energy liquid into his body. Beneath the apparatus, a throng of fervent Templar knights knelt densely around it. Like pilgrims, they pressed their foreheads against the pulsating organic tissue on the ground, their bodies trembling slightly as they muttered incantations, seemingly offering their life energy or some other essence to Horde within the container. The entire scene was eerily silent, yet imbued with an unsettling, monumental energy. Clearly, our esteemed Lord has bolstered his forces once more. He is undergoing forced evolution, striving for a deeper fusion with the G-virus to attain extraordinary power. Tajit swiftly analyzed the energy readings of the site, his tone grave. We must stop him. The ritual is nearing completion. As if to validate his assertion, Horde within the container suddenly opened his eyes. They were utterly unlike human eyes, devoid of pupils or sclera, replaced solely by swirling green luminescence. Horde had shed his fear, becoming profoundly devout. You have finally arrived, a raspy voice, as if woven from countless overlapping tones, resonated through the biological substrate network, echoing throughout the subterranean expanse, directly infiltrating the minds of all present. Welcome to my sanctuary, Welcome to witness the descent of the divine. As he spoke, the kneeling Templar Knights simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, emitting beastly howls from their mouths as their bodies began to mutate at a visibly alarming rate. Muscles tore through their garments, and bone spikes erupted from their forms. As they were forcibly transformed into a monstrous entity, a savage fusion of zealot and G-zombie. Concurrently, the biological substrates on the surrounding walls writhed violently, with bulges bursting forth, releasing dozens of slumbering G-zombies that crawled out, unleashing bloodthirsty roars. In an instant, Xiao Feng's squad found themselves encircled from all sides. For the birth of the primordial god. Purge the heretics. The mutated Templar Knights and G-creatures surged frantically towards the squad stationed at the entrance. Hold the entrance, Black Hand Squad. Seal the passage. Courtesy-to-Jeet. Hunt down high-value targets. Super soldiers, crush them. Xiao Feng commanded in rapid succession. The battle erupted in a flash, plunging directly into a fervent state. 10 super soldiers unhesitatingly positioned themselves at the forefront. With a resounding thud, one super soldier's powerful punch sent a G-zombie hurtling backward, its chest caving in as it toppled several other monsters behind it. Another super soldier crossed his arms, bracing against the heavy bone hammer of a mutated Templar Knight with immense force. The concrete floor beneath him instantly fractured, yet he remained steadfast, not sparing a glance. His right hand unleashing tremendous strength that shattered the hammer and the arm connected to it, followed by an uppercut that obliterated the opponent's skull. The third super soldier displayed astonishing agility. Ducking beneath a sweeping claw, he lunged into the embrace of a G-zombie, delivering a relentless barrage of blows to its chest and abdomen, each strike resonating with a dull thud and the sound of cracking bones. Within a mere 2 seconds, he unleashed over 10 punches, reducing the creature to mere fragments. They functioned as 10 tireless, highly efficient killing machines, rampaging through the horde of monsters. Every part of their bodies became a weapon, complemented by the terrifying power of their modifications, often incapacitating or even slaying formidable mutants with a single strike. Occasionally, a stray creature would breach their defenses, only to be instantly dispatched by Courtesy-to-Jeet. Courtesy moved gracefully through the chaotic battlefield, her daggers targeting the monster's vulnerable spots. Each flash of her blades inevitably resulted in a creature screeching in loss of balance, creating perfect opportunities for the super soldiers behind her to strike. Jeet, resembling a composed hunter, rarely fired his silenced pistol, but whenever he did, it was certain that a monster would have its forehead burst open in a spray of blood. The 3 Blackhand flamethrowers firmly secured the retreat at the staircase, alternating their streams of blue-white flames, forming a wall of fire that incinerated the relentless tide of enemies, primarily scattered infected drawn by sound and the scent of blood into charred remains, ensuring the safety of the squad's rear. The entire underground temple had transformed into a miniature battlefield, a cacophony of sounds intertwining into a deafening roar. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground and walls in a chaotic mess, while dismembered limbs and scattered internal organs lay strewn about. The metallic scent of blood hung heavily in the air, almost suffocating, but fortunately, Xiao Feng and his companions were equipped with breathing masks. However, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. They seemed endless, continuously surging forth from the biological substrate of the walls. The converted holy knights charged fearlessly into battle, relentlessly assaulting the defensive line formed by the super soldiers. Compounding the problem, the figure of Kyud floated ominously within the central container, the light emanating from his chest growing increasingly radiant, and the energy output intensifying. Under his enhancement, the monster's attacks escalated into a frenzy, becoming swifter and more powerful. Even those monsters that had been felled, as long as they were not completely dead, would rapidly heal under the green light and struggle to rise once more to join the fray. It was imperative to interrupt him. As Xiao Feng changed magazines, he fired several shots towards the central container. Yet, the bullets only created faint ripples upon impact, failing to inflict any significant damage. Tagged, he called, and Tagged immediately grasped the intention. He leaped back, temporarily disengaging from combat, activating his optical camouflage, and his figure quickly became blurred. Moments later, he appeared atop a slightly elevated platform of debris, now wielding an FGM-148 Javelin anti-tank missile launcher. Tagged knelt, the launcher resting firmly on his shoulder. The AI targeting system swiftly locked onto Kyud suspended within the container, emitting a crisp locking sound. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the biological substrate of the entire underground space surged violently, and a dense bioenergy shield abruptly rose from the ground, blocking the missile's trajectory. Target lock disrupted. Tagged's voice echoed, Almost simultaneously, four exceptionally robust G-zombies burst forth from the biological tissue of the ceiling, charging directly at Tag's position. Their speed far exceeded that of their counterparts, and their bone claws glimmered with a green light. "Cover Tag," Xiao Feng commanded, switching his assault rifle to single-shot mode, striking one of the G-zombies in the shoulder, causing it to lose balance mid-air and crash heavily to the ground. The other three G-zombies were intercepted by two super soldiers, who bravely engaged, unleashing their full strength to collide violently with the mutated creature's bone claws. Seizing the opportunity, another super soldier grasped Tag's armored shoulder strap, yanking him down from the platform just in time to evade yet another wave of assaults coming from the side. Conventional weapons cannot penetrate the energy shield, Tag quickly analyzed after being pulled back. The shield's energy is sourced from the entire biological substrate network. We must sever the energy supply or employ a higher intensity penetrating attack. Xiao Feng's gaze swept over the chaotic battlefield. The super soldiers remained valiant. Yet under the relentless tide of monsters and Qud's ever-increasing enhancement field, their armor began to show noticeable signs of damage. A soldier's shoulder plate was torn asunder, revealing the robust muscles beneath. Another bore a scratch upon his mask. The ritual of Qud appeared to be nearing completion. With the green energy liquid within the container taking on a tangible form, his body convulsing violently within it. Inhuman wails and manic laughter reverberated throughout the space via the biological network, as more G creatures began to emerge from the walls. "We must shatter this shell immediately." After severing the arm of a mutated Templar Knight with his dagger, Ku-Er-Si spoke with a note of urgency. "Otherwise, we shall all become the snacks of these monsters." Xiao Feng's mind raced. Suddenly, he noticed the thick biological veins extending from the ground to the Qud container, pulsating like umbilical cords, channeling energy to the shield and the vessel. While it was unlikely we would become snacks for the monsters, he commanded, "All units, change targets. Prioritize attacking the energy conduits connecting to the container. Black Hand Squad, concentrate fire to incinerate the main conduit. Super soldiers, cover them. Tact, reload missiles. I want you to launch and immediately strike the same location. Ku-Er-Si, provide cover for Tact." The three Black Hand flamethrowers swiftly adjusted their aim, unleashing three blazing blue-white fire dragons that surged toward the stout, dark red biological pipe indicated by Xiao Feng. The eerie shriek of flames scorching living tissue pierced through the din of the battlefield. The conduit shrank violently under the extreme heat, its surface swelling with enormous charred blisters before bursting, splattering viscous, smoke-emitting organic fluid. Subsequently, the green luminescence of the space flickered intensely. Qud emitted an enraged roar, the severe damage to the conduit evidently affecting him. "Now," shouted Xiao Feng. "Tact, locked on." Without a moment's hesitation, Tact pulled the trigger. The FGM-148 javelin missile, trailing a fiery plume, soared from the launcher, executing a brief ascent before diving almost vertically toward the weakened biological conduit. In that moment, time seemed to slow. All eyes were fixed on the missile. Qud struggled madly, attempting to channel energy to repair the conduit. The surrounding monsters, driven to madness, recklessly hurled themselves toward the missile's trajectory, trying to intercept it with their bodies. But it was too late. Boom. The deafening explosion erupted, the searing flames and shockwave instantly engulfing the energy conduit, tearing it into countless burning fragments. The destruction of the main conduit appeared to trigger an overload in the energy circuit, as a series of explosions rapidly spread along the other conduits of the underground network. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the biological veins burst under the internal energy shock, spewing the green energy liquid like blood everywhere. The entire subterranean biological matrix network dimmed at a visible speed, subsequently losing its vitality. The biological energy shield enveloping the container flickered a few times before vanishing entirely. "We have succeeded," 34 Ku-Er-Si excitedly shouted. Tajit, however, remarked, "The energy reaction within the container is not diminishing but rather escalating. He has lost control." In the central container, Qud's body was undergoing a horrific transformation, freed from the constraints of the external network and energy regulation. The immense G-virus energy accumulating within him began to spiral out of control. His physique expanded like an inflated balloon, skin rupturing and healing in a relentless cycle. While countless tumor-like growths erupted from his wounds, and several tendril-like appendages burst forth from his spine and lower back, thrashing wildly. His head swelled disproportionately, those green glowing eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, embodying nothing but a primal desire for destruction. Crack. The container could no longer withstand the rapidly increasing internal pressure, and a myriad of cracks began to appear on its sturdy glass exterior. "Retreat. Distance yourselves from the container." Xiao Feng sensed the imminent danger and immediately issued the command. The squad swiftly withdrew, with the super soldiers covering their retreat, using their bodies to shield against the scattered onslaught of remaining monsters. Bang! With a thunderous roar, the container shattered completely. A failed creation, nearly 4 meters tall, emerged at the center of the explosion. Its human form was mostly lost, its body riddled with tumors, and several thick appendages supported its weight from behind. Beside Kyud's distorted head, a monstrous visage had sprouted, emitting incomprehensible howls. This was the creature birthed from the G-virus. The G-entity. This is the power of the divine. Ha! I shall slay you all. The creature's mouth and Kyud's opened in unison, producing a cacophony of overlapping voices. One of its tendrils lashed out with astonishing speed, targeting the nearest super soldier. The soldier reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to block. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the soldier remained unharmed, though he was pushed back several steps by the force of the strike. The deafening roar reverberated, nearly toppling the entire underground space. The tendril that had just repelled the super soldier retracted sharply, then shot out again. This time aimed directly at Xiao Feng at the center of the formation. Green venom splattered everywhere as the tendril tore through the air with a piercing sound. Commander! One of the super soldiers closest to Xiao Feng growled, unhesitatingly sidestepping and using his broad frame to collide with the terrifying tendril. Thud! The colossal impact resonated painfully in the ears. The super soldier's body trembled violently, cracks spreading across the concrete floor beneath him, yet he managed to withstand the tremendous force. Though his bulletproof vest bore a distinct tear, revealing his solid pectorals, Xiao Feng's gaze swiftly scanned the battlefield. The remaining super soldiers were efficiently dispatching the mutated creatures that had weakened in the absence of Kyud's energy enhancements. The black-clad flamethrower soldiers firmly guarded the stairwell, incinerating all enemies that dared approach, while Kuersi and Tajit continued to maneuver on the flanks, eliminating any threats that could disrupt the battle. The entire squad, even when confronted with the sudden emergence of the boss, exhibited not a trace of panic. His gaze ultimately settled upon the super soldier who had just intercepted the tentacle attack. Xiao Feng commanded, "You take the lead and strike it head-on. The rest of you, clear the area and seal all exits." Chapter 59, Super Soldier vs. Kyud. Understood, the super soldier responded in a deep voice. He stepped forward, undaunted by the towering 4-meter horror before him. With a sudden surge of energy, he adopted a boxing stance and gestured towards Kyud with a taunting flick of his hand. As if sensing the provocation emanating from the super soldier, Kyud let out a furious howl. "I will kill you." Multiple tentacles rose simultaneously, striking like colossal whips from various angles, each imbued with a force capable of tearing asunder. The suckers at the ends of the tentacles opened and closed, revealing serrated teeth within. The super soldier did not flinch. In the instant the tentacles threatened to reach him, he moved. The ground beneath him erupted in a small explosion as his body seemed to vanish, leaving only a blurred afterimage. The successive thuds that followed were deafening, as the super soldier, with his formidable hands, struck down the incoming tentacles with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Each collision unleashed visible shockwaves that scattered the surrounding debris of flesh and blood. As the tentacles collided with him, their surfaces ruptured, spraying green ichor and shredded tissue, revealing glimpses of white bone within. Kyud let out a pained cry as all injured tentacles recoiled instinctively. Yet, the super soldier's onslaught had only just begun. Harnessing the peak velocity of his charge, he deftly maneuvered beneath Kyud's imposing form. Faced with the monstrous bulk akin to a mountain of flesh, the super soldier exhibited remarkable combat prowess. Despite his formidable physique, he remained agile, deftly evading each assault. Occasionally, when an attack was unavoidable, he would deflect it at minimal cost, generating noticeable shockwaves upon impact. In a fleeting moment when Kyud was unable to mount a defense, a powerful roundhouse kick landed squarely on one of Kyud's knee joints. The creature staggered, nearly losing its balance. Seizing the opportunity presented by Kyud's instability, the super soldier grasped its upper body and leaped into a devastating body slam. Xiao Feng silently mourned for Kyud as the impact resonated. Kyud was momentarily left breathless. Taking advantage of the moment, the super soldier relentlessly struck at the creature's vulnerabilities with punishing blows, each thud resonating with palpable force. Kyud thrashed and roared in a frenzied struggle, tentacles flailing and venom spraying. Yet he could not effectively ensnare the super soldier, who continued to wreak havoc in his vicinity. "It's impossible. I am chosen by the gods," Kyud's voice faltered. "Do you think this is Warhammer 40k? Kill him." Xiao Feng smiled with a sense of reassurance and said, "Rest assured, I will take good care of your vile cult." His body was continuously adorned with new wounds, fragmented tissues falling like rain. Kyud emitted a desperate wail. seemingly unable to accept that his evolved form was being so thoroughly suppressed. Suddenly, all of Kyud's movements ceased, and his massive frame began to tremble violently. A surge of energy far more ferocious than before erupted from within him. The biological energy response of the target escalated sharply, crossing the critical threshold. He was about to forcibly evolve once more. Tadget's warning echoed through the channel. It was evident that Kyud's immense body began to shrink in a most unnatural manner. The wounds inflicted by the super soldier healed rapidly, broken appendages fell away, and new limbs surged forth from the severed ends. His colossal figure diminished, now comparable in size to the super soldier, yet exhibiting enhanced ferocity. The tumor-like tissues on his exterior hardened, forming an exoskeleton-like armor, and the remaining main appendages evolved sharp bony blades at their tips. The most striking transformation occurred in his head. Kyud's face had nearly merged completely with flesh, replaced instead by a colossal eyeball. This indicated that Kyud had perished, supplanted by the G-virus. Below the eye, a pulsating tumor was fervently protected by white, rib-like structures. This was the G1 form. The fully evolved G1 entity emitted a roar of greater intensity, swiftly rising to its feet. The appendages with bony blades swung violently. Their speed more than doubled, tearing through the air toward the super soldier. This time, the super soldier did not engage head-on. He deftly sidestepped, swiftly sliding half a step backward as the bone blade, capable of cleaving a main battle tank, grazed his pectorals. The resulting wind pressure causing the sensors on his visor to emit a sharp crackling sound. The bone blade missed its target, crashing into the ground where the super soldier had just stood. With a thunderous roar, the concrete floor was effortlessly cleaved open, creating a fissure several meters long, debris scattering like an explosion. The super soldier, witnessing this, promptly shielded 3 comrades behind him, deflecting the barrage of rubble. Undeterred by the missed strike, another appendage of the G1 entity lashed out like a scorpion's tail, aiming at the super soldier's flank from an exceptionally acute angle. Faced with this sharply evolved onslaught, he finally showcased the true terror of his super soldier prowess. His body seemed to defy inertia, executing evasive maneuvers beyond human limits within a minuscule range. The thrust aimed at his side was evaded by a deft twist of his torso, the tip of the bone blade narrowly grazing the front of his visor. Utilizing the momentum from his evasion, he leaped sideways, clinging to the wall of the basement in a crouched position. Then, using all his strength, he propelled himself back, his right leg swinging like a battle axe, accompanied by a sound that tore through the air, delivering a fierce kick to the base of the G1 entity's still extended bone blade appendage. A distinct sound of bone cracking reverberated through the air. The recently evolved bone blade tentacle was unexpectedly shattered by a single kick, its surface armor fracturing and green fluid gushing forth from the crevices. The G1 entity emitted a painful roar, its enormous eye momentarily flashing with an anthropomorphic rage. It could not comprehend why, despite its newfound strength, it remained incapable of overcoming this adversary before it. Following the fury came a frenzied assault. The G1 entity unleashed all its techniques upon the super soldier, its attacks raining down like a tempest, chaotic and unrestrained, determined to rend this loathsome foe into fragments. The super soldier, undeterred by such onslaught, no longer confined himself to the ground. He adeptly maneuvered along the walls, leveraging their surfaces for agile redirection, while utilizing the remnants of shattered platforms as springboards to leap high, evading the swinging tentacles with remarkable agility. His fists deflected the piercing bone spikes, and his barrel-like arms skillfully parried the incoming bone blades, each collision generating visible shockwaves. He resembled a small boat navigating through tumultuous seas, seemingly on the verge of capsizing, yet always managing to evade peril at the most critical moments in the most astonishing manner. The G1 entity's assaults grew increasingly frantic and disordered. It could not bear the reality of its failure. The power derived from forced evolution was now rebounding upon its already unstable form. The enormous eye upon its chest, veined with blood, twirled erratically. Its roars began to intertwine with anguish and a hint of fear. The super soldier astutely perceived this shift. After narrowly evading a ground-level sweep of 2 bone blades, he landed in a depression created by a prior missile explosion. For a fleeting moment, he lost his footing. Seizing the opportunity, the G1 entity raised its primary tentacle high, exuding an aura of terror, and struck down fiercely toward the recently grounded super soldier. This was a blow fueled by all its pent-up wrath. Even before the bone blade descended, the oppressive force had scattered the small pebbles on the ground. As it lunged forth, the entity's arm lifted, intent on ending the super soldier's life right there. "You have fallen into a trap." The super soldier leapt, narrowly avoiding the bone blade, and subsequently absorbed a heavy punch from the G1 entity. yet simultaneously grasped its shoulder. Drawing closer to the G1 entity, he unleashed a powerful strike with his other arm, targeting the pulsating mass upon it. The G1 entity sensed imminent danger and attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The super soldier's robust arm crashed into the G1 entity's chest with tremendous force. The sound of impact echoed as green blood and shattered tissue sprayed everywhere. The super soldier's entire arm plunged into the G1 entity's chest, seizing the throbbing mass within. A harrowing scream erupted from the G1 entity. The super soldier, unflinching, tightened his grip. The mass was crushed with a resounding pop, green blood gushing forth, splattering across the super soldier's chest, accompanied by a hissing corrosive sound. The G1 entity's movements froze instantly as it gazed in disbelief at the gaping wound in its chest, where the tissue was rapidly deteriorating. Subsequently, the super soldier withdrew his arm and strode towards Xiao Feng and the others without looking back. After G1 took a few steps forward, its colossal body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Soon, its form began to tremble violently as the biological tissues visibly lost vitality at an alarming rate. In a short while, it was devoid of all life, remaining motionless. The underground space fell into a profound silence. It was over. The remaining super soldiers approached to inspect the corpse of G1, confirming its complete demise. Xiao Feng turned to the super soldier, observing the injured arm, and said, "From now on, you shall be the commander of all super soldiers. Tend to your wounds swiftly." "Yes, commander." The super soldier then made his way outside. Xiao Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Although the super soldiers bore varying degrees of injuries, none had lost their combat capabilities. Chapter 60. The aftermath of battle. Xiao Feng commanded, "Clear the battlefield and recover all valuable research samples. Move swiftly, we must leave this cursed place." The tumult of battle gradually subsided, and the underground sanctuary was permeated with a heavy stench of blood. The scientists and soldiers who had come to assist began to execute Xiao Feng's orders, meticulously clearing the battlefield and collecting everything that might possess research value. Two scientists approached the imposing corpse of Kyud. Even in death, the residual viral energy within this creature exuded a disquieting aura. They cautiously employed the Prometheus portable gene sampling analyzer to cut open the shattered area of Kyud's chest, extracting the core that had been crushed by a single blow, along with some surrounding biological tissues that had not fully perished, placing them into sample storage containers with potent freezing capabilities. Other scientists commenced the task of processing the remnants of Kyud, which had nearly fused with the monster, attempting to isolate portions that still exhibited recognizable human features. "Commander, the activity of these samples exceeds expectations. Even with the freezing storage containers, there remains a degree of risk. It is advisable to prioritize the evacuation of the samples." Xiao Feng glanced at the quivering flesh within the storage containers and nodded. "Very well. You shall lead a contingent of soldiers to escort the samples directly to the rooftop to summon a gray goose for priority transport back to the Storm Research Center." He continued, "The rest shall continue to clear the battlefield, searching for survivors and valuable intelligence." "Understood, Commander." Without hesitation, the scientists selected several soldiers, hoisted the sample storage containers, and proceeded towards the stairwell. Their footsteps quickly faded into the distance. The super soldiers efficiently cleared the corridors, stacking the remains of the monsters and the bodies of the zealots to one side, before incinerating them with flamethrowers to eliminate any risk of viral residue. With nothing further to do, Kel's figure swiftly vanished, delving deeper into the sanctuary. Tadget meticulously examined the strange symbols and residual electronic devices on the walls of the sanctuary, striving to uncover further clues. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng remained seated, patiently awaiting the conclusion of their tasks, surrounded by several soldiers from the Blackwatch. "Commander." The channel echoed with the excited voice of Coercy, as if she had uncovered a treasure. "I believe I've found something intriguing at the innermost part. There is a room resembling a communication chamber, but it requires a password." Before her stood a metal-sealed door that could only be opened with specific authorization. Almost simultaneously, Tagert's voice interjected, "I have discovered a concealed physical interface on the eastern wall of the temple. The model is quite archaic, and there are signs of recent use. I am attempting to connect, but it will take time to breach their firewall. Coercy, head over shortly. Prioritize securing the data. Coercy, guard the entrance to the data repository until Tagert arrives to handle it," Xiao Feng added. He understood that Tagert was far more adept at the intricacies of electronic warfare than Coercy. "Understood. Keeping an eye on the door is my forte," Coercy replied lazily. Yet the faint sound of her installing a miniature vibration sensor indicated she was far from merely compliant. Time passed slowly. Within the subterranean temple, only the sound of Tagert's portable decryption terminal filled the air. At that moment, Taggart's voice emerged again, imbued with a sense of relief following task completion. Commander, I have successfully decrypted the data. I downloaded a portion of a local encrypted database, including some experimental logs and communication records. The firewall had a self-destruct mechanism, triggering part of it, but the core data should be intact. I will now proceed to assist Coercy with that terminal. Excellent, Xiao Feng responded. However, just as everything seemed to be progressing favorably, a sudden noise erupted from the depths of the temple, followed by Coercy's warning. Be careful. There is something behind that damn door. Before she could finish her sentence, a violent explosion erupted from the direction of the metal-sealed door. The entire underground space shook violently, dust cascading from above. The explosion originated not from outside the door, but from within. A powerful shockwave, accompanied by a searing gust of heat, surged forth from the depths of the passage. Coercy, are you all right? Xiao Feng shouted, instinctively dropping to the ground to evade the shockwave. Cough, cough. I'm fine, just nearly caught off guard. Coercy's voice, filled with irritation yet strong, indicated her quick reflexes had allowed her to find cover just before the explosion. The door is gone. It seems to be the self-destruct system. Xiao Feng rushed over and shot a glare at Coercy, who responded with an innocent smile and a playful wink of her azure eyes, showing no sign of remorse for her earlier misstep. Subsequently, a group swiftly entered the bombarded room. The scene was chaotic. Most of the equipment lay in ruins from the self-destruct explosion, yet the central terminal, seemingly due to its robust material and position in the corner of the room, miraculously retained its structural integrity. Taggart immediately moved forward to commence data extraction. Soon, Taggart had retrieved something of significance. Commander, I have made a discovery. Taggart remarked that recent communication records indicated a location referred to as Yin, seemingly the headquarters of the cult, situated in the mountainous region ahead. Xiao Feng's expression turned grave. Well done, Taggart. You have extracted the pertinent information. It's almost ready, Commander, Taggart replied. Xiao Feng cast a final glance at the blood-soaked underground space and gestured. Mission accomplished, everyone. Retreat. Chapter 61. Transfer Station Xingfuzhen. The morning sunlight pierced through the clouds, enveloping the remnants of the dilapidated Lufthansa in a golden halo. Xiao Feng emerged from the converted morgue and stood in the open space before the hospital, casually removing his tactical helmet to reveal his chiseled features. He inhaled the crisp morning air and surveyed his surroundings. Black-clad sentinels were clearing the battlefield. Engineers operated multifunctional arms to cut through twisted rebar, while scientists meticulously packed the last batch of viral samples, awaiting transport by the Grey Goose transport aircraft. In the distance, the rescued survivors, guided by medics, congregated in a hastily erected white tent area. Most wore expressions of lingering shock, yet their eyes sparkled with a newfound desire for life. Commander, the ground battlefield has been cleared, reported the ground forces commander over the communication channel. A total of 217 various infected remains have been disposed of, alongside 349 zealot corpses, with 12 tons of usable supplies recovered. This includes 3 sets of medical equipment, 42 boxes of canned food, and 2 diesel generators. We successfully rescued 487 individuals, of whom 12 are seriously injured and have been prioritized by the medical team. Well done, replied Xiao Feng, his gaze drifting over the entirety of Lufthansa. The small town, laid out in a cross shape, featured a central hospital and an abandoned town hall, surrounded by residential houses and a few small factories. To the east lay a dry riverbed, while the west was marked by rolling hills, creating a defensible terrain. At the town's edge was a small reservoir, bearing a sign that read no fishing. Adjacent to the reservoir was a water purification station. Although heavily damaged, the main structure remained intact, indicating that the long-term water supply issue could be resolved. Coercy, Taggart, come here, Xiao Feng beckoned. Coercy, fiddling with her knife, and Taggart, adjusting equipment, promptly approached. Coercy flicked her short white hair and twirled her tactical dagger on her fingertips. What is the matter? Are you tired of this wretched place? I thought you would linger here for a few days to savor the romance of post-war life. Romance? Xiao Feng glanced at her, gesturing towards the town center. The terrain and infrastructure here are sufficient to support a forward operating base. Its strategic location makes it ideal. I plan to establish a transfer station here, Taggart added. According to the tactical map, Lufthansa lies at the transitional zone between the mountains and plains. Controlling this area would effectively monitor the north-south routes. Precisely, Xiao Feng said, retrieving a portable holographic map projector from his tactical vest and activating it. A three-dimensional model of Lufthansa immediately hovered in midair. Thus, I have decided to designate this as the forward base for the southern expedition, naming it Xingfuzhen. Coercy raised an eyebrow. Xingfu? That hardly sounds like a term you would choose. One must hold on to some semblance of hope, mustn't one? For a fleeting moment. Xiao Feng's tone softened, only to revert back. Bring them in. A black-clad officer from the Guardian Corps hastened forward, standing at attention. Present. Xiao Feng summoned the holographic map, indicating, I command you to lead a contingent to secure Xingfu Zhan, restoring the infrastructure here, transforming the town hall into a command center, and fortifying the hospital as a temporary medical station. Establish defensive works at the town's perimeter, and as for the viral detectors and automated gun towers, you shall determine their placement. Screen all survivors and assist in the defense. Understood, the black-clad officer responded assertively. I assure you the task will be accomplished. You need not worry about resources, Xiao Feng continued. I shall construct several power stations shortly to support the operation of the entire defensive apparatus. He paused, glancing at the team leader of the field engineers. The locations for the fortifications have been uploaded to your terminal. Manage it as you see fit. The field engineer leader nodded, assuring, rest easy, Commander. Xiao Feng turned toward the tent area where survivors were gathered, observing a medic tending to a young girl with an injured leg. After a moment of silence, he addressed the black-clad officer. Prioritize the employment of skilled survivors. Ensure they are registered. As before, inform them that as long as they comply with management, the Guardian Corps guarantees their safety. However, any insubordination will be dealt with under martial law. Kelsey's, take 2 super soldiers with Tadget to cleanse the infected around the town, ensuring the safety of the outpost. Xiao Feng directed Kelsey's. Be vigilant in the hilly areas to prevent any stray lickers or hunters from slipping through. Kelsey's licked his lips, a smile of excitement gracing his face. At last, a proper task at hand. Rest assured, we shall skin those monsters for cushions. Tadget calmly added. We will deploy UANS aerial detectors to monitor the surrounding area 24/7, with data relayed in real time to the outpost command center. Excellent. Xiao Feng glanced at his watch. You have 1 day to complete the initial deployment. During this time, I will remain in the town. After 1 day, the main force will continue southward, leaving behind a garrison and engineering team. With the orders given, everyone sprang into action. The black-clad officer began delineating areas, soldiers marking the positions of defensive works with yellow tape, while the engineers operated bulldozers to clear the debris from the streets. Scientists set up portable experimental equipment at the medical station, commencing virus testing on the rescued survivors. Although the infected had been eradicated, residual viral gas may linger in the town, necessitating thorough precautions. Kelsey's and Tadget led the super soldier squad into the western hills, where the super soldiers traversed the rugged terrain with ease, their viral sensing abilities enabling them to effortlessly pinpoint hidden infected. The UANS aerial detector, operated by Tadget, circled low, transmitting real-time footage back to Xiao Feng's tactical terminal. By noon, the sun reached its zenith, and temperatures began to rise. Smoke wafted from the makeshift cafeteria in the town center, where battlefield chefs prepared simple meals from confiscated supplies. Survivors queued for food, their faces finally revealing long-awaited smiles. In the hilly terrain to the west of the town, the cleansing operation led by Coercy and Tage to draws to a close. The 2 super soldiers, akin to tireless war machines, rend the lurking licking beasts into shreds with their bare hands. The UANS aerial probe, under Tage's command, continuously relays real-time data, ensuring that every nook and cranny is meticulously scoured. All areas have been cleared, Tage reports. No threats of hunter class have been detected, but a small quantity of G-virus residual particles has been found. Continued monitoring is advised. Coercy kicks at the twitching corpse of a licking beast at his feet and speaks into the communicator. Commander, did you hear that? This place is dirtier than we imagined. The virus from those lunatics is nearly seeping into the soil. Xiao Feng replies, I heard. Once the research on the G-virus at the Storm Center is completed, these will pose no issues. A victory report from Tage appears on the tactical terminal, indicating the elimination of over 200 ordinary zombies and 6 licking beasts, with no sightings of hunters or higher-level mutations. Quite smooth, Xiao Feng mutters to himself. Calling up the system interface, documenting 10 power plants and 4 helipads. After some contemplation, he decides to construct 4 of the latest Blackwatch fighters. The Fire Eagle aircraft boasts a vertical takeoff and landing propulsion system, negating the need for traditional runways, enabling swift deployment and takeoff in complex terrains such as urban ruins and field bases, providing exceptional tactical flexibility. While it possesses formidable firepower, its armor is relatively fragile, and its production and maintenance costs are exorbitant. Before upgrades, once locked onto by enemy specialized anti-air fire, such as the Umbrella S air defense positions, it is highly susceptible to being shot down, rendering it an elite unit that requires cautious deployment. The weaponry loadout allows for rapid armament switching at the base hangar to adapt to various mission needs, including the Hellhound anti-BOW missile, a heavy aerial bomb mounted on the belly of the aircraft, specifically designed to obliterate heavy biological targets such as tyrants, enemy fortifications, or densely packed hordes of corpses. The Sky Eagle air-to-air missile, a high-performance aerial combat missile mounted under the wings, utilized for hunting hostile aerial units or eliminating large swarms of infected flying creatures like blood mosquitoes. Engineers promptly set out to construct these buildings. Courtesy, Tejta. Return to the team. Xiao Feng commands via the communication channel. Chapter 62. Encountering Umbrella again 10 minutes later. Courtesy and Tejta return with their squad of super soldiers, their attire stained with blood. Coercy casually tosses a bloody brain sample of a licking beast to a nearby scientist, stating, "Fresh takeout for your laboratory." The scientist hurriedly catches the sample box. Bowing gratefully, "Thank you, Ms. Coercy." As night falls, Hopetown has begun to take shape. Newly erected searchlights illuminate the perimeter of the town as Blackwatch soldiers vigilantly patrol the makeshift watchtowers. A Blackwatch officer reports to Xiao Feng, "Commander, the preliminary deployment of the outpost has been completed. The defensive fortifications are finished, the viral detectors are in place, the command center and medical facilities are operational, and survivor registration has been completed." Xiao Feng nods in acknowledgement. "Additionally, Commander, we have received a shipment from the main base, which includes not only the usual supplies, but also some peculiar equipment. There are several sealed metal boxes labeled Fengbao Kishua Zhongxin Taigong, containing precision instruments and cryogenic storage tanks." Xiao Feng remarked, "Ah, those are the storage devices for viral samples. It appears the research center anticipates that the outpost may have research specimens for unforeseen circumstances. Ensure they are stored properly and establish a dedicated isolation area." Understood. The officer from the Blackwatch immediately commanded, "Medical team, set up an isolation laboratory on the first floor at once." Just then, an alarm blared from outside. "What is happening?" A soldier pointed towards the eastern sky. "Commander, unidentified flying objects are approaching." In the night sky, several rapidly moving points of light drew near. Tadget's voice resonated through the public channel. "Drone signals detected. Everyone, take combat positions." Kells asked, "Should we shoot them down?" "Wait," Xiao Feng commanded. "Activate the newly deployed viral detector, Tadget." Understood. Moments later, Tadget reported, "They are reconnaissance drones from Umbrella, unarmed. It seems they are mapping the area." A subtle smile crept across Xiao Feng's lips as he said, "Let them see." The officer from the Blackwatch complied with Xiao Feng's directive. "All units, take note. Display defensive firepower, but do not engage. Spotlight the drones to ensure they clearly see our arrangements." In an instant, numerous beams of searchlights enveloped the drones. The automated gun turrets on the ground rotated to track the targets without firing. This show of force evidently had an effect, as the drones rapidly ascended and soon vanished into the horizon. "They fled," Kell said begrudgingly. "Why didn't you let me shoot them down? Let them carry the message back." Xiao Feng replied, "We need Umbrella to understand that this place is no longer theirs to exploit at will." "Commander." The newly appointed captain of the Super Soldier unit reported via communicator, "The Super Soldier squad has completed their rest and is ready to execute the next mission." The Firehawk fighter jets had flown from the main base to Xingfu town, resting on the newly constructed helipad, preparing for the upcoming battle. Xiao Feng gazed at the next target marked on the holographic map, the monastery. 6 hours later, we will advance, he declared. During the rest period in Xingfu town, Xiao Feng stood alone in front of the command vehicle, staring at the undulating mountains to the south. He understood that the closer they got to the target, the stronger the resistance would be. However, with this way station as their support, his expedition team would possess the capability for sustained combat. Kell silently appeared beside him. "What are you pondering?" "I am contemplating what those madmen have concealed within the monastery," Xiao Feng replied. "This time, both the T-virus and G-virus are accounted for. But this is merely the beginning." Tadget emerged from the shadows, revealing that according to the decrypted data, there existed a vast laboratory beneath the monastery, where the sect was conducting a peculiar new experiment. An experiment? Coercy raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Do they believe they are engaging in some sort of summoning magic game?" "In a manner of speaking, virology does indeed bear a resemblance to magic," Tadget replied calmly, "especially when it pertains to genetic modification and biological evolution." Xiao Feng fell into deep contemplation as the mountain winds howled across the peak, stirring up snow and dust. Not far from Xingfu town, on a ridge, Nighthawk Inku set down his high-magnification telescope. He had just witnessed the entire process of the Heisa Showang establishing a forward base, including their ostentatious defensive deployments. Report your observations. He spoke into the encrypted communicator. The target has established a permanent forward base in Luftang Town, named Xingfu Town. On the other end, Weskier's distinct voice responded, "Oh, provide a detailed report." Nighthawk retrieved data from the tactical panel. They have showcased a complete defensive system, including automatic machine gun turrets, detectors, and drones, among others. Notably, their engineering equipment is quite advanced, seemingly mastering some form of rapid construction technology. Interesting, Weskier's voice carried a hint of amusement. Continue to observe. I wish to ascertain their highest technology. Understood, Nighthawk retracted his observation equipment. I recommend testing their strength appropriately. Very well, you shall determine the specific actions. But do not reveal our true intentions. After concluding the communication, Nighthawk gestured, and the members of the USS team, concealed behind the rocks, promptly began to gather their gear. They were the most elite special forces of the Umbrella Corporation, each a meticulously selected machine of destruction. "Chief, why not simply eliminate that forward base?" A team member whispered. "They are still establishing themselves. It is the perfect time." Nighthawk cast a cold glance at him. "Mr. Weskier requires intelligence on this army. There is an ancient saying in Longwa, 'Know thyself and know thy enemy.' Moreover, given our current strength, we are ill-equipped to contend with them. Until that matter is resolved, we shall not provoke such trouble. Remember, we are conducting reconnaissance and executing orders." The team member fell silent, though confusion lingered in his eyes. To them, the Haisa Showang posed a significant threat that should be eliminated promptly. Nighthawk couldn't help but miss the seasoned veterans. Had they not been on a mission, he would not have to explain things to this group of newcomers. Meanwhile, in the command center of Xingfu Town, an unusual signal captured the attention of the Haisa Showang officers. "Commander," he immediately contacted Xiao Feng. "An anomalous energy signal has been detected, origin unknown. Yet its characteristics resemble technology from the Umbrella Corporation." In the holographic projection, Xiao Feng's figure appeared. "What is the specific location?" 3 kilometers to the northwest. The Black Sentinel officer reported the detection data. It seemed to resemble some form of reconnaissance equipment. Xiao Feng pondered for a moment and instructed, "Tadget, take a small team to investigate. Coercy, you will be in charge of support. Remember, if you encounter Umbrella personnel, attempt to capture them alive." Both acknowledged in unison. Chapter 63, Each to their own. Here, I extend my gratitude to all for your support. Even the critics are still supporters. Half an hour later, Tadget's team had approached the location of the signal source. It was a secluded valley, characterized by intricate terrain, abundant with rocks and shrubs. They swiftly identified a concealed device nestled within a cave. Target located, Tadget reported through a secured channel. It appears to be an automated reconnaissance station transmitting data. "Should we dismantle it?" "Wait," Xiao Feng interjected. "Is it possible to trace the signal's receiving end?" Tadget examined the device. "We can attempt that. But the device is equipped with a self-destruction mechanism. If we forcefully dismantle it, it could trigger an explosion." Just as he spoke, Codercy suddenly issued a warning, "Caution. There is an ambush." Almost simultaneously with her words, bullets ricocheted from various directions, striking the rocks surrounding Tadget's team. The voice of Nighthawk resonated through the loudspeaker. "To the members of Black Sentinel, please refrain from tampering with that device. It is merely a scientific research apparatus and poses no threat to you." Tadget immediately sought cover while responding, "Umbrella Corporation personnel, show yourselves." Nighthawk emerged from behind a rock face, clad in a black combat suit, his goggles reflecting a cold glimmer. Following him were 16 USS operatives, each occupying advantageous shooting positions. "Once again, we meet. I am Nighthawk, the USS commander," he stated calmly. "We are ordered to conduct scientific research here, and your outpost is not within our research parameters. Please maintain your distance." Coercy's voice came from above. "Scientific research? Does that include infecting innocent people with viruses?" Nighthawk glanced towards the source of the voice, but Coercy remained concealed in the shadows, making her exact location indiscernible. Viral research is a core operation of Umbrella Corporation. As for the infection incidents, they are merely a necessary part of the experimental process. "You bastard." Coercy could not contain her anger. Tadget silenced her and continued addressing Nighthawk. "You are surveilling us. Why?" "Science requires data," Nighthawk responded, his tone still composed. "Black Sentinel has demonstrated remarkable military and technological capabilities, which warrant our attention. However, I assure you, as long as you do not initiate an attack, we will not take hostile action." At that moment, Xiao Feng's voice transmitted through Tadget's communicator. "Ask him where Weskier is." Tadget relayed the inquiry. Nighthawk chuckled softly. "Mr. Weskier is preoccupied with more significant matters, but he is quite interested in your developments, the quality of your troops, and your military infrastructure, particularly your construction capabilities." The statement sent a shiver down Xiao Feng's spine. It seemed that the Umbrella Corporation had become aware of something. He was informed that if the Umbrella Corporation did not cease the spread of the virus, all necessary measures would be taken. Xiao Feng issued his directives. Just as Target had relayed the message, Nighthawk chuckled, stating that the viral outbreak had become irreversible. This was not a threat, but a reality. Humanity must either evolve or face extinction, with no third option available. After delivering his words, he gestured, and the USS team began a systematic retreat. Before departing, Nighthawk added a final remark. He conveyed to your commander that Mr. Weskier holds him in high regard and looks forward to their meeting. With that, he took his leave. The agents of Umbrella swiftly vanished, leaving behind a functioning reconnaissance device. Commander, what shall we do? Target inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Feng replied, It's of no concern, we shall destroy it shortly. When the Target team returned to Happiness Town, Xiao Feng had already made his decision. The appearance of the Umbrella Corporation confirmed his suspicions. A larger conflict was imminent. As a transit base, Happiness Town's construction needed to accelerate. Xiao Feng scrapped the original plan and chose to remain in Happiness Town. In the following 2 days, the town expanded at an astonishing pace. Newly airlifted Blackwatchman soldiers and supplies continuously bolstered the station forces. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng began to strategize an assault on the monastery. According to the data decrypted by Target, it was not only the headquarters of the cult, but might also harbor secret laboratories of the Umbrella Corporation. Commander, Coudercy stated at the pre-battle meeting. Based on drone reconnaissance, the monastery's defenses are even stronger than we anticipated. They even possess anti-air missiles. Target presented reconnaissance imagery, adding, moreover, the terrain is highly treacherous. The monastery is situated on a mountainside, accessible by only one road, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Xiao Feng gazed thoughtfully at the holographic map. A forceful assault would inevitably result in significant casualties. A better plan was essential. What if we launched an aerial assault? Xiao Feng proposed. Target shook his head. Their anti-air systems are robust. The risks of a direct drop are too great. Ahem, gentlemen, I have a bold plan, Coudercy said, her legs resting elegantly on the table. All eyes turned to her as she half closed her eyes, relishing the attention. Without further ado, Coudercy continued. Isn't the cult seeking suitable followers? What if we disguise ourselves as believers? That is too risky, Target immediately countered. Yet it is worth a try, Xiao Feng interjected suddenly. But not as believers. We shall masquerade as representatives of the Umbrella Corporation. This notion left everyone momentarily speechless. Xiao Feng elaborated, based on various past indications. Along with recent intelligence gathered during our assault on the local hospital, it is evident that the Umbrella Corporation has a collaborative relationship with the cult. If we impersonate Umbrella's representatives, we may deceive them. We have just encountered them and discerned that their equipment bears a striking resemblance to ours, making it worth a try. I concur. I shall reluctantly agree as well. Subsequently, Tajik took charge of forging the identity signal of the Umbrella Corporation, while Coudercy led a small squad impersonating USS soldiers, and Xiao Feng's main force prepared to remain at a distance, ready to launch an immediate assault upon the signal's transmission. A day later, all preparations were complete. Xiao Feng cast a final glance at Xingfuzhan, where the black flag of the Watchers had been raised at the town's entrance. Soldiers stood guard at the sentry posts, and survivors were transporting supplies under the guidance of medics. This desolate town was visibly rejuvenating at an astonishing pace. Defend this place, Xiao Feng said as he patted the shoulder of the black-clad officer. Stay in contact at all times. Remember, safety comes first. If you encounter an insurmountable threat, signal for assistance immediately. Yes, rest assured, Commander, the black-clad officer replied, standing at attention with a resolute gaze. Xiao Feng turned and boarded the command vehicle. Target the monastery. Let us depart. The roar of the engine echoed once more as the iron tide slowly departed from Xingfuzhan, stirring up clouds of dust. In the rearview mirror, the black flag fluttered in the wind, as if proclaiming, humanity's hope is taking root anew amidst this ruin. The silhouette of Xingfuzhan diminished in the rearview mirror. Outside the vehicle, the expedition's iron tide advanced southward along the winding mountain road. Coudercy, seated in the passenger seat, toyed with a tactical dagger, her gaze sweeping over the rolling hills outside. Are you truly intent on transforming that dilapidated town into a transit hub? Indeed, Xiao Feng replied, adjusting the scale of the holographic map. The strength of Longwar resides in the mountains. We require a transit point to sustain our supply lines. He paused momentarily. The people there need hope, even if it is merely a name. Coudercy scoffed, but did not retort further. She gazed out the window, where the distant Xingfuzhan was bathed in the orange hue of the setting sun. Chapter 64. The march to the monastery, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed through the valley as Coercy peered through the window at the sprawling mountains below. The fading sunlight bathed the fallen leaves in hues of red and yellow, complementing the red and white insignia of the Umbrella Corporation emblazoned on the aircraft. 3 minutes to target. The pilot's voice resonated from the cockpit. Final equipment checks for everyone. Coercy inhaled deeply, adjusting her slightly taut uniform collar. This bespoke combat suit felt somewhat constricting. She discreetly touched the tactical dagger concealed beneath her arm, its cold touch providing her with a semblance of reassurance. Opposite her, Tajid appeared calm and composed as he verified the identification cards for disguise. The optical camouflage device was fully warmed up, rendering his figure partially visible within the cabin. Remember the operational plan? Tajid's voice broke the silence. I will handle the technical breaches, while you address any unforeseen circumstances. Should our identities be compromised, signal immediately. Coercy nodded, a cold smile curling at her lips. Rest assured, I excel at dealing with such zealots. At that moment, a voice crackled through the radio, emanating from the monastery guards. Unidentified aircraft, please identify yourself immediately, or we shall activate the air defense systems. Target swiftly operated the terminal, and a fabricated Umbrella Corporation identification signal was promptly transmitted. After a brief silence, the response came. Identity confirmed. Welcome representatives of Umbrella Corporation, please land in the designated area. The helicopter began its descent, the complete silhouette of the monastery gradually coming into focus. This medieval-style edifice was built against the mountainside, its soaring spires casting long shadows in the setting sun. Kurz observed keenly, noting that the seemingly ancient stone walls concealed modern air defense artillery, with numerous automated machine gun turrets strategically positioned at critical points. The defenses are tighter than anticipated, she murmured. Target nodded slightly. The collaboration between the cult and the corporation is deeper than we imagined. The helicopter landed smoothly on the cobblestone square. As the cabin door opened, Kurz stepped out, and the frigid mountain wind rushed to greet her. She instinctively squinted her eyes while swiftly scanning the surroundings. A group clad in white robes awaited them in the square, led by a pale-faced middle-aged man who bore a large eyeball emblem on his chest. 4 burly guards stood behind him, their arms exhibiting varying degrees of mutation, evidently products of G-virus modification. I am Archbishop Marcus. The man stepped forward, his voice slightly hoarse. Did Weskier send you with new instructions? Kurz replied as per their predetermined plan. Weskier is quite dissatisfied with the project's progress and has sent us to assess it. She deliberately scrutinized the surrounding fortifications with a critical eye. Furthermore, I notice your security system is rather inadequate. Should the Blackwatch launch an assault, this system would be utterly ineffective. The Archbishop's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. We have been reinforcing our defenses. However, since your company is so concerned, why not directly provide some advanced equipment? Kurz smirked inwardly, maintaining a serious facade. That is indeed one of the purposes of our visit. Please take us to the laboratory. We need to review the existing research outcomes. The Archbishop gestured for them to proceed, turning to lead them toward the main building. Kurz noticed that as he turned, he discreetly signaled to the guards behind him. This subtle gesture did not escape her keen observation. The interior of the monastery was even more foreboding than its exterior, with torches embedded in the stone walls casting flickering shadows. Murals lining the corridors depicted various twisted scenes of biological evolution, the most striking of which featured a creature enveloped in countless biological tissues. That is the god of birth, the Archbishop remarked, noting Kurz's gaze. Through the G-virus, we all evolve in this manner. Target meticulously recorded everything he observed along the way, the camera concealed within his glasses, transmitting real-time footage back to Xiao Feng. Their defenses proved to be more formidable than anticipated. The voice of Xiao Feng resonated through the encrypted channel into Tajit's ear. In response, Tajit lightly tapped a miniature keyboard concealed within his cuff. The group descended deeper into the underground through a spiraling stone staircase. The further they ventured, the more pungent the stench of decay became, accompanied by the faint echoes of some creature's roar. At last, they arrived before a colossal metal door. The Archbishop placed his palm upon the identification panel, and with a hissing sound from the hydraulic apparatus, the heavy door slowly creaked open. The sight beyond elicited a sharp intake of breath from Coercy. It revealed an underground chamber the size of a football field, lined with dozens of enormous cultivation tanks, each harboring various mutated organisms. Some retained a semblance of human form, while the majority had devolved into indescribable monstrosities. Deep within the laboratory, scientists were performing surgery on a living specimen, the chilling cries reverberating throughout the vast hall. This is the embryonic form of the Legion of God. The Archbishop spoke with pride, asserting, If we could only have a little more time. Just then, a researcher clad in a white lab coat hurriedly approached, whispering a few words into the Archbishop's ear. Instantly, the Archbishop's expression darkened. Kudersi's hand stealthily moved toward her weapon, yet her voice remained composed. Is there a problem? The Archbishop turned to face her, his gaze becoming perilous. Our branch in Luftang Town has been entirely annihilated. We typically communicate daily, but today there was no response. Moreover, the equipment used by the assailants bears a striking resemblance to that of Umbrella Corporation. The guards surrounding the Archbishop simultaneously raised their weapons, the atmosphere growing tense. Kuersi sensed her comrades behind her slipping into a combat-ready stance. She compelled herself to remain calm. That does not necessarily indicate anything. The company's equipment is no longer a secret. Perhaps, he replied with a forced smile, gesturing for the guards to lower their weapons. I apologize. The recent situation has necessitated our caution. The crisis was temporarily averted, yet Kuersi recognized that suspicion lingered. She needed to hasten their actions. She commanded, lead us to the latest research findings. The Archbishop guided them deeper into the laboratory. Seizing the opportunity, Tajit discreetly affixed a miniature detector to the wall. The detector immediately activated, scanning the entire layout of the laboratory. High-intensity energy source detected, Tajit reported through the encrypted channel, on the second underground level. Likely the main cultivation tank for the G-virus. The Archbishop nodded but suddenly appeared contemplative, stating, of course, that suits my intentions. However, he abruptly halted and turned to fixate on Kuersi. I am curious as to why my pupil, Weskier, would send an agent I have never encountered before. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Kuersi's hand subtly moved toward the weapon concealed beneath her clothing. Yet she maintained her composure. The company has many agents you have never encountered, Archbishop. The Archbishop chuckled, his laughter echoing through the dimly lit corridor. Perhaps. But I have known from the very beginning that you are imposters. However, now there is no escape for you. A jolt of alarm surged through Kuersi as he realized their identities might have been exposed. At that moment, the Archbishop suddenly bellowed, kill them. The alarm blared throughout the monastery, and a series of explosions erupted outside, marking the destruction of the helicopter they had previously boarded. Without hesitation, Kuersi drew his weapon. Execute Plan B. Gunfire immediately resonated within the underground laboratory. Although Kuersi's team was few in number, each member was an elite, swiftly overpowering the cult's guards. Yet, more adversaries surged from all directions. Commander, we have been compromised, Kuersi reported to Xiao Feng while firing. Xiao Feng's voice came through. Hold on, reinforcements are on the way. All units, attack as planned. At that moment, Xiao Feng sat in the command vehicle, observing the rapidly moving icons representing various units on the holographic tactical map. Just moments ago, Kuersi had informed him of their exposure. Xiao Feng made a swift decision, commanding the standby troops to launch a full assault. In the skies, 4 Huang fighter jets departed swiftly from Xingfuzhen, flying at extremely low altitudes to approach their target. The cultists' anti-aircraft guns fired in vain. The Huang jets, darting through the low skies at high speed, evaded their shots, as the fire control radar of the anti-aircraft guns was too slow to lock onto them in time. Falcon 1 has locked onto the eastern anti-air position. Falcon 2 has locked onto the western artillery position. The pilot's reports echoed through the communication channel. Each Huang jet was armed with 2 Hellhound anti-BOW missiles, designed specifically to target ground units. Their destructive power immense. Falcon formation, proceed as instructed, the flight commander ordered. 3, 2, 1 release. The 4 jets roared, releasing their payloads almost simultaneously before climbing steeply back to Xingfuzhen to replenish their ammunition. In an instant, plumes of white fire erupted around the perimeter of the monastery. Following this, a visible shockwave radiated outward from the points of explosion. Everything in its path was obliterated. The ancient stone walls of the monastery crumbled like paper before this force. The hard rock was first marred with spiderweb-like cracks, and then completely shattered into a cloud of debris. The modern anti-aircraft emplacements and automated gun towers hidden within the walls disappeared like the stone itself. Trees within the explosion's reach were snapped in half, their branches stripped bare. Only then did the sound of the explosions arrive, belated yet thunderous, illuminating the twilight sky with a blinding light. The mushroom clouds rose slowly, swirling dust and smoke blotting out the heavens. The once heavily fortified periphery of the monastery now lay in ruins, devoid of a single intact defensive structure. The shockwaves generated by the aerial munitions had obliterated the surrounding fire points in an instant. The flight commander reported, Threat 34 has been neutralized. I repeat, the threat has been neutralized. 3 standby Grey Goose transport aircraft immediately ascended, heading towards the monastery. Beneath their fuselages hung elite squads of super soldiers. These enhanced warriors poised to engage on the battlefield at the earliest opportunity. Simultaneously, ground operations commenced. An armored division, comprising M1 Abrams main battle tanks and M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles, advanced swiftly along the mountain road. Leading the charge was a specially modified armored personnel carrier equipped with a heavy hydraulic bulldozer blade, effortlessly clearing obstacles in its path. Suddenly, the foremost clearing vehicle erupted in an explosion, the tremendous shockwave flipping it onto its side. Almost instantaneously, boulders cascaded down from the mountainsides, effectively blocking the armored division's route. The environment here was dimly lit, an ideal setting for an ambush. "We have fallen into an ambush," declared the commander of the vanguard unit. Following the blockade of the armored division's path, a multitude of G-zombies and armed zealots surged forth from concealed caves on the hillside. This new breed of fanatic was markedly different from those previously encountered. They moved with greater agility and demonstrated an understanding of utilizing cover for shooting, proving far more formidable than mere charges. However, for the current Blackwatch forces, these foes were merely an appetizer. Almost simultaneously, an artificial intelligence voice resonated from Xiao Feng's command vehicle. "Warning, unknown parasitic organism signal detected. Unit designation, Plaka parasite. Threat level, low to moderate, individual. High, large-scale adult swarm. Characteristics, retains basic intelligence and tool use capability, controlled remotely by the Plaka Queen, capable of coordinated combat. Upon the host's death, parasites may reveal themselves and continue to attack. Divided into larva, nymph, and adult stages, they presently manifest only at night or in dimly lit environments. Weakness analysis. The core vulnerability lies in the host's head, capable of directly destroying the host's nervous system and eliminating the parasite. Exposed parasites are highly sensitive to bright light, such as flames or flashbangs, and will perish immediately. This has been recorded in the compendium. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Feng's eyes. This adversary proved to be more tenacious than both T-virus and G-virus infected entities. "Open fire," commanded the vehicle commanders in unison. The 20mm light rotary cannon mounted on the Bradley unleashed a barrage of bullets, mowing down any who dared to approach. One zealot was struck in the head. Yet, contrary to expectations, the zealot's head did not burst into a mist of blood. Instead, something akin to a whip emerged. A Plaka parasite larva violently erupted from his neck, emitting a piercing shriek as it continued to manipulate the zealot to wield his weapon and charge. "Commander, a new type of infected has appeared." The battlefield report swiftly reached Xiao Feng's terminal. Xiao Feng commanded, "That is a Piraka parasite. Transition to attack mode, targeting the torso. Do not afford the parasite any opportunity to expose itself. Simultaneously, instruct the grenade soldiers to deploy flashbangs, as that entity is averse to light." "Understood, Commander." The flamethrower soldiers joined the fray, while the grenade troops launched flashbangs upon sighting the diminutive creatures. The coaxial machine gun of the tank unleashed a torrent of fire upon the swarming infected, reducing them to mere chunks of flesh. Yet, these parasitic abominations displayed an uncanny fearlessness. Even when limbs were severed, as long as the parasite remained, they would struggle and crawl forward. Some of the parasites had already developed into larval forms, unfurling like decaying flower buds with an extensive attack range. Yet they were promptly dispatched by the Black Sentinels with a single shot. The true threat, however, emerged from behind the zealots. Dozens of heavily armored Templar knights, wielding battle axes, emerged from the shadows. They were elite soldiers, having undergone preliminary enhancements from the G-virus, with strength and defensive capabilities far surpassing that of ordinary humans. A grenade fired by a Black Sentinel struck one of the Templar knights, the explosion staggering him backward, though his heavy armor absorbed much of the impact. At that moment, from the earth beside one of the knights, Piraka larvae erupted, one of which lunged onto the knight's back with ferocity. With a primal roar that was anything but human, the knight's body contorted at unnatural angles. The parasite's appendages deeply pierced his spine, subsequently hanging from him like a grotesque backpack. His eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, and his power and speed surged instantaneously as he brandished his battle axe, charging towards the Black Sentinel's line. However, this level of infected was swiftly targeted by Bradley's tow missiles, which obliterated them in a series of explosions. As the numbers of the infected swelled, heedless of their losses, they surged forward relentlessly. The commander of the vanguard troops called for aerial support. 34, requesting the Eagle Squadron. 34, Eagle Squadron acknowledged. Increasing numbers of infectors necessitate airstrike. Shortly thereafter, 2 Firehawk fighter jets descended, unleashing ordnance upon the densely packed area of infectors. The violent explosions decimated numerous infected, significantly alleviating the pressure on the armored units. Just then, A genuine threat manifested. From the depths of the valley came the sound of heavy footsteps. 3 mechs emerged from the smoke, towering at approximately 4 meters. Emblazoned with the Umbrella Corporation's insignia and equipped with multiple rotating autocannons. Are those Umbrella's mechs? The appearance of these machines utterly bewildered Xiao Feng. In his recollection, such devices should not exist in this locale, nor should such heavy equipment be deployed here. The 3 mechs opened fire simultaneously, unleashing a barrage that engulfed the entire mountain path. Several Bradley tanks suffered penetrative damage, igniting in flames, clearly rendered inoperable. Soldiers within the vehicles, engulfed in fire, leapt from their confines, only to be reduced to mere flesh by the relentless hail of bullets. The shells fired by the mechs appeared to be specially designed armor-piercing rounds, capable of breaching even the frontal armor of main battle tanks, and one of the main battle tanks had already begun to emit smoke. On the other side, the transport aircraft hovered above the monastery, poised for airdrop to assist Xiao and her team. Chapter 66, Chainsaw Executioner. Under the cover of firepower, 3 transport planes suspended themselves 30 meters above the rooftop. The super soldiers severed the ropes directly and leaped from the sky. Their heavy bodies plunged downwards, crashing through the roof with a resounding thud, yet not a single one was injured. This was the extraordinary physical prowess bestowed by the DX-1120 serum. Meanwhile, in the control room, Tadget operated the console swiftly, endeavoring to decipher the Umbrella Corporation's security protocols. Xiao, accompanied by the remaining team members, staunchly defended the sole entrance. "They are coming up," one team member shouted, firing his rifle at the advancing enemies on the staircase. Xiao skillfully replaced her magazine, her feet surrounded by a pile of spent cartridges. The corridor outside the control room lay strewn with the bodies of cult guards, yet more were surging forth. "Tadget, how much longer?" she called out. 5 minutes. "The security protocols are more intricate than anticipated," Tadget replied without turning, his fingers flying across the console. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Peering out, Xiao involuntarily gasped. 2 elite USS soldiers clad in heavy power armor were approaching. Their thick armor rendered the bullets from M4A1 rifles mere sparks upon impact. "Damn it, heavy armor units," Xiao warned. A black-clad sentinel attempted to throw a grenade, but before he could release it, he was struck by the USS soldier's automatic shotgun, sending him flying against the wall, motionless. "Damn it," Xiao cursed, swiftly replacing her dual pistol ammunition with armor-piercing rounds. Just then, the building above her suddenly shattered, allowing mottled sunlight to stream through, followed by the sound of a body hitting the ground, landing precisely behind the USS soldiers. "We have arrived," a voice called from the side. It was the super soldiers. They unleashed their iron fists upon the enemy. The 2 USS soldiers reacted quickly, turning to fire their shotguns. However, the super soldiers were swifter. They dodged the shots and landed a punch squarely on the chest armor of one soldier. The formidable armor crumpled under the force, causing the soldier inside to spurt blood, after which the super soldier delivered a kick, sending him sprawling aside, thus meeting his demise. Subsequently, a portion of their team was dispatched to eliminate the cult's pursuers. "The control room is secure," reported the super soldier squad leader. "Phew, big guys, you have truly been a tremendous help." Xiao finally relaxed her tense demeanor. However, deep within the control room, Archbishop Marcus entered another chamber. Here lay numerous low-temperature cryogenic pods crafted from thick alloys. Each pod bore an emblem formed of parasites or eye symbols. "Since you insist on seeking death, allow me to present to you the masterpiece born of the divine grace and perfect union with humanity." He laughed maniacally, extending his hand to fiercely press a crimson button. "Awaken, my children, and bring forth the ultimate salvation for the lost lambs." With a resounding hydraulic release, the front armor of several dormant chambers slowly ascended, unleashing a thick plume of white mist that swiftly enveloped the entire area. Warning, multiple high-intensity biological energy responses detected. Unit designation, Elite Infected, Chainsaw Executioner. Threat level, moderate to conventional armed units, lethal to unarmed personnel. Characteristics, enhanced parasitic central nervous system from Plaka parasites, high resilience physique, equipped with heavy melee armor-piercing weaponry, chainsaw. Possesses one-hit kill capability against standard infantry units. Weakness analysis, the core is a parasite within the host's body. The head serves as the primary weak point. Attacks can cause stiffness or directly expose the parasite's essence. Movement is relatively sluggish, with pronounced attack wind-up, making it susceptible to flanking attacks. Data has been recorded in the schematics. The information is valuable, yet the threat, is non-existent. Buzz, buzz. The sound of engines igniting echoed through the mist. Subsequently, from the dense fog, several figures emerged. They were a mix of men and women, each with differing physiques. The men were robust, their heads shrouded in filthy burlap sacks, wielding massive, blood-stained chainsaws. The women were comparatively slender, their faces wrapped in bloodied bandages, similarly brandishing chainsaws. Chainsaw Man and Chainsaw Woman. At this moment, within the control room that had just cleared the USS heavily armored soldiers, Cooter and his team also heard the approaching sound of chainsaws. What is that noise? A team member inquired warily. No sooner had the words left their lips than a brawny man wielding a chainsaw appeared at the corridor's end. He swung the roaring chainsaw down upon the control room's door with ferocity. The shrill sound of metal scraping filled the air, sparks flying in every direction. The door, capable of withstanding heavy machine gun fire, was brutally sawed open. By the heavens, let us put on a show. What in the world is that? Cooter's expression shifted, and he immediately commanded, "Super soldiers. Ha ha ha, feel the fear. Tremble before my most perfect creation." Archbishop Marcus spread his arms wide, appearing deranged. However, the screams he anticipated did not materialize. Understood. Inside the control room, the captain of the super soldier team merely gazed coldly at the horde of monsters bursting forth from the mist. He raised his right hand, forming a fist in a tactical gesture, then suddenly spread his fingers wide before retracting two, leaving three pointing forward. Tactical terminology: three-man team, diamond formation, free hunting. Understood. The channel buzzed with the synchronized responses of the team members. The two factions positioned themselves within the white mist. Chapter 67. The Mad Cultist. Roar. The chainsaw maniac let out a series of bizarre howls, then rushed forward en masse without formation. Wielding their deadly weapons, they stirred a gust of foul air, charging at the super soldier team. Leading the charge was a towering man exceeding 2 meters in height, raising his chainsaw high and swinging it down decisively towards the head of the super soldier captain. The sound of the chainsaw intensified in an instant. Just as the saw was about to graze his helmet, his body tilted slightly. The chainsaw skimmed past his shoulder. The burly man wielding the saw missed his strike, the tremendous inertia rendering his body rigid. In that moment, the super soldier captain sprang into action. His left fist, propelled with swift precision, struck the wrist of the burly man holding the chainsaw, devoid of any ostentation. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The man's wrist bent at an unnatural angle, and the massive chainsaw flew from his grip, tumbling through the air before crashing against a distant wall. Before the chainsaw-wielding man could react, the captain's second punch landed. A powerful jab struck his chest, puncturing through, and the burly figure was effortlessly hurled aside by the super soldier captain, crashing heavily against the dormant pod behind him, producing a thunderous sound before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. 2 punches, 1 foe dispatched. This scene unfolded simultaneously in every corner of the control room. A female chainsaw assailant launched a surprise attack from the side, her saw aimed at a super soldier's ribs. The soldier advanced rather than retreating, seizing her hands, gripping the chainsaw with his left hand. Then, his right leg swept out violently, striking her knee joint. The sound of shattering bones reverberated again, and the female assailant cried out, collapsing to the ground. In quick succession, a fist aimed at her head came crashing down. Thud! Her head was sent flying, signaling the end of the skirmish. Elsewhere, 2 chainsaw maniacs attempted to flank a super soldier. After evading their assault, the soldier adjusted his stance, seizing both of their heads as they stood rigid, forcefully bringing them together. Bang! The 2 heads, encased in burlap, collided, producing a dull thud before both slumped to the ground. The entire combat sequence resembled less of a battle and more of a warm-up exercise. Every movement of the super soldiers was imbued with tactical intent, devoid of any superfluous actions. In less than 30 seconds, dozens of elite chainsaw aberrations lay defeated. In the control room, only the super soldiers stood amidst the remnants of their foes. Archbishop Marcus's smile froze on his face. He watched in disbelief as his prize creations fell before the others like fragile puppets, failing to even leave a mark upon them. "No, it is impossible," he murmured in a daze, fear filling his eyes. "My masterpieces, my divine creations." Archbishop Marcus declared once more, "No, I have not yet lost." The dormant pod, marked with an eye symbol, slowly ascended once again, a dense white mist pouring forth. 5 G-formed entities gradually opened their eyes. Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass from the pod, several figures crashed heavily to the ground. Each of them bore a surface marred by tumor-like growths, their limbs asymmetrically mutated, and their arms grotesquely swollen into massive bony claws. They sported enormous eyeballs sprouting from their chests or shoulders, slowly rotating, locking their gaze onto the super soldiers at the center of the room. Unlike the previously encountered Kyud, these G-formed entities were slightly smaller in stature. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? This is the true essence of the G virus. Evolution, an endless cycle of transformation. Archbishop Marcus felt a surge of confidence. His eyes filled with the creator's obsession with his masterpiece. Go forth, tear apart these mortals who dare defy divine will. Roar. Before his words could fully resonate, a nearby G-organism let out a thunderous roar, its powerful legs propelling it toward the super soldier squad. The metallic instruments in its path were effortlessly cast aside, revealing an unstoppable force of terror. Confronted with such formidable power, the captain of the super soldiers stood firm, crossing his arms protectively over his chest, adopting a standard defensive posture. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the colossal body of the G-organism collided violently with the super soldier. The shockwave sent debris flying in all directions. The captain's feet carved deep grooves into the ground as he was forcefully pushed back 3 meters, yet he ultimately steadied himself, bracing against the impact. 2 by 2. Acknowledged. The remaining super soldiers sprang into action, their formation swiftly dispersing to confront the G-organisms charging from various directions, showcasing their professional collaborative combat skills. At this moment, a throng of heavily armored Templars surged into the control room, their eyes gleaming with a frenzied light as they shouted, "For the god of birth." Many among them had undergone varying degrees of mutation. Some had transformed arms into bone blades, while others sprouted additional eyes, yet they retained human intelligence and combat prowess. "Secure the control room entrance," commanded Coercy. "We must not allow them to regain control." The super soldier squad immediately split into 2 groups. One continued to engage the G-organisms, while the other guarded the control room entrance, clashing fiercely with the advancing Templars. The corridor transformed into a bloody battlefield. Some Templars, infested with parasites, recklessly charged forward, disregarding their own casualties. "Do these lunatics fear death?" remarked a black-clad sentinel as he changed magazines. "They've been brainwashed, and they harbor parasites within them," Coercy replied, simultaneously shooting down a Templar attempting to throw an explosive. Inside the control room, Tajit operated the console with urgency. "I need 2 more minutes to breach their security protocols. What we lack most right now is time," Coercy shouted, promptly shooting a Templar who broke through the defense line. However, the Templar did not perish. Instead, it erupted with parasites, which emerged in larval form, their mouths blooming open like flowers. Quite repulsive, Coercy grimaced in distaste. Nearby, the Black Sentinel swiftly switched ammunition, deploying a grenade launcher to fire a flashbang, which caused the Plaka parasites to disintegrate upon exposure to light. Just then, some G-organisms ceased their assault on the super soldiers and began to dismantle the laboratory's structural supports. "They intend to bury us alive," Coercy exclaimed in horror. The sharp bone claws relentlessly hacked at the supporting pillars, causing concrete fragments to rain down from the ceiling. "Tajit, the entire structure of the monastery is collapsing. Retreat immediately." The voice of Xiao Feng resonated through the tactical channel, intermingled with the sounds of fierce gunfire. "The ground forces have breached the outer defenses and are advancing towards your position." Suddenly, the entire building shook violently, and a large section of the ceiling collapsed, crashing onto the control console. No. Tajit attempted to salvage the situation, but it was too late. The console erupted in a shower of electric sparks, rendering it utterly inoperable. "It's over." Tajit rarely displayed frustration. "The control system is completely destroyed. We can no longer remotely shut down the mecha's power supply." Once again, the voice of Xiao Feng came through the communicator. "There is no need for that. We have neutralized the mecha. Your current task is to evacuate as swiftly as possible. The monastery could collapse at any moment." It turned out that under the relentless assault of the ground forces, the cult's defenders were retreating one after another. Although they had lost the ability to remotely disable the mechas, the Black Sentinel armored troops, reacting quickly, had leveraged their numerical and equipment advantages to completely obliterate the 3 mechas. "Received," Kelsey's responded, "but we have a few creatures to deal with here." She glanced at the G specimens, recognizing the necessity of confronting this threat directly. Xiao Feng instructed, "Engage them. Give me your position, and I will have the Firehawk aircraft handle it." "Understood." Super Soldier Squad, adjust tactics, Kelsey's whistled, lure them into the center of the hall. Tajit seized a flare from a Black Sentinel soldier and fired it into the sky with a resounding pop. The super soldiers promptly executed the command, fighting and retreating while leading the dim-witted G specimens into the central area of the hall. The G specimens indeed fell for the trap, hastily pursuing from behind. Chapter 68, Rapid Dash, for I truly desire a name. Xiao Feng declared, "The delivery has arrived. Run," Kelsey shouted as they passed a massive cultivation tank. Subsequently, Kelsey's detonated the specially placed C4, momentarily halting the advance of the G specimens. Immediately, the super soldiers scooped up Tajit and the others and sprinted away. The unmistakable sound of aerial bombs slicing through the air could be heard behind them, as they accurately struck the breached sections of the building. Boom. The power of the aerial bombs was immense, directly annihilating the G specimens, followed closely by a few more bombs. Boom, boom, boom. The G specimens emitted a series of roars before being vaporized by the Hellhound's anti-bow munitions, leaving only a few remnants to vanish amidst the collapsing structure. The target has been eliminated, announced a super soldier, noting that his instruments no longer detected any signals from these creatures. Yet, the crisis was far from over. The collapse of the entire monastery was becoming increasingly severe, with larger stones beginning to fall like rain due to the explosions, relentlessly pursuing the group from behind. Kelsey's, filled with excitement, urged, "Hurry, big guy, follow the predetermined evacuation route to the assembly point." The speed of the super soldiers has escalated once more. As they sprinted down the path, Coercy suddenly noticed the fallen Archbishop Marcus struggling to crawl towards a control panel, clutching a red remote. The Archbishop pressed the button, declaring, "If we cannot possess 34, then let us destroy it together." The entire laboratory began to tremble violently, accompanied by a series of explosions in the distance. He had activated the self-destruct sequence of the laboratory. A double explosion ensued. The searing shockwave propelled them forward, as debris rained down from above. However, the super soldiers were swifter. With schematics of the entire monastery displayed on their visors, they crashed through walls to forge new paths whenever they encountered a collapsed intersection. At last, they glimpsed the light of the exit. A Bradley fighting vehicle awaited them, its rear hatch open. "Get in, 34, shouted the soldiers inside the vehicle. Coercy and Tajit made a valiant leap onto the super soldiers' backs, diving into the vehicle just as the explosions engulfed the exit. Before the hatch could close, they sped away from the danger zone. 10 super soldiers sprinted alongside the vehicle. Through the observation windows, they witnessed the monastery collapsing amidst relentless explosions, ultimately reduced to ruins. "Wow, that was exhilarating," Coercy gasped, excitement coursing through him. But alas, much data has perished in the blasts. Tajit produced a small storage device from his pocket, waving it before Coercy's face. "Not necessarily. Before the control system failed, I successfully downloaded part of the core database." Coercy looked at him in astonishment. "You always manage to surprise, Tajit." Just then, the communication from Xiao Feng came through. "All units, report your status. Ground clearance is complete, and the monastery has been secured. The underground laboratory has been destroyed, and we have safely evacuated." Reports from various units continued to flow in. Xiao Feng remarked, "Well done. The main force of the cult has been eradicated, but we must remain vigilant. Sweep the battlefield and search for any valuable intelligence." The vehicle returned to the makeshift command center, where Xiao Feng awaited them, the holographic map before him displaying the real-time positions of each unit. "You all performed admirably." Xiao Feng acknowledged Coercy and Tajit, especially in successfully acquiring the database information. "Thank you, Commander," Coercy replied. However, Archbishop Marcus activated the self-destruct sequence in the end, and much data may be lost forever. Tajit interjected, "Not necessarily. The data I downloaded includes the location of the laboratory's backup server, which may be nearby." Xiao Feng, intrigued, inquired, "Can you pinpoint the exact location?" "Yes," Tajit affirmed. "If the backup server remains intact, we might uncover the complete records of the G-virus research or evidence of the cult's connections to Umbrella Corporation." "Then let us commence immediately," Xiao Feng ordered. "This could be the most significant gain from our battle." As they were engaged in discussion, an officer approached to report, "Commander, we have discovered a concealed passage beneath the collapsed monastery, seemingly leading to a deeper subterranean facility." Xiao Feng furrowed his brow. "Does the sect possess hidden bases?" "It is uncertain," the officer replied. "However, the passage appears to be newly excavated, as if it was recently unearthed." Suddenly, Tajit recalled something. "Commander, while I was deciphering the security protocols of the control room, I caught a glimpse of an entry labeled Project Abyss, but I did not have time to investigate further." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Feng commanded, "Organize a reconnaissance team, led by Coercy, to investigate this passage immediately. The rest of you remain vigilant. The sect may have trump cards unknown to us." The reconnaissance team was swiftly assembled, consisting of Coercy leading 3 super soldiers, 6 Blackwatch soldiers, and a scientist. The entrance to the passage was concealed behind a hidden door in the collapsed wine cellar of the monastery, extending downward into an abyss. Air quality checks reveal normal oxygen levels, with no detected toxic gases or viral particles, reported the scientist among the team. "Stay alert and proceed steadily," ordered Coercy. They carefully advanced along the passage, which bore distinct signs of human excavation, albeit the craftsmanship was crude, suggesting a hasty completion. After progressing approximately 500 meters, the passage suddenly widened, revealing a vast natural cavern. Hundreds of cultivation tanks were densely arranged within the cave, each housing a dormant mutant. These mutants differed remarkably from any previously encountered infections. They appeared more complete, more perfect. In the center of the cavern stood a massive control console displaying various data. Kursi promptly reported, "Commander, we have uncovered a large secret laboratory housing hundreds of unknown mutants, seemingly in a state of dormancy." A voice crackled through the holographic communication. "Can you identify the types of mutants?" The scientist scanned the nearest cultivation tank. According to the scan, this one contains the T virus and the G virus, exhibiting stability far superior to any infections we have previously encountered. They appear to be meticulously cultivated. Just then, a deep voice resonated. "Have you finally arrived? I have been waiting for a long time." A figure emerged from the shadows, clad in a tailored suit that seemed out of place in the cavern. Most startling was his visage, identical to that of the slain Archbishop Marcus. "Clone." The scientist stared incredulously at the scanner. "Clever." The second Marcus smiled, but only half right. "Both I and the one you killed are clones. The true Marcus has never been here." With an elegant gesture, he showcased the surrounding cultivation tanks. "Welcome to the heart of Project Abyss. Each of these is a meticulously cultivated weapon, more formidable than anything you have encountered before." The leader of the super soldier team immediately commanded, "Everyone, prepare for battle." 34 Marcus chuckled lightly. "There is no need to be anxious. Had I intended to kill you, you would have perished long ago. I have appeared to convey an invitation." 34 An invitation? "I recall that Ying extended an invitation earlier," Kursi replied cautiously. 34 Indeed, Marcus nodded. "It is all an invitation from Mr. Westgear, who harbors great interest in Commander Xiao Feng and is willing to offer an opportunity for collaboration. 34 Our Blackwatch Brigade does not regard your research outcomes with esteem." Kursi stated, a truth spoken. Marcus remained unfazed. "Do not be hasty in your rejection. Consider this. What you see now is merely the tip of the iceberg. The power held by Umbrella Corporation far exceeds your imagination. The choice between collaboration or enmity lies within your grasp." Having said this, Marcus took his own life. Kursi immediately commanded, "Do not disturb his body. Conduct a thorough search of this cave and gather intelligence." The soldiers swiftly sprang into action, beginning to collect data samples. Chapter 69, C-Virus After Marcus's Demise. Kursi kicked his corpse and continued to issue orders. "Scientists, proceed with data collection. The rest of you, stay alert." The soldiers executed their tasks with remarkable efficiency. At that moment, Tadget's voice came through the communicator. "I am remotely accessing the control system here. It's quite intricate. Typical of Umbrella Corporation style. Please hold on." Kursi surveyed the surroundings warily and remarked to Tadget, "My instincts tell me something is amiss. Marcus has deliberately led us here. He surely has ulterior motives." A woman's intuition? Almost. Suddenly, the sound of machinery echoed from deep within the cave. A row of incubation tanks began to slowly descend into the ground, while another row of new tanks rose from below. The mutated entities within these new tanks were markedly different. They resembled insects, their exoskeletons gleaming like metal, with sharp bone blades at their extremities. Detected highly active energy signals. A scientist exclaimed, "These new mutations are awakening." The sound of glass shattering from the incubation tanks filled the air. Yet, unlike typical infected beings that would roar, these creatures silently assessed the intruders with their gaze, as if evaluating the threat level of their prey. "Open fire." Kursi snapped, and a hail of bullets instantly rained down upon them. However, those monsters exhibited astonishing reflexes, dispersing with agility that far surpassed that of the lickers, utilizing the cave's apparatus as cover and executing tactical evasive maneuvers. Switched to armor-piercing rounds, super soldiers. The super soldiers charged forward, engaging in combat with the monsters. One super soldier seized an opportunity, delivering a powerful punch that sent a creature crashing against the rock wall behind it. Yet, more mutations continuously emerged from the incubation tanks. Their movements remarkably coordinated, clustering in groups of 3 to 5, adeptly flanking like a well-trained army. "This cannot continue," Kursi remarked while firing at a mutant attempting to advance. "We must locate the source controlling these incubation tanks." The voice of Tadget resonated once more, proclaiming that he had located the main control room, concealed behind a blast-proof door in the southeastern corner of the cavern. "Provide cover for me." Carries commanded the super soldier as she dashed towards the southeast corner. The elite squad promptly reformed their ranks to carve out a passage for her. Carries swiftly reached the blast-proof door and inserted the decryption device into the interface. As it initiated, Tadget's voice echoed again. The door creaked open, revealing a control room brimming with cutting-edge technology. a stark contrast to the cavern's primitive surroundings. Carrie's charged inside, her attention immediately drawn to a prominent countdown displayed on the central screen. 000432. Below it, a line of smaller text read, "Self-destruct sequence initiated." Tadget, there is a self-destruct system here. Why do these people have such a penchant for self-detonation? I see it, Tadget replied. Continuing, the entire cavern will explode in 4 minutes. Damn it, this requires dual authentication. Marcus's access is ineffective. At that moment, Weskier's visage suddenly appeared on the main screen of the control room, adorned with a mocking smile as if relishing a grand performance. It seems this is the end. Regrettably, you have chosen the wrong option. Carries remained silent, offering him an international gesture. The screen abruptly turned black, and the countdown accelerated. 000217. Everyone immediately retreated. Carrie shouted through the communicator. The cavern will self-destruct in 2 minutes and 17 seconds. The captain of the super soldier squad decisively commanded, "Abandon the entanglement. Retreat to the emergency escape route." Prioritizing the escort of scientists. Under Tadget's guidance, the team swiftly moved towards the northeastern corner, where the escape route was obstructed by fallen rocks. The super soldiers valiantly held back the relentless pursuit of the monstrous horde. The debris was forcefully cleared, revealing the staircase behind the metal door. As the last soldier plunged into the passage, a deafening explosion reverberated behind them, and searing flames began to engulf the entire laboratory. Run! They sprinted up the staircase with all their might, finally bursting through to the surface just before the exit was completely sealed. Upon emerging, they found themselves in the forest behind the monastery. After accounting for their numbers, Carries immediately contacted Xiao Feng. "Commander, we have safely evacuated. But the Abyss Project laboratory has self-destructed. We only acquired some data." Xiao Feng's voice responded, "As long as you are unharmed, return to me immediately. We need to ascertain what that entity truly is." Upon returning to the temporary command center, the scientists promptly began analyzing the samples they had retrieved. The genetic sequences of these mutants indicate a near-perfect fusion of the T-virus and the G-virus. However, this T-virus differs from the previous one. Fascinating. A scientist pointed at the rotating DNA model projected in holography, his voice tinged with astonishment. "This fusion is indeed a bold endeavor. Entirely distinct from the samples we collected on the battlefield." Tadget operated the console, cross-referencing the newly acquired data with the analysis report previously transmitted from the Storm Research Center. The screen immediately displayed several warning windows along with a series of green checkmarks. The analysis results regarding the sarcoma core by the Fengbao Center have emerged, bearing good news. This sarcoma core was extracted from the body of a super soldier. Taggart has presented a complex molecular structure diagram, following an in-depth scan by the Fengbao Center. It has been found to be consistent with the G-virus within the mutant, indicating that the G-virus remains unchanged, thus providing some progress in unraveling its secrets. As for this new virus, it has been designated as the C-virus. The scientists continued, simultaneously amplifying the gene chain. Its most significant distinction from the G-virus and the T-virus lies in its ability to directly integrate with the host's nervous system. Taggart added that this variant virus possesses a form of collective consciousness. The control room fell into a profound silence. "Collective consciousness?" Xiao Feng echoed, turning to Taggart. Kuersi whistled, remarking that this meant those creatures could combat like an army. "It extends beyond that." The scientists retrieved another set of data. "This variant can communicate over distances through a phenomenon we have yet to comprehend." "Indeed," Taggart nodded, affirming that we are now certain that Weskier has mastered the technology to utilize the C-virus for remote control. And those encountered by Kuersi were likely early experimental versions of the C-virus. Chapter 70. Irrefutable evidence, gazing at the rotating DNA model. Every individual present felt a weight in their hearts. C-virus. Xiao Feng repeated this term, turning to Taggart and inquiring if he could ascertain the range of this communication. Taggart's fingers flew over the console, retrieving a series of intricate data, according to the simulations conducted by the Fengbao Center. If there exists a sufficiently powerful brain to serve as a signal amplifier, it is theoretically possible to achieve real-time communication on a global scale. It could be even worse. The scientist continued, stating that if the so-called Weskier has indeed mastered this technology, he may have established a comprehensive neural network somewhere. Each organism infected with the C-virus constitutes a node within this network. Xiao Feng's gaze swept over the ruins of the monastery. The self-destructing laboratory, as Marcus mentioned, was merely the tip of the iceberg of the Abyss Project. Xiao Feng was well aware of what this C-virus was. The C-virus, also known as the pupil virus, is a stitching virus. Its origins stem from the progenitor virus combined with the genetic material of the queen ant to initially create the T. veronica virus. followed by isolating the mutability of the progenitor virus to reshape the T. veronica virus, culminating in the formation of the T02 virus. Thus, when the scientist claimed that this T virus differs from the previous iterations, it is indeed in this manner. Subsequently, the T02 virus, when combined with the G virus, generates the C virus. This revelation implies that Simmons is also involved, rendering the situation all the more intriguing. Commander, the communications officer interrupted Xiao Feng's contemplation, informing him that while clearing the monastery ruins, they discovered an undestroyed server, and the engineers are attempting to repair it. Taggart immediately rose, stating, "Commander, I shall take a look. Kuresai, I require your assistance." Kuresai sheathed her knife and remarked, "What a surprise, sister. I shall accompany you at once." Amidst the ruins of the abbey, soldiers were meticulously clearing the debris. A partially damaged server was extracted from the wreckage, its casing distorted. Yet its internal structure appeared relatively intact. "Be cautious," Taggart advised. "These components may be exceedingly fragile." Kuresai directed the engineers to erect a makeshift work tent, relocating the server to a safer environment. Once everything was prepared, Taggart commenced his task. "How long will it take?" Xiao Feng's voice emanated from the communicator. "Uncertain," Taggart replied. "The equipment is severely damaged, and it may take some time." His fingers suddenly halted on a circuit board that was nearly incinerated. "This is a trap." Almost simultaneously with his utterance, the server emitted a shrill sound, and its interior began to flicker with red light. "Everyone, retreat," Kuresai warned as she dove towards the nearby engineer. However, Taggart acted more swiftly. The trap's location was already displayed on his goggles. His fingers deftly delved into the device, severing an almost invisible wire. Instantly, the piercing noise ceased. "Cunning bastard," Taggart muttered under his breath. Extracting a miniature bomb from the damaged equipment, it would detonate upon attempting to access the data. Kuresai rose, brushing off the dust from her attire. "What now?" "Now." Taggart cautiously detached the storage unit. "We can discern what Weskier sought to conceal." An hour later, within the makeshift command center, Taggart successfully recovered a portion of the data, the contents of which were astonishing. "These are all experimental records," a scientist proclaimed, gesturing towards the holographic projection. The imagery displayed individuals bound to experiment tables being injected with a dark crimson liquid. Their bodies began to contort and deform, yet unlike other infected subjects, these test subjects seem to retain a degree of consciousness. "They are consciously guiding the mutation process," Taggart remarked as he accessed another video recording. The footage revealed a researcher issuing commands to a partially mutated subject, who, if it could still be deemed human, executed each directive with precision, including wielding tools, solving complex problems, and even using weapons. Kuresai's gaze turned icy. "Is this what the man in sunglasses desires? An obedient army of monstrosities?" Not only that. Xiao Feng pointed to the decrypted contents of an encrypted file. "Look here, the ultimate goal of the Abyss project is to create a global biological neural network, with Weskier poised to become the core of this network." Taggart nodded in agreement. "This is precisely why he is researching this virus. Each infected individual serves as a node, a sensor, a weapon, and Weskier shall become the deity who governs all." Suddenly, Taggart's operations paused momentarily. "Commander, I have discovered something of greater significance." A series of encrypted communication records materialized on the holographic projection, the sender unmistakably marked with the Umbrella Corporation's emblem, while the recipient was identified as the Xinxian Jiaowan. Xiao Feng uttered that name. These communications reveal that the Umbrella Corporation has been providing technical support to the cult, including the raw strain of the G virus, mutation control technologies, weaponry, and more. Taggart displayed a photograph depicting a man clad in umbrella attire engaged in conversation with Marcus. Kuresai whistled softly. "This is getting interesting." Moreover, Taggart continued to decrypt the documents. There exists a supply list indicating that someone has provided the cult with the eggs of the plaga parasite. The holographic projection unveiled detailed information about the parasite, encompassing its life cycle, infection characteristics, and modes of transmission. "This has already been documented." Xiao Feng pointed to a report, stating, "It was deployed to the Great Wall base a few days ago." "It appears so." Taggart retrieved the final document. "There is also an operational report meticulously detailing how to disseminate the parasite at the Great Wall base." Xiao Feng's fingers drummed against the table. "This evidence is sufficient to establish that the Umbrella Corporation is the true puppet master behind all of this. Our operation has yielded considerable gains." "Commander," the communications officer reported once more, "we have discovered a survivor amidst the ruins, who claims to be a researcher from the laboratory and is willing to provide further information in exchange for protection." A contemplative expression crossed Xiao Feng's face. "Oh, how fortuitous. Bring him over." 10 minutes later, a gaunt middle-aged man was ushered into the chamber. clad in tattered research attire. His eyes betrayed a mix of fear and cunning. "Your name?" Xiao Feng inquired through the glass. "David Jackson. I am a senior researcher of the Abyss Project," David Jackson stammered. Tadgett and Kuter-Si stood behind Xiao Feng. "Speak, what do you know?" Xiao Feng said nonchalantly. Jackson began to recount his tale, appearing to possess valuable information, yet Xiao Feng absorbed not a single word. "He is lying," Tadgett silently mouthed to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng imperceptibly nodded, abruptly interrupting Jackson's narrative. "Tell us how you felt after being injected with the C virus." Jackson's pupils dilated sharply, yet he feigned calmness. "I do not understand your meaning. I am merely a soldier." Suddenly, Jackson's gaze lifted. "Weskier asked me to convey a message to you, Commander Xiao Feng," he said. "The game has begun." At that moment, Jackson's body convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back. Dark red foam spilling from his mouth. The virus within him was on the verge of eruption. The soldiers who entered showed no mercy in their annihilation. Xiao Feng gazed expressionlessly at the corpses strewn across the ground. 34. Incinerate these with the flamethrowers and dispose of them. In the future, should we encounter individuals suspected of infection, do not notify me. Simply eliminate them, he commanded. "Yes, Commander." Tadgett, organize all the evidence into a comprehensive dossier. And also bring along the antidote we have developed. It will be useful at our next destination. 34 is nearly complete. Tadgett finalized a few operations. The entire evidence chain is intact, including laboratory data, communication records, and so forth. Sufficient to demonstrate that the Umbrella Corporation orchestrated and executed a global biological virus catastrophe. Xiao Feng nodded. "Thank you all for your hard work. Take a moment to rest before we head to the Great Wall Base." Chapter 71. The convergence of black and green. 6 hours of respite passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Feng's fingertips glided delicately over the holographic map, ultimately pausing at a coordinate deep within the mountains. "Commander, the troops have assembled," remarked the newly appointed super soldier captain standing behind him. This officer, personally appointed by Xiao Feng, bore no visible signs of the injury that had once marred his arm. After enduring the trials of the G transformation incident, he appeared more composed than ever. "Commence departure as planned," Xiao Feng ordered. "As for the subsequent matters concerning this monastery, I leave them in your capable hands." The black-clad officers of the watchtower stood at attention, saluting. "We shall ensure the completion of the mission." The main force began to advance slowly through the morning fog. The armored units moved with a thunderous presence, startling a flock of birds that had been resting in the distant woods. Seated within the command vehicle, Xiao Feng monitored the real-time status of the entire marching column on the tactical terminal. "Commander, we have intercepted a signal," Tadgett suddenly reported. "The frequency resembles that of previously decrypted military communications." Xiao Feng leaned closer to the screen. "Can we pinpoint its location?" Tadgett concentrated as he operated. "Yes. The signal originates from the southeast, approximately 60 kilometers away, but the mountainous terrain severely disrupts transmission." Kuter-Si leaned forward from the back seat. "Could it be a trap? Those cult fanatics are capable of anything." "Unlikely," Tadgett shook his head. "The encryption method used is standard military format. They lack the technical capability for this. Moreover, the signal content is quite brief, consistently repeating that coordinate." Xiao Feng pondered for a moment. "That should indicate the location of the Longhua military base." The troops continued their southward advance, the terrain becoming increasingly rugged. By midday, the forces arrived at a relatively open mountain basin. Xiao Feng ordered a brief halt for rest and dispatched a reconnaissance team to survey the terrain ahead. "Commander, we have a new discovery." The super soldier captain returned with a group of soldiers. "We found a small cult outpost in the eastern valley, but it has been destroyed." Xiao Feng inquired. "Oh, it seems like the handiwork of the military." The super soldier captain replied. "We discovered numerous fragments of artillery shells at the site." He handed over a deformed projectile. "This is an armor-piercing round from a tank cannon, not of our make." Tadgett took the projectile and examined it closely, confirming, "Indeed, it is military equipment." At that moment, a report came through the communication channel from the pilot of the Firehawk fighter. "Commander, there are indications of large-scale artificial structures 20 kilometers ahead." The holographic map immediately updated with real-time imagery. Nestled among the mountains, a massive gray defensive line spanned the valley. The concrete walls soared to 10 meters high, adorned with barbed wire and automated weapon stations. Vibrant flags fluttered atop the defensive line, proudly displaying the national emblem of the Longhua. "Finally, I have found it," Xiao Feng murmured, momentarily lost in thought. Despite having mentally prepared himself, witnessing the Longhua base still standing in this apocalyptic world stirred his emotions, evoking a profound sense of homecoming. "Commander, radar scanning signals detected," Tadgett warned. "The enemy's air defense system has locked onto our aircraft." Xiao Feng promptly ordered. Have the Firehawk ascend to a safe altitude and cease approach. The main force will establish a defensive formation 5 kilometers away. Before long, the colossal steel behemoth gradually came to a halt, with tanks and armored vehicles swiftly forming a battle formation. Engineers began to set up temporary defensive fortifications, while snipers occupied elevated positions, vigilantly observing the distant defensive line. The enemy had not opened fire, indicating they were also assessing our movements. I see soldiers moving along the wall, and there are quite a few, Kelesi reported, holding up his binoculars. Tajit uploaded the magnified image to the holographic screen. It was clear that the defensive line bristled with heavy machine gun positions and anti-tank missile launchers. Some soldiers donned imposing power exoskeletons, exuding an air of authority. Commander, should we initiate contact? The captain of the super soldiers inquired. Xiao Feng pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, let us wait. As time ticked by, the atmosphere in the valley grew increasingly tense, with both sides silently observing one another. Suddenly, a mechanical whirring emanated from the Longwood defensive line. A heavy steel gate slowly creaked open, and a convoy emerged from within. Leading the procession was a formidable vehicle, atop which stood an officer wielding a megaphone. They are dispatching a representative team, Kelesi reported. The scale is modest, about a platoon, but they bear no heavy weaponry, suggesting they seek negotiation. Xiao Feng nodded. Do not display hostility. I will speak with them. He stepped down from the command vehicle, accompanied only by the captain of the super soldiers and 4 escort soldiers. Advancing forward, they halted approximately 100 meters from the opposing convoy, a distance that ensured safety while facilitating communication. The officer across also disembarked. A middle-aged lieutenant colonel in his 40s, clad in a somewhat dated yet tidy military uniform. The stars on his shoulder insignia had faded, yet his posture remained erect. This is the first line of defense in the southern military district of Longhua, the officer called through the megaphone. Please state your identity and purpose. Xiao Feng signaled for the captain of the super soldiers to respond. Stepping forward, the captain proclaimed, Blackwatch Brigade, responding to an invitation. Great Wall calling, sword received. The officer opposite appeared taken aback for a moment. He quickly conversed with his aide for a few moments, then lowered the megaphone and gestured accordingly. The soldiers behind him lowered their rifles, and the tense atmosphere was considerably alleviated. The officer stepped forward alone, halting 10 meters away from Xiao Feng. His gaze lingered on the super soldier for a brief moment, revealing an unmistakable shock in his eyes, which he quickly masked with the composure of a professional military man. I am the line commander, Lieutenant Colonel Li Wenbin. He saluted with a standard military gesture. Please forgive our caution. After all, this is the first time since the apocalypse that a fully organized armed force has approached our defenses. Xiao Feng returned the salute. That is understandable. I am Xiao Feng, commander of the Haisa Shouwang. We bring significant intelligence and technology, hoping to establish an alliance with your esteemed side. Li Wenbin carefully observed the troops behind Xiao Feng, and upon seeing the well-equipped soldiers of Haisa Shouwang, admiration unconsciously flickered in his eyes. Commander Xiao Feng, your equipment and discipline are truly impressive, he candidly remarked. However, according to protocol, I must request that you disarm your heavy weaponry and allow only light arms to accompany you into the defense line. This is the rule. I hope for your understanding. The captain of the super soldiers stepped forward immediately. Commander, that is exceedingly dangerous. Xiao Feng raised his hand to halt him. Of course, that is not a problem. I will select a few individuals to accompany you inside, but my troops must remain in a state of readiness. In this apocalypse, caution is imperative. Li Wenbin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That is reasonable. Allow me to report back. Please wait. With that, Li Wenbin turned away to relay his message. In the command center of the basement, Yang Xinghe and the general stood before the communication screen at the conference table, observing the Black Army before them. Behind him, Colonel Gao Jianjun adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, his eyes glimmering with uncertainty. General, their equipment is far too advanced. Li Wenbin spoke into the intercom. This level is certainly beyond what a civilian force could possess. Should we not investigate their origins? Gao Jianjun chuckled lightly, albeit with a tone tinged with sarcasm. Lieutenant Colonel Li, in this apocalypse, those who survive and thrive surely harbor secrets. What matters is that they fly the banner of the Longhua and employ commands we can comprehend. I suggest we first discern whether their intentions are benevolent or malevolent. Yang Xinghe directly inquired. Wenbin, what do you think? Report, General, Li Wenbin responded. The opposing commander, Xiao Feng, has been quite cooperative, agreeing to disarm their heavy weaponry for entry, bringing only 4 guards and that female officer. Moreover, they accurately articulated the highest level emergency communication code. a top-secret directive established by the military district during the initial stages of the catastrophe, theoretically known only to the core leadership of major military districts. Oh, Gao Jianjun raised an eyebrow. This implies they either have direct contact with a missing military district or have intercepted and deciphered our communications. If it is the latter, their technological prowess becomes even more formidable. Yang Xinghe turned around. Jianjun, your caution is indeed warranted. Wenbin, what is your assessment of them? Li Wenbin contemplated for a moment before stating, I observe that this Haisa Shouwang unit possesses advanced technology. They exude an air of disciplined resolve, indicative of a regular army. The foundation of the regular army, Gao Shenghe reiterated, his gaze sweeping across the urgent report concerning the internal parasitic infection incident at the base, his eyes gradually growing resolute. Outside lies an uncountable horde of zombies and viruses. We are ensnared in this place, cut off from intelligence, stagnated in technology, and face the imminent danger of annihilation. Now, a sharp sword has been delivered to our doorstep. To reject it would be folly. Gao Xinghe turned to Gao Jianjun. Jianjun, accompany me in receiving them shortly, and simultaneously arrange for the barrier squad to be on alert, just in case. He then commanded Li Wenbin. Wenbin, you shall personally accompany them. Yes, General. Both responded in unison. Gao Jianjun continued, rest assured, General, I will ensure they feel the sincerity of the Chongqing base. Yet, as he turned to prepare, a subtle glimmer flickered deep within his eyes. General Yang Xinghe once again directed his gaze towards Xiao Feng on the screen, murmuring to himself, Xiao Feng, Haisa Shouwang. May you be as sharp as a sword, capable of carving a path for the survivors of Longhua amidst this apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, after concluding the call, Li Wenbin addressed Xiao Feng and his entourage, please follow me. General Yang Xinghe wishes to meet you. Chapter 72, Chongqing Base. These two chapters have been on my mind for a long time. As for the plot twists, feel free to enjoy them, as I rather like them. Colonel Li Wenbin spoke into the intercom and then gestured for them to proceed. 3 camouflaged off-road vehicles emerged from the gates of the defensive line, halting before Xiao Feng. The vehicles bore numerous bullet marks and signs of repair, evidencing the brutal battles they had endured. Please, get in, Commander Xiao Feng, Li Wenbin said, opening the car door. The command center is deep within the valley. It is quite a distance. Xiao Feng nodded and boarded the middle vehicle with the super soldier captain and coercy. For bodyguard soldiers, took the last vehicle, while Tajit remained outside the defensive line to command the troops. The heavy steel gates slowly closed behind Xiao Feng, temporarily severing the connection to the outside world. Under Colonel Li Wenbin's guidance, Xiao Feng and his group stepped into the renowned Chongqing defensive line. Crossing the threshold felt as though they were transitioning between 2 entirely different eras. The outside world was plagued by rampant zombies, while within the gates, though still permeated by the tension of war, there existed a reassuring sense of order. The first sight to greet them was a broad corridor, its ceiling adorned with dense reinforced steel structures, and the walls lined with various pipelines, twinkling with colorful indicator lights. Heavy isolation gates stood at intervals along the corridor, all currently ajar. Flanking both sides of the passageway, a soldier stood at attention every 10 meters, fully armed. Dressed in the active combat uniforms of Longhua and wielding assault rifles, their sharp gazes vigilantly scrutinized Xiao Feng and his entourage. Compared to the equipment of Haisa Shouwang, their gear appeared modestly practical, yet impeccably maintained. Moreover, the composed demeanor exuded by these soldiers, tempered by the fires of war, starkly contrasted with the ruthless nature of the Haisa Shouwang soldiers, yet was equally formidable. The super soldier captain quietly trailed half a step behind Xiao Feng, carrying a briefcase. He stood nearly 3 meters tall. His imposing physique and the distinctive black combat uniform of the Guardian made him appear somewhat out of place in this passage designed for humans. With each step he took, the heavy sound of his footsteps echoed through the corridor, causing the soldiers stationed on either side to instinctively tighten their grips, their eyes filled with astonishment, curiosity, and a hint of unmasked reverence. Clearly, they had never encountered such a towering human soldier. In contrast, Coercy appeared considerably smaller. Yet her visual impact was by no means diminished. Clad in a form-fitting black tactical suit that accentuated her curves, with her iconic short white hair, a blend of allure and danger in her demeanor, and an array of unusually conspicuous weaponry at her waist and side, she resembled a blossoming rose. A subtle, playful smile graced her lips as her azure eyes casually scanned everything along their path, as if none of it piqued her interest. This relaxed and carefree posture stood in stark contrast to the 4 equally elite Black Guardian escorts behind her, evoking an inexplicable pressure among the military personnel observing her. Colonel Li Wenbin led the way, his stride steady, though Xiao Feng could sense a slight tension in his body. The colonel was evidently making a concerted effort to refrain from frequently glancing back at the super soldier. At the end of the passage lay a spacious transfer platform, where several military vehicles were parked. A young lieutenant quickly approached and saluted Li Wenbin. "Colonel, the vehicles are ready. The command center has ordered us to proceed directly to the central fortress." "Understood," Li Wenbin nodded, turning to Xiao Feng. "Commander Xiao, please board the vehicle. It's quite a distance." The group boarded two open military vehicles and began to drive along an evidently main thoroughfare within the expansive tunnel. The deeper they ventured, the more Xiao Feng could perceive the vastness and complexity of the Great Wall base. The tunnel branched off in all directions, its ceilings soaring high, with large transport vehicles and squads of soldiers passing by intermittently. Many side passages revealed scenes of bustling activity: engineers repairing equipment, logistics personnel transporting supplies, and swarms of small drones buzzing overhead. The rock walls were heavily reinforced, with exposed steel and concrete visible everywhere. Yet many critical areas were shielded by advanced composite armor plates. They passed through a small living area, where spaces expanded from natural caves housed neatly arranged tents and simple wooden structures, with a few surviving civilians moving about. Although their faces were gaunt and their clothing plain, their eyes reflected a rare calmness in the post-apocalyptic world. Children played in designated areas, glancing curiously at the convoy as it passed, only to be immediately captivated by the figure of the super soldier, erupting in a chorus of exclamations. "We have taken in all the survivors we could find nearby," Li Wenbin noted as he caught sight of Xiao Feng's gaze, explaining, "Resources are limited, but at least we can ensure basic survival and safety." Xiao Feng nodded and remarked, "It seems there are no affluent districts here." In the beginning of the disaster, there were still disparities in wealth. Li Wenbin chuckled as if recalling something. But that soon ceased to be the case. "Commander Xiao, I beg your pardon for my candor," Li Wenbin continued, his gaze lingering on the captain of the super soldier team. "The equipment of your soldiers seems to deviate from our national standards. It resembles designs from Western nations." The atmosphere in the corridor became subtly charged. Xiao Feng responded with calm composure, saying, "Lieutenant Colonel Li, your observations are astute. The predecessor of the Heisa Showang was indeed a special response unit formed through international collaboration, which is why we adopted a pragmatic approach in our selection of equipment. All the gear we utilized was procured through legitimate channels prior to the catastrophe. After the calamity, survival has become our foremost priority. Our sole criterion for choosing equipment is its effectiveness in eliminating infected entities." At that moment, the convoy passed by a maintenance area where several engineers were tending to a modified infantry fighting vehicle. Kuersi suddenly chuckled lightly and remarked in fluent Chinese, "Speaking of which, ISNT, the 127mm heavy machine gun on that infantry fighting vehicle, also inspired by the Browning M2 design? In this apocalyptic world, functionality is the ultimate truth." Li Wenbin was momentarily taken aback, then smiled in understanding. "Miss Kuersi is right. I have indeed been overly rigid in my thinking. It is true that the most critical aspect now is combating the infected entities, rendering the source of equipment less significant. It would be inappropriate to press further." Chapter 73. The meeting of both parties. Due to year-end work commitments, there will be one chapter in the morning and one in the evening. "I apologize." As we drew nearer to the core of the base, the military atmosphere became increasingly palpable. Passing by a shooting range, the sound of rapid gunfire echoed continuously. After approximately another 15 minutes, a more magnificent alloy gate emerged ahead, flanked by two formidable military fortifications with heavy machine guns aimed outward. The soldiers guarding this area were equipped with noticeably superior gear. Several of them donned the power exoskeletons known as bastions. Upon closer inspection, these exoskeletons appeared rather rudimentary, resembling a metallic framework encasing the wearer and providing augmented strength and carrying capacity, with robust hydraulic pistons at the joints and sizable battery packs on their backs. They offered formidable firepower and protection, albeit at the evident expense of mobility. Soldiers clad in these exoskeletons moved with a slight sluggishness, reminiscent of mobile fortresses. As their name suggests, as the vehicle approached, these bastion mech soldiers visibly tensed, their weapons slightly raised, eyes fixated intently on the super soldier. The captain, however, exhibited no reaction, silently gazing ahead. Following a rigorous identity verification and communication confirmation by Li Wenbin, the gate slowly creaked open. Beyond it lay an expansive lift platform. "We need to descend. The command center is deep underground," Li Wenbin explained. The group transferred to the lift platform, and with the sound of steel cables grinding, they began their gradual descent. A sense of oppression enveloped them, with only the dim lights at the corners of the platform providing feeble illumination. Shortly, the platform jolted and came to a halt. Before them stretched a brightly lit corridor, its technological essence markedly elevated, presenting a stark contrast to the military aesthetic of the upper levels. The smooth walls, seamlessly joined flooring, and the audible hum of the air circulation system became increasingly pronounced. Here lies the true nerve center of the entire Changqing. At the end of the corridor stands an airlock door, flanked by two military officers. One is an elderly gentleman with sharp eyes and white hair, exuding an air of authority despite the few medals adorning his chest. The other is considerably younger, in his 40s, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and wearing a neatly pressed uniform, his face adorned with a standard smile. The elder approaches first, his gaze scrutinizing Xiao Feng with an intensity that feels almost palpable, before lingering longer on the super soldiers and Ku-Ersi behind him. A flicker of undeniable surprise flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by composure. "Welcome to the Changqing. I am the commanding general, Yang Xinghe." His voice booms with the clarity and decisiveness characteristic of military personnel. "This is Colonel Gao Jianjun, the logistics minister." "General Yang, Colonel Gao." Xiao Feng replies with a formal military salute. "I am the Black Sentinel commander, Xiao Feng." General Yang returns the salute, his gaze again resting on the super soldiers. "Commander Xiao, your subordinates are quite extraordinary." He employs a rather diplomatic term. "They are my bodyguards and an essential part of the base's security," Xiao Feng introduces. The captain of the super soldiers leans slightly forward in a gesture of acknowledgement. However, this motion nearly triggers a reflexive response from the nearby guard soldiers, who instinctively raise their weapons. Colonel Gao adjusts his glasses, a glimmer of delight passing through his eyes as he remarks, "Truly astonishing. The technological prowess of your department is beyond imagination. I wonder, how much sustenance does such a soldier consume in a day?" His inquiry, though seemingly curious, is in fact probing for information. Xiao Feng remains tight-lipped. "I apologize, but that is indeed classified military information, and I cannot disclose it." Colonel Gao maintains his smile, responding, I understand, I was being presumptuous." General Yang, evidently more concerned with pressing matters, nods toward Lieutenant Colonel Li Wenbin and gestures broadly. "This is not the place for discussion. Commander Xiao, please accompany me and these individuals to the conference room for a detailed conversation." His gaze sweeps over Ku-Ersi once more, yet he refrains from commenting on her rather unconventional attire. The group enters the heart of the command center, a vast circular hall filled with an array of screens and control consoles, where staff and technicians are diligently at work, the hushed sounds of their conversations filling the air. As Xiao Feng and his unusual entourage make their entrance, an immediate hush falls over the hall, countless eyes turning to focus on them, particularly on the super soldiers and Ku-Ersi. A myriad of emotions flickers across the faces of those present. Are they robots? Doesn't seem like it. Look at the muscle definition beneath that attire. Goodness, how tall must he be? 2.5 meters? 3 meters? That white-haired woman is stunning, a foreign beauty. Is Black Sentinel the name of their army outside? Are those tanks and planes theirs? Whispers of speculation rise and fall like a tide. The captain of the super soldiers remains oblivious to the commotion, faithfully executing his protective duties. Ku-Ersi, however, seems to revel in the attention, deliberately slowing her pace to cast a flirtatious glance at several young technicians who are watching her, causing them to immediately avert their eyes, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Gao Jianjun observed everything with keen eyes, the glimmer behind his golden-rimmed glasses flickering uncertainly. Yang Xinghe furrowed his brow, seemingly dissatisfied with the indiscretions of his subordinates. A gentle cough from him swiftly hushed the murmurs in the hall, though the curious gazes could not be retracted immediately. They traversed the hall and entered a tactical conference room equipped with advanced holographic projection technology. The soundproof door closed behind them, isolating the external clamor. Refreshments were already prepared on the conference table. As everyone took their seats, the captain of the super soldiers stood like a statue behind Xiao Feng, unable to sit due to the absence of chairs. Ku-Ersi, on the other hand, casually pulled over a chair, reclining languidly and crossing one leg, as if merely attending an inconsequential meeting. Chapter 74. Xiao Feng's sincerity. The slowly rotating topographical map on the holographic sand table, coupled with the scrutinizing glances exchanged across the long table, painted a peculiar tableau against the backdrop of an apocalyptic world. General Yang Xinghe occupied the main seat, sitting upright with a commanding gaze, hands crossed on the table, breaking the silence first. "Commander Xiao Feng, I would like to express my gratitude, on behalf of the Great Wall Base, for your restraint outside the defensive line and your willingness to adhere to our protocols in entering this place. You are too kind." "General Yang," Xiao Feng replied with a slight nod. "We come here with sincerity. Our aim is to seek a deeper collaboration based on trust, to jointly confront the threats of this era." Colonel Gao Jianjun interjected at an opportune moment, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. Collaboration is indeed what we all hope to see. The military strength your department has displayed. Particularly, his gaze involuntarily darted towards the silent giant behind Xiao Feng, is quite impressive. Might I inquire what specific threats you refer to, Commander Xiao? Aside from the seemingly endless infected, are there even more perilous entities? Xiao Feng did not respond directly, but cast a glance at Corsi. She then looked at the hulking figure before retrieving a portable holographic projector from the super soldier captain's briefcase and placing it at the center of the table. Before addressing that question, please allow me to share some intelligence. Xiao Feng manipulated his tactical wristband, activating the portable holographic projector, which emitted a beam of light to form a clear three-dimensional image above the conference table. The image began to display edited combat footage. First, in high-speed photography, a licker crawled along the ceiling before being shot in the head by a barrage of fire. Next, a hunter violently charged at the Blackwatch line, only to be felled by a soldier wielding a rocket launcher. Then came the G-formed entity, engaged in a fierce battle with the super soldiers before ultimately being destroyed. Lastly, the footage shifted to scenes of the cultists from the Chosen Ones conducting their sinister rituals, alongside images of them controlling G-zombies. Though merely fragments, the graphic violence and extraordinary intensity of the battles rendered the expressions of the military officials in the conference room exceedingly grave, even causing General Yang Xinghe's brow to furrow tightly. As the playback concluded, the image froze on the face of Bishop Kyud. Is this what you have encountered? Yang Xinghe gravely remarked. However, apart from those grotesque humanoid monstrosities, we have also eliminated a portion of the others. Xiao Feng deactivated the projection. We refer to them as BOW, which translates to biologically engineered weapons. They are not naturally occurring infectious entities, but rather man-made instruments of slaughter. His gaze swept over General Yang and Gao Jianjun. What we face is not merely the walking dead. We are confronted with a meticulously orchestrated biochemical war. And the puppet master behind it is a company known as Umbrella. Umbrella? Gao Jianjun adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. We've heard of that name, the multinational pharmaceutical giant. But weren't they supposed to be defunct? That is but a facade, Xiao Feng continued. Subsequently, they retreated into the shadows, persisting in even more perilous research. The majority of the advanced bows we have encountered trace their origins back to them. Another threat lies in the cult you have just witnessed, who currently revere the evolutionary potential of the G virus, fanatical and hazardous. Xiao Feng paused briefly, delivering a more striking revelation. Oh, by the way, according to the clues we acquired from the cult, the parasitic infection phenomenon within your base is the result of the cult contaminating the drinking water, aimed at undermining your defenses from within. What? This is impossible. Both Yang Xinghe and Gao Jianjun reacted almost simultaneously. The emergence of parasitic infections within the base was highly classified, unbeknownst to the outside world. The Blackwatch not only knew but also pinpointed the source. Gao Jianjun abruptly stood, the smile on his face vanishing completely, questioning. Commander Xiao, please mind your words. Our internal affairs are not to be speculated upon by you. What evidence do you have to substantiate this claim? Should I suspect that there are your machinations behind this incident? His reaction was rather intense. Although Yang Xinghe was equally taken aback, he exhibited considerably more composure. Raising his hand to signal Gao Jianjun to calm down, he addressed Xiao Feng. Commander Xiao, this information is indeed grave. How did you come to know about the epidemic within my base? On what grounds do you associate it with external forces? Although he demanded proof, a tinge of belief colored his tone, as Xiao Feng had identified an issue they were desperately trying to resolve, yet failing to do so. In the face of skepticism, Xiao Feng responded with a smile. As I mentioned earlier, we come with sincerity. The intelligence was acquired from our conquest of a cult's monastery. Furthermore, we can provide biological analysis data and behavioral patterns regarding the parasite. He then shifted his tone. As for evidence, we possess pertinent documents and visual materials that have been seized. Xiao Feng's words brimmed with sincerity. Gao Jianjun's expression began to soften. He slowly resumed his seat, his gaze flickering rapidly behind his gold-rimmed glasses, now fixed on the table, seemingly deep in thought. Yang Xinghe inhaled deeply and stated, if what you say is true, then the situation is indeed more dire than we had imagined. A brief silence enveloped the conference room. The intelligence shared by Xiao Feng was profoundly shocking, fundamentally reshaping the military leadership's understanding of the apocalyptic threat. In an effort to ease the atmosphere, Xiao Feng continued, certainly, our collaboration should not be confined merely to the exchange of intelligence. General Yang, Colonel Gao, we are willing to share the data we have acquired regarding the virus with your department at no cost. I kindly request that my team of scientists be allowed to liaise with your research division. At the mention of the research institute, Yang Xinghe's gaze subtly shifted. Just then, there was a knock on the conference room door, which was subsequently opened. A female officer clad in a white lab coat entered. Her expression focused as she held an electronic report board. General, Colonel, the report on the latest batch of blood analyses from the infected individuals has arrived, she began, only to notice the unfamiliar faces in the room, particularly the conspicuous super soldier and the uniquely styled coercy, causing her to momentarily pause. Xiao Feng also turned his attention to her. Strikingly beautiful, this was his first impression. What captivated him most were her eyes. Akin to an untainted lake upon a snow-covered expanse, deep, yet radiating a clarity that was luminous. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, and her lips were tightly pressed, revealing signs of prolonged exhaustion, yet there was an air of compassion in her gaze that struck Xiao Feng. This contradictory aura rendered her particularly remarkable in that setting. General Yang seized the opportunity to introduce her, just in time. This is Dr. Lin. She is the commander of the Heisei Shou Wang, Xiao Feng. And this is our base's finest virologist and surgeon, Lin Wanqing. Dr. Lin Wanqing quickly regained her composure and politely nodded in acknowledgement towards Xiao Feng, Commander Xiao. Her gaze lingered briefly on the super soldier, a spark of curiosity and inquisitiveness typical of a scientist flashing in her eyes. Yet she did not exhibit the same level of astonishment as others. Subsequently, her eyes met Coercy's curious and appraising glance, and they exchanged slight nods as a form of greeting. Dr. Lin, Xiao Feng responded, sensing the unique essence of a scientist emanating from her. Gao Jianjun seemed to have found an opportune moment to redirect the conversation, smiling as he remarked to Lin Wanqing, Dr. Lin. Commander Xiao just mentioned his willingness to share their research data on the virus, which would greatly aid your studies. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing's eyes sparkled with eagerness as she turned towards Xiao Feng. Really? Commander Xiao, we are indeed at an impasse in our current research. If we could obtain first-hand information and sample references from your side, our progress would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Of course, Xiao Feng nodded. My scientific team is ready to coordinate with Feng Zhou at any time. Wonderful. Lin Wanqing's face broke into a genuine smile, illuminating her entire being. However, she quickly recalled the formality of the setting and slightly restrained herself, addressing General Yang. General, if there is nothing further, I shall attend to my tasks and return shortly. General Yang nodded. Go ahead. Lin Wanqing once more acknowledged Xiao Feng and the others with a nod before exiting the conference room briskly. Her steps light and filled with vigor. This brief interlude significantly alleviated the atmosphere in the conference room. After a moment of contemplation, General Yang refocused his gaze on Xiao Feng. Commander Xiao, I can see that our previous understanding of the apocalypse may have been flawed. Could you elaborate further? Xiao Feng withdrew his gaze, stating, No problem. I have just introduced the protective umbrella. Before he could finish his sentence, an ear-piercing air raid siren blared throughout the base. The faces of everyone in the conference room changed drastically. What is happening? General Yang abruptly stood up. Almost simultaneously, the communicator in the room crackled to life, and the voice of Lieutenant Colonel Li Wenbin echoed, reporting to the command center, emergency situation. A large number of unidentified flying objects are approaching rapidly, and they are deploying some kind of payload in great quantity. In the next moment after Lieutenant Colonel Li finished speaking, the main communication screen in the command center's main hall was forcibly activated, and the conference room simultaneously broadcasted real-time footage from the external battlefield. They had breached the first line of long-range early warning systems, and they were low-flying, releasing a multitude of airdrop pods. Repeat, a large number of airdrop pods. On the screen, amidst the overcast sky, dozens of black airdrop pods, trailing flames, plummeted like a meteor shower towards the perimeter of the Great Wall base. It was the protective umbrella. Further in the clouds, the silhouettes of transport aircraft designated for the protective umbrella were visible, with estimates exceeding 300, targeting defensive sectors 3, 4, and 7. The instant the intelligence was confirmed, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted to one of palpable tension. Colonel Gao Jianjun's expression darkened considerably. The earlier discussions regarding the internal epidemic were instantly cast aside. He instinctively adjusted his glasses, his fingers trembling slightly. How dare they directly attack? General Yang slammed his fist onto the control panel, his roar overpowering the siren. Everyone, enter the highest combat readiness. Activate all anti-air firepower. And shatter that group of tin cans. Ground forces, prepare to engage. Move quickly. The corridor outside was immediately filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. Xiao Feng, too, reacted the moment the sirens blared. Tajit, the trajectory of the enemy transport aircraft has been locked. Their objective is to utilize the contents of the airdrop pods to create chaos, with the primary assault direction still being Tajit. He spoke rapidly. his fingers flying over the keyboard, as the holographic map in the command vehicle swiftly marked numerous predicted drop points. No, no, Xiao Feng interrupted. His gaze fixated on several drop points that seemed to deviate from the main defensive positions. Their target is not to forcefully breach the line. It is the horde. The screens in the conference room displayed that over half of the airdrop pod's trajectories had evidently strayed from the fortified military installations of the Great Wall base, instead plummeting towards the desolate areas beyond the defensive line. Some airdrop pods exploded mid-air, releasing torrents of dark red gas that swiftly enveloped vast regions with infectious entities. Others crashed heavily to the ground, their casings rupturing to reveal biological devices resembling organs, which emitted ultrasonic signals that instantly incited frenzy among all infected entities. Roar! The originally wandering horde erupted into chaos. Tens of thousands of zombies, as if driven mad, charged recklessly towards the defensive line of the Great Wall base. Simultaneously, within the swirling dark red mist, several exceptionally large shadows began to rise. Warning, multiple high-energy biological signals detected. Unit name, Tyrant, standard type. Threat level, extremely high, against all conventional armed units, extremely high, against fixed defensive structures. Characteristics, the ultimate product of the Umbrella Corporation's T-Virus project. Possessing overwhelming physical strength and defensive capabilities, with its signature charge capable of shattering concrete bunkers. It boasts rapid regeneration abilities, making it difficult for conventional weaponry to inflict effective damage. Its black trench coat functions as a biological suppressor, which will be released upon sustaining critical damage, evolving into the Super Tyrant form, with a concomitant exponential increase in its desire to attack and destructive power. Weakness analysis. The exposed heart serves as its absolute core vulnerability. Though it is shielded by thick muscle and reinforced bones, requiring superlative firepower or precise tactical strikes to penetrate, the brain is a secondary weak point. It exhibits relative resistance to sustained high temperatures and strong acid corrosion. Thus, it is strongly advised to engage with concentrated firepower or targeted elimination by elite soldier units. This information has been documented in the collected schematics. The voice of the artificial intelligence echoed. It is the Tyrant. The airdrop pods are mixed with tyrants. After hearing the AI's announcement, Tadget remarked, at least 40 airdrop pods opened upon landing, and a massive figure, 3 meters tall, slowly emerged from the steam. Clad in its iconic black trench coat, with cold eyes fixated on the distant steel defenses. They did not charge immediately, but instead emitted a series of roars. Amidst their roars, the previously chaotic tide of corpses seemed to find a leader, becoming more organized. Ordinary zombies clustered at the forefront, while agile infected lurked among them, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Only when the infected had advanced a considerable distance did the tyrants steadily follow from behind. Cunning indeed. General Yang instantly comprehended Umbrella's strategy, to expend the base's ammunition with cheap numbers, and then employ elite B.O.W.S. to breach the walls, thereby conquering the area. But you have underestimated us. All automated gun towers were unlocked, free to fire, with heavy artillery covering the buffer zone. They must not allow them to approach the main wall. Notify the barrier troops to mobilize and prepare to engage heavy units. Received, responded the Mountaintop Artillery Command Center. The commander of the Mountaintop Artillery Station set down the headset and shouted to his comrades, coordinates, the outermost front of the base. Coordinates, the outermost front of the base. Received. Over 400 heavy artillery pieces simultaneously began to adjust their angles. Around each cannon, artillery members clad in shockproof gear loaded heavy shells into the chambers, producing the distinctive sound of shells being readied. Loading complete. Loading complete. All right, all units fire 3 rapid shots. Fire. In the next moment, the world seemed to lose its sound. Over 400 heavy artillery pieces fired simultaneously, the immense recoil causing the entire mountain to tremor. Surrounding artillery members bent over, mouths agape, as the muzzle brakes compressed, followed by the explosive shockwave that perfectly pushed the dust around the positions outward in a circular formation. What followed was a terrifying howling sound. Hundreds of heavy shells tore through the air, trailing their unique long sound, slicing through the apocalyptic sky toward the horde of zombies. The first wave of shells struck the ground almost simultaneously, and the buffer zone was instantly engulfed by countless bursts of flame shooting skyward. Explosions erupted in a relentless cascade, with searing flames and shockwaves unfurling like a carpet, mercilessly shattering everything within their range. The tremendous sound momentarily drowned out all other noises on the battlefield, as seismic waves reverberated across vast distances back to the base, causing the tea on the conference table to ripple with intensity. Before the smoke from the first round of explosions had dissipated, A second synchronized barrage from the mountaintop positions was already primed and ready. The heavy artillery's automatic loading mechanism completed the extraction of spent shells and the loading of new ammunition in a mere 25 seconds. Fire. Another cataclysmic volley erupted. Then came the third. Fire. The relentless onslaught of 3 waves of artillery thoroughly obliterated the vast buffer zone surrounding the base. Thick smoke billowed towards the heavens. The scene shifted to the horde of zombies, whose previously relentless charge faltered. The most densely packed area was utterly annihilated. Shells detonated beneath their feet, obliterating many of the running zombies and zombie dogs in an instant, scattering limbs and blood across the terrain. As the smoke began to clear, the silhouettes of the tyrants emerged, their gray trench coats now stained with dirt and scorch marks. One had been torn asunder, while some of the unfortunate were entirely obliterated. Despite sustaining losses, the majority stood defiantly, discarding several fallen comrades as they stepped over their corpses, unleashing even more furious roars to urge the seemingly endless tide of zombies to advance. The ground cleared by the bombardment was swiftly being repopulated by more infected entities. On the outer defensive line of the base, the automated machine gun turrets, long poised for action, unleashed a torrent of fire, their crossfire systematically mowing down the surging zombies. However, the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming, and they charged forward without fear of death. Those who fell were immediately trampled by their comrades behind them. Although the artillery was fierce, it could not completely stem the tide of this relentless horde. Soon, the zombies breached the minefield and reached the base of the city walls, where among the ordinary undead were lickers and hunters, utilizing the cover of smoke to advance rapidly and pose a threat to the fortifications themselves. Chapter 76. Fortress Mecca. Several automated gun turrets were swiftly dismantled by the hunters, sparks flying as they fell silent. In that very moment, a squad clad in white heavy exoskeleton power armor leapt onto the city walls, their red barrier insignia prominently displayed on the battlefield. These heavy exoskeleton troops stood over 2.5 meters tall, their synchronized heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly with each stride. The 20mm anti-tank missiles mounted on their shoulders fired first, accurately penetrating the chest cavity of one hunter, erupting in a cloud of blood. One soldier, faced with an approaching licker, did not even utilize his shoulder cannon. Instead, his armored arm swung fiercely, sending the licker hurtling off the wall. The Fortress Mecca operated in squads of 3, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake as they unleashed their onboard weaponry, with ammunition chains continuously feeding from their massive backpacks. At this moment, a few tyrants, merely grazed by gunfire, emitted thunderous roars as they strode past the horde of zombies. With their robust arms, they effortlessly cleared the infected that obstructed their path, then leaped to scale a 10-meter-high wall, their cold gazes fixated upon the audacious steel that dared to impede their advance. Attention, while troops, special infected, are approaching, warned Colonel Lee Winbin over the channel. I see them. I shall engage first. Without hesitation, the foremost bile armored unit surged forward. As the tyrant's colossal fist descended, the soldier raised both arms with ferocity, the exoskeleton joints sparking under the impact, producing a cacophonous sound, while the ground beneath cracked violently. Yet, he steadfastly withstood the blow. Simultaneously, his comrades behind him unleashed concentrated fire, compelling the tyrant to shield its head with its arms. However, a massive armor-piercing round screamed through the air, striking the tyrant's south chest at close range. The projectile penetrated the tyrant's dermal armor, transforming its upper body into a gruesome sight, rendering it incapacitated and vulnerable to slaughter. On the other side, 3 bile armored units coordinated their efforts to attack the tyrant's lower body, forcing it to lose balance and kneel. Following this, their shoulder-mounted cannons fired in unison, focusing on its relatively weak head. The bile forces, with their steely bodies and formidable firepower, staunchly resisted the onslaught of the elite bows, granting the troops on the walls precious time to reorganize their firepower. The zombies are clustering and scaling the walls. General, the pressure on the 3rd defense zone is immense. We request reinforcements. The special infected are increasing, and we are sustaining casualties. What? The zombies can climb walls. Hearing this news, Xiao Feng felt a tightening in his chest. Bad news kept pouring in. General Yang's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. The defensive capabilities of the base were not weak, despite the ebb and flow of the current battle. Facing a tide of zombies commanded by high-level infected was exceedingly unfavorable. Not to mention the depletion of manpower, the consumption of ammunition alone was astronomical. And Yang Sheng knew better than anyone that his ammunition reserves would not last long. Beside him, Gao Jianjun urged, General, let our helicopter squadron and reserve units take the front. Just then, Xiao Feng, who had been observing the battlefield, suddenly interjected, "General Yang, if you trust me, my troops can handle the elite units within the zombie horde, alleviating the pressure on the front line." Yang Sheng turned sharply to him, his eyes glimmering with hope but overshadowed by concern. "Commander Xiao, your troops are still outside the defenses. It is too perilous to venture out now." He pointed to the massive tide of corpses surrounding the entire base, while biological devices in the airdrop containers continually attracted the subsequent waves of zombies. "I do not need to go outside." Xiao Feng pointed to several areas marked on the holographic map where tyrants were active. "My aerial units have arrived at their designated positions and can eliminate the elite units within the horde. As for the ground, my super soldiers will manage." General Yang hesitated for less than 2 seconds. In the battlefield, time equates to life. The formidable prowess and earnestness displayed by Haisa Showang have earned the preliminary trust of Yang Xing'e. "Excellent. How may I assist?" "Authorize my aerial units to enter the airspace surrounding the base. Additionally, please instruct your troops to be vigilant in identifying our units to prevent any misfire," Xiao Feng articulated. "Not a problem." General Yang commanded the communications officer, "Go and inform everyone that the Haisa Showang forces are allies. Do not engage, avoid friendly fire." At the very moment the command was issued, amidst the darkened sky surrounding the base, for Fire Eagle fighter jets dove at an almost vertical angle. Their belly ordnance bays opened, releasing specially designed Hellhound anti-BOW missiles, which whistled sharply as they hurtled towards the tyrants, issuing commands amidst the tide of corpses. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions reverberated in succession. These specialized munitions were specifically engineered to target heavy biological entities like the tyrants. One tyrant was struck directly, its massive form obliterated, with remaining muscle tissue scattering in the wake of the shockwave. The other two were severely scorched by the intense heat, their movements evidently impeded. Following closely were 14 AH-77 Reaper armed helicopters that arrived in formation, sweeping along the perimeter of the city walls, unleashing a barrage from their 30mm chain guns, decimating the hordes of zombies and special infected attempting to scale the walls. Hellfire missiles trailed fiery plumes, obliterating any clusters of undead. With the aerial might of Haisa Showang now engaged, the pressure on the defensive line was significantly alleviated. The soldiers of the base's garrison watched in exhilaration as the flying formation soared above. What manner of aircraft is that, moving so swiftly? Their munitions seemed tailor-made to counter those trench-coated behemoths. Reinforcements have arrived. We can secure victory. Their morale soared dramatically. Subsequently, at the temporary encampment of Haisa Showang, 9 figures swiftly surged forth, stirring up clouds of dust behind them. It was the Super Soldier Squad. The Super Soldiers ran with remarkable speed, and under the cover of artillery fire, the 9 audaciously plunged into the surging tide of corpses. Bang! A single punch. The upper body of a hapless licker was pulverized. With a sweeping motion of their powerful arms, 3 or 4 zombies were sent flying. Their objective was clear. They paid no mind to the rabble before them, charging straight towards the several tyrants, wounded by the Fire Eagles and now caught in a frenzy. Their modified bodies were impervious to the bites and claws of zombies, as they carved a path through the horde towards the tyrants, providing mutual cover. Roar! The tyrant, noticing these audacious challengers to its authority, furiously abandoned its command of the undead and strode forward with colossal strides, delivering a thunderous punch towards the foremost super soldier. The super soldier stood firm, meeting the tyrant's blow with a powerful strike of his own. Bang! A visible shockwave radiated outward, knocking nearby zombies to the ground. The ground beneath the super soldier cracked under the immense force, yet he resolutely withstood the tyrant's punch, one powerful enough to overturn an armored vehicle. Meanwhile, his right fist, charged with power, delivered a formidable blow, devoid of any flourish, directly to the exposed chest of the tyrant. The impact resonated like thunder, causing the tyrant's massive frame to sway violently, retreating a step as a distinct indentation appeared on his chest. The other super soldiers, demonstrating remarkable coordination, engaged the tyrant from the opposite end of the battlefield. These super soldiers, enhanced by the Haguang virus, exhibited strength and hand-to-hand combat skills that allowed them to confront the tyrant head-on. The defending troops, including General Yang and Gao Jianjun, who witnessed this scene through surveillance screens, were left in astonishment. The tyrant, who could withstand the combined efforts of multiple battle mechs at great cost, found himself struggling against these black-clad guardians. "Is this the true power of Haisa Showang?" Gao Jianjun murmured, disbelief etched in his eyes behind his glasses, accompanied by a hint of concealed apprehension. General Yang, invigorated by the spectacle, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Excellent. Order the artillery to provide full cover for those 9 brave warriors. Do not let the rabble interfere." With the super soldiers restraining the tyrant, the command structure of the undead horde was significantly weakened, diminishing their onslaught. The aerial forces of Haise could now efficiently eliminate the lesser foes. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Longwa finally caught their breath, unleashing their firepower more effectively and systematically decimating the disoriented undead. The scales of battle began to tilt in favor of humanity. Chapter 77: Super Soldiers vs. Tyrant. Boom. Another deafening explosion erupted. However, this battle was not a mere one-on-one nightly duel. This is a battlefield after all. Almost simultaneously as one super soldier absorbed the tyrant's frontal assault, his comrades flanked the tyrant on both sides. The super soldier on the left forcefully drove his knee into the side of the tyrant's left knee joint. A sharp crack echoed, causing the tyrant's colossal form to lurch to the left. Seizing the moment, the super soldier on the right maneuvered to the tyrant's rear, wrapping his powerful arm around the tyrant's neck, preparing to exert force to snap his head. Caught in a pincer movement, the tyrant was compelled to free one hand to grapple with the super soldier behind him. In that instant of struggle, the super soldier who had previously withstood the frontal assault sprang into action once more. Evading the sweeping strike of the tyrant's other arm, he leaped into the air, raising his right leg high, harnessing his entire body as strength to deliver a fierce axe kick upon the tyrant's nape. The impact resonated with a visible shockwave, and the tyrant crumpled to the ground, defeated. The super soldiers, through their impeccable teamwork, had vanquished the tyrant. They eschewed personal heroism. Every movement was crafted to create lethal opportunities for their comrades. Just as they dispatched the tyrant, several crimson figures darted through the artillery fire, emerging from the horde of undead. It was the Lickers, their sharp claws aimed directly at the vulnerable backs of the super soldiers. Yet, the combat awareness of the super soldiers surpassed that of ordinary humans. As the moment of the Lickers' ascent approached, the super soldier, with his back turned to the direction of the attack, did not even glance back, swiftly delivering a powerful backfist. The impact resonated with a resounding thud as his fist collided with the Licker's brain, sending a viscous spray of tissue fluid erupting forth. Meanwhile, another super soldier deftly evaded a claw strike, seizing the Licker's protruding tongue with his colossal hand, and, with a forceful motion, hurled it against a third approaching counterpart. The two Lickers tumbled into a mass of corpses, and before they could rise, a third super soldier crushed one of their skulls beneath his foot. In addition to the Lickers, several hunters had also stealthily arrived on the scene. After dodging an attack from a hunter, two massive hands grasped the hunter's outstretched forelimbs, and with a tearing sound, the limbs were brutally wrenched apart, followed by a powerful kick that sent the hunter crashing into a nearby pile of rocks. The super soldier, who had just shattered a Licker's skull, seized an abandoned sedan and, with a swift motion, smashed it down upon the hunter that had been hurled aside. The sedan, propelled by terrifying kinetic energy, struck the hunter's face, resulting in a gruesome eruption of flesh and blood, rendering it motionless. Just as another hunter approached, it was pierced through the chest by a triangular projectile thrown by the super soldier, pinning it to the ground. "Let us proceed to provide support," came the directive from the super soldier at the center of the group through the team's communicator. Following this, the three super soldiers nodded to one another and swiftly moved to assist their comrades on another battlefield. At that moment, the remaining 9 tyrants engaged in a brutal confrontation with their respective adversaries. As the 3 super soldiers arrived to lend their aid, the tyrants simultaneously turned their attention toward the 6 super soldiers. Their black cloaks billowed dramatically as they charged, effortlessly dispatching any zombies in their path with an unstoppable momentum. "Gather around me," commanded the super soldier positioned among them through the squad's communicator, prompting the 5 others, after eliminating the zombies surrounding them, to converge and form a circular defensive formation, standing back to back. The lead tyrant launched the first attack, forsaking all defense as its colossal fist hurtled toward the outermost super soldier with an audible rush of air. "Come at me," the super soldier declared, standing firm and crossing his arms to absorb the blow. The immense force caused the ground beneath him to crack, yet he remained unyielding. Almost simultaneously, his comrades on either side struck out. The soldier on the left executed a sweeping kick that landed solidly on the tyrant's lower leg, while the soldier on the right delivered an uppercut that connected with the tyrant's jaw. The tyrant's massive form lost its balance, tilting backward. However, at that moment, 2 additional tyrants launched their assault from the side, their angles of attack sealing off the right side super soldier's escape route. "Shift positions," came the command, prompting the 6 to instantaneously rearrange themselves. The 2 who had previously been in defensive stances surged forward, their shoulders colliding forcefully with the approaching tyrant. The impact produced a dull thud as flesh met flesh. The super soldier staggered back 2 steps, but the tyrant was also momentarily thrown off balance by the sudden onslaught. In this brief interlude, the tyrant that had first been knocked down regained its footing. It emitted an enraged roar and abruptly seized a nearby abandoned vehicle, hurling it with great force towards the formation of the super soldiers, initially intending to catch and throw it back. A glance at the battlefield's circumstances led to a silent agreement. Scatter. The six figures dispersed in various directions. The forsaken vehicle crashed heavily onto the spot they had just vacated, sending clouds of dust into the air. Amidst the swirling dust, the tyrant who had cast the vehicle suddenly lunged forth. It zeroed in on a lone super soldier, its colossal fist slicing through the air. However, that super soldier remained remarkably composed, crouching just as the fist was about to make contact, simultaneously delivering a powerful blow to the tyrant's arm. A sharp crack echoed as bones fractured. The tyrant let out a pained roar, yet its other hand was already descending. At that moment, another super soldier charged in from the side, wrapping their arms around the tyrant's waist and executing a forceful throw. The 3-meter-tall behemoth was slammed to the ground with a resounding crash, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Seizing the moment, the super soldier mounted the tyrant, raining down blows upon it. Each punch carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, distorting the tyrant's head with each strike, sending visible shockwaves rippling outward. Despite sustaining such brutal punishment, the tyrant's vitality was astonishingly resilient. It continued to struggle to rise, retaliating with its own fists. Be careful. Fortunately, at that moment, 3 more super soldiers arrived just in time, with one grasping the tyrant's arm and forcefully pinning it to the ground. The final soldier executed a flying kick that landed squarely on the tyrant's face. The impact was catastrophic. Its skull shattered, splattering red and white matter across the ground. The massive body convulsed a few times before finally lying still. The remaining tyrants had been encircled. It seems these beasts have learned to be clever. The super soldier who had previously dealt a severe blow to the tyrant stood up, wiping blood from his mouth, flexing his arm, and effortlessly swatting away an approaching zombie. Let them witness what true coordination looks like, one of the super soldiers remarked coldly. The 9 regrouped, forming a charging formation, and then boldly advanced towards the remaining 8 tyrants. We'll take down the one on the far left. The rest of you hold the others. Understood. The 2 soldiers at the forefront suddenly accelerated towards the leftmost tyrant. Just as the tyrants prepared to counterattack, the other soldiers swiftly spread out, effectively restraining the remaining tyrants. The leftmost tyrant found itself in dire straits, surrounded on all sides. It roared in fury, flailing its arms in an attempt to fend off the relentless pests. Yet, the super soldier's coordination was impeccable. Over the shoulder throw, one super soldier seized the tyrant's swinging arm, spinning their body and using the tyrant's own momentum to hurl it violently to the ground. Thud! The tyrant's massive form created a deep crater upon impact. Before it could rise, 2 other soldiers had already grasped its legs, pulling with all their might. Rip! The tyrant, a fearsome creature, was violently torn asunder, its entrails and blood splattering across the ground, staining the earth a dark crimson hue. This vividly illustrates that the tyrant was considerably more cumbersome than the super soldiers. Nevertheless, the tyrant made an attempt at retaliation, albeit ineffectively. 2 of the tyrants seized nearby zombies as makeshift weapons, hurling them towards the super soldiers, thereby distracting them. After sending a lunging devourer flying with a powerful punch, one of the super soldiers declared, "Let us prioritize the 2 isolated on the right." The fierce battle raged on for another 10 minutes. As the 7th tyrant was subdued and its skull shattered by the combined might of 3 super soldiers, only 3 tyrants remained on the battlefield. At that moment, the 3 tyrants unleashed a deafening roar, their gray cloaks exploding to reveal rapidly expanding muscle tissue beneath. Their size increased at a visible pace, claws replacing fists, extending their range of attack, while their eyes glowed ominously red. They have evolved into super tyrants, one observed. The enhanced tyrants exhibited a significant increase in both speed and strength. One of the super tyrants charged forward with ferocity, its claws slicing through the air. A super soldier, caught off guard, suffered a grievous wound to the chest. Just as the super soldier prepared to engage the super tyrant, an unexpected event transpired. One of the super tyrants, in its reckless advance, was struck by a heavy artillery shell. The explosion engulfed the super tyrant entirely. As the smoke cleared, it was evident that half of its body had been obliterated, twitching faintly, yet unmistakably devoid of combat capability. The remaining 2 super tyrants, sensing their demise, became increasingly frenzied, wildly slashing with their claws and even seizing objects from the ground to hurl. One super soldier, while evading, was struck in the chest by a flying boulder, spitting blood, yet quickly rising to continue the fight. "Now is our chance," one super soldier exclaimed, seizing an opportunity to accelerate forward. Just as he was about to collide with the super tyrant, he ducked, the claws barely grazing his scalp. Simultaneously, two other soldiers flanked the beast, with one grasping one of its arms. "Farewell," came the cry as a powerful punch landed squarely on the super tyrant's chest, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. The massive creature finally collapsed. The last remaining super tyrant emitted a defiant roar, attempting a final struggle. However, 9 super soldiers had already encircled it, launching their assault. Under the relentless barrage of heavy punches, this mightiest of bioweapons was ultimately reduced to a lifeless corpse. Following the battle, only 2 super soldiers sustained minor injuries. After a brief bandaging, they promptly rejoined the fray to eliminate the remaining tide of corpses. Chapter 78. Joint operations. The atmosphere within the conference room stood in stark contrast to the cacophony of gunfire and explosions resonating outside on the battlefield. Although the scale of the corpse tide remains vast, it has lost its command and thus resembles a disorganized mass. Under the relentless assault of the base's defending forces and the aerial might of the Heisei Shouwang, its annihilation is merely a matter of time. General Yang Sheng and his fellow officers gradually settled back into their seats, their bodies, once tense with excitement, relaxing slightly, though their gazes remained sharp. Colonel Gao Jianjun also resumed his astute demeanor, a smile once again gracing his face, albeit tinged with a hint of subtle restraint. He personally served a fresh cup of hot tea to Xiao Feng and his companions. Ku Ersi, nearby, curiously toyed with the coarse porcelain teacup, seemingly finding it far more intriguing than the zombies outside. Despite the multitude of words waiting to be spoken, General Yang gestured toward the still resisting corpse tied above, declaring, "Let us first join forces to thoroughly eradicate this filth." "Commander Xiao, what say you?" "At your service," Xiao Feng concurred, adding, "Not only the aerial units, but the ground forces have also been on standby for quite some time, ready to strike at a moment's notice." "Very well. Let us see who can claim the most kills," General Yang commanded decisively. "All units, pay attention and cooperate with the Heisei Shouwang to eliminate these zombies in one fell swoop." "Understood." Xiao Feng refrained from further words, issuing a succinct command through his system wristband. Outside the defensive line, the ground forces of the Heisei Shouwang, long in a state of readiness, finally mobilized. A massive tide of steel surged forward. Leading the charge were 4 M1 Abrams main battle tanks, one of which was returning for repairs due to smoke. Their heavy treads crushed the land, ravaged repeatedly by artillery as their cannons roared, shattering any zombie clusters attempting to regroup. The scorching gusts from the cannon barrels formed fleeting white mist in the crisp autumn air. Beside them were the M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles and Badger armored personnel carriers. Forming a tight formation, the mounted firepower on the vehicles continuously unleashed volleys, clearing away nearby scattered infected and agile bows attempting to launch surprise attacks. The soldiers of the Heisei Shouwang fired through shooting ports with precision. In the skies above, the Hua-Ing fighter jets and Reaper-armed helicopters, after a fresh round of ammunition resupply, rejoined the fray. The Hua-Ing jets, utilizing their speed and precise bombing capabilities, focused on eliminating clusters of special infected located behind the corpse tide, particularly those airdrop pods still emitting ultrasonic signals. The Reapers continued to clear the edges of the battlefield with their 30mm cannons and Hellfire missiles, effectively severing any chance of the infected breaking away or scattering. The defending forces on the base's front line, having swiftly adjusted their tactics following their initial shock, began to synchronize with the offensive rhythm of the Heisei Shouwang. The artillery positions atop the mountains commenced localized suppression. Soldiers clad in exoskeletons provided robust fire support to the flanks of the Heisei Shouwang. The tide of battle had completely turned. Without unified command, the horde of zombies reverted to instinctual behavior, swiftly disintegrating under the relentless onslaught of the Heisei Shouwang's steel tide, collapsing en masse in the face of overwhelming firepower. On the smoke-filled battlefield, one side comprised the technologically advanced Heisei Shouwang troops, seasoned in combating the infectious entities, while the other side featured the resilient soldiers of Longhua, who had endured trials of blood and fire. This marked the first genuine joint operation between the two forces, astonishingly showcasing their remarkable synergy. General Yang stood before the screen in the conference room, gazing at the footage relayed from the battlefield, rendered momentarily speechless. He perceived the dawn of victory and the emergence of a new power. Turning his head, General Yang regarded the young man beside him, Xiao Feng, whose profile appeared exceptionally profound under the screen's illumination. "Commander Xiao," General Yang broke the silence. "It seems we indeed need to engage in a serious discussion regarding the future." Xiao Feng withdrew his gaze from the screen and turned to General Yang, nodding slightly. "Of course, General Yang. This moment is indeed the most opportune time to plan for what lies ahead." Thus, The fates of the two forces began to turn anew due to their united efforts in battle. Outside the window, the last rays of the setting sun bathed the battlefield, intertwining with the brilliance of cannon fire, as if heralding the dawn that would inevitably follow the protracted night. High above the clouds, a sleek, upgraded transport aircraft circled in the sky. Inside the cabin, the light was dim, illuminated only by the glow of various instrument screens. The screens had meticulously recorded the combat unfolding below. Yi Ying's fingertips gently tapped the control panel as he summoned the final segment of video footage. It depicted a special ordnance dropped by the Firehawk fighter jet, striking true and utterly vaporizing a tyrant. A specialized ammunition designed specifically for BOW. He murmured to himself, "There exists a warrior more perfect than all our Bao combined. Heisei Shou Wang, you are indeed fascinating." Shortly after, he closed all video feeds, plunging the cabin into a brief silence. Below, the cleanup operation was nearing completion, with the arriving armored divisions and super soldiers converging on the site, currently engaged in battlefield clearance under the command of the super soldiers. Utilizing the samples we deployed, they showcased their muscular prowess and earned the initial trust of the indigenous forces, achieving multiple objectives simultaneously. A subtle smirk tugged at the corner of Yi Ying's mouth. Should a familiar face have been present, they would recognize that it was not a smile, but rather a look of intrigue at the sight of an interesting experiment. "Commander Xiao, you have grown, and even more astute than I had anticipated." He raised his hand and input a series of commands on the tactical board. Mission log updated. Greetings completed. Data collection targets exceeded. Added observation target. Commander Xiao Feng, suspected high intelligence, strategic decision maker, threat level, extremely high. Recommendation, continuous observation. After a moment's contemplation, he appended a few more words. Seek an opportunity to eliminate him. Returning to base, he communicated through the device. Before the aircraft fully melded into the night, Yi Ying cast one last glance at the battlefield, gradually enveloped in darkness, along with the Longwa base nestled within the valley. It was time to return. His lips moved beneath the mask. Looking forward to our next meeting, Commander Xiao. Chapter 79. Confidential discussions in the conference room. The distant sounds of artillery fire gradually diminished, leaving only sporadic gunshots to clear the remaining infected entities on the periphery of the defensive line. The acrid stench of gunpowder mingled with the metallic scent of blood, permeating even this underground command center, subtly reminding everyone of the ferocity of the recently concluded battle. When Yang Xinghe cast his gaze once more toward Xiao Feng, it was filled with a complex array of emotions, including gratitude and astonishment. "Commander Xiao," he spoke, his voice tinged with weariness, "this battle owes much to your efforts. Yang Xinghe, on behalf of all the officers and survivors of the Great Wall Base, extend our heartfelt thanks to the Blackwatch for your unwavering support." He paused, his tone growing more solemn. "We shall remember this debt of gratitude." Yang Xinghe's eyes then scanned over Gao Jianjun, whose complexion still bore an unnatural pallor. Before returning to Xiao Feng, "You previously mentioned that you brought critical intelligence. I hope you can elaborate." Despite the formidable display of power by the Blackwatch, the foundation of trust requires more than mere show of strength. Xiao Feng nodded, unperturbed by the request. Of course. In the next moment, the image projected by the portable holographic projector shifted, no longer displaying previous footage, but instead revealing a series of harrowing visual materials and three-dimensional models. The first image to appear was the red and white umbrella logo of the Umbrella Corporation. "The Umbrella Corporation has been previously introduced," Xiao Feng's calm voice resonated. "The virus currently sweeping across the globe is their creation." The scene transitioned to a highly classified laboratory, where researchers clad in fully enclosed protective gear conducted inhumane live experiments, with test subjects undergoing horrific mutations under the virus's influence. T-virus characteristics: highly contagious, primarily transmitted via bodily fluids and airborne particles. It destroys the host's neurological functions while retaining basic predatory instincts. The host's tissues continue to decay, with the primary product being the ordinary zombies that constitute the global horde. As he elaborated, the holographic imagery sequentially presented detailed anatomical models of zombie dogs, lick spiders, and hunters, along with behavioral pattern analyses and annotations of their weaknesses. These were all BOWs, bioorganic weapons, developed by the Umbrella Corporation based on the T-virus, including the recently encountered tyrant. They were not monsters of natural evolution, but rather meticulously designed instruments of slaughter. The expressions of General Yang and Gao Jianjun had turned exceedingly grim. They had battled these monsters until now. Yet only at this moment did they truly comprehend their origins. These are not all of them. Xiao Feng's tone gradually turned grave. The internal factions of Umbrella are intricate. Among them, Chief Scientist William Birkin betrayed the company and independently developed a more destructive G-virus. Although Birkin betrayed the corporation, he and Albert Weskier were close friends. The holographic display shifted to the double helix structure of the G-virus. The core characteristics of the G-virus are forced evolution and infinite mutation. Its infected forms are highly unstable, with aggression and destructive power far surpassing that of the T-virus products. The screen showcased combat footage and data of G-zombies and G-forms, derived from mutations of the former. Their terrifying strength and formidable regenerative abilities causing the soldiers present to pale slightly. The cult we have encountered, led by the fervent Marcus and his zealous followers, worship the so-called evolution brought forth by the G-virus, venerating its creator, William Birkin, as a deity. They capture survivors for live sacrifices and infection experiments, embodying the most perilous betrayers of human civilization. Furthermore, they are currently delving into the Abyss Project. Xiao Feng glanced at Courtesy and continued. We surmise that they may have succeeded. If so, their overall strength could multiply several times. Finally, Xiao Feng retrieved core data fragments obtained from the underground sanctuary and monastery in Luftang Town, particularly records indicating a technological exchange between the Umbrella Corporation and the cult, as well as some material transportation logs. Based on the existing intelligence, we have reason to suspect that there exists a certain degree of collusion or exploitation between the Umbrella Corporation and the Chosen Descendants cult. The cult is likely a tool utilized by Umbrella to test the practical outcomes of the virus and incite chaos. The impact of this intelligence struck like waves, leaving General Yang and Gao Jianjun, along with several senior advisors permitted in the conference room, including the newly arrived Lin Wanqing, in profound silence. They required time to digest these truths. It appeared that the enemy was not a natural disaster, but rather a calamity of human origin, intricately woven within a far more organized structure than initially imagined. After a lengthy pause, General Yang took a deep breath and remarked, if that is the case, we are facing one or perhaps two enemies with nearly limitless biological legions and no moral boundaries. He turned to Xiao Feng. Commander Xiao, do you have any countermeasures against these viruses, particularly the parasites you mentioned earlier? While understanding the enemy's terrifying nature is undoubtedly crucial, it is even more imperative to discover methods to overcome them. Xiao Feng met his gaze with composure and responded, regarding the T-virus. Our storm center has developed an antidote, along with purification gases for land and water resources, which can be disseminated through the environment or directly injected to effectively eliminate viral particles. This is one reason why our troop casualty rate remains relatively low. A holographic display illustrated the effects of the T-virus antidote. As for the G-virus, Xiao Feng's tone grew slightly grave. Its mutation rate is exceedingly rapid, making the development of a targeted detoxification serum quite challenging. Currently, we primarily rely on physical means to utterly destroy its carriers or utilize incendiary weapons to vaporize them instantly, thereby halting further mutations. We have only recently begun to engage with the G-virus, but we have acquired some data from the cult's laboratory, which will significantly expedite related research. He paused, turning his attention to Lin Wanqing. As for the parasites, this is precisely what I am about to elucidate, and it presents a current threat we face. The atmosphere became tense as all eyes were drawn to him. Xiao Feng manipulated the interface, bringing forth a new set of images, showcasing microscopic analyses of the samples discovered in the monastery, along with preliminary simulations of their structure. This parasitic entity is known as the Plaka parasite. It exists in 3 stages: larva, nymph, and adult. According to the report, the initial deployment is in the form of eggs, exceedingly minuscule, capable of spreading through water sources and food. Early symptoms of infection are subtle, yet eventually, there emerges an unusual craving for certain specific substances, such as soil clumps and soybean oil, accompanied by peculiar behavior. The scene magnifies, simulating the insidious manner in which parasites silently influence the host's nervous and gastrointestinal systems. Subsequently, hallucinations may arise, but their ultimate intention is control. They aim to completely seize the host's central nervous system and transform it into a dormant puppet. Upon receiving specific commands, the host may be instantaneously provoked, becoming exceedingly aggressive and potentially undergoing unpredictable malignant mutations. Xiao Feng's gaze swept across the faces of the officers, whose expressions had abruptly changed. As I previously mentioned, this parasitic entity is also a creation of the Umbrella Corporation and its affiliated forces. They have been deliberately introduced into survivor strongholds, including the Chongqing base. General Yang and his associates wore exceedingly grim expressions, and the atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to a freezing point. After all, this fear is far more suffocating than facing the tide of zombies. Xiao Feng added, General, there is no need for excessive panic. Although this parasitic entity is covert, it is not insurmountable. Our researchers have, based on existing data, preliminarily developed a suppressive agent capable of effectively interrupting the neural connections of the parasites and even rendering them inactive. While a complete cure will require more time, we can certainly control the outbreak and prevent its spread. Moreover, the infection cycle is significantly longer than that of the T-virus and G-virus. He gestured, and the captain of the super soldier team stepped forward, placing a low-temperature storage box on the table and opening it to reveal dozens of vials radiating a faint blue glow. This is the first batch of suppressants. They can be used initially on individuals exhibiting clear symptoms, and once the screening results are available, we can provide technical support to assist your side in establishing a disease prevention system. Lin Wanqing immediately stepped forward as a top-tier physician and virologist. Her professional acumen swiftly quelled her inner astonishment. She eagerly picked up a vial for close inspection, her eyes shimmering with the unique brilliance of a scientist. The composition is designed based on reverse analysis of its neural cord structure. Are there any side effects? Xiao Feng looked at her and nodded. Dr. Lin, you have a keen eye, but I am not well versed in the specifics. My scientific team can promptly liaise with their counterparts at Arkansas. Time is of the essence. General Yang regarded the box of suppressants and then glanced at Xiao Feng, exhaling a heavy sigh and solemnly stating, Commander Xiao, this assistance is indeed a timely boon. Dr. Lin, immediately collaborate with the experts from Blackwatch and the military officers responsible for internal security to commence the internal screening process. Understood, General, Dr. Lin promptly responded. Gao Jianjun, observing from the side, looked at Xiao Feng with increasingly complex emotions. Not only was the other party powerful in military might, but they also possessed an overwhelming advantage in the field of biotechnology, filling his heart with gratitude. Chapter 80. The Gap in Technology. The crisis posed by the internal parasites now had a response direction, and the tense atmosphere in the conference room eased somewhat. After delivering the suppressive agents, Xiao Feng turned his gaze to General Yang. General Yang, I am deeply impressed by your ability to maintain such a complete military-industrial production and defense system amidst the apocalypse. This includes everyone here, particularly those soldiers clad in powered exoskeletons, who have made tremendous sacrifices to safeguard the ember of humanity. His words were entirely heartfelt. Although the biologicea may seem technologically obsolete in his eyes, the mere ability to achieve mass production and form combat strength in a post-apocalyptic environment necessitates formidable organizational skills and a robust industrial foundation. When mentioning the biologicea, General Yang's face momentarily flickers with pride, only to be swiftly replaced by a somber expression. He sighs, rises from his seat, and states, If Commander Xiao is interested, perhaps you should witness our current reliance firsthand. Some things cannot be fully appreciated at a mere glance. He gestures invitingly and leads the way out of the conference room. Gao Jianjun hastily follows suit, while Xiao Feng, after a brief contemplation, rises to accompany Coercy and the others. Lin Wanqing hesitates for a moment. Driven by her innate curiosity as a scientist, she is intrigued by the technology of the Haishi Wang. However, in light of her responsibilities, she ultimately decides to prioritize the more urgent task of coordinating the development of the parasitic suppressants. The group traverses a heavily secured corridor and ascends in an elevator, arriving at a vast underground equipment depot. This place starkly contrasts with the sleek, futuristic aesthetic of the Haishi Wang, resembling a bustling heavy industrial workshop instead. The air is thick with the pungent scent of machine oil. Beneath the towering dome, the area is brightly illuminated, lined with an array of maintenance platforms and robotic arms. Dozens of biopower exoskeletons are stationed here. Some are undergoing repairs, with engineers diligently tinkering away. Others have just returned from the battlefield, their armor marred by deep claw marks, as soldiers struggle to extricate themselves, many bearing injuries and displaying signs of exhaustion. In comparison to the bioengineered super soldiers, the bio-exoskeletons appear particularly cumbersome. They resemble a metal framework forcibly enveloping the user, featuring thick hydraulic rods at the joints and a large battery pack slung on the back, alongside rudimentary weapon mounting points. While they indeed offer substantial strength and additional protection, they significantly sacrifice maneuverability. Xiao Feng observes a soldier, aided by a comrade, laboriously extricating himself from the damaged armor. His combat suit is drenched in sweat, and his shoulder is raw and bloodied from the harsh interfaces. This is the bile. General Zhao's voice carries a tone of resignation. It provides approximately 1,000 kilograms of additional arm strength, capable of withstanding direct fire from weapons below 127 millimeters in caliber, as well as claws from creatures below the level of the hunter. However, the battery only supports high-intensity operations for 50 minutes. And the lack of mobility coupled with unresolved heat dissipation issues places an enormous burden on the operator. After each engagement, these young men are left battered and bruised. He approaches a bile that has just returned from the field, its armor marked by a deep claw scar. Touching the ghastly wound, his eyes fill with sorrow. Moreover, production is limited, as the core hydraulic systems and battery packs are challenging to manufacture, with high failure rates. In the face of monsters like the Tyrant, it often requires the coordination of 3 or more units, incurring substantial costs to achieve a kill. Gao Jianjun interjected, indeed. These armed forces have nearly exhausted all the rare material reserves left from before the war, and the daily energy consumption poses a significant burden. Nearby, a severely damaged barrier mech was secured by a hoist, its mechanical arm almost entirely shredded by a hunter, exposing its internal wiring. Several engineers surrounded the mech, their expressions grim. This won't do, Supervisor. The structural components of this arm are completely deformed, and the internal precision hydraulic valve is shattered. We have no spare parts here and can only replace it entirely, but we are left with only 2 complete arms in stock, a young engineer reported, dejected. The middle-aged technician, referred to as the supervisor, gazed at the damaged mech and then at the meager supply boxes in the corner of the warehouse. Letting out a heavy sigh, let us take parts from the east wall to patch the west wall. We'll remove usable components to ensure the other mechs can return to the battlefield as quickly as possible. This makeshift maintenance scenario sharply contrasted with the seamless production units of Heisei Shouwang, which boasted robust logistical support. General Yang silently observed it all, his expression inscrutable. He was well aware of his side's predicament. In the past, the absence of comparison allowed for a resolute endurance. Now, witnessing the fluid operations and logistics of Heisei Shouwang firsthand, the disparity was overwhelming. Deep down, he questioned, who would prefer the old when the new is available? Xiao Feng took in the scene and remarked, General Yang, maintaining such a scale of production under extreme difficulties is nothing short of miraculous. His tone bore no mockery. Yet he shifted the conversation, his gaze sweeping over the weary soldiers and anxious engineers. Some disparities cannot be bridged merely by willpower. The design philosophy of the barrier system is outdated, the material process is flawed, and the energy core inefficiencies are glaring. In the face of the ever-upgrading bow from the Protectorate, this war of attrition will only become more arduous. Each of his words pierced the hearts of General Yang and Gao Jianjun like needles, though harsh. They reflected a stark reality. Gao Jianjun could not help but retort, Commander Xiao, while that may be true, this is already the utmost we can achieve under the current conditions. He did not finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Unless Heisei Shouwang was willing to share more advanced technology. Xiao Feng understood his intent, but refrained from pursuing that line of conversation. Instead, he turned to General Yang. General, the foundation of cooperation is mutual benefit. Heisei Shouwang can provide military support to assist in defense, and even engage in technical cooperation within a certain scope, such as improving the barrier mechs. However, progress must be made step by step. These are not our most urgent tasks. His words not only dismissed Gao Jianjun's unrealistic expectations, but also provided General Yang with a ladder to climb and tangible hope. Improving the existing equipment could equally enhance combat effectiveness. General Yang took a deep breath, his gaze shifting away from the battered barrier mech, regaining his resolve. Commander Xiao is right. Progress must be made step by step. The immediate priority is to address the internal hazards and, with your department's support, stabilize the defense line. Just then, a messenger rushed in, exclaiming, General, Dr. Lin Wanqing requested that I report the preliminary use of the inhibitor. The initial group of individuals exhibiting abnormal symptoms is now stable, and their erratic behavior has ceased. She has asked for an expansion of the screening range and hopes to convene a joint meeting with the scientists from Heisei Shouwang to meticulously study the parasitic samples and optimize the inhibitor's formulation. This news alleviated the oppressive atmosphere within the equipment depot. General Yang's spirits lifted, understood. Inform her that we will fully cooperate. He turned to Xiao Feng, a genuine smile finally gracing his face. Commander Xiao, it appears our collaboration has commenced on a promising note. Xiao Feng nodded slightly. Let us hope so. His gaze swept over the vast equipment depot, lingering on the battle-worn mechas and weary soldiers. It shall indeed be so. Chapter 81 Lin Wanqing, the makeshift battlefield hospital, was situated adjacent to the Great Wall base, which housed the barrier mechas. The originally spacious area designated for parking damaged vehicles was now filled to the brim with rows of makeshift stretchers and medical tents. The air was thick with the pungent scent of disinfectant. Military medics from Longhua and Arc Research medical personnel clad in white protective suits busily moved about, each face etched with fatigue. After inspecting the barrier mechas, Xiao Feng and his entourage, accompanied by General Yang Shenghe, entered the facility, instantly drawing numerous curious and grateful glances. For this enigmatic unit had recently assisted in alleviating the crisis at the base. General Yang Shenghe appeared accustomed to the attention. Yet his brow remained furrowed as he quietly explained to Xiao Feng. The impact from the recent battle was overwhelming. Many soldiers sustained injuries from shockwaves or were struck by falling debris. Xiao Feng nodded slightly, his gaze traversing the wounded along the way. He observed a soldier whose entire arm was mangled, bloodied, and raw, while medics urgently tended to the injury. Nevertheless, the young soldier gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, resolutely silent. "Dr. Lin," General Yang called out, his tone imbued with respect. A figure clad in blood-stained white knelt beside a critically injured soldier, her back to the entrance. Though her frame appeared somewhat frail, her movements were steady. Her long hair was simply tied back, a few strands clinging to her cheeks due to perspiration, yet she appeared anything but disheveled. Upon hearing the call, she paused momentarily, swiftly conveyed a few instructions to a nearby nurse, then stood upright and turned to face them. "General Yang, Commander Xiao." Lin Wanqing's voice, though tinged with fatigue, retained a sense of warmth as she approached briskly, nodding toward Xiao Feng before shifting her attention to General Yang. "General, what brings you here?" "The conditions." Yang Shenghe waved a hand dismissively. "How is the situation? Is the inhibitor effective?" "The results have surpassed our expectations," Lin Wanqing replied, her enthusiasm palpable. The first group exhibiting abnormal symptoms experienced a complete cessation of erratic behavior within half an hour of receiving the inhibitor, with vital signs stabilizing. We conducted rapid blood tests on them, revealing a significant reduction in the activity signals of the parasites. In fact, some samples showed no detectable active individuals. She spoke while guiding the two individuals toward a temporarily cordoned-off area sheltered by waterproof tarpaulins. Within, several medical personnel clad in full protective gear and face shields were diligently occupied, accompanied by a collection of portable analytical instruments. "This is our designated temporary isolation observation area," Lin Wanqing elucidated. "For safety reasons, all suspected cases, including patients from the previous isolation zone, are being monitored and treated here. According to the preliminary data provided by Heisa Showang, the incubation period and manifestation patterns of this parasite remain uncertain, necessitating utmost caution." As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently flickered toward the super soldier captain behind Xiao Feng, her scientific instincts igniting curiosity about the biotechnology level exhibited by Heisa Showang. Subsequently, Lin Wanqing's eyes turned to Xiao Feng, filled with admiration. "Commander Xiao, the research pace of your scientists is truly remarkable. The mechanism of this inhibitor seems to directly target specific protein receptors involved in the connection between the parasite and the host's nervous system, rendering it inactive. Such precise design requires an exceptionally profound medical foundation." Xiao Feng met her gaze, rubbing his nose as he replied. "The Storm Research Center gathers top talents from relevant fields. For unknown threats, we are accustomed to preparing for the worst and responding swiftly." He refrained from elaborating on the system's function, attributing the credit to the team of scientists from Heisa Showang. Lin Wanqing nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and turned her attention to General Yang, her tone becoming serious. "General, although the inhibitor is effective, it is merely a means of containment, not a cure. I require more personnel and advanced testing equipment." Lin Wanqing continued. "Some of the equipment from the Arc Research Institute suffered severe losses during the previous transfer, and many precision instruments are non-functional. If possible," her gaze shifted back to Xiao Feng, "I hope to engage in deeper exchanges with the scientists from Heisa Showang. Perhaps your side possesses more advanced technological equipment that could assist us in rapidly analyzing samples." Xiao Feng pondered briefly before addressing General Yang. "General, as previously mentioned, cooperation breeds mutual benefit. We have many pieces of equipment that we did not bring along, and we can allow Dr. Lin and her team to visit our base for collaborative discussions and research, which is crucial for expediting the development of an antidote for the G virus." General Yang nodded promptly, recognizing the gravity of the situation and setting aside any concerns about appearances. "Very well, let us proceed." "Yes, General," Lin Wanqing responded, then turned to Xiao Feng, her eyes now reflecting genuine gratitude. "Thank you, Commander Xiao. This could save many lives." At that moment, Xiao Feng felt a subtle tug at his heartstrings. Having witnessed too much carnage under the influence of the system, he had become markedly different from the person who first arrived in this world, calm and cold. Yet, individuals like Lin Wanqing, embodying such purity, were exceedingly rare in this apocalyptic era. Just then, a nurse rushed in, breathless. "Dr. Lin, the patient in isolation bed number 3 is experiencing severe convulsions and a rapid spike in body temperature. Lin Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically. "Excuse me, General Commander Xiao," she quickly said before turning and sprinting toward the isolation area, the hem of her white lab coat cutting a sharp arc through the air. Xiao Feng watched her silhouette vanish behind the waterproof tarp, hearing her composed voice issuing commands from within. "Prepare the sedatives, monitor vital signs, collect blood samples for testing. Hurry." Xiao Feng's gaze shifted away from Lin Wanqing, his expression instantly reverting to its customary demeanor. General Yang sighed and remarked to Xiao Feng, "This calamity has burdened her with far too much." After a moment of silence, Xiao Feng responded, "She has performed admirably, warming the hearts of everyone like sunlight. Those with capability must naturally bear the weight and move forward." The last statement seemed to be directed more at himself. Subsequently, the two did not re-enter the cacophonous quarantine zone, but instead turned and departed from the field hospital. Chapter 82. The onset of catastrophe. On their way back to the conference room, Yang Xinghe continued conversing with Xiao Feng. Yang Xinghe sighed, clearly weighed down by the scenes he had witnessed in the hospital. "Commander Xiao, I apologize for the distress. Our medical conditions, alas, have been pushed to their limits by Dr. Lin and her team, yet often we can only watch helplessly." Xiao Feng sought to shift the topic. Turning to Yang Xinghe, "General, I have observed that the internal structure and military discipline of the base still reflect the societal framework of the pre-apocalyptic era. This is no small feat. I wonder how you managed to stabilize the situation in such a brief period after the onset of the disaster?" This inquiry appeared to resonate deeply within General Yang Xinghe. He fell silent for a few seconds, as if transported back to that moment of despair. In early January 2025, his voice grew somber, tinged with gravity. "I remember vividly that I was participating in an exercise at that time. Then, starting from that night, international news reported on the bioweapon leak incident in the beautiful nation. Who could have predicted that within just a few weeks, it would escalate into a global apocalypse? In the initial days, information was rampant, yet distinguishing truth from falsehood proved challenging. We received some internal intelligence mentioning multiple military bases in northern Beautiful facing attacks from unidentified biological entities, resulting in heavy casualties. However, the higher-ups there suppressed this under the guise of exercise accidents or similar excuses. In retrospect, it seems that the tentacles of the umbrella you mentioned had already extended quite far, deliberately concealing the truth to buy time for the global spread of the virus. By the time the true disaster struck like a tsunami, it was already too late. No one anticipated that the initial virus primarily spread through the air." Yang Xinghe's tone became heavy. Communication networks collapsed in swathes, cities fell one after another. The military was relentlessly divided and consumed by an endless tide of corpses. "I led a contingent of troops that could be gathered at the time, battling and retreating, collecting survivors along the way, ultimately taking refuge in this mountainous defensive fortification, now known as the Chongqing Base." Yang Xinghe pointed to the ground beneath them, evidently recalling unpleasant memories. This place was once a vast underground command hub, stocked with abundant supplies. Yet even with such resources, the initial period was still hellish. We not only had to fend off the relentless tide of infected beings outside, but also manage internal panic, rebellion, and the troubles brought about by early infections. "Those monsters," Yang Xinghe continued, "when those crawling creatures first emerged, we paid an unimaginable price, as many valiant warriors sacrificed themselves to protect the survivors." His voice brimmed with nostalgia for fallen comrades. Xiao Feng listened in silence, acutely aware of the weight of his words. He refrained from mentioning that decades prior, following the discovery of the progenitor virus by one of the founders of Umbrella, Edward Ashford, the company had already commenced clandestine research into various viral weaponry. Before the outbreak in Raccoon City, the T-virus had already leaked in multiple locations, such as the tragic incident in the Arkley Mountains in 1998 and the events at the Antarctic laboratory. These were no mere accidents, but rather controlled experiments orchestrated by Umbrella to gather data, test BOWs, and even eliminate dissenters. Unlike his own meteoric rise, which had the semblance of cheating through the system, the individuals like General Yang had truly fought their way through the apocalypse. Yet, Xiao Feng also discerned that this world diverged significantly from his previous understanding of the biohazard realm. "We are fortunate," Yang Xinghe sighed. "Relying on fortifications and the remnants of industrial capabilities, we have managed to stand our ground. However, it is said that the situations at Kunlun Base and Taishan Base are even more dire. Thankfully, they have endured and transformed into the three major bases we know today." Thus, Commander Xiao, Yang Xinghe gazed intently at Xiao Feng. "Your emergence as the Blackwatch, along with the intelligence and antidote you bring, is not merely a reinforcement for us, but a beacon piercing through the fog, revealing genuine hope. His tone was imbued with sincerity. Yang Xinghe remarked, "Dr. Lin is a rare talent, professional, composed, and possessing a heart dedicated to saving lives. In this apocalypse, such a doctor is worth more than gold." Yet her parents perished early in the catastrophe. Yang Xinghe paused, looking at Xiao Feng. "Speaking of which, Commander Xiao, to command such a formidable force at such a young age, you must have been no ordinary individual before the disaster." Xiao Feng felt a jolt within. Maintaining a steady expression, he met Yang Xinghe's gaze, his mind racing to formulate a response that could withstand scrutiny. A complex mix of nostalgia and sorrow flickered across his face. He did not answer immediately but halted, as if to organize his tumultuous thoughts. "General Yang, you flatter me." He finally spoke, his voice measured. "Before the catastrophe, I was merely an ordinary person, serving as a security consultant for a private security firm overseas that had collaborations with military forces from various nations. The precursor to the Blackwatch was a highly classified multinational rapid response unit under that company, tasked with handling extreme situations that could not be addressed by official channels." This explanation, partially true yet partially fabricated, clarified the international origins of their equipment while providing a plausible background for the unit's elite and enigmatic nature. Private military contractors existed in a gray area before the apocalypse, with their specific compositions and mission details often shrouded in secrecy, making it ideal for concealing the existence of the system. Yang Xinghe nodded thoughtfully, while this account still raised questions. It was far more credible than the sudden emergence of a complete military force from thin air. Private military contractors possess remarkably advanced equipment, characterized by a distinctive style. Thus, during the outbreak of the catastrophe, how did your esteemed organization survive and thrive until now? As we understand, following the global communication collapse, most multinational entities disintegrated almost instantaneously. Merely a stroke of fortune. Xiao Feng had long prepared his response, his tone tinged with a hint of serendipity. At that time, we were executing an escort mission in a remote area when the virus erupted. Coincidentally, our team found refuge within a clandestine emergency supply point established by the company in a mountainous region of northeast China. This location housed reserves sufficient to sustain us for several years. He gestured towards himself and then indicated the super soldiers behind him. In the initial months, we struggled to survive within our fortifications, suffering considerable losses, until we stumbled upon some unfinished biological projects stored deep within the supply point. He intentionally framed the activation of the system as a discovery, attributing the technological leap to the subsequent research and development of these incomplete projects, which not only elucidated the advanced capabilities of the Heisa Shouwang technology, but also mitigated any feelings of abruptness. The name Xinghe echoed in Yang Xinghe's mind, sparking contemplation. He gazed at Xiao Feng, then at the super soldiers who seemed to have stepped out of a science fiction film, his doubts not entirely dispelled, yet firmly contained by Xiao Feng's well-reasoned discourse. To preserve such depth amidst a cataclysm and harness it for growth is truly commendable, Commander Xiao. Yang Xinghe remarked with admiration, though his years of experience in navigating complex situations suggested that this was not the entirety of the truth. However, he chose not to pry further. In a world ravaged by disaster, everyone harbors their secrets. Moreover, the strength and sincerity this team brought forth were undeniably tangible. It was all born out of necessity. Xiao Feng smiled faintly, shifting the conversation back to the core matter. It appears that although our paths diverge, we face common adversaries and pursue similar objectives. General Yang, regarding the predicament of the Changcheng base you mentioned, along with the existence of two other bases, we understand the principle of mutual dependence. Despite the geographical distance separating Heisa Shouwang, Xiao Feng paused. Thus, I hope we can engage candidly, share intelligence, and deepen our collaboration. Your organization's industrial foundation, combined with the technology of Heisa Shouwang, can truly forge a formidable force capable of countering various mutant threats. Otherwise, whether it be Changcheng or Chaizhongwan, we remain isolated islands amidst a vast sea, destined to be engulfed. Yang Xinghe's gaze refocused on Xiao Feng. He discerned the resolve and sincerity in Xiao Feng's eyes, as well as the underlying sense of urgency in his words. He recognized the truth in Xiao Feng's assertion. The survival principle in this apocalyptic era is the alliance of the strong. Otherwise, they will be systematically dismantled. Commander Xiao speaks wisely. Yang Xinghe gently patted Xiao Feng's shoulder. Let us return to the conference room. They exchanged a knowing smile, understanding everything without words. Accompanied by two guards, they re-entered the command center deep within the base.